I understand. Song Wei sounded nervous, but she was still determined. Xia Ruofei controlled his own genuine qi to coil around it. After using the scripture of the primordium origin, he did not encounter any difficulty in the fusion of the two genuine qi. Then, he guided this wisp of fused true qi to circulate in his body's meridians according to the cultivation technique's route. In order to let Song Wei have a better experience, Xia Ruofei deliberately controlled the speed and slowed it down. Gradually, the genuine qi circulated in Xia Ruofei's body and came to his right palm. Pay attention, you'll be taking over from now on. Xia Ruofei said, don't be nervous, just like when you were cultivating by yourself. Understood? Song Wei said. Xia Ruofei controlled his genuine qi to flow out of his palm and into Song Wei's meridians through her palm. The moment it entered Song Wei's body, she immediately took control of the qi. For the next half a week, Song Wei would be in charge and Xia Ruofei would be reduced to a spectator. Of course, he was not just a bystander. During this process, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel the circulation path of his own genuine qi. At the same time, through such mutual control and tacit cooperation, their souls would gradually be synchronized. This was also the most magical part of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Song Wei was a little nervous, but she was still able to control her true energy. She accurately guided her true energy along the path of the technique, gradually approaching her dantian. Although Xia Ruofei did not show it on his face, he was actually sweating. Luckily, Song Wei did not disappoint him. The strand of true qi entered her dantian smoothly. The spirit crystal emitted wisps of spirit qi, which were absorbed by his dantian. Then, they were transformed into true qi to supplement the wisp of true qi that had been consumed. Not only was Song Wei's true qi replenished, but Xia Ruofei's true qi was also strengthened. It was the same in Xia Ruofei's dantian. Both of their true qi maintained a balance. In the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra, this balance was almost everywhere. After the true energy was replenished, Song Wei continued to guide the true energy to the next route and finally returned it to her right palm. A full cycle had been completed. During this process, the wisp of genuine qi was replenished and strengthened a little. In fact, the main damage was in Song Wei's body. Her meridians were relatively narrow. Every time the true energy passed through, her meridians would naturally absorb the true energy to strengthen and expand themselves. The difference between Xia Ruofei's meridians and Song Wei's was like the difference between a river and a stream. Hence, the amount of genuine qi in Xia Ruofei's body did not suffer any loss. Let's continue, Xia Ruofei said calmly. Song Wei nodded her head and transferred her genuine qi into Xia Ruofei's body, handing over the command. 1 qi circulation, 2 qi circulation, 3 qi circulation. The coordination between the two of them became more and more tacit. The true energy shuttled back and forth in their bodies, and the two of them constantly exchanged control. In this process, the souls of the two seemed to become closer and more synchronized. After 18 spiritual circulations, Xia Ruofei took over the control of the genuine qi again and said, "It's almost time, let's rest for a while." After he finished speaking, he deftly disassembled the strand of true qi and guided his own true qi back to his dantian. Song Wei also retracted her true qi back into her body. "Ruofei, aren't you cultivating well?" Song Wei was still unsatisfied. "Why did you stop?" "As I said, haste makes waste." Xia Ruofei said, a balance between work and rest, a balance between tension and relaxation, can lay a solid foundation for cultivation. It's not wise to blindly pursue progress. I know, Song Wei said, it was just that the feeling just now was wonderful. And, she checked her dantian and continued, the efficiency of this kind of cultivation is so high. It's at least 10 times faster than me cultivating alone. In just a short while, my true qi has more than doubled. Xia Ruofei laughed. This is how this technique works. If you practice it alone, it's not even as good as some ordinary techniques. However, if you practice it together, this technique is definitely a high-quality one. The two of them sat down and rested for a while. Xia Ruofei also answered some questions about cultivation for Song Wei. Although Xia Ruofei had been exploring on his own and did not have a teacher to guide him, he had inherited a lot of information from the human-shaped jade talisman. Moreover, he had cultivated for a longer time than Song Wei. Hence, he was definitely an expert in front of Song Wei. In the morning, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had cultivated for more than 10 hours in the time formation. Xia Ruofei's own gains were almost unnoticeable, but Song Wei's progress was quite gratifying. She soon reached the bottleneck of Qi Disciple Level 1. After breaking through this bottleneck, she could smoothly reach Qi Disciple Level 2. Although it was not difficult to advance in the early stages of cultivation, it was difficult for ordinary people to break through from Qi Disciple Level 1 without a month's time, even if they were talented. Therefore, Song Wei's speed was a little scary. In addition, the scripture of the primordial heart required both spiritual power and true qi to be cultivated at the same time. In the process of circulating the technique, Song Wei's spiritual power had also improved unknowingly. Although she was still far from Xia Ruofei's level, and she could not use her mental strength well for the time being. A stronger mental strength meant a stronger soul. When the soul was strong, it could naturally resist the influence of the peach blossom miasma. Therefore, the results of the morning's cultivation were gratifying. Because of the formation, there was still a lot of time left. Song Wei wanted to continue cultivating, but she felt like she had reached a barrier. However, Xia Ruofei stopped her decisively. To Song Wei, it was time to build her foundation. It might feel good to break through the bottleneck, but if her foundation was not strong enough, it would shake the mountains. Xia Ruofei did not want Song Wei to break through so quickly. According to Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing's estimation, if Song Wei's cultivation could reach the peak of Qi cultivation stage level 3, it would be best if she could break through to Qi cultivation stage level 4. Then, she would have completed the first level of the Tai Chuan Xian Jing. At that time, their souls would be almost perfectly synchronized, and Song Wei's spiritual power would be at least at the late stage of spirit stage. Then, he could try to destroy the miasma in Song Wei's sea of consciousness. After Xia Ruofei explained to Song Wei, she happily accepted his suggestion. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept the array flags and the two of them strolled around outside the hotel for a while. Although it was only half a morning, they had actually been cooped up in the room for a few days. Although Ruizhou was a small city, this border city was quite unique. The two of them wandered aimlessly near the hotel. Song Wei even bought some ethnic crafts with great interest, ready to bring them back as a gift. At around 11:30, Yu Mingdong called Xia Ruofei. He wanted to ask Xia Ruofei out for dinner, but he couldn't find her in the room. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei took a taxi back to the hotel. Yu Mingdong had already handed over the jade that he had cut out yesterday to the people sent by his family to escort them back. He and Shirley continued down, ready to participate in the last batch of jade trade at the public auction. Everyone asked for a private room in the hotel they were staying in. After lunch, they did not rest and drove directly to the public bid site on Emerald Street. Song Wei was also very interested in the stone gambling that they were talking about at the dinner table. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also said that she should go out and relax now instead of being so tense and focused on cultivation. So, she followed Xia Ruofei to the scene excitedly. Logo. Jade Street wasn't far from the hotel. They soon arrived at the scene of the public jade bid. It was Song Wei's first time seeing so many raw jadeite stones. In her eyes, these old raw stones were no different from ordinary stones, and the prices were all terrifyingly high. She couldn't help but be a little speechless. Ruofei, this stone has a starting price of a few $100,000. Is there really someone who wants to buy it? Song Wei could not help but ask. Yu Mingdong laughed and said, Miss Song, a few $100,000 is considered cheap here. Yesterday, Mr. Xia bought a raw material. Can you guess how much he spent? How much? 8,600,000. Yu Mingdong said with a smile. Song Wei took a deep breath and looked at Xia Ruofei. I know you're rich, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. Since I'm here, of course I'll buy two to play with, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yu Mingdong asked, Miss Song, although Mr. Xia doesn't play much in stone gambling, his luck makes us very envious. Guess how much Mr. Xia's raw material was sold for after it was cut out? 10 million? Song Wei tried to guess a number. She felt that she was bold enough. Haha. Yu Mingdong laughed and said, this number is 5 times more, and it's not just that. What? Song Wei cried out, more than 50 million? Who's so stupid? Wasn't this raw stone forbidding? Wouldn't it be better to just spend 1 or 2 million to compete? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yu Mingdong's expression was a little strange, as if he was constipated. Miss Song, that stupid person is me, he said with a bitter smile after a while. Song Wei was also stunned. Then, she said in embarrassment, I'm sorry, Mr. Yu. I was just saying. I didn't expect you to. Yu Mingdong waved his hand and said, Mr. Xia even gave me a friendly price. There were a lot of people competing for it, and I have to thank Mr. Xia for buying that piece of top-grade jade for 50 to 60 million yuan. He then explained the value of a piece of jade is transparent after it is cut out, but who can guarantee that there is jade inside when it is still a raw stone? In fact, Mr. Xia's price was already higher than expected. Even if I were to bid, it might not exceed 7 million, so, Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise, and smiled, Ruofei, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Then why don't you just stop running a farm? How much money do you make? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's pure luck. If we're really talking about stone gambling, I can't even compare to Brother Shirley. I hope Mr. Xia can continue to have good luck today. I can also benefit from it, Yu Mingdong said with a smile. I hope so. However, don't get your hopes up, President Yu. Xia Ruofei said, the goddess of luck can't just take care of me forever. Mr. Xia. Shall we split up and look? Yu Mingdong asked. On the last day of the public auction, the number of raw stones was fewer than the previous batch. However, some raw stones that the organizer was more optimistic about were left for the finale. Therefore, Yu Mingdong naturally wanted to take a good look. Ying Luo was different from Xia Ruofei, who had good luck. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, okay. Song Wei and I are just here to watch the show. Mr. Yu, please make your choice. You have more than enough money now anyway. Ha ha ha. That's all thanks to you, Yu Mingdong said happily. The group split up. Yu Mingdong didn't hire another stone gambling consultant. He brought Shirley and personally began to choose the raw stones. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were strolling around the venue and picking raw stones. The last batch of raw stones would be displayed for a day and a half. The bidding would end at noon the next day, so Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly, but in fact, he was trying to look at every single raw stone. With Xia Ruofei's current memory, he could remember some raw gemstones that performed well without the help of notes. Therefore, this afternoon would be a rough screening. The real decision would be made tomorrow morning. After watching for a while, Song Wei started to feel bored. After all, for people who didn't know anything about stone gambling, it was boring to see so many people surrounding stones that looked similar, looking and touching them. Xia Ruofei saw this and laughed. Don't look down on these black stones, they may contain beautiful jadeite. You can never judge a person by their appearance. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Xia Ruofei touched a raw stone beside him casually and continued, the Doryman pendant you're wearing right now, the jade used was found on this public bid yesterday. Before it was revealed, it was hidden in this seemingly ordinary stone. Song Wei could not help but pull out the Doryman jade pendant from her clothes. After looking at it for a while, she said, although I know that there might be jade in the raw stones, otherwise people wouldn't be so eager to get it, I still can't believe that such beautiful jade was actually extracted from such black stones. Logo. This is the magical power of nature, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, jadeite is buried deep underground and formed after tens of millions of years. As Xia Ruofei and Song Wei chatted, they surreptitiously looked through most of the jade. Naturally, he had a judgment in his heart. However, whether to sell it, which pieces to sell, and what price to use, would all depend on the situation tomorrow morning. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Wei was not very interested in these things. After a quick walk around, he found Yu Mingdong and told him about it. The two of them left the public jade bid. Since the hotel wasn't too far away, the two of them decided to take a walk back and enjoy the scenery of the small border town. Song Wei was in a good mood and was much more lively than before. She smiled and said to Xia Ruofei as she walked, Ruofei, you're so lucky. Give me some pointers tomorrow. I'll buy one to test my luck. I thought you weren't interested in this? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I'm not interested in those stones. But I'm interested in money. Song Wei said. Woof. I didn't expect our Miss Song to be such a money grubber. Xia Ruofei said. If he's a money grubber, so be it. Anyway, you have to help me pick one, and it has to be something that can make money. Song Wei said, my father is an honest and upright official. I don't have much pocket money since I was young. This time I have to earn a sum for myself. You make it sound like you're full of grudges. I'll go and criticize your secretary Song later. Xia Ruofei laughed. Such a beautiful daughter should be raised. Well. Come on. Song Wei laughed. If you really met my dad, would you dare to say that? What's there to be afraid of? Xia Ruofei said, if your father dares to glare at me, I'll ask Elder Song to back me up. You're amazing. You're amazing, okay. Song Wei said, remember. Help me pick one tomorrow. No problem. Xia Ruofei said. Lazily, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to make money. Even the gods can't tell an inch of jade. No one can be 100% sure. How about? I'll pay for the profit and you'll pay for the loss? Song Wei said, slyly. There's such a function? Xia Ruofei said, aren't you being too overbearing? Who asked you to be a big nouveau riche? Song Wei whispered into Xia Ruofei's ear, you said you were going to treat my soul. But you still went to stone gambling and earned tens of millions. You're really something. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly. And said, all right. If you lose, it's on me. The reason he went to the public jade bid was to collect jade materials to upgrade his space. His purpose was to save Song Wei. However, he had told Song Wei that he was looking for a medicinal herb in Ruizhou. Under the circumstances of not exposing the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei naturally could not explain further. The two of them walked all the way back to the hotel, which took about 40 to 50 minutes. The raw stones on the public jade bid were still open for display. At night, Yu Mingdong seemed to be preparing to burn the midnight oil. Hence, Xia Ruofei brought Song Wei to a nearby restaurant to try the local delicacies. After dinner, Song Wei went to Xia Ruofei's room and they cultivated for a few more hours in the time formation. However, Xia Ruofei reminded Song Wei not to try to break through easily. She should let nature take its course so that her foundation would be more solid. Therefore, after this round of training, Song Wei's true qi had become more solid, but she still had not broken through to qi disciple level 2. If Xia Ruofei wanted to, Song Wei could cultivate for 1 to 2 months or even longer. In one night, even if she did not use the time to go to the toilet and wash up. But Xia Ruofei did not do so. Firstly, Song Wei's cultivation was going very smoothly. Even without the help of the time formation, she could complete the first level of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra in a short time. Secondly, Xia Ruofei did not want Song Wei to use the time formation too much. Although it would not affect her much. If she aged 1 or 2 months more than the outside world, he felt that it was better not to use external forces. This way, Song Wei would realize how difficult it was to cultivate and would not become dependent on the time formation. Hence, after a few hours of cultivation, Xia Ruofei kept the array flags and persuaded Song Wei to go back to her room to rest. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and the others arrived at the public jade bid. On the way, Yu Mingdong also asked Xia Ruofei indirectly. He still believed in Xia Ruofei's luck and hoped to know which raw stones Xia Ruofei had a better view of. Although Xia Ruofei had a good impression of Yu Mingdong, he was naturally tight-lipped at this time. Not to mention the fact that the two might be competitors, Xia Ruofei could not say much from the perspective of confidentiality. Otherwise, if the raw stones Hepic this time rose sharply again, it could not be explained by luck. After they arrived at the public jade bid, Yu Mingdong took the time to look at the few raw stones that he had his eye on yesterday. Song Wei followed Xia Ruofei and strolled around the venue leisurely. Xia Ruofei seemed to be aimless, but in fact, he had already screened through the candidates yesterday. Today's goal was very clear. He had his eyes on about a dozen raw stones. What he needed to do today was to further screen and pick out a few stones that he needed to sell decisively. After all, he had to leave some soup for others to drink. There was always a trade-off, and it all depended on the price-performance ratio. Besides, Xia Ruofei had to pick out a suitable raw stone to recommend to Song Wei. Therefore, although he seemed to have limited resources, his brain was actually spinning rapidly, constantly analyzing the raw gemstones that he had high hopes for. In fact, after the first round of selection yesterday, the Spirit Map Space's reaction was the strongest. It was a huge raw stone with a starting price of 43 million. However, Xia Ruofei had quickly eliminated this raw stone. Not only was the starting price ridiculously high, but it was also mainly because this raw stone was also a semi-bright material, and many people were paying attention to it. From the window that was opened, the quality of the jade inside the material was quite high. Although the bidding had not ended, many people had already put in their bids. This raw stone had the potential to be the highest bid. Xia Ruofei estimated that the final price might be much higher than the starting price, so there was no point in chasing after it, even if he would still earn a little. In the end, the price-performance ratio would not be very high. On the contrary, the raw stone that Xia Ruofei was most optimistic about had a starting price that was not even 1/10 of this giant raw stone. However, the reaction of the spirit painting scroll was almost the same as this giant raw stone, and it was not a particularly popular material. This was what Xia Ruofei wanted to choose. In fact, most of the materials that Xia Ruofei had his eyes on were in this situation. In the end, Xia Ruofei chose 5 raw gemstones as his target. The starting price of these 5 raw stones was less than 15 million yuan, but judging from the reaction of the spirit paintings, the total value of the jade contained in them was definitely not lower than that of the previous night's stone. One of them could even almost catch up to the value of the stone last night. If the final transaction price did not exceed 30 million, it would be a big profit. At the same time, Xia Ruofei had also chosen a raw stone for Song Wei. The starting price of this raw stone was only 90,000 yuan. It was not very eye-catching in the public jade bid today. This raw stone in the corner was also almost uninterested. Xia Ruofei even suspected that he had forgotten to take it out during the exhibition a few days ago. He had simply put it on display in the last batch. As for whether people would buy it, the organizer might not be too concerned. It would naturally be best if they could be sold, but if they couldn't, they could just slowly sell them in the store. There's no date. In fact, this raw stone was quite good. According to the reaction strength of the spirit map scroll, the jade inside could be sold for 3 to 400,000 yuan, or even 4 to 500,000 yuan. To Song Wei, this raw stone was the most suitable for her. Hence, since 10 a.m., Xia Ruofei had been using his spiritual power to lock onto the 6 raw gemstones he had chosen. Especially when someone went to bid, he would immediately look at the price of the other party. At around 11:40, under Song Wei's urging, Xia Ruofei finally took out the bidding slip, logo. Song Wei, this list is for you. Xia Ruofei smiled as he handed over a blank bidding form and said, "Go and place your bid for raw stone number 572. It's the smaller one in the corner over there. As for the price, I think it should be 100,000 yuan. So little?" Song Wei said in surprise. You'll know when you see that raw stone. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you have to trust my intuition. Just bet on that piece and do as I say. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already used his spiritual power to sense it. No one was interested in the raw stone. If he did not let Song Wei bid, it would have become one of the few raw stones that were not bid. Song Wei took the bidding slip and walked in the direction that Xia Ruofei pointed at. Xia Ruofei could only give her so much advice. After he passed the bidding slip to Song Wei, he did not care anymore. He seized the time to bid for the 5 raw stones. 1 or 2 of them were quite popular, and it was not long before the deadline for the bidding. Xia Ruofei quickly filled in the bidding form and placed the stones into the bidding boxes, corresponding to the 5 raw stones. Then, he paid close attention to the 5 raw gemstones, and stood near the 2 raw gemstones that were relatively popular. If there were still people bidding in the last few minutes, and the bid price was higher than Xia Ruofei's, he would have to raise the bid again. In fact, as long as Xia Ruofei had his eyes on a raw stone, others would not stand a chance. After all, to others, this was a hidden bid. To Xia Ruofei, everything was transparent. The bidding price of others was no secret to him. He was basically in an undefeatable position. As time passed by, everyone was nervously watching the situation in the arena, especially since they had placed their bid on the raw gemstone. Once someone got close, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Finally, it was 12 o'clock sharp. Music started playing in the venue, and the organizer officially announced the end of the bidding. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the staff start to seal the bidding box. In the last few minutes, there were people who went to bid for the raw stones that he had his eyes on. Fortunately, the prices they bid were lower than the prices he wrote, so they won the bid this time. Song Wei quickly returned to Xia Ruofei's side. She asked nervously, Ruofei, when will the results be out? Normally, they'll be announced in an hour or 2. Let's go out for lunch first. Xia Ruofei chuckled and then teased, you only threw in an unremarkable raw stone. What's there to be nervous about? Song Wei glared at Xia Ruofei and said, how can I be compared to you, a big tycoon? Then, she asked, such a small stone, and the starting price is 90,000. Are you au fait? Do you think I'll make a loss if I really win? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, what are you afraid of? Aren't the losses on me? You're right. Song Wei could not help but laugh. Let's go find a place to eat. Call President Yu and the others. Xia Ruofei said. Near Jadeite Street, Xia Ruofei and the others found a restaurant that looked good and asked for a private room. Mr. Xia, let's not drink for lunch. Let's have some simple food. Yu Mingdong took the menu and said to Xia Ruofei, after all, I have work to do in the afternoon. I agree. Xia Ruofei said, just a simple meal will do. I also want to go back to the public jade bid as soon as possible. Yu Mingdong quickly ordered a few dishes and politely passed the menu to Xia Ruofei and Song Wei. However, the two of them didn't really care about what to eat and didn't add any more dishes. They just asked the waiter to urge the kitchen to quickly serve the dishes. Mr. Xia, did you make a move today? Yu Mingdong asked. I randomly threw in a dozen pieces based on my gut feeling. However, I might not be able to win. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, where's President Yu? Do you have any good raw gemstones? Now that the bidding had ended, everyone could naturally talk about this topic. You. Mingdong smiled and said, I also invested about 10 yuan. Cast a wide net. I wonder how many I'll get. Be careful, you won't be able to pay if you win all of them. Xia Ruofei joked. Yu Mingdong laughed. If there's really such a good thing, I'll get the money even if I have to sell everything I have to. Borrow from usury. President Yu, isn't there a nouveau riche here? Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. If you don't have enough money, you can borrow from him. No problem. As long as you pay me the interest, it's fine. Xia Ruofei said jokingly. Ha ha ha. If I really borrow from Mr. Xia, I'll definitely give you enough interest. You. Mingdong also laughed and said. After a simple lunch, the group returned to the public auction on Jadeite Street. The site was closed for work, and the people who participated in the public bid gathered outside and chatted. When it was almost 8 o'clock, the door to the public jade bid opened. Everyone walked in. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were among the crowd. Just like the last time, the public jade bid was divided into 2 parts, separated by a barrier. At the back was a place for raw stones and bidding data, while at the front was a long service desk. Logo. The big screen in the venue was still blank, but since the organizers had let everyone in, they should be announcing the winning figures soon. Sure enough, under everyone's expectant gaze, the big screen began to refresh the data. And there was a small commotion in the crowd. Song Wei quickly looked at the big screen. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Don't worry, your raw stone is more than 500. It can't be that fast, can't I? Take a look at someone else's first? Song Wei said and continued to ask, Oh right, which raw stones did you invest? I'll help you look after it. I don't want you to miss it. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I'll tell you when I win. To avoid losing face if you don't win the bid, you're still keeping me in suspense. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei, amused. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, You'd better focus on your raw stone. You've only managed to get one. If you didn't get it, then you'd have come here for nothing. Pay. You jinx. Song Wei said, Then why don't you recommend me to invest a few more yuan? If this one doesn't hit, then it's all your fault. As the two of them chatted, the big screen had already begun to announce the winning bid. Naturally, some were happy while others were sad. Some raw stones were more popular, and hundreds of bidding sheets were received. However, there would only be one person who would win the bid in the end, which meant that many people were destined to return in disappointment. Those who won the bid were naturally ecstatic, while those who didn't were dejected. At the same time, they were full of anticipation to pay attention to the bidding situation of the next raw stone. The fanatical atmosphere at the scene was really similar to the casinos of the old society. Xia Ruofei glanced at the screen and said with a smile, I'm quite lucky to have bought one. Oh, really? Which one? Song Wei quickly asked. Number 261. Xia Ruofei said. This raw stone was also the one he had the most faith in. The reaction of the spirit painting scroll was almost the same as the raw stone that was highly likely to be the highest bid with a starting price of more than 40 million. However, this raw stone starting price was only slightly more than 4 million, and the number of people paying attention to it was obviously much less than the original stone that was more than 40 million. Xia Ruofei took into account the bidding situation of the others and finally invested 6.18 million yuan. Naturally, he won the bid successfully. More than 6 million. Song Wei could not help but exclaim, "You really have the guts to buy it. This is not treating money as money." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Anyway, I made quite a lot of money from yesterday's cut. If this one really collapses, I'll just treat it as buying it for fun. It's just a little less profit. And I won't lose anything. That's a pretty good mentality." Song Wei smiled and said, "I hope your luck is as good as yesterday." "Thanks for your kind words." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I wish you a fortune too." Hee hee. Thank you, thank you." Song Wei cupped her hands at Xia Ruofei in a serious manner. The bidding continued, and the second raw stone that Xia Ruofei had his eyes on, Pai Show number 468, was also announced. He won the bid without any suspense. The starting price of this raw stone was 2.13 million yuan, and Xia Ruofei had invested 3.2 million yuan. As this raw stone was the most popular among the 5 raw stones that he had his eyes on, there were many people competing for it. The highest price was 3.15 million. Xia Ruofei was not willing to give up on this raw stone, so he put in 3.2 million in the end. According to the reaction of the spirit painting scroll, it should not be a loss to buy it for more than 3 million. When Song Wei knew that Xia Ruofei had bought the raw stone, she was not surprised. The previous bid of over 6 million yuan had already been won, so this 3 million yuan was nothing. She was getting more and more nervous as the bidding for the raw stone she had invested in was getting closer and closer. Xia Ruofei's remaining 3 raw gemstones were numbered behind Song Wei's. Hence, Xia Ruofei also started to pay attention to when the information of the raw stone would appear. Number 500, number 530, number 560. The messages kept rolling and finally, when a new message appeared, Xia Ruofei saw the condition of raw stone number 572. He didn't pay attention to the long string of numbers, so he naturally wouldn't remember it. He was naturally concerned about the bid price. 120,000. Xia Ruofei was stunned when he saw the price. He had asked Song Wei to fill in 100,000 yuan, because the starting price of the stone was 90,000 yuan. When he asked Song Wei to bid in the last few minutes, no one was interested in the stone. However, the winning bid was actually 120,000. Could it be that someone really came out to bid in the last few minutes, and with such a high price? It can't be this small, right? Even if they won the bid, they would not earn much. However, Xia Ruofei recommended it to Song Wei. If they did not win, they would not be happy. At this moment, many thoughts ran through Xia Ruofei's mind. Song Wei, who was beside him, was stunned for a moment. Then, she grabbed Xia Ruofei's arm and cheered, "Ruofei. It's a hit. I bought it." There were many people like Song Wei at the public jade bid, so her actions did not attract much attention. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He said, "Look carefully, the winning bid is 120,000. Yeah. 120,000. Yuan, I wrote 120,000 yuan. Song Wei said excitedly, "I've checked the winning bid number. It's me." Song Wei said as she waved the bidding slip in her hand. Logo. Xia Ruofei looked at the happy Song Wei and smiled bitterly. "Didn't I ask you to fill in 100,000? Song Wei was a little embarrassed and said, "I went over to take a look. The starting price of that raw stone is already 90,000 yuan. I'm just worried that 100,000 yuan isn't enough. That's why I added 20,000 more." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he was right, there should only be one bid form for this. Raw stone in the bidding box. In theory, she could win the bid even if she wrote 90,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei was already kind enough to ask Song Wei to round it up to 100,000 yuan. She didn't expect this. Silly girl, to add another 20,000 on her own accord. Wasn't this a waste of money? However, seeing how happy Song Wei was, Xia Ruofei did not have the heart to scold her. He just smiled and said, "It's good that it hit. I wish you a great rise in your raw gemstone." "Thank you. Thank you." Song Wei smiled and asked, "By the way, when are we going to get the raw stones? Can I untie it on the spot?" "There's no hurry. Let's wait for the results to be out. I still want to pay attention to the raw stones that I've invested in." Xia Ruofei said, "President Yu and the rest are waiting too. If you want to cut the stone later, you can all right then." Song Wei said. The information on the big screen refreshed quickly. By 3 in the afternoon, all the bidding results for the raw gemstones were out. Unsurprisingly, Xia Ruofei won all 5 of them. Of course, he had told Yu Mingdong and Song Wei that he had bet more than $10. Otherwise, this 100% winning rate would be too scary. As expected by Xia Ruofei, the highest bidder was the raw stone with a starting price of more than 40 million. In the end, it reached a terrifying price of more than 70 million, almost double the price. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly shake his head. He felt lucky that he didn't join in the fun. Otherwise, even if he could make a little profit from the auction, he wouldn't be able to earn much. How could this be compared to investing in a raw stone worth more than 6 million yuan and increasing the price by 7 to 8 times or even more than 10 times in the blink of an eye? At the end of the bidding, Xia Ruofei met someone familiar. It was the unlucky hero Luo, who took over the bidding yesterday. When Fatty Luo saw Xia Ruofei, he was no longer as sarcastic as he was yesterday. He was still very polite and warm. After the two of them exchanged the results, Xia Ruofei realized that Fatty Luo's luck was not bad. He had put all his eggs in one basket and finally won the raw stone number 823 for a little more than 10 million. This raw stone was one of the dozens that Xia Ruofei had paid attention to at first. He had sensed it with the spirit painting scroll and Fatty Luo had bought it at this price. If nothing went wrong, he should be able to make a lot of money. Even if he couldn't make up for yesterday's losses completely, he could at least make up for a part of it. With this raw stone, his jade factory should not be short of high-end jade materials in the short term. Just as Xia Ruofei was chatting with Fatty Luo, Yu Mingdong walked over. "Mr. Xia, how's your battle record?" Yu Mingdong asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Director Yu, you look so happy. It seems like you've gained a lot today." "Ha ha ha. Luck. Luck." Yu Mingdong said happily, "I won a few pieces. I don't know if I can earn it. I also won 5 pieces. I spent a total of more than 20 million yuan." Xia Ruofei said casually. "Mr. Xia is really generous." Yu Mingdong sighed. Although he knew that Xia Ruofei did not know much about stone gambling, he did not dare to look down on Xia Ruofei anymore. Luck was something that could not be explained clearly. Xia Ruofei's brilliant record yesterday had already explained everything. Yu Mingdong asked with some eagerness, "How about it, Mr. Xia, are we still cutting stones together today? Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, I won't be taking out my raw stones for the time being. I'll watch you cut the stones today. By the way, Song Wei also bought a small raw stone to play with. Let's take your car to cut it later. No problem. You. Mingdong said straightforwardly, let's go. We'll claim the winning bid's raw stone first. The group walked towards the counter. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei walked side by side and smiled. Did you bring your card? Do you need me to help you? I can still afford 120,000 yuan, Song Wei grinned and said, I don't need you to pay for it. If we make a fortune from this, it'll be hard to explain. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you're still saying that you don't have money? You took out 120,000 yuan, without even blinking an eye. You're a little rich woman too. I've been saving this money for many years, Song Wei said coyly. If I really lose everything, you'll have to compensate me. Pay. Pay. They hadn't even cut the stone yet. You're just saying unlucky things, Xia Ruofei said. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Rich people are all stingier than the next. Who knows if you will go back on your word? Song Wei chuckled and said. Very quickly, the group of people arrived at the service desk. Yu Mingdong went to handle the delivery procedures, while Xia Ruofei and Song Wei went to the adjacent seats and showed the staff the second couplet of the bidding slip. Song Wei's raw stone was very small. Not long after she swiped her card, a staff member brought the raw stone to the service desk. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was completed. Then, the two of them went to meet up with Yu Mingdong. Yu Mingdong was busy swiping his card and paying. He was a little surprised to see Xia Ruofei. You're done so quickly? Xia Ruofei smiled. It's just a small piece of raw material. We'll hand over the money and the goods at the same time. Mr. Xia, where are your raw stones? Yu Mingdong asked in surprise. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. Xia Ruofei said, let's watch you guys cut the stone first. Xia Ruofei did not plan to cut the raw stones on the spot. These 5 raw stones were definitely going to increase in value. If they were cut out on the spot, it would be too shocking. It would also inevitably cause people to suspect that no matter how lucky Chanchan was, it could not be so good. In essence, stone gambling was a probability event, and the huge increase was definitely a small probability event. When the probability of a small probability event happening became 100%, it was definitely abnormal. Xia Ruofei didn't want to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives, let alone become the focus of everyone's attention. You. Mingdong said with some regret, I still wanted to cut your raw stone first, and then try my luck. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, President Yu, you're being superstitious. I can't accept this. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, even the female staff, who was handling the raw stone delivery procedures for Yu Mingdong, could not help but smile. How many of the people who came to the public jade bid were not superstitious? Looking at the almanac before leaving the house, wearing 1 or 2 accessories that could increase one's luck. These were all very common. Some people even had strange habits that outsiders would think of, but they were also thinking about it from the perspective of feng shui metaphysics. Mr. Xia, Yu Mingdong said with a smile, that's a bit of a big hat. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, President Yu, I believe your luck won't be too bad. Xia Ruofei laughed. Then I'll really be counting on your blessings. Yu Mingdong said with great joy, as if it had really gone up. While they were chatting, Yu Mingdong's raw stones had been delivered. 2 of the raw stones were relatively large, and they were directly transported over with a forklift. When the staff learned that Yu Mingdong was preparing to cut the stone on the spot, they immediately arranged a forklift to send the raw stone directly to the next door. Xia Ruofei and the rest followed the forklift out of the public jade bid. Song Wei held the raw stone that cost 120,000 yuan in her hands and followed Xia Ruofei excitedly. Shirley had already found an empty spot to cut the stones. Xia Ruofei went over and was overjoyed. It was the same stone cutting master from the day before. Yu Mingdong couldn't help but say happily, "Ha ha ha. Master, we are really fated." The stonecutter had been cutting stones for many people in the past few days, but he still had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei and the others. It was not just because the raw stones had increased in value after they were cut, but more importantly, the process of cutting stones that day was full of ups and downs and was full of drama. Therefore, the stonecutter also grinned, "Bosses, I wish you all the best in advance." The day before yesterday, he had received a red packet of 20,000 yuan, which was much more than what he usually earned by working. "Haha, I'm counting on your blessings, Yu Mingdong said. Then, he politely said to Song Wei, "Miss Song, why don't you go first with this one?" Song Wei was a little nervous. She looked at Xia Ruofei and gave him a questioning look. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't look at me. It's up to you. It's all the same no matter when you open it. In any case, this raw stone would definitely rise in price." It was actually not bad to open it first. It was equivalent to a good start, and it could also be considered as a good start for Yu Mingdong. It didn't matter if he opened it later. Xia Ruofei also took a look at Yu Mingdong's raw stones. He still had an impression of at least 4 or 5 of them, which meant that the jade inside should be good. Therefore, even if the other pieces might be cut down, in general, Yu Mingdong could at least maintain a 0 profit and no loss situation. For a jade boss, it was already a good result to be able to buy good jade at a cost price. After all, it was rare to see a situation where he made tens of millions of yuan like the day before yesterday. Logo. No problem. Yu Mingdong said straightforwardly, "Let's go. We'll claim the winning bid's raw stone first." The group walked towards the counter. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei walked side by side and smiled. "Did you bring your card? Do you need me to help you?" "I can still afford 120,000 yuan, Song Wei grinned and said, "I don't need you to pay for it. If we make a fortune from this, it'll be hard to explain." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're still saying that you don't have money? You took out 120,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. You're a little rich woman, too." "I've been saving this money for many years," Song Wei said coyly. "If I really lose everything, you'll have to compensate me. Pay. They hadn't even cut the stone yet." "You're just saying unlucky things," Xia Ruofei said. "I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Rich people are all stingier than the next. Who knows if you will go back on your word?" Song Wei chuckled and said. Very quickly, the group of people arrived at the service desk. Yu Mingdong went to handle the delivery procedures, while Xia Ruofei and Song Wei went to the adjacent seats and showed the staff the second couplet of the bidding slip. Song Wei's raw stone was very small. Not long after she swiped her card, a staff member brought the raw stone to the service desk. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was completed. Then, the two of them went to meet up with Yu Mingdong. Yu Mingdong was busy swiping his card and paying. He was a little surprised to see Xia Ruofei. You're done so quickly? Xia Ruofei smiled. It's just a small piece of raw material. We'll hand over the money and the goods at the same time. Mr. Xia, where are your raw stones? Yu Mingdong asked in surprise. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. Xia Ruofei said, let's watch you guys cut the stone first. Xia Ruofei did not plan to cut the raw stones on the spot. These 5 raw stones were definitely going to increase in value. If they were cut out on the spot, it would be too shocking. It would also inevitably cause people to suspect that no matter how lucky Chanchan was, it could not be so good. In essence, stone gambling was a probability event, and the huge increase was definitely a small probability event. When the probability of a small probability event happening became 100%, it was definitely abnormal. Xia Ruofei didn't want to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives, let alone become the focus of everyone's attention. Yu Mingdong said with some regret, I still wanted to cut your raw stone first, and then try my luck. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, President Yu, you're being superstitious. I can't accept this. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, even the female staff who was handling the raw stone delivery procedures for Yu Mingdong could not help but smile. How many of the people who came to the public jade bid were not superstitious? Looking at the almanac before leaving the house, wearing 1 or 2 accessories that could increase one's luck. These were all very common. Some people even had strange habits that outsiders would think of, but they were also thinking about it from the perspective of feng shui metaphysics. Mr. Xia, Yu Mingdong said with a smile, that's a bit of a big hat. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, President Yu, I believe your luck won't be too bad. Xia Ruofei laughed. Then I'll really be counting on your blessings. Yu Mingdong said with great joy, as if it had really gone up. While they were chatting, Yu Mingdong's raw stones had been delivered. 2 of the raw stones were relatively large, and they were directly transported over with a forklift. When the staff learned that Yu Mingdong was preparing to cut the stone on the spot, they immediately arranged a forklift to send the raw stone directly to the next door. Xia Ruofei and the rest followed the forklift out of the public jade bid. Song Wei held the raw stone that cost 120,000 yuan in her hands and followed Xia Ruofei excitedly. Shirley had already found an empty spot to cut the stones. Xia Ruofei went over and was overjoyed. It was the same stone cutting master from the day before. Yu Mingdong couldn't help but say happily, ha ha ha. Master, we are really fated. The stonecutter had been cutting stones for many people in the past few days, but he still had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei and the others. It was not just because the raw stones had increased in value after they were cut, but more importantly, the process of cutting stones. That day was full of ups and downs, and was full of drama. Therefore, the stonecutter also grinned, bosses, I wish you all the best in advance. The day before yesterday, he had received a red packet of 20,000 yuan, which was much more than what he usually earned by working. Haha, I'm counting on your blessings, counting on your blessings. Yu Mingdong said. Then, he politely said to Song Wei, Miss Song, why don't you go first with this? 1. Song Wei was a little nervous. She looked at Xia Ruofei and gave him a questioning look. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't look at me. It's up to you. It's all the same no matter when you open it. In any case, this raw stone would definitely rise in price." It was actually not bad to open it first. It was equivalent to a good start, and it could also be considered as a good start for Yu Mingdong. It didn't matter if he opened it later. Xia Ruofei also took a look at Yu Mingdong's raw stones. He still had an impression of at least 4 or 5 of them, which meant that the jade inside should be good. Therefore, even if the other pieces might be cut down, in general, Yu Mingdong could at least maintain a 0 profit and no loss situation. For a jade boss, it was already a good result to be able to buy good jade at a cost price. After all, it was rare to see a situation where he made tens of millions of yuan like the day before yesterday. Song Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right then. Let's cut mine first." Song Wei then passed the raw stone in her hand to the master. The stonecutter weighed the raw stone in his hand and asked, "Boss, how do I solve this?" Naturally, Song Wei was dumbfounded. She subconsciously turned to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "I don't know much about this either. How about you? Give me some advice?" Or perhaps he might as well slowly grind his way in. "This raw stone isn't that big anyway." "Then we'll do as Mr. Xia says," Yu Mingdong said. The stonecutter nodded his head readily, and quickly changed the hand-grinding wheels. After fixing the raw stone in place, he turned on the power and began to grind. Song Wei clenched her fists tightly and watched the master's movements nervously. It was the first time she had seen such a scene, so of course, she was looking forward to seeing a beautiful jade in this seemingly ordinary stone. Earning money or not was secondary. Stone fragments flew in all directions, and many people came to watch the fun. Especially when they saw that it was Xia Ruofei, Yu Mingdong, and the others who were cutting the stones. More and more people gradually gathered around them. Jian Jia and the others were in the limelight the day before yesterday. They had directly ruined the reputation of a senior stone gambling consultant and even made tens of millions. They could be said to be the biggest winners of that public bid. Everyone also wanted to see if the miracle from last time could happen again. "It's green, it's green!" Someone with sharp eyes shouted. The stonecutter was the person closest to the raw stones. He had also seen it and immediately moved the grinding machine away from the raw stones and turned off the power. He put down the grinding machine, went over to get a wet cloth, and wiped the place where he had just ground. Song Wei followed Xia Ruofei and got closer to the raw stone. She saw with her own eyes that after the stonemason wiped the stone with a wet cloth, the polished part revealed an intoxicating green color. She could not help but cheer. He finally saw the most original jade. It turned out that the raw materials of those beautiful jade products were all produced in this way. Song Wei also felt a strange feeling in her heart. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile when he saw how excited Song Wei was. In fact, Song Wei was more like a lady from a big family. She treated people well and grew up in a leading family. Naturally, she had a trace of grace and luxury. However, when she was with Xia Ruofei, her nature was released. Sometimes, she was like a carefree little girl. Actually, Song Wei was not much younger than Xia Ruofei. "This water source is pretty good. How much did you buy this raw material for?" "It's definitely going up. It's so shallow, but there's already green. I'm afraid it's going to increase by a lot." Everyone was also in a heated discussion. Yu Mingdong's face was also filled with joy. He thought that Mr. Xia was really a lucky star. Today was another good start. His next stone cutting should be very smooth. Many people came over to take a look at the raw stone, and some impatient people even started bidding. Young lady, are you selling this piece of material? I'm willing to pay 200,000. 230,000. Sell it to me. As soon as the person in front of him made a bid, another person immediately added another 20,000. Song Wei was also shocked. She had bought this stone for 120,000 yuan. She had only used a grinding machine to grind a small window. But her value had doubled. No wonder so many people were crazy about stone gambling. Besides, Song Wei did not understand why these people were so enthusiastic about bidding when they had just opened up a small opening. Weren't they afraid that there was only a little jade inside? What Song Wei didn't know was that these people had been in this industry for many years. They could more or less see the way to the raw materials that had already been cut open. Moreover, wasn't the core of stone gambling the word gambling? This way of bidding was also a bet that the price would rise later. If all the materials were revealed, there would be no room for speculation, and the price would basically be transparent. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not want Song Wei to sell it now. He was 100% sure that the price of this raw stone would rise, and he would only make more money if he continued to sell it. However, before he could remind Song Wei, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm not selling this raw stone. Master, please continue driving." The master of cutting stones grinned and said, "All right." The grinding machine started to make a buzzing sound again. The stone cutting master carefully operated the raw stone to grind off a very shallow layer of stone skin, revealing the jade. So he had to be extra careful to not accidentally damage the jade. The master saw that Song Wei had no intention of selling it, so he did not stop in the process. He operated the equipment skillfully and used all kinds of appropriate methods. Soon, the stone was completely cut open. In front of everyone was a fist-sized piece of jade. Although the raw stone was not big, the jade inside was not small. Yu Mingdong immediately went over to look at the color of the jade, then said, "Happily, Miss Song, congratulations. This was a jade of the glutinous type, and its quality was quite good. Judging from the price you bought it at, this piece of material has gone up a lot." "Thank you, President Yu." Song Wei took the piece of jade happily and held it in her hands fondly. Her eyes were almost shining. Of course, this was not because Song Wei was greedy. It was the kind of love a girl would have for beautiful jade. Especially since she had personally chosen this piece of jade from thousands of raw stones. She had cut it out from such an ordinary stone. This sense of achievement was incomparable. Although she had relied on Xia Ruofei's guidance, Song Wei still felt very accomplished. Yu Mingdong hesitated and said, "Miss Song, I wonder if you're willing to sell this piece of jade?" "I'm willing to pay 500,000 to buy it." At first, the onlookers were fantasizing about competing for it. After all, the quality of the jade was not bad, and it was not small either. It was enough to get a bracelet. However, as soon as Yu Mingdong's price was announced, everyone suddenly became depressed. The price that Yu Mingdong quoted suddenly hit the ceiling. Even if they got it at this price, they would at most break even. Only those jade merchants who were particularly short of raw materials and did not get much from this bidding would buy it at a loss. Song Wei held the waxy jade and said, President Yu. I'm sorry. I want to keep this piece of imperial jade for myself. Xia Ruofei could not help but ask, Song Wei, why? Now you can make several times more by selling it, so it's useless for you to keep one piece of imperial jade. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei and whispered in his ear, because I personally discovered it. Since you're so skilled, I'd like to ask you to help me carve a few accessories. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Song Wei, to be honest, this piece of jade isn't of the highest quality. It can't even be compared to your Doraemon pendant. I think the best option is to sell it and cash it out. As for the other jade products you want, I can find better ones. Song Wei's eyes lit up and asked, are you talking about the few raw stones you bought? I can't guarantee that. Who can guarantee that there won't be jade inside and what quality it will be? Xia Ruofei quickly replied. But I have a good relationship with the MA family of Hong Kong, so it's not a big problem for me to buy one or two pieces of top-grade jade. Song Wei nodded. After a moment of silence, she said to Yu Mingdong, Mr. Yu, I've decided to transfer this imperial jade to you. The price will be as you said, 500,000 yuan. Thank you. Yu Mingdong was overjoyed. Thank you. Miss Song, thank you for giving up your treasure. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. In fact, Yu Mingdong's surprised expression was more of an act. He didn't have to be so happy for a small piece of glutinous jade. Besides, there was no profit at this price. He was giving face to Xia Ruofei, and he also wanted to repay him. Yu Mingdong asked for Song Wei's bank account number, then quickly wrote a check and handed it to Shirley. He asked him to go to the bank staff working at the public property next door to transfer the money. Soon, Song Wei received a notification from the bank that 500,000 yuan had been transferred to her account. She couldn't help but feel a little surreal. In just a few hours, her 120,000 yuan had become 500,000 yuan. She had only written a list and she had earned 380,000 yuan. Was there any faster way to earn money? Xia Ruofei's mind turned and he stopped Yu Mingdong, who was about to cut his raw stones. He said, CEO Yu, you should sign a formal transfer agreement for your deal with Song Wei, logo. Yu Mingdong was stunned for a moment. He originally trusted Xia Ruofei very much. In addition, this transaction was really pitifully small. It was only a mere 500,000 yuan, so he felt that there was no need to sign any transfer agreement. Song Wei didn't understand either, but since Xia Ruofei had brought it up, she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. Although Yu Mingdong was a little surprised, he didn't take it to heart. He laughed and said, all right. It's good to be more formal. Lei, go to the committee and get a transfer agreement. All right. President Yu. Shirley immediately strode towards the door. Because all kinds of private transactions were also very frequent in the public bid, the organizer of the public bid provided a template transfer agreement. They only needed to fill in the blank space with the amount, the identity information of both parties, and other information, and then sign and stamp their fingerprints to take effect. Soon, Shirley returned with 2 blank copies of the transfer agreement. Yu Mingdong and Song Wei filled in the blank space together. After both parties confirmed it, they signed and stamped their thumbprints. Then, they each took a copy of the agreement. After the small interlude, Yu Mingdong began to take care of the stone cutting. Song Wei stood beside Xia Ruofei and asked softly, Ruofei, why is it so troublesome? What kind of agreement is this? Xia Ruofei looked around and said in a low voice, keep this agreement and the receipt for the raw stones. You're not from the same family, and Uncle Song's side is too sensitive. These things are evidence of your 500,000 yuan. If anything happens in the future, you won't be able to explain yourself. Song Wei finally understood. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to think so much about her. Even she, who grew up in a leading family, did not think about it. Xia Ruofei thought about it and she felt warm inside. Song Wei folded the agreement carefully and put it away. Then, she said softly, thank you, Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's go and watch. Chief, you cut the stone. Yu Mingdong's luck was really good. Although he didn't have a stone gambling consultant and the raw stones were all picked by him, the performance after opening them was not bad. Yu Mingdong had won a total of 6 raw stones, and 2 of them had lost a little money. This was within the normal range of probability. After all, no matter how experienced a person was, it was impossible to completely speculate the internal situation of the raw stones. Out of the remaining 4, 2 of them had a small increase, 1 of them had about doubled, and the last one had a big increase. In total, Yu Mingdong had earned at least another 10 million yuan after opening this batch of raw stones. Of course, Yu Mingdong's family was in this line of business. He naturally wouldn't sell the jade. He would send it back to his own factory to be processed into various jade products. Of course, he would make more money. Moreover, the jade market was on the rise, so it was definitely profitable to hoard some raw materials. Yu Mingdong was so happy that he smiled and gave the master another 10,000 yuan red packet. The surrounding jade merchants were also very envious. Although Yu Mingdong wasn't the most eye-catching and most expensive raw stone in the public bid, including the highest bid in the entire public bid, he was definitely the most efficient person to make money at this public bid. Those who had spent tens of millions to buy the most eye-catching raw stones might also have good jade, but they might not earn as much as Yu Mingdong. Everyone congratulated Yu Mingdong, and Yu Mingdong also cupped his hands to the surrounding people and expressed his gratitude. After dealing with the crowd, Yu Mingdong handed all the jade that he had cut out to Shirley for safekeeping. He then walked over with a face full of joy and said, Mr. Xia, it seems that this master's hands are quite good today. Why don't you take out your raw stones and untie them? Xia Ruofei chuckled and shook his head. I'm just afraid of embarrassing myself. I'm not going to open these raw stones anymore. I'll bring them back and secretly find a place to open them. At least this way, I can still maintain my image of being lucky, right? Yu Mingdong laughed and said, Mr. Xia, you're overthinking it. I think your raw stones won't be bad. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. I won't join in the fun. Yu Mingdong could tell that Xia Ruofei was not joking and could not help but say, Mr. Xia, these raw stones aren't small. And it's worth more than 20 million. I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for you to transport it back to the southeast from Yunnan province, Ruofei. If you really want to ship it back, I can help you contact someone. I know someone in the airline. It won't be a problem to do it by air. Song Wei said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said to Yu Mingdong, President Yu, did you see that? The transportation problem was solved. I'd better transport it back and untie it myself. If it doesn't work, I won't tell anyone. If the price increases and Mr. Xia is interested in selling it, don't forget to contact me first. Yu Mingdong quickly said, don't worry about the price. I will definitely satisfy you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, definitely. I will. He definitely wouldn't look for Yu Mingdong to sell his jade anymore. In fact, he had plenty of money now. After the jade was cut out, he might not sell it. If he had good quality jade, he could keep it for himself to carve some pendants, bracelets, and so on. It would be good to give it to family, friends, and elders. Moreover, jade was also a good carrier for array patterns. His current array Dao level was no longer the same as before. These jades could be used to play a lot of roles. Logo. Even if it was just an ordinary jade, Xia Ruofei would have kept it for himself. If he were to encounter this situation when the space was upgraded in the future, he might be able to deal with it. The group of people went next door. Xia Ruofei found an empty service desk and showed the second copy of the bid form for the raw stone. He swiped his card to pay for it and at the same time went through the deposit procedures. The organizer of the public bid could deposit it for free for 3 days. After 3 days, the entire public bid would be over. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei and Yu Mingdong took the escort company's car back to the hotel. There was also a lot of jade this time. Ruizhou was quite chaotic. Although Shirley was skilled, Yu Mingdong still did not dare to take it lightly. So, he hired the escort company to help transport this batch of jade back to the hotel. Songwei, contact your friend in the airline. I want to ship these raw stones back to the 3 mountains as soon as possible. After returning to the hotel room, Xia Ruofei said, as long as the check-in is settled, we will book the return ticket. Immediately, Songwei felt a sense of loss. She knew that this dream-like journey was coming to an end. However, she thought about it and realized that her connection with Xia Ruofei could no longer be cut off. The two of them had to cultivate together and deal with the miasma together. At this moment, Songwei felt, for the first time, that the miasma didn't bring her all the bad things. Alright, I'll make the call now, she nodded. After a while, Songwei walked over and said to Xia Ruofei, I've already contacted them. Air China has a flight to Sanshan tomorrow. There's still some left in the cargo hold. I've already told my friend about the situation of this batch of raw stones and their approximate weight. He'll arrange for special items to be checked in. We'll just go to the airport tomorrow to complete the procedures. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, what time is the flight tomorrow? What was the flight number? I'll book the tickets online now. Let's take the same flight back. We're leaving at 12 noon tomorrow, and I've already booked the tickets. Songwei said with a smile. 2 first-class seats. After checking in tomorrow, you can just change your boarding pass. Hey! You're smart enough. Xia Ruofei said, praise him. Isn't there any substantial reward? Songwei asked with a smile. What reward do you want? Xia Ruofei asked. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei in embarrassment and said, can you train with me for a while more today? I want to. You want to break through, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, no problem. However, the prerequisite is that you must have a solid foundation. Anyway, with the time formation, I've also prepared a lot of dry food. This time, I'll wait for you to break through to Qi Disciple Level 2 before you stop cultivating. Originally, Xia Ruofei was prepared to help Song Wei break through to Qi Disciple Level 2 before leaving Ruizhou. After all, after returning to the Three Mountains, the two of them would not have such convenient conditions where they could cultivate together at any time. Moreover, the effect of cultivating the scripture of the heart of beginnings alone would be very poor. Of course, Xia Ruofei did have other cultivation techniques. He even had a few techniques that were suitable for women. In terms of individual cultivation, they were definitely not inferior to the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. However, the main purpose of Xia Ruofei leading Song Wei to the path of cultivation was to get rid of the miasma. If Song Wei cultivated other martial arts, it would not do her any good to get rid of the miasma. If she wanted to get rid of the miasma on her own, who knew when she would be able to? Furthermore, if he cultivated different martial arts, it might even interfere with the cultivation of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Hence, Xia Ruofei would never do that, at least not before the threat of the peach blossom miasma was completely eliminated. Really? Song Wei was overjoyed. That's great. That's great. Ruofei, where are your array flags? Hurry up and take it out. Let's start cultivating now. Xia Ruofei said, don't worry. Shouldn't he make some preparations? Also, I have to tell President Yu that I'm leaving tomorrow. He has helped me a lot these days. Yes. You should go and prepare. First, Song Wei said, I'll be waiting for you here. Xia Ruofei nodded. He went out to Yu Mingdong's room and told him that he was leaving tomorrow. After all, Yu Mingdong had helped him a lot these past few days. It was reasonable for him to tell him that he was leaving. It would be rude to call him directly. Besides, it was only a few steps from Xia Ruofei's room to Yu Mingdong's room. When Yu Mingdong heard that Xia Ruofei was going back to the Three Mountains, he enthusiastically urged him to stay for a few more days. However, he was not as busy as these days, so he could take Xia Ruofei to enjoy the scenery of the border. However, when he heard that Xia Ruoxin had already booked her flight tickets, Yu Mingdong did not keep her any longer. Instead, he warmly invited Xia Ruofei to visit him when he had time. At the same time, he once again mentioned that if there was jade in the raw stones, and Xia Ruofei wanted to cash it out, he would be the first person to consider. Xia Ruofei laughed it off and returned to his hotel room. He took out a bunch of biscuits and instant noodles from his bag and placed them on the sofa in the living room. Then, he took out the array flag and set up the time array. He then stepped into the array with Song Wei. This time, Xia Ruofei was prepared for a long battle. He was afraid that Song Wei would not leave the array until she reached level 2. The two of them quickly entered a state of cultivation. With time flowing more than 90 times faster, the two of them had enough time to complete their cultivation tasks. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept telling Song Wei not to be impatient and to lay a good foundation step by step, so that the breakthrough would be a matter of course. This time, the two of them stayed in the array for more than half a month. Of course, it was impossible for them to cultivate all the time in the past half a month. Usually, they would stop after cultivating for a few hours to take a break, eat something, drink some water, and then sleep every 12 hours. Of course, in order to save time other than going to the bathroom to wash up after waking up, and occasionally going to the toilet, everything else was basically done in the array. Although she had been eating dry food and sleeping on the sofa these days, Song Wei was still happy to do so. She could feel her progress at all times. The true energy in her body was also becoming more and more abundant. This feeling of being filled with power was something she had never experienced in her life. Although she had not practiced any special combat techniques, with Song Wei's current true qi cultivation, as long as she used her true qi well, even a few burly men who knew martial arts would not be her opponent. After all, practicing martial arts and cultivating were two completely different levels. The most important thing was that when the two of them were operating the absolute beginning Heart Sutra, their souls were more and more synchronized. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if the two of them had become one. The intimacy that came from the soul made Song Wei feel like she was in a dream. Even Xia Ruofei could not control himself. Although his rationality told him not to develop feelings for Song Wei, there seemed to be an invisible force from the depths of his soul that made him feel closer to Song Wei. On the 17th day of entering the formation, the two of them were still cultivating as usual. The true qi that had fused with each other flowed through their meridians and energy center. The true qi in Song Wei's energy center was also becoming more and more abundant. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei felt that the speed of his genuine qi circulation had increased a little, as if it was out of control. Xia Ruofei was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He knew that Song Wei was about to break through. What was commendable was that this breakthrough was really natural. He did not deliberately try to break through the bottleneck. And it happened unknowingly. Calm down and strengthen your control over your true qi, Xia Ruofei said in a deep voice. The fused true qi quickly flowed through her meridians. The true qi in Song Wei's dantian also started to surge. Then, an invisible force acted on her dantian and the true qi started to compress rapidly, logo. After the true qi in Song Wei's dantian was compressed to an extreme, her entire dantian seemed to tremble slightly. Then, she felt a majestic power erupting out. The bottleneck between Qi Disciple Level 1 and Qi Disciple Level 2 was like a window paper, easily broken through. Song Wei felt an indescribable comfort throughout her body, and the circulation of her true qi was much smoother. This kind of improvement was all round. The same amount of true qi, the energy contained in it had more than doubled, and the meridians in his body had also become wider and tougher during the breakthrough process. Even though Song Wei had not trained in any specific techniques, with her current level of training, even 3 to 5 men who had trained in martial arts would not be her match. After all, training and training were on completely different levels. As long as Song Wei used a little bit of her true qi, ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand a single blow from her. Xia Ruofei's face showed a trace of joy, but he still concentrated his energy. He worked with Song Wei to control the genuine qi and circulated it for a few more rounds. After stabilizing the realm, he stopped and stood up. Song Wei. Very well done. Xia Ruofei said, let's rest for half an hour. We'll cultivate one last time. We must consolidate our realm. I feel full of energy, I don't need to rest, said Song Wei. Xia Ruofei laughed and looked at Song Wei. Did you forget what I said again? Hurry, haste makes waste, right? My ears are getting calluses from this. Song Wei chuckled. I know. I know. I'll listen to you, alright? Hee hee. Eat something and replenish your energy, Xia Ruofei said. Song Wei said as she moved her arms and legs, is there nothing else to eat other than biscuits and instant noodles? I've been eating it for half a month. I don't have any appetite when I smell it now, I'll make do with it. Xia Ruofei said, I'll treat you to a big meal when we return. To the 3 mountains. You said it. Song Wei said happily, you can't go back on your word when the time comes. Look at you. You're a rich lady with a net worth of at least 500,000 yuan, why would you care about the money for a meal? Xia Ruofei said jokingly. But I still can't compare to you, a billionaire. As Song Wei spoke, she tore open the last bag of biscuits, grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The two of them ate something and drank some water. After resting for about half an hour, they sat down and continued to cultivate. The training lasted for about 3 hours. In these 3 hours, Song Wei's realm was completely consolidated at Qi Disciple Level 2. The reason why she was able to consolidate her realm so quickly was partly because of the massive amount of spiritual energy contained in the spiritual crystal. For Song Wei's current cultivation, the spiritual energy in a spiritual crystal was almost endless, enough to support her cultivation for a long time. On the other hand, under Xia Ruofei's guidance, Song Wei's foundation was extremely solid. This breakthrough was just a matter of time. So it was very easy for her to consolidate her realm. After Song Wei's realm was consolidated, Xia Ruofei kept the array flags and officially ended the long cultivation. Although only 4 to 5 hours had passed in the outside world, they had actually stayed in the time formation for 17 to 18 days. Even Xia Ruofei was feeling a little tired, mainly in terms of his spirit. Therefore, after they finished their cultivation, the two of them went back to their rooms to take a bath and rest. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei called Yu Mingdong and Shirlei to have breakfast at the hotel. Then, they waited in the hotel lobby for a while. An escort vehicle that Yu Mingdong had contacted in advance arrived at the hotel. They took a car to the site of the public jade bid and took out all 5 of Xia Ruofei's raw stones. They packed them into boxes and loaded them into the escort company's car. Then, they went straight to Hangzhou, which was more than 90 kilometers away. Originally, Xia Ruofei did not want Yu Mingdong to send him off. After all, the airport was not in Ruizhou, and it was nearly 100 kilometers away. However, Yu Mingdong insisted on sending him off, so Xia Ruofei let him be. Shirlei was on high alert throughout the journey, but it was calm and peaceful. After more than an hour, the car arrived at Hangzhou Airport smoothly. When they were about to reach the airport, Song Wei made a phone call. As soon as the car passed the lift bar at the airport intersection, a middle-aged man in a suit waved at the escort car. Song Wei gestured for the car to stop and asked through the window, "Is this Manager Gu?" "Yes." The middle-aged man quickly replied. "Yes. You're Miss Song, right?" "I am." Song Wei smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Manager Gu." "Where?" "I should." Manager Gu hurriedly said, "Miss Song, I have already negotiated with the airport. The car can be driven directly to the cargo transfer area. I was worried that you might not be familiar with the way, so I came to help you." "Thank you so much, Song," Wei said. "You're too polite." Manager Gu said, "Miss Song, you can just follow my car." Manager Gu waved to Song Wei and jogged to a car by the roadside. After the car started, Song Wei asked the driver to follow. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "Song Wei, who's your friend? Isn't this treatment a little over the top, logo?" Song Wei smiled and said, "She's from the Air China headquarters. She's my best friend." This Manager Gu was the person in charge of Air China's Hangzhou airport. He might be more concerned about the matters entrusted by the headquarters. Actually, my best friend's rank isn't that high, Xia Ruofei laughed. He knew that Song Wei's best friend might not have a high status in Air China, but she definitely had a powerful background. Otherwise, Song Wei would not have asked her to do this so easily. The escort vehicle followed Manager Gu's car through a security door and entered the cargo transfer area. Manager Gu greeted them with a staff member, while Shirley organized the escorts to start unloading the vehicles. The 5 raw gemstones were packed into 4 boxes. 3 of the larger gemstones were packed separately. After the goods were unloaded, the escort asked Xia Ruofei to sign, and the mission was considered complete. Meanwhile, Manager Gu arranged for people to take over the batch of raw stones. They completed the consignment procedures in the shortest time possible and handed them over to Song Wei with both hands. Miss Song, don't worry. Before the cargo door closes, our people will keep an eye on the cargo. We won't let the cargo leave our sight. Manager Gu said, Sanshan Airport has also coordinated with each other and found you a pickup truck from the airport. After you land, don't get off the plane with the ordinary passengers. The crew will take you directly to the tarmac too. Wait and then help you transport the goods out of the restricted area. You just have to arrange for the car to wait outside. You're too thoughtful. Thank you, Manager Gu. Song Wei said. You're welcome, you're welcome. Manager Gu quickly said, if you need anything, please call me at any time. Alright, he said. Song Wei said. The group left the cargo transfer area and went straight to the departure hall. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei's tickets were first class, so they went directly to the Air China VIP counter to exchange for their boarding passes. There was a dedicated service staff to lead them to the VIP lounge. Standing at the entrance of the VIP security passage, Xia Ruofei said to Yu Mingdong, President Yu, Shirley, thank you for sending us off at the airport. If you have the chance, come to Sanshan. I'll definitely entertain you warmly. Good, good, good. I'll definitely find time to go there, Yu Mingdong said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, alright, we'll meet again, Mr. Xia, please wait. Yu Mingdong shouted. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Yu Mingdong. Yu Mingdong walked over and took out something wrapped in a newspaper from his bag. He handed it to Xia Ruofei and said, this is a small gift from me, Mr. Xia, please don't reject it. Xia Ruofei opened the newspaper package in confusion and quickly gave it to Yu Mingdong. President Yu, I can't take this. You should keep it for yourself. There was a piece of jade in the bag. It was about the same size as the one that Song Wei had cut out yesterday, but the quality was much higher. It was an ice-type jade, close to the glass type, and it looked crystal clear. Xia Ruofei had learned a lot about this in the past few days. He was familiar with the market. He conservatively estimated that this piece of jade was at least 10 times the value of Song Wei's piece, which was at least 5 million yuan. Yu Mingdong pushed the imperial jade back and said, Mr. Xia, listen to me. That day, you already gave me a friendship price for that piece of violet floating flower, but you didn't buy the jade that I promised was worth 5 million yuan. Instead, you took a piece of jade. Although it was also an ice-type jade, it was definitely not worth 5 million yuan. This piece of jade is my small compensation. If you still don't accept it, I'll feel really bad. On one hand, Yu Mingdong felt that he couldn't take advantage of this. On the other hand, he was really grateful to Xia Ruofei for criticizing him for misjudging the raw stone. If Xia Ruofei had not reminded him softly, it might have fallen into his own hands. How could Fatty Luo have taken over? Furthermore, Yu Mingdong had attributed the 2 consecutive huge gains in stone gambling to the luck that Xia Ruofei had brought him. Hence, he was grateful to Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart and was willing to give him this piece of jade. President Yu, if you put it that way. This piece, plus the one from that night, is worth more than 5 million. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, besides, your own processing plant has a huge demand for high-end jade. You should keep it for yourself. No. Mr. Xia, although I, Yu Mingdong, am a profit-seeking businessman, I also clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Yu Mingdong said, I know Mr. Xia may not care about that little bit of money, but I care about my principles. If you really treat me as a friend, then take it. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and laughed. All right. I'll make you my friend. I'll be taking the item. That's the way. Yu Mingdong happily stuffed the jade into Xia Ruofei's hands and said, you guys go in quickly. Lazy and I are also going to Ruei. Zhou, we still have some things to do. Xia Ruofei waved goodbye to the 2 of them and walked to the security checkpoint with the jade. In the VIP lounge, Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun a call and told him his flight details. He asked him to drive the company's pickup truck to the airport and wait there. Song Wei played with the jade that Yu Mingdong had given Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, President Yu is really good to you. I'll give such a beautiful piece of jade to you, you can't just reject it. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei quickly stuffed the jade into Xia Ruofei's hands and said, you should quickly put it away. This was something that was worth more than 5 million. I don't dare to take it, Xia Ruofei laughed. Didn't you say that after we go back, you'll still need me to personally carve jade for you? He asked. That's different. I'll buy it from you. Song Wei said, I can't accept such a big piece of jade. You still want to listen to principles, Xia Ruofei smiled and kept the jade without saying anything. The quality of this jade was not bad. If the jade from his raw stones was not as good as this one, he was prepared to use this high ice type jade to carve some accessories, such as earrings, bracelets, pendants, and so on. He would definitely prepare a set for Song Wei. As for the money, Xia Ruofei would not accept it. However, his raw stone had not been opened yet. It was too early to talk about this, so Xia Ruofei did not continue to argue with Song Wei on this topic. After the 2 of them rested for a while, at around 11 a.m., an Air China ground service staff came over to remind them that they could board the plane. The flight was smooth, and the plane landed at Sanshan Airport around 2 in the afternoon. Looking at the terminal outside the porthole, Xia Ruofei felt like it was a lifetime ago. He had been out for more than 10 days and had experienced many things. Of course, he had gained a lot. The only imperfection was that Song Wei's peach blossom miasma had not been completely cured. However, after a few rounds of cultivation, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could completely eliminate the miasma in the near future. The passengers got up and got off the plane. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei took their luggage and continued to wait in their seats. After a while, the first-class flight attendant came over and led the 2 of them out of the cabin door. After crossing the covered bridge, a door opened from the side and took the two of them through the stairs to the tarmac. A pickup truck was already waiting there, and the Air China person in charge of Sanshan Airport had also arrived. The cargo hold was already open, and the staff were sending the passengers' luggage onto the conveyor belt. The boxes that contained Xia Ruofei's raw stones were quickly unloaded and loaded into the pickup truck. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei left the restricted area in the pickup truck and drove to the airport parking lot. Xia Ruofei gave Yi Lingyun a call. In no time, he drove the farm's pickup truck to the parking lot. Yi Lingyun and the Air China ground service staff worked together to pour the raw stones into the pickup truck on the farm. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to the other party, then took Song Wei and left the airport in the two pickup trucks. Logo. Song Wei, are you coming back to the farm with me first, or are you going home? Xia Ruofei asked. If you're going back directly, we'll send you off first. After returning to Sanshan, he had to be more careful. After all, Song Qiming was the official in charge of the city. Song Wei's identity was also more sensitive. If he was not careful, he would be seen by someone with ill intentions. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei had asked Yi Lingyun to pick him up personally. Yi Lingyun was someone he trusted absolutely and was very tight-lipped, so he would not spread the news. Although Song Wei really wanted to return to the farm with Xia Ruofei, she still knew when to stop. It would be fine if he visited the farm normally. But he had just returned from a foreign land. If he went to the farm directly instead of going home, and was noticed by people with ulterior motives, it would inevitably lead to suspicion. If people knew that she had gone out with Xia Ruofei alone for more than 10 days, it would be even easier to arouse all kinds of speculations. Hence, Song Wei pondered for a moment and said, I'd better go back directly. I haven't been home for so many days. You don't have to send me back to the city, just find a place where it's easy to get a taxi on the way. Xia Ruofei had also considered sending Song Wei back with a pickup truck. It did not seem to make sense. Song Wei had flown back from another city. If she did not ask her family to arrange for a car to pick her up, she should have taken a taxi. He thought for a moment and said, I still have to do it. How about this? I'll make the arrangements. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Peng Hao's number. Boss Xia, Lingyun sent a car to the airport this afternoon. Are you back? As soon as Peng Hao picked up the phone, he complained, You're really good. Leaving behind such a big stall and running away to have fun for more than 10 days, Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, Why are you so full of complaints? By the way, has Pingzi reported to work? I've been reporting to the company since the 7th day of the new year, Peng Hao said. That kid still wants to start from the bottom. But according to your instructions, the company has arranged a project team leader position for him under the E-Commerce department. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Sure. The E-Commerce business will grow. Although it's a little tiring, it can train people. It'll be easier to promote him in the future. After asking about Guanping's situation, Xia Ruofei went straight to the point. Little fatty, are you driving to work today? Of course, I've been up since 7 in the morning, Peng Hao said. I'm looking forward to moving to the new headquarters in the city as soon as possible. It's really too painful to wake up early every day. Xia Ruofei ignored Peng Hao's complaints and said, Give Lei Hu a call and ask him to drive your car to the intersection between our farm and the national highway. I want to borrow your car. After Peng Hao earned some money, he quickly got his driver's license and bought a Volkswagen Bora. The car was not eye-catching. Besides, with the development of online car hailing, Song Wei would not attract much attention if she took this car back. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to commandeer Peng Hao's car. No problem. I'll make the arrangements immediately, Peng Hao said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei said to Song Wei, I'll send you back later. Song Wei was overjoyed because she could spend more time with Xia Ruofei. She nodded her head. The airport and Taoyuan farm were both located in Chongqing County, not far from each other. It didn't take long for the car to reach the intersection leading to the farm. A white Volkswagen Bora was parked at the intersection, and Lei Hu stood beside it. The pickup truck stopped slowly beside the Bora, and Xia Ruofei and Song Wei got out of the car. I'll take over Director Peng's car. You can go back to the farm with Ling Yun, Xia Ruofei said to Lei Hu. All right, brother Xia. Lei Hu replied. Xia Ruofei leaned on the window of the passenger seat and said to Ling Yun, help me move my things to the second floor of the mansion when we get back. Get a few more people. It's quite heavy. All right. Ling Yun grinned. Ling Yun had the spare key to Xia Ruofei's villa. Xia Ruofei would often be away for many days. Ling Yun was the one who helped to feed the fish and the dogs. After Xia Ruofei gave Ling Yun some instructions, he went into Peng Hao's Volkswagen Baolai with Song Wei. The car drove towards the city. Along the way, Song Wei was not as active as she had been in the past few days. She seemed to be in low spirits. Xia Ruofei knew the reason for Song Wei's low spirits, but he did not say anything. He could only find a light topic and chat with her on the way. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei stopped the car by the road. Song Wei, the municipal committee's family housing area, is just around this corner. There are a lot of people there, so I won't drive there. You can take a few more steps, all right, Song Wei said. She opened the car door and took a step out. Then, she turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Are you au fait? What should I do with my cultivation in the future? Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, I can come to the city to look for you. You can also go to the farm under the name of visiting. We have the time formation. We don't need to interact too much. We can still cultivate. But my school is about to start, Song Wei said, although the postgraduate curriculum is not very tight and it's easy to take leave, my parents will definitely be suspicious if I stay in Sanshan for no reason and not go to Beijing. Is that so? Xia Ruofei frowned, then relaxed again and smiled. That's fine. I'll be going to the capital for a while soon. I have something to do there, logo. Xia Ruofei chuckled and continued, I have a courtyard house in the capital. It's a stand-alone place, and it's far away from the three mountains. It'll be easier for us to cultivate together. Song Ruofei and the others had been working on the club since before the new year. As one of the major shareholders, Xia Ruofei could not just sit back and do nothing. Song Ruofei would probably urge him to go to the capital soon. When Song Wei heard that Xia Ruofei was going to the capital soon, her face lit up and she said, You're going to Beijing too? There's no problem then, however, she quickly said dejectedly, but this isn't a long-term plan. You'll have to return to the three mountains eventually, and you're only staying in the capital temporarily, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't forget that we have a time formation. If you stay in the capital for a while, it should be enough for you to break through to Chi Disciple Level 3. Then, we can try to get rid of the peach blossom miasma." However, Song Wei did not feel happy. She asked, "What happens after the peach blossom miasma is removed? What if I still want to continue cultivating?" Xia Ruofei was stunned. He scratched his head and said, This doesn't matter. The Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra ultimately requires two people to cultivate together, and it is indeed a little troublesome. When the time comes, I will find you a cultivation technique that is suitable for girls, to cultivate. You can cultivate it as your main cultivation technique, and then you can cultivate it alone." Song Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She forced a smile and said, "All right. You're very thoughtful. I'll go back now." Think about how you're going to tell your parents, don't let anything slip." Xia Ruofei reminded. "I know." Song Wei smiled. "Ruofei, did the diary in my phone scare you?" she suddenly asked. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly revealed a look of appropriate shock and asked with a blank face, "Diary? What diary?" Song Wei had been observing Xia Ruofei's expression. However, with Xia Ruofei's mental fortitude, he would not reveal any flaws. From the moment he heard Song Wei's sudden question until now, his reaction had been flawless. It was a normal reaction. Song Wei sighed in disappointment and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Ruofei, I'll take my leave first." Be careful," Xia Ruofei said. He looked at Song Wei's back through the car window. When she turned the corner of the street, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, "It's not that easy to trick me into coming out. Song Wei. I don't know how to face this either, so I'll just pretend I don't know anything." Xia Ruofei sighed and started the car again. He made a turn at the intersection and drove out of the city. Taoyuan Farm, a small villa. Xia Ruofei passed Peng Hao's car keys to Yi Lingyun as he walked into the courtyard. At this moment, Lightning and Blackie rushed out of their kennels and wagged their tails at Xia Ruofei affectionately. Xia Ruofei had been away for more than 10 days, and these highly intelligent pets missed him very much. Xia Ruofei squatted down and played with the dogs as he said to Yi Lingyun, "Lingyun, I'll have to trouble you to send the car keys to Peng Hao. He'll definitely need the car after work." Now that it was almost time to get off work, Xia Ruofei did not want to appear in the office building again. Otherwise, Feng Jing, Peng Hao, and the others would have a lot of things to report to him after he had been away for so many days. He was not in the mood to care about the company now. He would think about it tomorrow. "All right, Brother Xia. Your suitcase is in the guest room on the second floor," Yi Lingyun said. "I've also brought people to clean up the room." "You're so attentive." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "All right, you can go first. Come over tonight, let's have a drink together as brothers." "All right," Yi Lingyun said. After Yi Lingyun left, Xia Ruofei played with Blackie and Lightning for a while more before he got up and walked into the villa. The windows in the villa were clean, even the corners were very clean. It seemed that Yi Lingyun not only brought people to clean it just now, but he also came to maintain the cleanliness often. Xia Ruofei went straight to the guest room on the second floor and put the 4 boxes of raw stones into the spirit map space. Then, he returned to his master bedroom. Even though he had absolute trust in Yi Lingyun, Xia Ruofei still checked the room carefully. After making sure that there was no problem, he went to lock the door and pulled the curtains. He first went to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing away the dust on his body, he changed into loose and comfortable home clothes and went back to the bedroom in his slippers. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. With a thought, he disappeared from the room and appeared in the spirit map space at the beginning realm. Master Xia Qing stood by the spatial spirit pond and bowed respectfully to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Is everything fine in the spirit map world? Did that little guy cause any trouble?" The little guy that Xia Ruofei was talking about was naturally the world fox, the darling of the space. "I'm fine. It's just that I was too engrossed in my comprehension and accidentally damaged the herbs I planted," Xia Qing said. When the realm fox was comprehending the rules of space, it often needed to go to different spatial nodes. Some of these spatial nodes were located in the middle of the herb garden. Sometimes, when it was too engrossed, it would accidentally step on a few herbs. There was even a node in the area where the terrifying hornet was kept. The realm fox also wanted to break into it, but it was fortunately stopped by Xia Qing in time. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he said, "It seems like we need to teach it a lesson. Otherwise, this little guy might take advantage of you." Xia Qing smiled and didn't say anything. Xia Ruofei continued, "I didn't have a suitable opportunity for a while. I came in today to see if there are any new changes after the space was upgraded." The last time, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to upgrade the spirit map space by 2 levels in order to unlock the spirit island on the sea and find the heart, concentrating grass, to treat Song Wei's soul injury. He did not have the time to pay attention to the changes in the other parts of the space. Although Song Wei had woken up, it was not convenient for her to stay in a hotel all the time. Besides, it was not an urgent matter like finding the heart, concentrating grass, to save her life. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not enter the spirit map space again. The spirit qi in the spirit map space naturally became denser. In many places, there was even a drizzle of liquid spirit qi. This liquid spirit qi fell into the earth, soil, mountains, and rivers in the space, then gradually turned into gas and rose slowly. It condensed in the upper half of the space, then turned into liquid and fell down, continuing to nourish the earth. This process was like a cycle of nature. Xia Ruofei felt that if the space continued to upgrade, there would be a day when spiritual crystals would be produced underground. The area of the mountain and sea realm had doubled again, reaching almost 20,000 mu. If Xia Ruofei could not cover the entire area with his mind in the space, he would have had to spend a long time calculating this area. Xia Ruofei walked around the space and felt that he was more in sync with the spirit map space. Naturally, his control of the spirit map space was strengthened. He could even feel the basic rules of the space. Although this feeling was very hazy, it still made Xia Ruofei's understanding and use of space improve by more than one level. Xia Ruofei's eyes were slightly closed. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes with a slight thought. The reclining chair beside the spiritual pond suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the reclining chair appeared about 10 meters above the spatial spirit pool and floated steadily in the air. Xia Ruofei's face could not help but reveal a trace of joy. His heart could not help but feel excited. This was not supported by the invisible force of space. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's successful experiment was something that he could never have done before. This was a new level of control over space, just like a new skill developed in a game. After thinking about it, Xia Ruofei knew how useful this new skill was. Even the steady him could not help but be overjoyed. Logo. Xia Ruofei's seemingly simple action had in fact gone beyond the application level and pointed directly to the basic rules of the spirit map space. He had built an independent space above the spirit pool and moved the reclining chair in it. This meant that Xia Ruofei did not need to use the invisible spatial force. Even if he left the spirit map space, this independent space would still exist and its structure was very stable. Without absolute control of the spirit map space and a deep understanding of the rules of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei would never be able to do this. Even Xia Qing couldn't help but be slightly moved when she saw this scene. Xia Ruofei's talent in space was not weak, and he had the unique conditions of controlling the spirit map space. He was actually able to construct a space independently when he was only in the qi cultivation stage, which was somewhat beyond Xia Qing's expectations. Of course, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the laws of space was still very shallow. He could only perform such operations within the spirit map space. In the outside world, his ability in the aspect of space was far inferior to that of the realm fox. Xia Ruofei was like a child who had just gotten a new toy. He was happy to try it out repeatedly. He first constructed multiple layers of space in the Archean realm. Then, he moved all the large wine jars that contained the 8 immortals drunk in white wine into these multiple layers of space. Previously, Xia Ruofei had built some solid metal frames so that the wine jars could be stacked on top of each other to save as much space as possible. However, in essence, they were still in the same space and the metal frames could not be too high or they would be unstable. However, it was different now. Xia Ruofei had constructed layers of independent spaces according to the height of the wine jar. These spaces were also very stable and connected to the entire spirit map space. In theory, these wine jars could be stacked up to the space dome, which saved a lot of space. In other words, as long as Xia Ruofei wanted to, he could use the space on the ground level. Now, it had become a 3-dimensional space. The space utilization rate was like heaven and earth compared to before. The 30 times time acceleration at the Archean realm was very useful for Xia Ruofei's letter. Things that he couldn't do previously due to the limited space could now be done. Taking the drunken 8 immortals wine as an example, Xia Ruofei could definitely increase the production of the wine factory by a few times. He would not have to worry about the Archean realm being filled to the brim. As for the Mountain Sea realm, it was incomparably vast to begin with. If one added in these layers of independent space, it could be said that space was basically endless. Xia Ruofei had once again arrived at the Mountain and Sea realm. That white realm fox was still greedily comprehending the spatial laws. The moment Xia Ruofei appeared in the Mountain and Sea realm, the realm fox seemed to have finished its comprehension of this spatial node. Its figure flashed like lightning as it rushed to the next node. Seeing that the realm fox was rushing towards the cordyceps sinensis plant nursery, Xia Qing quickly reminded loudly, "Slow down. Don't damage the fungi in the soil." The corners of Xia Ruofei's mouth curved up slightly, revealing a smile. With just a slight thought, the realm fox bounced back as if it had hit a wall. The white realm fox was also stunned. It did not believe it and rushed in another direction. However, it was blocked again after only 2 or 3 meters. The realm fox attacked in all directions, but It was to no avail. Master, Xia Qing said, I'm afraid this spatial cage can't trap this little fellow. It has a deep understanding of the spatial laws. As it spoke, the realm fox seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. It did not continue to attack madly, but calmed down instead. Xia Ruofei could tell that the spatial cage was about to be broken. Sure enough, in the next moment, the body of the realm fox seemed to emit a mysterious space rule. Then, with a light wave of its claws, the small sealed space that it had built was broken. Xia Ruofei was not surprised. The realm fox was unable to break the rules of the spirit map space. However, the small space that Xia Ruofei had created through the basic rules of the spirit map space could be easily broken by the realm fox as long as it calmed down and analyzed it. After the realm fox escaped, it was not in a hurry to comprehend the new spatial node. Instead, it looked at Xia Ruofei proudly, as if to say, what can you do to me? Xia Ruofei walked up to him with a smile and said, little guy, I don't object to you comprehending the spatial rules here, but you're not allowed to destroy a single blade of grass or tree in my space. Otherwise, the spatial cage just now wouldn't be a good feeling, right? The white fox pouted and gestured at Xia Ruofei, implying that the space cage was nothing more than this, and posed no threat to it. Xia Ruofei did not take it to heart. He smiled and said, one space cage is no threat to you, but what about 10, 100, or 1,000? As Xia Ruofei spoke, he waved his hand and set up space cages around the white fox. Some of the space cages were independent of each other, some were nested together, and some even formed an array, just like a complicated maze. Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox and said, even if you have the ability to crack them one by one, I'm sure it'll take a lot of energy, right? In this spirit map world, it's as easy as blowing off dust for me to create such a small space. Besides, logo. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, if you keep breaking these spatial cages, how will you have the time to comprehend the spatial laws? I have plenty of time to play with you. This was the true weakness of the white fox. After the realm fox tried to break through a few spatial cages, it gave up dejectedly. It stood up on its hind legs and put its two front paws together in a very human-like posture, looking very pitiful. Xia Ruofei knew that the Jieli was wild and hard to tame, so he did not loosen his restraint immediately. Instead, he asked, I reminded you last time. I'll ask you again today. Do you still dare to mess around in the space? The white realm fox shook its head and looked obedient. Xia Ruofei continued, when I'm not in this space, Xia Qing will represent me. You must obey his words. Can you do that? G. The white realm fox nodded repeatedly. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and removed all the space cages. Looking at the white fox's docile appearance, Xia Qing said in admiration, Master, you're amazing, you managed to control it with one move. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, this little guy's wildness won't disappear in a short time. If it causes trouble here, inform me immediately. I'll teach it a big lesson. When the white realm fox heard this, it could not help but shiver in fear. Its eyes became more gentle. Yes, master. Xia Qing replied. Xia Ruofei continued to patrol the mountain sea realm. Then, he stood by the sea and looked at the small island in the distance. He had wanted to go to the island again to take a look, but Ying had been pressed for time last time, so he had not been able to explore the entire island. After taking the heart, concentrating grass, he had left in a Hurry. However, on second thought, Xia Ruofei realized that the island had a special spatial barrier. He could not teleport there directly and had to swim in. Hence, he gave up on the idea of going to the island. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, I'll buy a small motorboat tomorrow so that it'll be easier to enter and exit the island. I don't have to get wet every time I go up. After patrolling the space, Xia Ruofei returned to the Archean realm. 4 boxes filled with raw gemstones were placed neatly on the grass of the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei was prepared to open them today. He was also looking forward to what surprises these 5 raw gemstones would bring him. Xia Ruofei strode to the side of the wooden box. He injected genuine qi into his hand and pulled it open gently. The wooden box that had been nailed shut was pulled open. Soon, Xia Ruofei opened the 4 wooden boxes and took out the 5 raw gemstones of different sizes. If Yu Mingdong had seen this scene, he would have been shocked, speechless. The 2 raw stones that needed a forklift or several people's cooperation to move were lifted by Xia Ruofei effortlessly as if they were weightless. Then, with a thought, a small gasoline engine was moved to his side. He pulled the rope hard and the gasoline engine started running. After seeing that the voltage and current on the meter had stabilized, Xia Ruofei picked up a hand grinder and replaced the grinding plates with new ones. He then plugged it into a socket connected to the output end of the gasoline-powered generator. Xia Ruofei had bought the grinding machine and grinding sheets from Jadeite Street, where they were well equipped for cutting stones. He turned on the power of the grinding machine and began to cut the stone from the smallest piece. Xia Ruofei did not have much experience in this area, but he had precise control of his hands and good eyesight. He could use this method of polishing bit by bit to cut the raw stone without damaging it at all. Of course, there were some parts that could not be polished by the grinder. Xia Ruofei only needed an ordinary carving knife and infused with genuine qi to easily remove the unnecessary stone parts. The screeching sound of friction was accompanied by the roar of the gasoline engine. Xia Ruofei's hand was full of stone chips. After a short while, the smallest raw stone was cut out. I seed. And it was the relatively rare red silk. Xia Ruofei had spent about 700,000 yuan on this raw stone, but this piece of jade was worth at least 3 to 4 million yuan. Without a doubt, this was a good start. Xia Ruofei was not as fanatical as those who gambled on stones. He did not show any signs of excitement at the expected huge increase. He used the carving knife in his hand to clean some of the corners. Then, he placed the priceless jade aside and continued to cut the second raw stone. The second piece, a huge increase. The third piece, great increase. Xia Ruofei cut 4 raw stones in a row without stopping. The jade in each stone was pretty good, mainly ice type jade. Even the worst one was worth at least 3 to 5 times its original value. Just these 4 pieces of jade were worth more than 20 million yuan. Xia Ruofei had already earned back the capital he spent on these raw stones. There was only 1 piece left, and it was the one that Xia Ruofei had the most faith in. Xia Ruofei had spent more than 3 million on this raw stone. It was not the most expensive of the 5 raw stones, but Xia Ruofei felt that it had the most potential. This was because it could cause a strong vibration on the spirit painting scroll. The intensity of the vibration was almost the same as the original stone that became the king of bidding, but the price was not even 1/10 of that stone. Xia Ruofei rested for a while and drank some water. Then, he walked towards the raw stone with the grinder in his hand. He had done this many times, so he was at least familiar with grinding raw stones. Xia Ruofei turned on the power of the grinding machine and started to grind the last raw stone with confidence. In the midst of the stone debris, Xia Ruofei stared at the raw gemstone without blinking. The stone skin was worn off, bit by bit. Suddenly, a pure black color entered Xia Ruofei's sight. He subconsciously raised his arm and moved the grinder away from the raw stone. After turning off the power, Xia Ruofei picked up a wet cloth and wiped it with force. It really wasn't an illusion. There was a pure black piece of jade at the window position. It looked like it could be planted with water. Xia Ruofei shone it with a strong flashlight and felt that it was very transparent. However, in a daily environment, the piece of jade was actually pure black. Was this still considered jade? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. However, since the spirit painting scroll had such a strong reaction, it meant that the jade inside was definitely not bad. It might be a rare type of jade, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. He turned on the power of the grinding machine again and continued to grind carefully. This raw stone was a little big, but the jade inside was not that big. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to grind it for more than 2 hours before he finally took out the head-sized jade. He spent another 20 minutes carefully removing the impurities on the corners of the jade with a carving knife. Then, a piece of black jade was presented in front of Xia Ruofei. Although it wasn't the traditional green color, this black jade seemed to have a kind of soul, stirring beauty. The black jade flesh was like a black hole that could attract people's eyes involuntarily. With Xia Ruofei's half-baked knowledge of jade, he could only judge that the quality of this black jade was at least of the ice type. As for its value or whether it could be considered a type of jade, he had no idea. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to leave the spirit map space with the strange jade. After returning to his bedroom, Xia Ruofei picked up his phone from the bedside table and took a few photos of the black jade. Then, he opened his WeChat and sent the photo to Ma Jiming, who was far away in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei wrote on WeChat, "Mr. M.A., can you help me see if this piece of jade is imperial jade? If so, what's the value?" He was worried that some things couldn't be seen clearly in the photo, so he sent the size and approximate weight of the jade to Ma Jiming. Then, he put the black jade into the medium and waited for Ma Jiming's reply. Logo. Xia Ruofei didn't have to wait long for Ma Jiming to reply. "Mr. Xia, this is a top grade black jade." This sentence was followed by 3 shocked emojis. Xia Ruofei had never doubted the value of this piece of jade. At least until now, the reaction of the spirit painting scroll had never been wrong. Therefore, when he saw Ma Jiming's reply, although he was very happy, he was not overjoyed. Before Xia Ruofei could reply, Ma Jiming quickly sent another message. "Mr. Xia, the picture doesn't look very real. Do you want to buy this piece of imperial jade? Black jade of this level is very, very rare. Even I have never seen one in my many years of work." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. His fingers quickly tapped on the screen and replied to Ma Jiming, "Mr. M.A., there is no doubt about its authenticity, because I personally cut this piece of jade out of the raw stone, and it is an old raw material." After Xia Ruofei sent this message, Ma Jiming's side was silent for a while. Then, he directly gave up on WeChat communication and called. Xia Ruofei picked it up and smiled. "Mr. Ma, Ma Jiming's voice was very excited as he said, Mr. Xia, so you are the owner of this top grade black jade? You can say that. Xia Ruofei laughed. Mr. Xia, are you interested in selling this piece of imperial jade? Ma Jiming asked excitedly. Our Hengfeng jewelry is willing to buy it at a high price. The specific price will need to be evaluated after seeing the real thing, but I can guarantee that the purchase price will not be lower than 100 million. Ma Jiming didn't doubt the authenticity of this piece of jade at all, because he had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. Since Xia Ruofei said that this piece of jade was cut out from the raw stone by himself, it couldn't be fake. Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared. He knew that this piece of imperial jade might be worth a lot, but when he heard Ma Jiming personally promise that the purchase price would be at least 100 million yuan, he couldn't help but feel his heart jump. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Even if Xia Ruofei was considered to be a little wealthy now, it wasn't to the extent that he didn't care about 100 million yuan. However, Xia Ruofei quickly resisted the temptation. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Ma, I might have a use for this piece of imperial jade, so I don't plan to sell it for the time being. I see, Ma Jiming said regretfully. That's really a pity. This kind of extremely rare jade can be regarded as the treasure of our Hengfeng jewelry. Mr. Ma, I would like to ask, if such a black jade is cut into a finished product, what kind of product should it be made into? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Ma Jiming answered without thinking, black jadeite represents darkness, and at the same time, it also represents righteousness. Therefore, it is generally made into pendants in the image of Zhong Kuei, Bao Gong, Guan Gong, or other ornaments. It can also be made into beads, bracelets, and so on. It can ward off evil spirits and avoid disasters. Ordinary evil spirits can't get close to it. In fact, Hong Kong had a relatively well preserved culture of feng shui and metaphysics, especially in the upper class of society. Many people believed in this. So black jade products were the most popular in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei's black jadeite was of the best quality. In terms of quality, purity, hardness, waterhead, and so on. If it was made into a finished product, it would undoubtedly be favored and pursued by countless people. Hence, Ma Jiming was eager to buy this black jadeite. I see. I've learned a lot, Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Xia, do you want to make a finished product of this jade? Asked Ma Jiming. If that's the case, there are a few old masters in the processing plant under our company who are very good at carving. Do you want them to be processed here? We don't charge a single cent for the processing fee. As long as the finished product is completed, if there are any extra pieces, Mr. Xia, you can sell them to our company at the market price. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed to reject Ma Jiming's offer when he saw how enthusiastic he was. However, he obviously wouldn't let others do it for him. In terms of carving skills, there might be many people who were better than him. However, Xia Ruofei was very confident in the finished product. Even the old master of Hengfeng jewelry would not be able to compare to him. This was because he could carve out a kind of divine charm that other masters couldn't show. In addition, the most important point was that he could carve all kinds of array patterns on these jade products, so that they were no longer simple ornaments, but had a certain function. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Ma. I'll contact you again if I need to, Xia Ruofei said. When Ma Jiming heard this, he knew that Xia Ruofei had already tactfully rejected him. He could not help but secretly sigh. It doesn't matter where this piece of jade is processed. If there are any remaining finished products, Hengfeng jewelry will be my first consideration, Xia Ruofei added. Ma Jiming suddenly had a feeling of a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. He was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Xia." "You're welcome, I'm just doing business. I'll be more at ease if I work with you, won't I?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's right, that's right," Ma Jiming said and then asked, "Mr. Xia, do you really not need our master to help? Our Hengfeng Jewelry's old master's skills are much better than some famous mainland masters, logo." Ma Jiming thought that Xia Ruofei did not know about the situation of the jade sculptors in Hengfeng Jewelry, so he could not help but try to promote it himself. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "There's no need for that now. I'll contact you again if I need to." "All right then," Ma Jiming said. "If it's possible, I hope that Mr. Xia can leave me a jade carving of a bell." "No problem," Xia Ruofei said readily. After the call with Ma Jiming, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space. He stood at the Archean realm and looked at the head-sized black jade. He couldn't help but feel rueful. He only spent 3 million yuan on the raw stone, but he got a rare jade that was worth more than 100 million yuan. In just 2 days, the value of the jade had increased by more than 30 times. It was even more profitable than drug trafficking. And this was the value of the jade. If Xia Ruofei processed this piece of jade into a finished product, the value would probably increase a lot. In particular, when he carved some array patterns on it, he only needed to show the function of the array inside the jade products in the future. He was afraid that those rich people with assets in the hundreds of millions would go after it like a flock of ducks. It was absolutely possible that the value would be multiplied several times. However, even though Xia Ruofei was very confident in his carving skills, he also knew that he could not rush this matter. First of all, he had to collect information to determine the shape and size of the person to be sculpted. Then, he had to make a reasonable plan for the jade according to these. This step was of utmost importance. This top-grade black jade was extremely precious. The best plan was to use every bit of jade as much as possible. In theory, it was best not to leave any leftovers. Of course, this was impossible. However, if the plan was as perfect as possible, he might be able to make one more bracelet or 1 or 2 more pendants. These were all priceless treasures. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept the black jadeite in the spirit map space and returned to the outside world. It was almost evening. He planned to have dinner and then come back to plan. Xia Ruofei went downstairs and took out some ingredients from the spirit map space, mainly live fish, vegetables, and so on. Then, he took out a bottle of exquisite drunken 8 immortals Kasaya, the kind that had a small amount of spirit heart flower petals added. Xia Ruofei put on an apron and started to cook in the kitchen. It had been a while since he cooked by himself, and it was quite interesting to cook occasionally. After a while, Yi Lingyun came to the villa after work. Peng Hao and Qian came to freeload a meal after hearing that Xia Ruofei was cooking at home. The two of them saw that Xia Ruofei was already busy and quickly went to the kitchen to help. Very quickly, 4 dishes and a soup were prepared. The main dish was a boiled fish. The fish head was specially extracted to make tofu soup. There was also some marinade in the refrigerator. Xia Ruofei took it out and heated it up. Dinner was ready. It took too long to cook, so Xia Ruofei decided to cook some dumplings. He had not planned for Peng Hao to come along, so while the two of them were eagerly serving the dishes, he went upstairs and retrieved another bottle of drunken eight immortals from the medium. As soon as he opened the bottle, the rich aroma of the wine filled the villa's dining room. Peng Hao couldn't help but gulp. He immediately decided to stay in the company's dormitory tonight and not drive home because he could drink to his heart's content that way. Yi Lingyun quickly picked up the bottle and poured the wine into the three people's glasses. Xia Ruofei lifted his cup and looked at Peng Hao with a faint smile. Little fatty, you're not kind. You didn't even ask Hiroko to come along? Guanping and his manager went to the city to run some business, Peng Hao said, grinning. Otherwise, I would have called him along. Business? Xia Ruofei was confused. Isn't he in the e-commerce department? Why are you running a business in the city? It's like this. Recently, a new online supermarket has appeared in Sanshan. Peng Hao said, they mainly operate local businesses. They only have warehouses and no physical stores, so it's very convenient to place orders online. Moreover, they promise to deliver it within half an hour. On top of that, there are some discounts from time to time, so the number of users has increased very quickly. Some uncles and aunties have even learned to use their app. At this point, Peng Hao paused for a moment and couldn't help but take a sip of wine. Then, he continued, this online supermarket is very interested in our Taoyuan vegetables and hopes to cooperate with us. Although it was a local supermarket, it was still an e-commerce store in essence. That's why the e-commerce department followed up. Hiroko volunteered to follow their manager and learn. Oh, so it's like that. Xia Ruofei said. He wasn't too concerned about the specific business. Now that the company had reached a certain scale, if he had to personally take care of everything, he wouldn't be able to handle it even if he had a clone. The various departments under him were being expanded, and there were more and more people. These specific matters were naturally handled by people with their own duties. Xia Ruofei asked again, how's Pingzi doing in the company? Will you be wronged? You're thinking too much. Peng Hao said. Although Hiroko repeatedly said that he wanted to keep a low profile, and not many people in the company know about his relationship with us, Hiroko was originally in the sales industry, and his emotional intelligence is very high. He's only been here for 2 or 3 days, but he's already very familiar with his colleagues. I think he's born to be in this industry. Xia Ruofei was very pleased to hear this and said, that's good, that's good. I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to adapt. I still need time to get used to it. Peng Hao said, but Pingzi will definitely be able to do it. I'm more worried that he'll feel a sense of disappointment. After all, I won tea. Xia Ruofei said, Pingzi isn't that kind of person. The fact that he took the initiative to ask to go to the front line to do the basic work shows that he has confidence in himself, and at the same time, he wants to achieve success with his own ability. Xia Ruofei understood Peng Hao's concern. Back then, the three of them were as close as brothers. Now, Xia Ruofei was the big boss of the company, and Peng Hao was a senior executive in the company. Only Guanping was still an ordinary employee. However, Peng Hao had been working with Xia Ruofei since the farm was founded. He was one of the first founding members of the company. Now that the company's personnel system was being reformed and the employee hierarchy system had been implemented, Xia Ruofei could not break the rules just for Guan Ping. I hope so. Pang. How said, I just feel that it's not worth it for Pingzi. Back then, I persuaded him to come over, but he insisted on staying in that bullshit company. Everyone has their own aspirations. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, things are hard to predict. No one can predict the future. Only time can tell if a decision is right. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Xia Ruofei said, come on. Let's drink. Peng Hao and Yi Lingyun raised their glasses as well. The three brothers clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. The ingredients produced in the spirit map space were all of high quality. In addition, Xia Ruofei's cooking skills were not bad. The glutton Peng Hao could not resist the temptation of delicious food. Very quickly, he waved his chopsticks and began to gobble down the food. The frequency at which Yi Lingyun reached out with his chopsticks was obviously much faster as well. He was eating with great relish. The three of them had a happy dinner together. 2 caddies of drunken ate. Immortal's white wine were divided among the three of them, and they drank every drop. After the three of them cleaned up the dishes, they sat in the living room to make tea and chat. It was not until Ninio clock in the evening that Peng Hao and Yi Lingyun got up and said their goodbyes. Xia Ruofei was a little tipsy. He returned to his bedroom on the 2nd floor and prepared to make a few sighs for the figures that he wanted to carve. He vaguely remembered that among the massive amount of inherited information of the human jade talisman, there seemed to be a volume of visualization pictures. As for whether it had the shape he needed, he did not know. Hence, Xia Ruofei first found the visualization picture in his mind and quickly went through it. As expected, he was not disappointed. Not only did Qianqian's visualization picture have images of Buddha and Guanyin, but Zhong, Kuei and Guangong were also in it. However, he couldn't find the image of Mr. Bao. Bao Li was from the Northern Song dynasty. Perhaps the spirit map space already had an age. Perhaps the previous owner of the space lived even earlier than the Northern Song dynasty. It wasn't strange that he didn't have an official image. These were all inherited information and were stored in Xia Ruofei's brain. Once he took them out, the images of Zhong, Yuan and Guan Yu were imprinted in his mind and were extremely clear. Xia Ruofei chose Zhong Kuei's image and concentrated on it with his spiritual will. Suddenly, a magical scene happened. Logo. The image of the clock was originally like a portrait, but it was a little abstract. However, when Xia Ruofei used his spiritual sense to sense it, the portrait began to become three-dimensional and vivid, as if a 2D picture had suddenly become a 3D picture. More importantly, Xia Ruofei could even feel the righteous energy from the statue. He could clearly understand what the image was trying to express. Without a doubt, a sculpture sculpted under such circumstances would definitely have the most divine charm. Xia Ruofei already had an idea. This visualization was so magical that it would be the best prototype for the jade carving. Since he could not find the image of Master Bao, he would not use it. He would use Zhong Yuan and Master Guan's. Then, depending on the quality of the jade, he would make a few Guanyin jade carvings. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei visualized the images of Guan Yu and Guanyin Bodhisattva. After he understood them, he took out the spirit map and entered the spirit map space. When he picked up the rare black jade again, he was no longer at a loss. He had some confidence. This kind of natural jade was definitely irregular, so planning was also a skill one had. to find the best arrangement to maximize the utilization rate. Although Xia Ruofei did not have any experience in this area, his brain was much faster than ordinary people. His calculation ability was also much better than ordinary people. In addition, he had a deep understanding of the content of the sculpture, so he was able to construct a prototype very quickly. Some of the irregular protruding parts on the black jadeite could be used as part of the jade carving if used well. It could be done with a little carving. Only by taking these details into account could the jadeite be used to the extreme. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to start. Instead, he repeatedly pondered over the structure of the entire piece of jade until he understood every detail in his heart. Then, he began to deduce quickly. Finally, Xia Ruofei took out a red marker and started to draw lines on the surface of the jade. After checking it a few times, Xia Ruofei took out a carving knife and poured his genuine qi into it. Then, he cut the jade without hesitation, as he had already simulated it in his mind many times. Xia Ruofei was very decisive when he cut. In a short while, the jade was cut into dozens of pieces of different sizes. According to Xia Ruofei's calculations, this piece of jade could be used to carve 8 Zhongju statues, 6 Guangong statues, and 5 Guanyin statues. The remaining scraps could be used to make at least 3 sets of pearl chains, rings, earrings, and other small trinkets. After the cutting was completed, Xia Ruofei picked up a piece of black jade. With just a glance, he knew that he was going to use it to carve the Guangong statue. He silently reviewed the image of Lord Guan a few times, and then concentrated on the first strike. The jade spun back and forth in his hand, and he cut it accurately. The image of a Guanyu quickly appeared. Xia Ruofei had a whole set of jade carving tools, including all kinds of knife, edge razors and razors. However, because of his essential qi, a medium-sized ordinary carving knife was enough to satisfy all the carving needs. Throughout the whole process, he only changed the tool once or twice to take care of the small details that the ordinary carving knife could not complete. Xia Ruofei's every move was just right. Not only did he recreate the image of Lord Guan in the visualization picture, but his accuracy was almost 100%. There was no excess. Even the scraps he cut off were the same as the result of his deduction. It should be known that these scraps of different sizes were also useful. If there was a deviation in the cutting, 1 or 2 more cuts were needed, and the scraps would inevitably become very small and broken, and could not be used again. However, with Xia Ruofei's precise control, it was impossible for this to happen. After Guanyu's image took shape, Xia Ruofei started to work on the details. During this process, everything that was cut off by the carving knife was considered waste, because they were all very small pieces of jade. However, Xia Ruofei did not waste it. He used his mind to control the spirit map space and absorbed all the jade. Although this little bit of jade was not even a drop in the ocean for leveling up, Xia Ruofei did not have the habit of wasting it. After a while, a lifelike statue of Guangong appeared in Xia Ruofei's hand. It had a cool beard, a domineering green dragon crescent blade, and the iconic phoenix eyes and silk eyebrows. The rarest thing was that the moment the jade carving was completed, it seemed to suddenly have a spirit. It was clearly a lifeless jade carving, but it seemed to have a kind of righteous and fearless temperament, making people unable to help but feel respect. Xia Ruofei took the statue and admired it for a while. He was very satisfied. He had sculpted a few things before, including a Doraemon pendant for Song Wei. Although they were all very realistic, they were not as good as the Guan Yu statue. This was the effect of the visualization picture. Xia Ruofei visualized the image of Guan Yu and then restored the charm on the jade carving. Naturally, the effect was better. He rested for a while and picked up another piece of jade embryo, as it was easier to sculpt this Guangong statue. And he already had the feeling. Xia Ruofei continued to sculpt the Guangong statue. After about 10 hours, 6 lifelike jade statues of Duke Guan appeared beside Xia Ruofei. At the same time, there was a pile of scraps of different sizes that Xia Ruofei had carefully collected. As time flowed 30 times faster at the Archean realm, Xia Ruofei didn't even leave the spirit map space and continued to sculpt the remaining jade embryos. When he was tired, he would take a nap on the recliner. When he was tired, he would drink some water from the spirit pond. When he was hungry, he would just eat some biscuits. It was also thanks to him being a cultivator that he was able to support such a high-intensity work. The physical fatigue was secondary. This kind of work of carving jade was more of a mental strain. If one was mentally tired, a slight shake of the hand might destroy a priceless jade carving. To Xia Ruofei, whose spiritual power cultivation had reached the stage of the spiritual palpitations, these problems were naturally not a problem. Of course, to be safe, he would drink some of the spirit heart flower petal solution to recover after his mental power had been depleted. At the same time, he paid attention to the balance between work and rest. He would take a break after each jade carving. Just like that, Xia Ruofei stayed in the spirit map space for 4 to 5 days before he finished carving all the jade. There were 8 Zhong Kuei statues, 6 Guangong statues, 5 Guanyin statues, and 4 pearl chains. Each pearl on the chain was hand-polished by Xia Ruofei. They were of the same size and round, as if they were made by a machine. Other than that, Xia Ruofei also used some slightly bigger leftovers to make 3 pairs of earrings, 5 small pendants, and 9 rings. The designs of these small accessories were also scientifically designed according to the size and shape of the leftovers. There were water drop shapes, tree leaves, hearts, and so on. Although not many jades were used, each set was a treasure. Xia Ruofei felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw the black jade in his hands become a piece of art. Of course, he had only completed half of his work. The next step was to engrave formation patterns on the inside of each jade according to their characteristics. However, Xia Ruofei did not plan to finish it all in one go today. Firstly, his spirit was also rather tired after continuously fighting. Inscribing array patterns was also a task that required a high level of concentration. It was even more tiring than carving jade. Secondly, he needed to think carefully about what kind of array pattern he was going to inscribe. He also had to deduce and practice in advance. He could only start inscribing when he was confident. This was not something that could be completed in a short time. Xia Ruofei didn't have any urgent need for these jade articles, so he left the spirit map space after he was done with the carving work. Even with time flowing at 30 times the normal speed, Xia Ruofei had stayed in the spirit map space for so long that 3 hours had passed in the outside world. It was already 1 in the morning in the outside world. Hence, after Xia Ruofei took a shower, he went straight to bed to rest. The next morning, Xia Ruofei didn't make breakfast. Instead, he got up early and cultivated for a while. Now that he had a lot of crystals, he didn't have to cultivate on time. At around 7 o'clock, Xia Ruofei had already washed up. He dressed neatly and went downstairs to the company cafeteria for breakfast. Xia Ruofei had disappeared for more than 10 days, but the employees did not feel anything. They were already used to the chairman being the boss. However, Feng Jing, who did not know that Xia Ruofei had returned, was shocked when she saw Xia Ruofei sitting in the corner of the cafeteria, eating porridge. She rubbed her eyes and looked a few more times before she was sure that she wasn't seeing things. Feng Rao took her plate and sat opposite Xia Ruofei. Then, she asked with a faint smile, "Comrade Chairman, you're finally willing to come back?" Xia Ruofei gulped down the porridge and took a paper towel to wipe his mouth. Then, he picked up a deep, fried dough stick, dipped it in the soy milk, and took a big bite. Then, as he chewed, he said indistinctly, "President Feng, you've worked hard." Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xia Ruofei's thick-skinned behavior. Xia Ruofei saw her strange expression and asked, "President Feng, did anything happen to the company while I was away?" "I didn't." Feng Rao was a little confused. "Then isn't it settled?" Xia Ruofei took another big bite of the youtiao and continued, "This means that you've done your job well even without me. It also means that you didn't betray my trust." Feng Rao gloomily took a bite of her bun and said, "Anyway, you're right? You're the boss." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Che, I know you've worked hard. Please forgive me for being such an incompetent boss." Xia Ruofei's sister Che made Feng Jing's heart soften. She knew that with Xia Ruofei's personality, he would not be able to hold the position of chairman. Hence, Feng Rao sighed and said, "It's okay. I don't blame you. It's just that you've been out for a little long this time. Don't go out again this morning. I need to report to you about the work I've been doing recently." "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere this morning," Xia Ruofei said. "This is more like it," Feng Rao said, as she looked at Xia Ruofei. At this time, another figure walked into the cafeteria and went straight to the window to get food. Xia Ruofei looked up and was stunned. Logo. The person who walked into the canteen was Dong Yun, who was wearing a professional suit. Xia Ruofei saw Dong Yun picking up her plate and ordering food with ease. He was a little surprised. He pouted in her direction and asked, "Sister Che, is this lady still in our company? You don't want her to stay in our company?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since she's someone you like, of course I hope that she can officially join the company. But I thought they looked down on our company?" "Don't say that. When she's here," Feng Jing said. "What's the situation?" Xia Ruofei quickly asked. "Based on my observation these days, Dong Yun's impression of our company must have changed a lot." Feng Jing looked at Dong Yun and said in a low voice, "Maybe it's because you stood up for her mother last time and even treated her mother's burn, so she has a good impression of our company. Her temporary consultant job was already over, but she didn't ask to leave." Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he asked, "Oh? So there was a chance? Can we make her stay?" Feng Rao smiled and said, "Then I'll have to ask you, the chairman, to show respect to the wise. You can find an opportunity to take the initiative to mention it to her. In fact, whether it's the position or the salary, our company is definitely not worse than those big companies in the world's top 500. As for the career development prospects, it depends on the individual's opinion. At least, I think that Paradise Corporation has great potential, and if she stays, she will be a strong candidate for the vice president. I believe she can see this." Xia Ruofei nodded. And then frowned. It's not good for me to bring it up, right? Wouldn't there be a suspicion that he's forcing me to repay him? Aren't your thoughts too complicated? Feng Jing replied, you already made it clear last time that you wouldn't force her to stay like last time. Now, she's the one who's willing to stay. You're the boss of the company, so if you don't have to break through this layer of paper, who else can do it? You sound like you're wooing a girl, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Dong Yun's not bad either. You don't like cold and beautiful women? Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei and asked with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Dong Yun had already prepared breakfast and was walking towards them. He quickly put on a straight face and said, let's not talk about this, she's coming. Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. She then waved at Dong Yun from afar. Dong Yun glanced over and walked over. Director. Xia, long time no see, Dong Yun said after glancing at Xia Ruofei. At the same time, she nodded at Feng Jing and sat down beside her. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, good morning. After Dong Yun sat down, she buried her head in her breakfast and did not say much. On the other hand, after a few looks from Feng Jing, Xia Ruofei felt that it was inappropriate to speak. Thus, the breakfast ended in an awkward atmosphere. Dong Yun was the latest to arrive, but she was the first to finish eating. She picked up her plate and said to Feng Jing, Boss Feng, I still want to go to the pharmaceutical factory to do some research today. Can you please arrange a car for me? Oh, no problem. What time are you leaving? Feng Rao asked with a smile. Dong Yan raised her hand to look at her watch and then said, if the pilot can make it in time, then in 20 minutes? All right. Feng Rao readily agreed. Dong Yun carried her plate to the staff in the canteen who were collecting the cutlery. Feng Jing beckoned for Lei Hu, who was also having his breakfast in the canteen, and immediately arranged for Dong Yun to use the car. Lei Hu went to arrange the car while Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei helplessly and said, Ruofei, why aren't you saying anything? I'm not, Sister Che, I don't know how to start. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. We still need an opportunity for this. Besides, isn't it a little insincere to invite him in the cafeteria? Maybe the opportunity you want hasn't even arrived, and she'll be poached by another company. Feng Jing said unhappily, do you think she's just a consultant in our company these days? She's already sent out God knows how many resumes, and there are many companies that are interested in her. I know, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll be quick about this. It's true that the emperor isn't in a hurry, Feng Rao mumbled. She suddenly realized that the metaphor was inappropriate and had put herself in an awkward situation, so she shut her mouth in time. Sister Ran, I'm done. What about you? Xia Ruofei tried to hold back his laughter. I've also finished eating. Feng Rao hurriedly said, don't run. Let's go straight to the office. I'll give you a report on my recent work. Where can I run to? Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly and shrugged. This is my own company. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them carried their plates to the tableware recycling area and nodded to the employees who greeted them from time to time. In Xia Ruofei's office, he and Feng Jing sat in the guest area. Xia Ruofei skillfully took out a tea set and started boiling water to make tea, while Feng Jing started to report on the company's recent work. The first few days of Xia Ruofei's absence were holidays, but the company's operations were still as usual, especially the pharmaceutical factory, which was still producing non-stop. Feng Jing was the first to report on the pharmaceutical factory's situation. Now, whether it was the heart, nourishing soup or the jaded skin cream, they had all become the fist products of the Peach Blossom Company. Needless to say, the jaded skin ointment was always sold out in the shortest time possible, and the supply was always in short supply. Now, a new group of scalpers had been born. They specialized in buying the jaded skin cream and then reselling it to earn the difference. It was said that on some trading websites, the price of the authentic jaded skin cream was a lot higher than the price that the Peach Blossom Company officially sold, and there were even situations where the price was doubled. Although the profit of heart nourishing soup was relatively small, it could not withstand the support of the country. This was a great thing that benefited the country and the people. It was a blessing for those with autism. All the hospitals in the country hoped to get enough heart nourishing soup, but with the current production capacity of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, it definitely couldn't meet the requirements. Feng Rao gave a simple report of the situation and said, "We've already made arrangements for the expansion of production before the new year. The new production line will start installing and debugging soon, but the pharmaceutical factory has some concerns. The supply of raw materials is still unknown," Xia Ruofei said directly. "There's no problem with the raw materials. I have my own channels. Tell them to be at ease." Both the jade skin cream and the heart nourishing soup were pure traditional Chinese medicine products, so they were very dependent on the raw materials. However, the Peach Blossom Company was well prepared. In addition to signing a large purchase contract in the early stage to guarantee the supply, they also signed a supply and marketing agreement with the farmers in the suburbs of Sanshan. The farmers were responsible for planting, while the Peach Blossom Pharmaceutical Factory provided technical guidance and was responsible for purchasing all the goods at the agreed price. In addition, Xia Ruofei's spirit map space had expanded several times, and there was a lot of idle land. He had already asked Xia Qing to continue expanding the herb garden. Even if the outside world could not supply them, as long as the herbs Xia Ruofei planted in the spirit map space could mature in batches, he was confident that he could ensure the supply of raw materials. Hence, Xia Ruofei was very confident. "That's good." Feng Jing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "There's one more thing. Our overseas business division has received many emails from foreign pharmaceutical companies. All of them, without exception, hope to be the retail agent for the heart-nourishing soup overseas. There's no need to rush the foreigners." Xia Ruofei said, "We can't even meet the domestic demand. Good medicine must be given to our country's children first. Just let those foreign patients wait." In fact, if the heart-nourishing soup was sold abroad, it was normal for the price to increase by several times. After all, the main purpose of selling it in China was not to make a profit. However, there was no psychological pressure at all to make money from the foreigners. However, Xia Ruofei would rather not earn money and ensure the supply to the domestic market first. Although this was a little foolish in business, Feng Jing was still impressed. Hence, Feng Jing did not try to persuade Xia Ruofei. Instead, she continued with her report. She had sorted out all the work she had done during this period of time, and a lot of the data was quite accurate and full. It was obvious that she had been well prepared. Xia Ruofei was also listening attentively with a focused expression. The Paradise Corporation had a lot of business to do now. In addition to the pharmaceutical factory, they also sold Paradise vegetables, wild Chinese perch, Paradise de Hongpo, as well as the sales of Dendrobium candids and Cordyceps sinensis. In addition, there were many different sales channels. In addition to the traditional offline channels, the development of e-commerce was also quite fast. In addition, the company's structure was being adjusted, and many new departments were still in the process of getting used to each other. All kinds of work coordination also needed time to be straightened out. Hence, Feng Jing reported quite a lot of things. From 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., Feng Jing spoke for more than 2 hours. Xia Ruofei was not impatient at all. He listened attentively. At the same time, he was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Feng Jing. With such a responsible and capable general manager, how could Paradise Corporation not prosper? Sister Che, it's been hard on you, Xia Ruofei said sincerely. Under Xia Ruofei's gaze, Feng Rao's face heated up and she said softly, "Why are you suddenly so polite? It's just an emotional speech." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sometimes, I feel that. I'm really lucky to have you as my general. Then why don't you treat me better?" Feng Rao chuckled. "Be careful, I might jump ship and run away." "It's a must," Xia Ruofei said. "I'll inform the Human Resources Department and give you a raise. Don't mess around," Feng Rao quickly said. "The personnel grading system has just been implemented, and everything has to be backed up by evidence. You, as the boss, can't be the first to break the rules and create a local policy." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Then I'll just give you another share, you can stop." Feng Rao was so shocked that she stopped Xia Ruofei before he could finish his sentence. She said, "I'm not done reporting." "Don't interrupt. Is there anything else?" Xia Ruofei felt a little strange. "I feel like you've almost finished explaining the company's business. I really don't know what kind of boss you are." Feng Jing rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "Have you forgotten about the most important task?" The person who walked into the canteen was Dong Yun, who was wearing a professional suit. Xia Ruofei saw Dong Yun picking up her plate and ordering food with ease. He was a little surprised. He pouted in her direction and asked, "Sister Che, is this lady still in our company?" "You don't want her to stay in our company?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since she's someone you like, of course I hope that she can officially join the company. But I thought they looked down on our company?" "Don't say that when she's here," Feng Jing said. "What's the situation?" Xia Ruofei quickly asked. "Based on my observation these days, Dong Yun's impression of our company must have changed a lot." Feng Jing looked at Dong Yun and said in a low voice, "Maybe it's because you stood up for her mother last time and even treated her mother's burn, so she has a good impression of our company. Her temporary consultant job was already over. But she didn't ask to leave." Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he asked, "Oh? So there was a chance? Can we make her stay?" Feng Rao smiled and said, "Then I'll have to ask you, the chairman, to show respect to the wise. You can find an opportunity to take the initiative to mention it to her. In fact, whether it's the position or the salary, our company is definitely not worse than those big companies in the world's top 500. As for the career development prospects, it depends on the individual's opinion. At least, I think that Paradise Corporation has great potential, and if she stays, she will be a strong candidate for the vice president. I believe she can see this. Xia Ruofei nodded and then frowned. It's not good for me to bring it up, right? Wouldn't there be a suspicion that he's forcing me to repay him? Aren't your thoughts too complicated? Feng Jing replied, You already made it clear last time that you wouldn't force her to stay like last time. Now, she's the one who's willing to stay. You're the boss of the company, so if you don't have to break through this layer of paper, who else can do it? You sound like you're wooing a girl, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Dong Yun's not bad either. You don't like cold and beautiful women? Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei and asked with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Dong Yun had already prepared breakfast and was walking towards them. He quickly put on a straight face and said, Let's not talk about this, she's coming. Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. She then waved at Dong Yun from afar. Dong Yun glanced over and walked over. Director Xia, long time no see, Dong Yun said after glancing at Xia Ruofei. At the same time, she nodded at Feng Jing and sat down beside her. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Good morning. After Dong Yun sat down, she buried her head in her breakfast and did not say much. On the other hand, after a few looks from Feng Jing, Xia Ruofei felt that it was inappropriate to speak. Thus, the breakfast ended in an awkward atmosphere. Dong Yun was the latest to arrive, but she was the first to finish eating. She picked up her plate and said to Feng Jing, Boss Feng, I still want to go to the pharmaceutical factory to do some research today. Can you please arrange a car for me? Oh, no problem. What time are you leaving? Feng Rao asked with a smile. Dong Yun raised her hand to look at her watch and then said, If the pilot can make it in time, then in 20 minutes? All right. Feng Rao readily agreed. Dong Yun carried her plate to the staff in the canteen who were collecting the cutlery. Feng Jing beckoned for Lei Hu, who was also having his breakfast in the canteen, and immediately arranged for Dong Yun to use the car. Lei Hu went to arrange the car while Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei helplessly and said, Ruofei, why aren't you saying anything? I'm not, Sister Che, I don't know how to start. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. We still need an opportunity for this. Besides, isn't it a little insincere to invite him in the cafeteria? Maybe the opportunity you want hasn't even arrived, and she'll be poached by another company. Feng Jing said unhappily, Do you think she's just a consultant in our company these days? She's already sent out God knows how many resumes, and there are many companies that are interested in her. I know, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll be quick about this. It's true that the emperor isn't in a hurry, Feng Rao mumbled. She suddenly realized that the metaphor was inappropriate and had put herself in an awkward situation, so she shut her mouth in time. Sister Ran, I'm done. What about you? Xia Ruofei tried to hold back his laughter. I've also finished eating. Feng Rao hurriedly said, Don't run. Let's go straight to the office. I'll give you a report on my recent work. Where can I run to? Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly and shrugged. This is my own company. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them carried their plates to the tableware recycling area and nodded to the employees who greeted them from time to time. In Xia Ruofei's office, he and Feng Jing sat in the guest area. Xia Ruofei skillfully took out a tea set and started boiling water to make tea, while Feng Jing started to report on the company's recent work. The first few days of Xia Ruofei's absence were holidays, but the company's operations were still as usual, especially the pharmaceutical factory, which was still producing non-stop. Feng Jing was the first to report on the pharmaceutical factory's situation. Now, whether it was the heart, nourishing soup or the jaded skin cream, they had all become the fist products of the Peach Blossom Company. Needless to say, the jaded skin ointment was always sold out in the shortest time possible, and the supply was always in short supply. Now, a new group of scalpers had been born. They specialized in buying the jaded skin cream and then reselling it to earn the difference. It was said that on some trading websites, the price of the authentic jaded skin cream was a lot higher than the price that the Peach Blossom Company officially sold, and there were even situations where the price was doubled. Although the profit of heart, nourishing soup was relatively small, it could not withstand the support of the country. This was a great thing that benefited the country and the people. It was a blessing for those with autism. All the hospitals in the country hoped to get enough heart, nourishing soup, but with the current production capacity of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, it definitely couldn't meet the requirements. Feng Rao gave a simple report of the situation and said, "We've already made arrangements for the expansion of production before the new year. The new production line will start installing and debugging soon, but the pharmaceutical factory has some concerns. The supply of raw materials is still unknown." Xia Ruofei said directly, "There's no problem with the raw materials. I have my own channels. Tell them to be at ease." Both the jade skin cream and the heart, nourishing soup were pure traditional Chinese medicine products, so they were very dependent on the raw materials. However, the Peach Blossom Company was well prepared. In addition to signing a large purchase contract in the early stage to guarantee the supply, they also signed a supply and marketing agreement with the farmers in the suburbs of Sanshan. The farmers were responsible for planting, while the Peach Blossom Pharmaceutical Factory provided technical guidance and was responsible for purchasing all the goods at the agreed price. In addition, Xia Ruofei's spirit map space had expanded several times, and there was a lot of idle land. He had already asked Xia Qing to continue expanding the herb garden, even if the outside world could not supply them, as long as the herbs Xia Ruofei planted in the spirit map space could mature in batches. He was confident that he could ensure the supply of raw materials. Hence, Xia Ruofei was very confident. "That's good." Feng Jing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "There's one more thing. Our overseas business division has received many emails from foreign pharmaceutical companies. All of them, without exception, hope to be the retail agent for the heart-nourishing soup overseas. There's no need to rush the foreigners." Xia Ruofei said, "We can't even meet the domestic demand. Good medicine must be given to our country's children first. Just let those foreign patients wait." In fact, if the heart, nourishing soup was sold abroad, it was normal for the price to increase by several times. After all, the main purpose of selling it in China was not to make a profit. However, there was no psychological pressure at all to make money from the foreigners. However, Xia Ruofei would rather not earn money and ensure the supply to the domestic market first. Although this was a little foolish in business, Feng Jing was still impressed. Hence, Feng Jing did not try to persuade Xia Ruofei. Instead, she continued with her report. She had sorted out all the work she had done during this period of time, and a lot of the data was quite accurate and full. It was obvious that she had been well prepared. Xia Ruofei was also listening attentively with a focused expression. The Paradise Corporation had a lot of business to do now. In addition to the pharmaceutical factory, they also sold Paradise vegetables, wild Chinese perch, Paradise de Hongpo, as well as the sales of Dendrobium candids and Cordyceps sinensis. In addition, there were many different sales channels. In addition to the traditional offline channels, the development of e-commerce was also quite fast. In addition, the company's structure was being adjusted, and many new departments were still in the process of getting used to each other. All kinds of work coordination also needed time to be straightened out. Hence, Feng Jing reported quite a lot of things. From 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., Feng Jing spoke for more than 2 hours. Xia Ruofei was not impatient at all. He listened attentively. At the same time, he was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Feng Jing. With such a responsible and capable general manager, how could Paradise Corporation not prosper? Sister Che, it's been hard on you, Xia Ruofei said sincerely. Under Xia Ruofei's gaze, Feng Rao's face heated up and she said softly, "Why are you suddenly so polite? It's just an emotional speech." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sometimes, I feel that I'm really lucky to have you as my general." "Then why don't you treat me better?" Feng Rao chuckled. "Be careful, I might jump ship and run away." "It's a must," Xia Ruofei said. "I'll inform the Human Resources Department and give you a raise." "Don't mess around," Feng Rao quickly said. "The personnel grading system has just been implemented, and everything has to be backed up by evidence. You, as the boss, can't be the first to break the rules and create a local policy." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Then I'll just give you another share, you can stop." Feng Rao was so shocked that she stopped Xia Ruofei before he could finish his sentence. She said, "I'm not done reporting." "Don't interrupt. Is there anything else?" Xia Ruofei felt a little strange. "I feel like you've almost finished explaining the company's business. I really don't know what kind of boss you are." Feng Jing rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "Have you forgotten about the most important task, logo?" Seeing Xia Ruofei's confused face, Feng Rao could not help but say in a bad mood, "The headquarters is moving. How could you forget such a big thing?" Xia Ruofei patted his forehead and smiled awkwardly. "You're talking about this. How could I forget? Isn't that a bit of a short circuit in his brain?" Then, Xia Ruofei asked again, "Is the progress so fast? We can move already?" "Jianda is placing a lot of importance on this project," Feng Jing said. "If it weren't for the Spring Festival holiday, the construction period would have been even shorter." Even during the Spring Festival, the construction of the building hasn't been completely stopped. It's just that the manpower has been reduced by about half. Feng Rao took the teacup from Xia Ruofei and blew on it gently. She took a sip and continued, "After the holiday, Jianda sent more people over, and the progress is very fast. Now, the internal decoration work is basically completed, and we're in the final stage of cleaning up." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'll give Uncle Liang a call to express my gratitude." Then, he asked again, "Sister Ran, isn't it a little inappropriate to move in after the renovation has just been completed? Would it affect the health of the employees? In fact, we're not in a hurry. If it doesn't work, we can just let it dry and ventilate the room." Feng Jing laughed and said, "Jianda used the best environmentally friendly materials for our renovation. The office furniture we purchased is also very environmentally friendly. In theory, the release of formaldehyde shouldn't exceed the standard However, after the construction is completed, we will hire a professional company to conduct a comprehensive environmental test. If the standard doesn't meet the standard, we won't move in. We can't treat our employees' health as a joke. This is the right thing to do, Xia Ruofei said seriously. No matter how urgent it is, the employee's health is the most important. Then, Xia Ruofei continued, Sister Ran, even if it passes the test, it's best that we air it for a few days. I heard that formaldehyde is a long-term process. Also, set up more devil's ivy in the office and buy some tea stems to absorb the taste. I know. Feng Rao grinned. Don't worry. The two of them continued to chat about the daily work at the company. Feng Jing only left Xia Ruofei's office at around 11 a.m. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, Xia Ruofei decided not to sneak out today. He stayed in the office for a while to have some tea while thinking about the company's future development. Now, it could be said that all kinds of business were thriving. Basically, every product line was bursting with popularity, and all of them were in a state of supply shortage. This was something that would never happen in other companies. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's biggest worry now was not the sales volume, but how to increase production in all aspects. This not only included the most basic business of the Taoyuan company, which was the Taoyuan vegetables and fruits, but also included wild Chinese perch, dendrobium candids, cordyceps, tea leaves, and so on. Of course, it was even more so for the pharmaceutical factory. Now, the trucks to pick up the soup were lining up outside the factory all night. In order to get 1 or 2 boxes of heart, nourishing soup, the people in charge of purchasing from major hospitals were basically stationed in Sanshan. They spent all day in the factory office, pestering and pestering. What Xia Ruofei felt the most annoyed about were undoubtedly the profiteering products, such as the iron, skin dendrobium and cordyceps sinensis. Now that the area of the spatial zone had expanded by several times, the mountain and sea realm could be said to be vast and boundless. Logically speaking, it was completely possible to expand production. However, this involved the most realistic problem, which was the serious lack of manpower. The most obvious problem was the Awido. Xia Ruofei personally worked with Xia Qing on the harvest of this batch of Awido, day and night. But the Awido had to be carefully dug out from the ground one by one, and the soil had to be cleaned in the later stage, which was time-consuming and laborious. Even if Xia Qing could work without sleep or rest, the amount of work she could complete was limited. The current size of the Awido plantation had basically reached its limit. It was like there was a mountain of gold in front of him, but he could not dig it out. Xia Ruofei felt as uncomfortable as a cat scratching at his heart. From the looks of it, unless Xia Ruofei lost his mind and captured a large number of people into the spirit map space, then imprisoned them forever in the spirit map space. To work for him, it was basically impossible to expand the production of a time-consuming and laborious product like the cordyceps. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not do that. He let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, if only I could have a dozen Xia Qing. He let his thoughts run wild for a while and then shook his head. He no longer thought about these temporarily unsolvable problems. Instead, he used this little time to think about what formation patterns to carve on the black jade carvings. After the last intensive study, Xia Ruofei's array Dao level had improved. In addition, whenever he was free these days, he would take the Dao bone of illusionary beast to feel the array Dao. It could be said that his realm improvement was relatively fast. Now, Xia Ruofei had mastered 20 to 30 types of array patterns. As for what array patterns to use and how to match them, Xia Ruofei had to think carefully. These black jade carvings were mainly in the shape of a bell or a statue of the Lord of Guan. Their function was naturally to ward off evil spirits and disasters. Hence, Xia Ruofei had also focused on the formation patterns in this area. Logo. As he thought, he drew on the paper and confirmed a few formation patterns. As for which one or several he would choose, Xia Ruofei would need to further deduce and experiment. Naturally, these things could not be done in the office. Xia Ruofei looked at the time on the wall clock. It was 12 o'clock. He packed his things, stood up, and walked out of the office. Since he was alone, Xia Ruofei did not bother to open the fire and ate his lunch in the canteen on the first floor. Dong Yun, who had asked for a car in the morning, did not return to the farm in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei was still thinking about how to ask Dong Yun to stay and work. Now that Dong Yun was not back, Xia Ruofei's plans to bring up the topic were all in vain. After lunch, Xia Ruofei did not go back to the villa to rest. Instead, he drove the overbearing Night 15 off-road vehicle out of the farm and headed straight to the city. After dinner, he was scrolling through the news on his phone out of boredom when he happened to see a yacht exhibition being held at the Sanshan Convention and Exhibition Center. He immediately had the idea of going to take a look. He mainly wanted to see if there were any suitable yachts or motorboats. He wanted to buy one and put it in the spirit map space. The ocean in the mountain and sea realm was increasingly vast. Furthermore, the spirit herb island was protected by a barrier, making it impossible to directly teleport over. If one did not want to swim to the island every time, it was extremely necessary to purchase a suitable means of transportation on the sea. Xia Ruofei was the kind of person who would do what he said. Besides, he was not short of money now, so he drove directly to the Seaside Strait Exhibition Center in the southern suburbs of Sanshan City. After alighting from the airport highway, the car went straight to the winding highway. They crossed Min River through Gushan Bridge. Xia Ruofei drove down the ramp skillfully and followed the Jiangbin Highway to the exhibition center on the side of Min River. After all, yachts were relatively niche consumer goods. Therefore, the yacht exhibition was not as popular as the auto show. Xia Ruofei did not encounter any traffic jams along the way and easily found a parking space in the exhibition center. After he bought a ticket at the entrance, he entered the exhibition center. The yacht exhibition was not in the traditional exhibition hall. Instead, it was in the water exhibition hall of the exhibition center. Xia Ruofei followed the direction signs and arrived at the yacht exhibition site in a short while. On the shore, colorful flags fluttered, and various brand posters and advertisements could be seen everywhere. Not far away, dozens of yachts of various sizes were anchored. Some temporary passages were set up to allow visitors to admire these yachts at a closer distance. Of course, if they encountered a yacht that they were interested in, they could also apply to board the yacht for a tour. There were not many people at the yacht exhibition. Once Xia Ruofei arrived, a staff member came to receive him. "Sir, are you here to see the yacht?" A well-dressed young man came up and said, "Our yacht in Asmu, Italy, is very popular with high-end users. Many world-class rich people are our customers. Are you interested in learning more about it?" Although Xia Ruofei looked very young and was Dressed very ordinarily, the staff did not judge a book by its cover and was very friendly. Xia Ruofei looked at the yacht not far away with interest and asked, casually, "There's quite a number of yachts here for the exhibition." The young man smiled and said, "There are about 40 brands participating in this yacht exhibition. There are more than a dozen world-class brands like Asmu. In addition, there are some well-known domestic brands, including those from Taishan Bay. If I order a yacht from the exhibition, can I get it in stock?" Xia Ruofei asked again. The young man was stunned. Although there were more and more rich people in the yacht exhibition, it was rare to see someone like Xia Ruofei who did not understand the situation and only cared about whether there were any yachts in stock. A yacht was not like a car. The cheaper ones were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. The more expensive ones were hundreds of thousands. 1 or 2 million was considered a luxury car. These yachts cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even the rich and powerful would have to understand the parameters in detail and compare them repeatedly before buying. The young man gave Xia Ruofei a strange look, but he still answered with all his heart, "Sir, the yacht is usually ordered. It's very rare to have it in stock, but after the order is placed, the factory will speed up. You'll only have to wait 1 or 2 months at most before you can see the yacht you like. Moreover, Asmu also provides a custom service. We can arrange the configuration according to your personal preference." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, then pointed at the motorboats not far away and asked, "What about the motorboats? You should have some in stock, right?" The young man was even more dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "Why is this person kicking me in the sky and in the ground? Could a motorboat be compared to a yacht? The price was less than a fraction of the yacht, right?" It seemed like this person didn't really want to buy it. The young man was a little depressed, but he still said, "Professionally, there should be some motorboats in stock, but I don't know much about them." "Sir, you can ask their staff." "Okay, thank you." Xia Ruofei nodded. He turned around after taking 2 steps and said, "Do you have a brochure on your yacht? If there is, give me a copy. I want to understand the situation." "There are. Please wait a moment." The young man quickly handed a beautifully printed picture book to Xia Ruofei. "My number is on this. If you need anything, you can contact me directly." He was just making a bet and did not expect Xia Ruofei to really buy a yacht. Xia Ruofei smiled as he took the album and walked towards the motorboat. There were about 6 or 7 motorboat brands on display. Compared to the luxury yachts, the motorboats were obviously more popular. After all, this was something that even civilians could afford. Although not many people would spend 100,000 or 200,000 yuan on a motorboat to play with, unless they were rich. When Xia Ruofei arrived, many staff members came to receive him. After briefly understanding the situation and confirming that there was stock in stock, he ordered Pang Bo's Happiness GTR engine 230. Without much comparison, Bombardier was a brand under Bombardier, the famous aircraft manufacturing company. The motorboat had an ergolock system and a new powerful pressurized 230 horsepower Rotax engine. It was very well maneuvered. It only took 5.29 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour, equivalent to 96.6 kilometers per hour. After reading the introduction, Xia Ruofei fell in love with this ferocious water beast. He did a quick search on the internet and found out that it was the top brand among the motorboats. Hence, he placed the order without hesitation. because the total price of this motorboat was only about 150,000 yuan. This amount of money was really small for Xia Ruofei. He directly paid the full amount with his card on the spot. The goods were already prepared at the exhibition hall, but they were not in the water exhibition hall. After Xia Ruofei had paid the money, Pangbo Company would be responsible for transporting the motorboat to the designated location. Naturally, Xia Ruofei chose the warehouse in the city. However, he could not send it back to the farm. If it disappeared, he would not be able to explain it. Pangbo needed to transfer the goods to the land exhibition hall, where they stored the physical stock. He also needed to transfer the transport vehicles, so it would take some time. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. While he was waiting, he flipped through the brochure that the saleswoman from Asmu had given him. In fact, Xia Ruofei had heard of the Asmu yacht. When he was in Hong Kong, the Ma family had already ordered a super luxurious Asmu yacht. When Xia Ruofei was experiencing the yacht, he had praised it, and Ma Jiming had almost given it to him without a word. In Australia, Xia Ruofei had also been on Tang Yitian's yacht, which was also Asmu's. This meant that the top rich people loved this brand. Xia Ruofei looked at the yachts in the beautiful picture book and suddenly had the idea of ordering one logo. If Xia Ruofei wanted to buy a yacht, he would first consider using it in the spirit map space. Although the sea there was not as vast as the outside world and he was alone, he could still enjoy the pleasure of sailing on a yacht. As for using it in the outside world, there were still too many problems. First of all, it needed a yacht berth, which was difficult to find even within the Three Mountains. It was said that San Shan was building a yacht dock near the exhibition center, but it would not be completed until the end of the year or even next year. The mainland was not like Hong Kong, where the rich basically had private yacht docks. Yachts were still new in the mainland, and the relevant supporting security was not as complete as in Hong Kong. If it was used in the space, it would not be so troublesome. No one would care if it was parked or not, and there was no need to worry about safety. Xia Ruofei could specially build a small space to place the yacht, which was definitely more stable than anchoring. Of course, in the long run, Xia Ruofei would still need a yacht dock. After all, there would be some maintenance work to do. After setting his initial goal, Xia Ruofei had his own choices. First of all, the size of the yacht could not be too big. It was obvious that the size the yacht, the more troublesome it would be to deliver it. Besides, the target was so big that Xia Ruofei could not store it in the medium without anyone knowing. After all, there were satellites in the sky. Even if he had the chance, it would be difficult for Xia Ruofei to store a luxury yacht that was dozens of meters long into his medium with his current spiritual power. Therefore, he eliminated the larger models first. In the end, Xia Ruofei chose the Azimut Atlantis 34 model. This model of yacht was only about 10 meters in length, and its various performance parameters looked very good. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei knew that a yacht of this size would definitely not be driven over to hand it over to Ying Luo. How could such a small yacht cross the ocean? Therefore, he didn't need to think to know that it was possible. That it was carried by sea or by a cargo ship. By then, Xia Ruofei could ask for the yacht to be sent to his warehouse. The yacht was only about the length of a large truck, and the warehouse could accommodate it. By then, Xia Ruofei would be able to keep it in the medium without anyone knowing. There was nothing more suitable than this. After Xia Ruofei made up his mind, he flipped to the cover of the album. There was a business card here. It was the business card of the salesperson just now. He took a look and saw that the salesperson's name was Liao Bo. It was a very cool business card. Other than the Asmo logo, there were only a few lines of handwritten names, contact information, and other information. On the back was a sketch of a yacht. It looked very simple and elegant. Xia Ruofei dialed the number on the list and the call went through quickly. It seemed like the business volume of this high-end yacht sales was not that big. Hello, Liao Bo said with great enthusiasm. Hello, I'm the guest you just received. Xia Ruofei asked, are you still at the yacht exhibition area? I'd like to know more about buying a yacht. Liao Bo was both surprised and happy. He quickly said, it's here. It was there. Sir, where are you? I'll be right there. Xia Ruofei looked around and said, the Pombo motorboat exhibition is right next to me, I know that place. Please wait a moment, sir, I'll be there immediately. Liao Bo said excitedly. After a while, Liao Bo strode over. He recognized Xia Ruofei from afar, mainly because when Xia Ruofei mentioned the motorboat exhibition area, he immediately thought of the strange guest. Hello, sir. Liao Bo extended his hand enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei shook his hand and smiled. Hello, Manager Liao. I don't dare. You can call me Little Liao, sir. Liao Bo said, then asked, may I know your name, sir? My surname is Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Xiao Liao, I mainly want to know more about the Atlantis 34 model. Xia Ruofei said as he pointed at the picture in the brochure. Liao Bo was obviously very familiar with the yachts he was in charge of sales. He said without thinking, Mr. Xia, this is a small yacht under Asmu. It has excellent performance and is suitable for offshore use. Liao Bo introduced, we call this yacht a sports elf that has integrated high-tech dance music, elegant restaurant design, a completely open soft roof, an independent water platform and ergonomic steering room. It has a gorgeous exterior and a comfortable interior. Space, lighting, and storage space were the main considerations of the design. The dining area could also be converted into a bed, and the multi-functional kitchen could allow you to enjoy cooking to your heart's content. When you're done with the sun and rain, you can relax and rest on the bottom deck without any worries. The master bedroom was isolated from the other spaces and had complete privacy. And it also comes with a comfortable shower room that can be entered individually, Liao Bo continued to speak with fervor and assurance. It looks like a sparrow has all its organs despite its small size. Xia Ruofei smiled. Every yacht under Asmu is dedicated to the ultimate experience of our customers, and this size sports yacht is no exception. With a hint of pride in his expression, Liao Bo said, Mr. Xia, if you order now, we will also provide a special discount for this yacht exhibition logo. Oh? Tell me, Xia Ruofei smiled. First and foremost, the most affordable thing is the discount on the price. This yacht, including import tariffs and luxury goods taxes, will cost about 3.6 million yuan in total. Liao Bo said, when we attend the yacht exhibition this time, we will give our interest to our customers directly in terms of price. The total discount is as high as 100,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei maintained a faint smile and looked at Liao Bo, who had an exaggerated expression, without saying a word. Liao Bo looked at Xia Ruofei and continued, also, if you buy this yacht, you'll become a member of the Asmu Huaxia Region Yacht Club, and you'll be exempted from the annual fee for the first 2 years. The annual fee is 50,000 yuan per year. Liao Bo saw that Xia Ruofei still did not speak and hurriedly explained, Mr. Xia, if you become a member of our yacht club, you can enjoy a lot of valuable services. We also organize some exchange activities regularly, and members can participate in them for free. Rich people generally valued this kind of exchange. The exchange activities organized by high-end yacht clubs were naturally a good opportunity to expand their network. However, Liao Bo did not know that Xia Ruofei did not care about such exchanges. It was because his connections were beyond Liao Bo's imagination. He did not need to participate in such exchanges. Besides, Xia Ruofei had no intention of using the yacht in the outside world. How would they communicate? Then? They were going on a yacht. Was Xia Ruofei going to rent a motorboat to join the fun? Liao Bo saw that Xia Ruofei did not show any sign of interest and could not help but feel anxious. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Xia, if you really want it, I can apply for a lower price for you. I really can't give you any more discounts with my authority. In addition, I'll apply for some other gifts from the company, such as a 7-day stay at the Four Seasons Hotel, worldwide. This is only available when you order a large yacht. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Okay, little Liao, I didn't say I didn't want to buy it, only then did Liao Bo realize that he seemed to be a little anxious. In fact, many customers who were willing to spend millions on a yacht did not care about a discount of tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention a small favor like a 5-star hotel ticket. He knew that he should focus on service. Thinking of this, Liao Bo said sincerely, Mr. Xia, our company values every customer very much. You've chosen Asmu's yacht, which means you'll be able to enjoy the best service. In fact, buying a yacht isn't just a deal. More accurately, it should be a reward for yourself. It can bring you a completely different life experience. Xia Ruofei heard Liao Bo's bewitching words and asked with a smile, Xiao Liao, I only have 2 questions I'm concerned about. One is if I place an order on the spot today, when will the earliest be able to deliver it? Liao Bo couldn't help but feel invigorated. When he talked about this question, it usually meant that the deal was very close. Otherwise, the customer would not ask such specific questions. Even if we start manufacturing this model now, it won't take too long, he quickly said. The specific delivery time depends on the personalized configuration you choose, but under normal circumstances, it won't exceed 2 months. Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied with this answer. He nodded and asked, there's one more question. How are we going to deliver the yacht? The yacht will be produced in our company's Italy headquarters. After completion and inspection, it will be declared into the country through the sea shipping channel. As per normal customs declaration, we will send it to the yacht dock you designated, Liao Bo said without thinking. What if I don't want to receive it at the dock? Xia Ruofei said, let's put it this way. I hope you can send this yacht to the warehouse I've specified. Can you do that? No problem, Liao Bo said. Without hesitation, we've always put our customers first. If Xia Ruofei wanted to buy a large yacht that was tens of meters long, Liao Bo might have hesitated. After all, it would be very troublesome to transport such a size yacht on land. However, this small yacht that was 10 meters long would not have such a problem at all. An ordinary flatbed could handle the transportation task. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. Okay. There shouldn't be any problems then. I'll order this one. how do I pay? Liao Bo was overjoyed and quickly said, Mr. Xia, it's like this. After you choose the specific personalized configuration, we will calculate a specific price, which includes the cost of the yacht purchase and all kinds of taxes incurred during the import. You only need to pay a 50% deposit, and after the yacht has been delivered and accepted, you can pay the remaining 50%. Understood? Xia Ruofei said, then let's go through the procedures. This way, please. Liao Bo said hurriedly, and then led the way enthusiastically. He brought Xia Ruofei out of the yacht exhibition area and into Hall 9, which was adjacent to the outdoor exhibition area. There, service counters were set up for all the yachts of major brands. The two of them soon arrived at the service counter of Asmu. Liao Bo was busy calling for the service staff to serve Xia Ruofei tea. He brought Xia Ruofei to the sofa in the guest area and sat down. He skillfully found a small booklet and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, this is the configuration list of the Atlantis 34 yacht. You can take a look first and we'll decide on them one by one later. Logo. Xia Ruofei flipped through the list. It was very detailed. There were many parts that could be chosen freely, including the overall color scheme of the yacht, the interior materials, and many other electronic devices. There was a lot of stuff. Liao Bo took out a list and confirmed it with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei chose the more technological silver as the main color tone and the best interior design. At the same time, he added facilities like a jacuzzi that the standard version did not have. Naturally, he also had the best electronic equipment. It was the first time Liao Bo had met such a straightforward customer. In a short while, the entire configuration form was filled in. Liao Bo took the list to the service desk and began to calculate the price according to the configuration table. After double-checking, Liao Bo walked over to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, because you've added a lot of optional functions, the final price is 3.86 million yuan. According to the preferential policy of our yacht exhibition this time, I specifically applied for the biggest discount within the manager's authority, and the final price can be 3.7 million yuan. In addition, we'll give you a 2-year membership fee, free for the yacht club as well as a 7-day stay ticket for the Four Seasons Hotel. Liao Bo then looked at Xia Ruofei with a fervent gaze. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. 50% down payment, right? Where can I swipe my card? Liao Bo quickly said, Mr. Xia, this is the order contract. The configuration list that we have just confirmed is also attached. Please take a look and sign it if there are no problems. Let's go to the service desk to pay after you sign. Xia Ruofei nodded. He took the order contract and quickly flipped through it. With his current brain's computing speed and memory, even if he only took a cursory glance, it would be impossible for Liao Bo to escape his eyes if he really wanted to tamper with the configuration or the contract. No problem, Xia Ruofei said as he picked up the pen on the table and signed his name. Liao Bo brought him to the front desk to pay 1.85 million yuan with his card and made a receipt. At the same time, he also applied for a gold, stamped yacht club membership card for Xia Ruofei. Then, Liao Bo asked for Xia Ruofei's identity card and made a few copies. At the same time, he took out a letter of authorization for Xia Ruofei to sign. This was to entrust their company to handle the import of this yacht. After everything was done, Liao Bo shook hands with Xia Ruofei enthusiastically and said, Mr. Xia, thank you for choosing our Asmu brand. If you have any problems with the delivery of the yacht, you can contact me by phone. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He put the purchase contract under his arm and waved goodbye to Liao Bo. He picked up the phone as he walked out of the exhibition hall. Hello, is this Mr. Xia? A young voice asked. I'm Xia Ruofei, who are you? Hello, Mr. Xia. We are the staff of Pangbo Company. The young voice said enthusiastically, we've installed the motorboat you just ordered. May I know where you are now? Can we set off now? Oh, no problem. Xia Ruofei said, I'm in Hall 9 now. Where are you guys? Our car is at the west exit of the exhibition center. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, how about this? I'm going to the parking lot to get my car now. You guys wait for a while, and we'll meet at the west exit, logo. After Xia Ruofei got his car, he met up with the staff from Pangbo Company at the west exit of the exhibition center. The motorboat wasn't big, and it was loaded into an ordinary cargo truck with the Pangbo Company logo sprayed on it. Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle and led the way. The two cars left the exhibition center one after the other and went straight to Xia Ruofei's warehouse in the city. The location of the warehouse and the exhibition center happened to be one in the south and one in the north. It took about 40 minutes to go around the three warehouses. When they arrived at the warehouse, Xia Ruofei parked the Night 15 a distance away and went over to open the door. The door of the warehouse was very high, so the van was directly poured into the warehouse. More than half of the van was inside the warehouse. Then, the staff of Pangbo Company opened the carriage door and pressed a button. Two sliding rails slowly extended out of the carriage and finally touched the ground. Then, the motorboat that was fixed on the frame slowly slid down along the special slide and was finally completely unloaded on the ground of the warehouse. With a sizzling sound, the two sliding rails slowly retracted. The entire process of unloading the truck was very easy and fast. A staff member came to Xia Ruofei with the receipt and said, Mr. Xia, please take a look at the goods. If there are no problems, please sign here. The model and color of the motorboat were all correct. Xia Ruofei believed that such a big company would not play any tricks on this issue. So, after a simple check, he signed his name. Thank you. The staff member said politely, the instruction manual, maintenance card, and so on are all in the storage box of the motorboat. This fixed frame comes with it, so it can be easily transported when you need to go out to sea. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Xia Ruofei politely shook hands with the staff and personally sent them out of the warehouse. Xia Ruofei turned around and closed the warehouse door. Then, he walked to the front of the motorboat. The GTR engine 230 had a beautiful streamlined body, and the red and black colors were quite cool. Xia Ruofei could not help but look forward to driving it on the sea. After admiring it for a while, Xia Ruofei had an idea. He kept the entire motorboat and its frame into the spirit map space, then went out and drove back to the farm. The trip took almost the entire afternoon. Xia Ruofei went to the staff cafeteria for dinner and then returned to his small villa. He quickly returned to his room, locked the door and windows, summoned the spirit map scroll, and entered the medium mountain and sea realm. Xia Qing was curiously looking at the motorboat. Even the realm fox was sticking its head out and looking at it. It timidly stretched out its claws, but before it could touch the motorboat, it quickly retracted them. Xia Qing had seen all, terrain vehicles and small excavators before, but the white fox had never seen such things before. In its eyes, it was undoubtedly a terrifying monster. Master. When Xia Qing saw Xia Ruofei, she quickly and respectfully greeted him. Xia Ruofei nodded and walked over to pick up the kit hanging on the rack. He took out a wrench, screwdriver, and other tools from inside and began to skillfully untie the motorboat's fixation device. Master, what is this? Xia Qing couldn't help asking. Xia Ruofei quickly turned the wrench and said without looking up, motorboat, for the sea. Use it in the sea? Xia Qing turned pale, with fright. Won't this metal guy sink in the sea? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Xia Qing, who said that iron will definitely sink into the water? Not only will this thing not sink in the sea, but it can also be driven very fast. This is impossible, Xia Qing said with a shocked expression. Nothing is impossible. Have you ever seen an iron thing that can fly in the sky? Xia Ruofei said, you've never seen it before, have you? But this is true. Planes were usually made of aviation aluminum, not steel. However, Xia Ruofei was too lazy to explain in detail, including the principles of buoyancy and density in water. It was hard to explain in a short time. So after he said this, he didn't care about Xia Qing, who was in a mess in the wind, and continued to work. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had removed the motorboat from the scaffold. It was too easy to move the motorboat in space. Xia Ruofei only had to think about it, and he gathered the invisible force of space to wrap the entire motorboat. Then, the motorboat slowly drifted to the beach, and Xia Ruofei followed behind. When she saw with her own eyes that the motorboat did not sink when it landed on the sea, but drifted with the waves, Xia Qing's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it. Xia Ruofei laughed. With a flash of his body, he appeared on the motorboat. Little guy, do you want to come up and try? He called out. The white fox was also by the sea, looking curiously at the motorboat and Xia Ruofei, who was on it. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, the white realm fox looked conflicted. However, its curiosity triumphed over its fear, and it nodded its head firmly. Xia Ruofei gave the white fox a thumbs up. Then, with a thought, he used his spatial energy to bring the white fox to his side. Logo. Xia Ruofei placed the realm fox in front of him and said, hold on tight to my clothes, I don't care if you fall. The white fox was curiously observing the motorboat. It wanted to figure out why something made of metal would not sink in the water, so it did not pay much attention to Xia Ruofei's warning. Xia Ruofei chuckled and ignored it. He started the engine of the motorboat. This sudden burst of tutu sound startled the realm fox, and its body subconsciously curled up. Let's go. Xia Ruofei patted the white fox and laughed. Then, he clenched the handle and twisted the accelerator with his right hand. The sound of the motorboat's engine increased again, and the whole boat shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bow. It plowed a ditch on the sea, and white water splashed on both sides. The scene was spectacular. Under the huge inertia, the white fox's body was pushed back. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was there to block it. Otherwise, it would have been sent flying. The little fellow was so scared that its face turned pale. This time, it didn't need Xia Ruofei's reminder. Its claws clung onto Xia Ruofei's belt, not daring to let go for even a moment. Xia Ruofei's childlike innocence was also activated. He controlled the motorboat to drift on the sea, and a large amount of water was rolled up. Xia Qing, who was on the shore, was also amazed. Although Xia Ruofei could easily achieve such a speed in this space without the motorboat, as a man, he was almost inborn with the excitement of such high-speed control. He felt that his adrenaline was soaring. Xia Ruofei was having a great time on the sea and did not even notice that he was drenched. However, the white fox was in a bad state. When had this little fellow ever experienced such an exciting thing? It only knew to subconsciously grab Xia Ruofei's clothes and belt tightly. It curled up into a ball and was so scared that it did not even dare to open its eyes. It was only when Xia Ruofei had slowed down to his heart's content that the white realm fox opened its eyes and looked outside. Then, it quickly shrank back into Xia Ruofei's arms. Xia Ruofei laughed, "Little guy. Exciting. Do you want another wave?" The white fox quickly shook its head like a rattle drum and mumbled to itself that it would never want to experience such an experience again. Ignorant. Xia Ruofei said, "All right, I'll send you back." Xia Ruofei drove the motorboat straight to the beach and let it rest on the beach. He then carried the white leopard and landed on the beach steadily. How is it? This metal can float on the surface of the sea and move forward at high speed. I didn't lie to you, right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Xia Qing was still in shock. He nodded his head numbly and muttered, "This is unbelievable." Xia Ruofei laughed and put the white leopard down. The little guy ran away like a wisp of smoke, as if the motorboat was a poisonous snake or a ferocious beast. "I'm going to change my clothes. Wait for me here," Xia Ruofei said. "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied respectfully. With a thought, Xia Ruofei immediately teleported to the Archean realm. He changed out of his drenched clothes and changed into dry and comfortable casual clothes before returning to the mountain sea realm. "Master, this mo. To a motorboat," Xia Ruofei reminded. "Yes, this motorboat is a godly item. This subordinate's horizons have been greatly broadened," Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is a very common thing in the outside world. There are no powerful cultivators in the outside world. But technology is very advanced. The machine that can fly, like I just said, was made by ordinary people. In fact, Xia Ruofei was already used to the technological products of the outside world. In comparison, he was more amazed by the creativity of cultivators. Whether it was the magical array or the various cultivation techniques, they were all different from the evolutionary path of technology. Take Xia Qing as an example. She often gave Xia Ruofei the illusion that she was a living person. It could be said that this level of artificial intelligence had far exceeded the artificial intelligence technology of the outside world. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of the problem he was facing. The space was getting wider and wider. He could clearly use this large piece of land and the unique environment to do more things, but he was facing a shortage of manpower, which made it difficult for him. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh and said, "Xia Qing, it would be great if there were more spiritual spirals in the space. There are many things that you can't handle by yourself, especially when it comes to harvesting cordyceps." Xia Qing said, "Master, in fact, your control over the spirit map world is getting stronger and stronger. As long as you continue to let the spirit map world evolve, there will come a day when you will be able to have absolute control over every blade of grass, every tree, and even a speck of dust. At that time, things like harvesting cordyceps, you can do it with a single thought. Xia Ruofei also knew that Xia Qing wasn't exaggerating. He could also feel that his compatibility with the space was constantly increasing. In theory, when this kind of control reached the extreme, he would become the absolute master of the space, just like the creator. At that time, he could harvest all the cordyceps in the soil with a single thought. Not only would he not hurt them at all, but he could even clean the soil on the surface of the cordyceps. However, this was only in theory. Only God knew how many more upgrades he would need to make to reach this level. At least for now, Xia Ruofei knew that he was still far from that level. Distant water can't quench present thirst. He could not help but smile bitterly. Master, Xia Qing said after some thought, why don't you take a look around Spirit Map Island? Maybe you can find a solution. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but turn to look at the small island in the distance. His voice was a little excited. Are you saying that there's a way to create spiritual spirals on that island? 1. Although Xia Qing had a lot of restrictions, Spirit Map Island had already been unsealed, so there was nothing she couldn't say. He smiled and said, there is a thatched cottage in the depths of the spiritual herbal gardens. There are refining notes left behind by the previous master. Among them is the method of making puppets. However, this method is very complicated. Master, you still have to be mentally prepared for failure. Xia Qing was talking about puppets and not soul puppets, and she also said that the manufacturing method was very complicated. However, Xia Ruofei, who was in a good mood, did not care about these details. He said happily, then what are we waiting for? I'll go get it. Now. What did failure matter? If it doesn't work the first time, I'll try the second time. If the second time doesn't work, I'll try the third time. I don't believe that I can't make it with the blueprint. With that, Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and he immediately went to the seaside. He pushed the motorboat into the sea and got on it. Without a word, he started the motorboat and flew straight in the direction of Spirit 2 Island. Xia Qing stood on the shore with a bitter smile on her face. Although Master's talent was not bad, and in a short 2 years, the spirit map world had evolved to this extent, after all, his cultivation was still shallow, and it was not easy to create a puppet. Xia Ruofei steered the motorboat and sped across the sea. Soon, they were close to Spirit Map Island. He found a flat beach and rushed directly to the shore. The motorboat plowed a deep mark on the beach and only stopped after a few meters due to friction. Xia Ruofei got down from the car and headed straight for the spiritual herbal gardens. The precious spiritual herbs in the herb garden were greedily absorbing the spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei knew that these spiritual herbs were not ripe yet, so he did not pay too much attention to them. He just avoided them carefully and walked into the depths of the herb garden. After a while, Xia Ruofei saw a small thatched cottage. To be more precise, it was a bamboo house. The roof was covered with thatch and there was a low fence outside. All the materials used were bamboo. It was unknown how long this small house had existed, but whether it was the fence or the walls of the house, the bamboo was still green in color, as if it had just been cut down, looking quite wild. While Xia Ruofei was amazed, he did not slow down. He pushed open the wooden door and walked into the small courtyard. He stopped in front of the bamboo house, pushed open the bamboo door, and walked in. Logo. Xia Ruofei stepped into the quiet bamboo house. The furnishings in the bamboo house were very simple. There was only a bed and a desk, and there was nothing else. Miraculously, no one knew how long it had been since anyone had set foot in this place, but the interior of the bamboo house was still spotless, as if someone had just cleaned it. Xia Ruofei had already dabbled in arrays to a certain extent, so he was not surprised. He knew that this was definitely the effect of the array. This seemingly ordinary bamboo house actually had a lot of arrays set up. It was just that they did not repel or harm him, the owner of the spirit map space. The interior of the bamboo house was so simple that everything could be seen at a glance. Hence, Xia Ruofei's attention was naturally focused on the study table. Because there were 3 books neatly stacked on the desk, the puppet refining method that Xia Qing had mentioned should be in these 3 books. Xia Ruofei walked over excitedly and picked up the 3 books. The material of these 3 books was very special. One look and one could tell that they were not made of ordinary paper. It felt very tough in his hand. Xia Ruofei could not tear it open even with a little force. The words on them were very clear. They did not show any signs of aging. There were no words on the cover of the first book. Xia Ruofei flipped through it. Roughly, it was a record of some interesting anecdotes in the cultivation world. Many of them should be the personal experiences of the previous owner of the spirit map space. There were also many more famous cultivation legends. Each piece seemed to be written casually. Xia Ruofei quickly put down the first book and flipped to the second one. The cover of this booklet was written. It introduced the cultivation methods of some ling grasses and ling medicines. From the spirit herb garden outside, it could be seen that the previous owner of the spirit map space was quite experienced in the cultivation of spirit herbs. Xia Ruofei knew how precious these insights were, but he was more concerned about how to make a puppet. So, after briefly reading he put it on the table and looked at the last booklet. The cover of the book read. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. This should be it. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to open this. As expected, it was filled with notes on armament refining. It wasn't a systematic knowledge, but more like a random collection of experiences. It was a little messy. Xia Ruofei flipped the pages quickly. Suddenly, the words analysis of puppet refining method appeared in front of his eyes. He stopped flipping the pages and began to read the insight hungrily. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. It was indeed it. The title of this article looked very small, but in fact, it completely and systematically described how to refine a puppet. From the preparation of materials, the refining technique, the use of arrays. Every link was complete. It also included some experiences during the refining process, including some detours taken, and a series of reverse washing based on these mistakes. It could be said to be very detailed. Of course, just because the content was detailed didn't mean that it was easy to make. Although Xia Ruofei had only read through it once, he could still feel that the refining of this puppet would be quite difficult. Every step seemed to be extremely complicated. At the same time, the use of some formations was beyond the scope of Xia Ruofei's current understanding of formations. Speaking of which, the easiest part was the gathering of materials that Xia Ruofei had been worried about the most. He originally thought that it would be very difficult to gather all the materials, especially some rare materials that might not even be found on Earth today. However, after looking at the list of materials, Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The materials on the list were not particularly difficult to find. Although the top-grade jade and some precious metals were expensive, they were not a Problem for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly memorized the puppet making method. Now that Xia Ruofei's brain was probably many times more developed than an ordinary person's, it was not difficult for him to rote and memorize this piece of equipment refining experience. In a short while, the puppet-making method was engraved in Xia Ruofei's mind and he would never forget it. Thus, he put down the book and left the bamboo house. If he wanted to create a puppet that could help him, Xia Ruofei felt that he still had a long way to go. There might be many difficulties and setbacks in the process, but Xia Ruofei was not afraid of them. It was only interesting to do challenging things. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei knew that once he successfully created one puppet, it would be much easier to create the second, the third, and even more puppets. Xia Ruofei drove the motorboat away from Spirit Map Island and returned to the shore. Master, how is it? Xia Qing came forward and asked. Xia Ruofei forced a smile at Xia Qing and said, "You're just giving me a big picture. Although the future looks great, it's too difficult to achieve." Xia Qing also thought that it would not be easy for Xia Ruofei to successfully create a puppet at his current stage. He smiled and said, "Master, don't be discouraged. Perhaps it's not easy to evolve the spirit map world to the point where you can control any speck of dust in the space at will, or even to the point where you can even command it with your words. However, as long as you work hard and continuously improve your cultivation, it's completely possible to refine a puppet logo." Xia Qing still had confidence in Xia Ruofei. Of course, it was not now. He believed that as long as Xia Ruofei gradually improved his cultivation, he would be closer to successfully making a puppet. However, Xia Ruofei did not believe this. He chuckled and said, "A great man once said, 10,000 years is too long, we must seize every moment. I don't want to slowly improve my cultivation before doing this. No matter how difficult it is, if I back out without even trying, I would be too embarrassing for our army." "Master, you're a soldier?" Xia Qing was very curious about Jianjia. He had never heard Xia Ruofei talk about this. Xia Ruofei looked nostalgic and said, "It's all in the past. I've left the army a long time ago." Xia Ruofei stood at the beach in a daze for a while before saying, "All right, I should go out." "Xia Qing, you'll have to work hard during this time to take good care of the medicine garden and other crops. I'll try to create a puppet as soon as possible to be your helper." "Thank you, Master," Xia Qing said respectfully. Xia Ruofei looked at the white realm fox that was comprehending the spatial laws in the distance and said, "If that little guy causes any trouble, you have to tell me at once. I'll come in and clean it up." Xia Ruofei did not lower his voice on purpose. He even used the invisible force of space to send his voice to the ears of the realm fox, as if he was speaking right next to it. The white fox trembled slightly and cupped its hands at Xia Ruofei from a distance. It looked very obedient. Xia Ruofei laughed and left the medium after returning to his bedroom. In the outside world, Xia Ruofei immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. At the same time, he threw the casual clothes he was wearing and the wet clothes he had taken out from the Archean realm into the washing machine. When they were on the motorboat, Xia Ruofei was almost drenched and felt terrible. If he did not wash off the seawater in time, white salt frost would form on his body. Xia Ruofei changed into a set of dry cotton loungewear and walked out in his slippers. He didn't go to rest immediately. Instead, he turned on his computer and searched for the materials needed to make the puppet. Sure enough, although some of the materials were relatively precious, they could be found as long as one was willing to spend money, including the jade used to make the core rune. All the raw stones that Xia Ruofei bought from the Ruizhou public auction had been cut out. The jade had been stored in his storage space. These high-quality jades could fully meet the requirements to carry the core rune. Xia Ruofei created a new document on his computer and listed all the raw materials he needed except for jade. Then, he printed a few copies and placed them on the computer table. He didn't go online to purchase it. Instead, he planned to hand the list to Feng Jing the next day and let her purchase it in the company's name. It was mainly because there were too many types of materials required, and the amount of each was different. If Xia Ruofei were to buy them one by one, it would be too troublesome. Paradise Corporation was basically his own company, so there wasn't much difference between him buying it personally and his company buying it. Although Feng Jing and the higher-ups had a small share of the company, and some of the employees were also rewarded with shares, in reality, all of their shares added up were not even a fraction of Xia Ruofei's shares. Taking 10,000 steps back, Xia Ruofei's purpose of making the puppets was to improve the efficiency of the spirit map space. When the efficiency was high, he would naturally be able to produce more quality goods. Other things aside, just the increase in the harvest of cordyceps, the additional profits would be an astronomical figure. These were all real contributions to the company. Therefore, it was reasonable for the company to pay for the raw materials. The next day at work, Xia Ruofei went to the general office building first and handed the list to Feng Jing, asking her to arrange for the procurement department to try their best to get everything on the list. Feng Jing looked at the strange materials and did not know what Xia Ruofei was up to. However, she was used to Xia Ruofei's whimsical ways. So far, Xia Ruofei had been successful in everything he had done. This made Feng Jing, who was a calm elite, have blind trust in Xia Ruofei. Hence, Feng Jing didn't ask any further. She called her assistant over and asked her to send the list to the purchasing department and arrange for someone to follow up on this matter. After Xia Ruofei left Feng Jing's office, he immediately left the general office building. He had originally wanted to talk to Dong Yun and persuade her to directly work at Paradise Corporation so that she wouldn't have to hold the title of a consultant. Unfortunately, Dong Yun still did not show up at the company. It was said that she had asked for another car and gone to the pharmaceutical factory for research. What's there to investigate in the pharmaceutical factory? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself, is it worth going there every 2 or 3 days? However, since Dong Yun was not around, Xia Ruofei was more relaxed. He drove away from Taoyuan farm and headed in the direction of the city. This morning, Xia Ruofei's destination was the headquarters of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group. After returning from overseas, Xia Ruofei had only called Ling Qingxue to tell her that he had returned to the Three Mountains safely. He had been busy for the past 2 days and did not even have time to see his girlfriend. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that it was only right for him to visit Ling Qingxue. Of course, he didn't call Ling Qingxue first. He wanted to give her a surprise. At the same time, Xia Ruofei had another goal for this trip, which was to give Ling Xiaotian a statue of the Zhong Kuei. Last night, he had tried out a formation that he had deduced several times. In the end, he had successfully carved it on a Zhong Kuei statue. This array pattern was not Xia Ruofei's original creation. Its function was to ward off evil spirits. Ever since he had seen the spirits in the mysterious underground palace, Xia Ruofei no longer believed that the study of souls was illusory. Since the souls were real, ghosts might exist too. The bell tripod statue already had the effect of expelling evil and had a sense of righteousness. With this array pattern, the effect was even more impressive. Xia Ruofei looked at the statue and felt his heart palpitate. This type of jade carving was naturally not suitable for a girl, but it was very suitable for Ling Xiaotian. The size was also very suitable, and he could choose to wear it on his body or put it in his office as a decoration. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei had arrived at the headquarters of the Ling GF&B. He parked his car in the underground parking lot and took the elevator to the floor where the president of Lingji restaurant was located. Once Xia Ruofei stepped out of the elevator, he saw a girl in charge of reception. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" the girl asked politely. Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold. The staff at the front desk here knew him. He could come and go as he pleased at the headquarters of Lingji F&B. Many of the older employees knew that this was the future son-in-law of the boss. It seemed that this person was new. "Hello, is Chairman Ling in?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Or President Ling is fine." 2. The front desk girl said with an awkward expression, "Sir, the chairman and general manager's schedules are very tight. If you don't have an appointment, I'm afraid, it's okay. You can call either one of them to confirm it." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Just tell them my surname is Xia and they'll know." The front desk girl picked up the phone doubtfully and dialed. However, she didn't dare to call Ling Xiaotian or Ling Qingshua's office number directly. Instead, she called Ling Xiaotian's secretary. "Hello, Secretary Huang. There's a Mr. Xia here. He said he's looking for the chairman." The front desk girl said carefully. "He said the chairman," before the front desk girl could finish her sentence. "Secretary." Huang quickly asked, "Is it a young man with good skin and a gentle smile?" The girl at the front desk looked at Xia Ruofei and nodded with certainty. "Yes, I am. Let him in directly." Secretary Huang quickly said, "In the future, let him through immediately when you see him. Do you understand, Logo?" The girl at the front desk looked at Xia Ruofei in a panic and said, "I understand, Secretary Huang." "Wait a minute," Secretary Huang said. "I'll come and pick him up immediately." "Oh. I know." The front desk girl was a little confused. Xia Ruofei was not angry and just smiled at her. The front desk girl's heart was beating very fast. She said with a little panic, "Mr. Xia, please wait for a moment. Secretary Huang will come to welcome you personally." "Why is it so troublesome?" Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. "Can't I just go in by myself?" The front desk girl didn't know how to respond to Xia Ruofei's words and could only maintain a polite smile. Fortunately, Secretary Huang did not make Xia Ruofei wait too long. In at most a minute or two, the chairman's secretary had already rushed to the front desk of the company. This secretary of Ling Xiaotian's had been by his side for many years. Unlike most bosses, Ling Xiaotian's personal secretary was a man. In fact, after Ling Qingshua's mother passed away, a diamond bachelor like Ling Xiaotian was in high demand. However, he was so deeply in love with his deceased wife that he was not even willing to put on a show at social events, let alone remarry. Even using a male as his secretary had become a tradition for many years. Of course, Ling Xiaotian had more than one secretary. It was an entire team, and not all of them were men. However, his personal secretary was definitely a man. This secretary Huang was considered as Ling Xiaotian's trusted aide, so he was naturally more familiar with Xia Ruofei. As soon as they met, he smiled and said, "I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping today. So it's Guy who has come. Brother Huang, when did you learn such a glib tongue?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Is Uncle Ling free?" "Since you're here to visit, the chairman must be free," Secretary Huang said. "However, shouldn't you be more concerned about whether our President Ling is in the company?" "Then, is Qing Shiwei here?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "You're in luck. President Ling is in the office today." Secretary Huang said, "Recently, she has been going to the next branch quite often. It's rare for her to be in the company today to deal with some matters. And you just happened to come. This is called tacit understanding, understand?" Xia Ruofei said, "Let's go in. This way. Please." Secretary Huang stepped aside and asked Xia Ruofei to leave first. The two of them walked straight into the company's headquarters. The front desk girl's mind was filled with the fire of gossip. It turned out that this fair and tender-looking young man was actually President Ling's boyfriend. Many of the male colleagues in the company were heartbroken. In fact, the front desk girl did not know that anyone with some experience in the company knew about the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Only the new employees did not know about the situation. Secretary Huang was half a step behind Xia Ruofei and said, "President Xia, the chairman is meeting a guest. Why don't you go to President Ling's place first?" Xia Ruofei replied, "I'm fine with anything. I'm just here to take a look today. There's nothing particularly important." "Oh right, if you have something to do, then go. I'm not an outsider, do I need you to accompany me the entire time?" "Alright, I won't disturb you guys any further." Secretary Huang smiled. "President Xia, please help yourself." Since Ling Xiaotian was receiving guests, Secretary Huang could not leave for too long. Xia Ruofei arrived at Ling Qingshua's office with ease. He knocked on the door lightly and soon heard Ling Qingshua's clear voice. "Please enter." Xia Ruofei pushed open the office door and locked it from the inside. Ling Qingxue was in front of her computer, dealing with an email, and didn't notice that it was Xia Ruofei. Her eyes didn't leave the screen as she asked, indifferently, "What is it?" Xia Ruofei had a smile on his face. He leaned against the door and looked at his girlfriend. Ling Qingxue was dressed in a professional suit. When she was at work, she looked a little intimidating. She was very different from a few months ago. This was also because Ling Xiaotian had deliberately increased her burden and trained her bit by bit. Ling Qingxue didn't hear any response and felt a little strange. She raised her head and looked over. When she saw that the person who had come was actually Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingshua's powerful woman's aura instantly disappeared. She cried out in surprise, dropped her mouse, and stood up. "Why did you suddenly come over?" Ling Qingxue said in surprise and joy as she walked quickly towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Ling Qingxue dotingly and asked, "What's wrong? I'm not welcome here?" "Where?" Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "I'm just a little surprised. Why didn't you give us a heads up? How can I see my wife's strong woman side if I say hello in advance?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile as he pulled Ling Qingxue into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her tender red lips. Ling Qingshue's entire body went soft as she responded to Xia Ruofei's kiss, passionately. After a long time, she finally got out of Xia Ruofei's arms, blushing. She said coyly, "You're too bold." "We're in the company," Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "I locked the door when I came in. No one will be able to enter, looks like you've already planned this." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, you've been out for so many days. Have you had enough fun outside?" Xia Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and said, "I'm going to do some serious business. I've gained a lot from this trip. I'm telling you, no need to explain." "I was just joking." Ling Qingxue replied, "I don't care where you go, really?" Xia Ruofei said half jokingly, "What if I bring you a few sisters?" "What will you do?" Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "If you have the ability, then bring me. I promise I won't be angry." Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and thought to himself, "You're just too stubborn. If I really brought a woman back, I'm afraid you won't have this attitude." Xia Ruofei was no longer a newbie in love. He knew when to listen to a woman's words and when to listen to them the other way around. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think that Ling Qingxue really did not care about this aspect. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was silent, Ling Qingxue asked, "What's the matter today?" "I miss you," Xia Ruofei said without thinking. "What else?" Ling Qingxue's heart felt sweet, but she still said, "That's not the only reason, right?" "What other reason could there be?" Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said. Then, he pretended to suddenly remember something and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing. I knew it." Ling Qingxue pouted slightly and asked, "Speak. Is there anything else?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's mainly because I miss my wife. And then I brought some gifts for you and Uncle Ling. I've already spent the money, so I have to send the gifts out as soon as possible. That's why I'm here." "There's a gift?" The disappointment in Ling Qingxue's heart instantly disappeared. She laughed and asked, "What is it?" Xia Ruofei smiled and took out an exquisite jewelry box from his bag. He handed it to Ling Qingxue and said, "You can see for yourself." Ling Qingxue opened the box expectantly. When her eyes fell on the box, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." This jewelry box contained a pearl chain, which was also made by Xia Ruofei. Each pearl was made from the best black jade and was almost the same size. Other than making a few jade carvings, Xia Ruofei made the rest of the black jade into pearl chains, rings, earrings, and other small accessories. The handiwork of this beaded necklace was undeniable. It was definitely the peak of Xia Ruofei's skills during this period. However, Xia Ruofei did not inscribe any formation patterns on the pearl chain. His main consideration was to inscribe formation patterns on all of the jade carvings. As for small items like the beaded chains and earrings, on one hand, they were too small and could only hold a limited number of formation patterns. On the other hand, Ling Qingxue already had a protective jade talisman, so there was no need to add a similar formation. "Do you like it?" Xia Ruofei asked, smiling. "I like it." Ling Qingxue put the beaded necklace on her finger and turned it around to admire it. Her fair skin formed a sharp contrast with the black pearl chain, as if there was a black dragon on her wrist. It was visually impactful. "Ruofei, do I look good in it?" Ling Qingxue asked. "Of course." Xia Ruofei said, "My wife is a natural beauty." She'll look good no matter how she dresses up. Ling Qingshua's heart was filled with sweetness, as if she had just drunk honey. She held Xia Ruofei's arm and asked, "You said you prepared a gift for my dad? What was it? Give us some information in advance." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's also a product of black jade. This time, I came to Dian province to see the public jade bid in Ruizhou. This black jade is the trophy of the stone gambling I participated in." "So you're saying that you made this yourself?" Ling Qingxue asked as she looked at the chain in her hand. "Of course, how else can I show my sincerity?" Xia Ruofei said. Instantly, in Ling Qingshua's eyes, this beautiful string of beads weighed even more. "Ruofei, let's go and find my dad." Ling Qingxue said, "I can't wait to see the gift you prepared for him." Just now, Secretary Huang said that Uncle Ling was receiving a guest. Xia Ruofei said, "Why don't we talk about it later?" However, Ling Qingxue stood up and pulled Xia Ruofei's hand as they walked out. She said, "I know, my dad's guest is Uncle Du. It doesn't matter. It's not a business meeting. He and my dad have been friends for decades. This time, he's definitely here to brag and chat, or to play chess." Since Ling Qingxue had already said so, Xia Ruofei naturally would not stupidly insist on waiting. He followed Ling Qingxue out. When they reached the door, Ling Qingxue let go of Xia Ruofei's hand. She was shy and embarrassed to be so intimate with Xia Ruofei in front of so many employees. The chairman's office was on the upper floor, and there was an exclusive elevator in the company. The chairman's private elevator was also available to Ling Qingxue. She led Xia Ruofei into the elevator and the two of them quickly arrived at the floor where the chairman's office was. Secretary Huang had already returned to his post. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue walking over together, he quickly stood up and went up to them. "Secretary Huang, is the chairman in his office?" Ling Qingxue asked. In the company, Qian usually addressed her father as chairman, and only called him Dad when she was home. "Mr. Ling, the chairman and Mr. Du are chatting in the guest room," Secretary Huang said and then asked, "Do you need me to go in and report?" "No need, we'll go in ourselves," Ling Qingxue said. Then, she brought Xia Ruofei and pushed open the double door with the words Chairman's Office logo. The moment the door opened, Xia Ruofei saw Ling Xiaotian playing chess with a middle-aged man in his 50s. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. A daughter knows her father best. He was right. Ling Xiaotian was currently holding a chess piece in deep thought. When he heard the sound, he turned his head and looked over. Immediately, he said as if he had been pardoned, "Yo. Ruofei is here. Hurry up. Come in and sit." Then he threw the chess piece on the chessboard and said, "Old Du, my son-in-law is here. I won't be playing today." The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Old Ling, you're already a man of several decades, why are you still acting shamelessly? I can kill you in 3 steps at most." Ling Xiaotian laughed and casually messed up the chessboard. He lied through his teeth, "You're bragging. How come I don't see it as a dead end? We're clearly at a stalemate, and we're evenly matched, all right." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "I've never seen such a rascal like you." Ling Xiaotian did not take it too hard and said to Xia Ruofei, "Come, Ruofei, let me introduce you. This is Du Qinghong, the president of the 3 Mountains Mystical Society. He's an old friend of mine." You can just call him Uncle Du. Ling Xiaotian then said. To Du Qinghong, old Du, this is my son, in law, Xia Ruofei. Du Qinghong was still a little indignant at Ling Xiaotian's shameless behavior in chess. He shot a glance at Ling Xiaotian and said, when did Qingshui get married? How come I didn't know? Du Qinghong's words immediately made Ling Qingshui's face blush. On the other hand, Ling Xiaotian sneered and said, future son, in law. But the two children have a good relationship, so marriage is only a matter of time. Du Qinghong stood up and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Young man, I'm just joking. Don't mind me. I've known old Ling for many years, and we're used to bickering, haha, hello, uncle. Du. Xia Ruofei said politely. Hello, hello. Du Qinghong said with a smile. He then turned to look at Ling Qingshui and said with a smile, Qingshui, you're getting more and more beautiful. Ling Qingshui smiled and said, Uncle Du is getting younger and younger. When can I teach my dad some health, maintenance skills? You're only 2 or 3 years older than my dad, so you look like you've been with him for 2 generations. When Ling Xiaotian heard this, he could not help but chided, stinky girl. What a rude person. How can you insult your dad like this? I'm just telling the truth. Ling Qingshui chuckled. Dad, why don't you get Ruofei to get you some jaded skin ointment? You're not even 60 yet. The wrinkles on his face are already, I'm not using that. Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and said, I'm a man. Why do I need such good skin? I'm not a rabbit lord. When Ling Qingshui heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was this considered as getting shot? However, I was once a dark-skinned special combat elite. Now, having good skin was only a side effect of cultivation. Why did he become a rabbit lord? When Du Qinghong heard the words jaded skin cream, he was in deep thought for a moment. It was only after Ling Xiaotian finished his sentence that he came back to his senses. Xiao Xia. So you're the boss of the Paradise Corporation. Du Qinghong said, I was wondering why this name sounded familiar. Uncle Du. My business is just a small one. It can't be compared to Uncle Ling's business, Xia Ruofei said humbly. He's been working hard for decades. Du Qinghong said, when you reach old Ling's age, your career will definitely be bigger than his. Little Xia. I see that your forehead is full, your brow ridge is protruding, and your eyebrows are wide. This is the appearance of a great wealth. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, all right. Old man, don't show off your skills in front of me. It was not that Ling Xiaotian did not believe in Du Qinghong's fortune telling skills. On the contrary, he was rather passionate about the metaphysics of feng shui. In fact, many rich people believed in this. Moreover, as an old friend of Du Qinghong, his office was actually a feng shui bureau set up by Du Qinghong. However, his relationship with Du Qinghong was too good, so he spoke more casually and joked with each other. As juniors, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui could not say much at this time. Ruofei. Are you here to look for Qingshui or me? Ling Xiaotian asked. Xia Ruofei laughed, both. I wanted to discuss with you about the winery. Also, I went out this time and got a good jade ornament. I think it's best to give it to you, so I brought it with me today. Let's talk about the winery later, Ling Xiaotian said immediately. Let's take a look at the jade ornament first. Based on Ling Xiaotian's understanding of Xia Ruofei, if even he felt that it was good, it must be very good. Thus, Ling Xiaotian could not wait. Xia Ruofei laughed as he took out the jade carving of a bell that he had carved with array patterns. The jade carving was completely black and the craftsmanship was almost perfect. It looked very lifelike and was slightly smaller than an adult's palm. It could be used as a decoration or carried around. Ling Xiaotian could be considered to have seen many things, but this was the first time he had seen such a high-quality black jadeite. Especially since the craftsmanship of the bell tripod was so outstanding, Ling Xiaotian's eyes could not help but light up at first glance, revealing a deep fondness for it. Du Qinghong was even more shocked. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the jade carving of the bell in Xia Ruofei's hand. He could not help but tremble. Ling Xiaotian also immediately sensed that something was wrong with Du Qinghong and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Old Du, are you all right?" Du Qinghong did not answer Ling Xiaotian's question. He stared unblinkingly at the jade carving of the bell in Xia Ruofei's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Little Xia, where did you get this?" When Ling Xiaotian heard the change in Du Qinghong's voice, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He asked solemnly, "Old Du, don't scare me. Could it be there's something wrong with this jade carving?" Ling Xiaotian was well aware of Du Qinghong's level in metaphysics. He had personally witnessed some of Du Qinghong's achievements in the past few years. He knew very well that Du Qinghong's feng shui metaphysics was not as simple as feudal superstitions in the eyes of ordinary people. Now that Du Qinghong's reaction was so abnormal, in addition to the fact that the bell was made of black jade and the carving was so vivid, Ling Xiaotian's first reaction was whether there was something wrong with the jade carving or whether it would bring bad luck or something. Du Qinghong glared at Ling Xiaotian and said, "Problem? Old Ling, this is a rare magical weapon. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have, you actually." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She knew that Xia Ruofei had made it himself, so how did it become a magical weapon? However, Ling Qingxue felt Xia Ruofei's gentle squeeze on her soft hand at the first moment, so she immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. However, she still turned to look at Xia Ruofei in shock. Ling Xiaotian's eyes widened when he heard this. He had originally thought that this was just an emerald ornament made of precious materials and first-class carving. He did not expect it to be a magic tool. He knew very well that Du Qinghong had a magic jade gourd that he always carried with him and had shown it off in front of him more than once. The jade gourd was only as thick as a finger and paled in comparison to the jade carving of the bell tripod. Of course, he didn't know that the value of magic artifacts couldn't be measured by size. "What's going on?" Ling Xiaotian asked as he looked at Xia Ruofei. In fact, Xia Ruofei was quite surprised. He was sure that Du Qinghong had already seen the extraordinariness of the bell tripod jade carving, which surprised him. Initially, Xia Ruofei thought that if the array pattern could not be seen by the naked eye, no one would notice the extraordinary nature of the jade carving. He did not expect Du Qinghong to be able to see it with one look. Xia Ruofei was sure that there was no genuine qi fluctuation in Du Qinghong's body. There were only two possibilities. Either Du Qinghong had never cultivated before, or his cultivation was much higher than Xia Ruofei's, and he could perfectly conceal his cultivation in front of Xia Ruofei. The second possibility was almost impossible. In this spiritual qi, less environment, and less Du Qinghong had a more profound cultivation method than the Great Tao Sutra and a large number of spiritual crystals. How could he have such a high cultivation? Then there was only the first possibility. Xia Ruofei didn't know what Du Qinghong meant by magical weapon. To him, it was just the basic application of array skills. It was even easier than the array he made for Song Wei to suppress the peach blossom miasma. I'm not sure either. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, I got it from a friend. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Du Qinghong and asked, Uncle Du, what exactly is a magic weapon? Du Qinghong looked at the jade statue with envy and said, Xiao Xia, this jade carving of yours is made from the best quality black jade. This rare jade is widely used in our industry to suppress evil. It's carved in the image of Zhong Yuan, which means that the person who made this jade carving is also an expert. Du Qinghong paused and said, most importantly, I can feel the special aura coming from this jade statue. It's obvious that it has been enhanced by an expert. Compared to ordinary black jadeite jade statues, its evil-suppressing effect is several times stronger. In our industry, we call these things magic tools. Ling Qingxue was even more curious. And she couldn't help but ask, Uncle Du, then the magic weapon must be very precious? Of course, this can't be measured with money. Du Qinghong said without hesitation. Let's put it this way. Old Ling, if you're willing to transfer this magical weapon to me, I'm willing to pay 100 million. And I'll transfer the money to you on the spot. Logo. Du Qinghong's words silenced the room. Even Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that after the formation patterns were carved on the black jade carving, it would be worth so much in the eyes of this experienced President Du. Another thing that shocked Xia Ruofei was that Du Qinghong did not look like a businessman. He was the president of a metaphysics society, but he had such a rich family property. He dared to bid 100 million without even blinking. His net worth must be much more than that. Actually, Xia Ruofei did not know much about Du Qinghong's business. In his early years, Du Qinghong had been living in Hong Kong, where the metaphysics of feng shui was highly respected. Those famous feng shui masters were all distinguished guests of the rich. Du Qinghong was very famous in this line of work, and the reward for helping once was very generous. It was not an exaggeration to say that his family was rich. In addition, Du Qinghong's net worth was not as much as Xia Ruofei had imagined. Xia Ruofei had underestimated the attraction of Dharma artifacts to an authentic feng shui master like Du Qinghong. In fact, if Du Qinghong really wanted to buy the bell tripod jade carving at the price of 100 million, his assets would be reduced by at least half, and he might have to sell some real estate. However, Du Qinghong did not hesitate at all. Ling Xiaotian and his daughter were also stunned. The value of this jade carving of the Zhong Yuan had far exceeded their imagination. 100 million yuan in cash even. A rich man like Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but be tempted at that moment. However, he quickly said, Old Du, don't even think about it. There's no room for discussion. With that, Ling Xiaotian stuffed the jade statue of the bell into Xia Ruofei's hands without hesitation and said, Ruofei, I thought that this jade statue would be worth at most a few million, or at most a few million. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. In that case, I can't accept it. However, Xia Ruofei did not take it. Instead, he let go of it. Ling Xiaotian was so scared that he held on to it tightly, afraid that he would drop it and smash it into pieces. This was 100 million yuan. Even if they were all 100 yuan bills, they weighed more than a ton. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Ling, I've never taken back the things I've given out. Besides, this jade statue isn't worth that much money. Before Xia Ruofei could finish his sentence, Du Qingheng glared at him and said, Little Xia, are you questioning my taste? Why don't we make a bet? The Three Mountains Mystics Society will be in charge of organizing an auction for this jade carving. If the final bid is lower than 100 million, I'll pay you back. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aren't you trying to ruin my reputation? I'm just saying. This to Uncle Ling, do you have to take it so seriously? Besides, you've already offered a price of 100 million. Even if no one wants it, you'll still buy it for 100 million, right? Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He said, Old Du, it seems like you really like this jade carving. Of course, Du Qingheng quickly said, Old Ling, have you changed your mind? As long as you're willing to sell it, I'll immediately raise the money to pay you. I won't delay a single cent. Ling Xiaotian quickly waved his hand and said, Stop, stop. I'm not planning to sell it. No, I'm not planning to take it. How can I accept such an expensive gift from a child? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Ling, aren't you making things difficult for me? This is just a small token of my appreciation. You're too kind. Ling Xiaotian Kai laughed. How about this? Is your betrothal gift? If that's the case, I'll accept it. Ling Qingshua's face turned red and she said, Dad. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Qingxue, what's there to be embarrassed about? And I'm telling you, if this is the betrothal gift, I'll prepare double the dowry for you when you get married according to the customs of Minnan. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She stomped her feet and said, You're getting more and more unreliable, Xia. Ruofei smiled and said, Sure. As long as Uncle Ling is willing to accept this gift, you can call it a betrothal gift. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but pinch Xia Ruofei and said, I didn't agree to marry you. But I didn't say I'm going to marry her now. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Just take it as an advance betrothal gift. You're going to marry me sooner or later anyway. Ling Xiaotian was comforted by the situation and laughed, There's nothing wrong with Ruofei's words. If that's the case, then I must have this jade statue, definitely. Xia Ruofei quickly struck while the iron was hot. Unless you don't agree to me being with Qingxue. Ha ha ha. Then I'll accept it. Ling Xiaotian wasn't a pretentious person, so he accepted the jade carving. He then continued, But, Ruofei, you've given me a big problem. This thing was a little hot. Whether it's at home or in the office, I have to be on guard against theft at all times. It's a treasure worth 100 million. Du Qingheng was also envious of Ling Xiaotian. He was also sighing at himself for not having a daughter as beautiful as Ling Qingxue. Otherwise, he might have been able to fight for a son-in-law. Xia Ruofei did not know that Du Qingheng had such a ridiculous thought. He smiled at Ling Xiaotian and said, Uncle Ling, please don't put it in the safe. Then it won't have any effect at all, logo. Du Qingheng also suggested, Old Ling, this jade carving isn't too big. In fact, I suggest you wear it with you. First of all, it's the best effect. Second, wearing it for a long time will make your aura more and more compatible with it. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement with Du Qingheng. Thus, Ling Xiaotian said, then I'll just wear it with me. Looks like I'll have to add a few more bodyguards, in case old Du takes them away. One day, Du Qinghong was so angry that he laughed out loud, you old brat. Am I that kind of person? You wouldn't go so far as to. Ling Xiaotian glanced at Du Qinghong and said, but as for magic tools, that's hard to say. Du Qinghong looked at Ling Xiaotian in disdain and said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei eagerly and asked, Little Xia, do you have any more of these magical artifacts? As long as it's of a similar quality to this Zhong Kuei jade carving, even if it's just a little worse, I can buy it at a high price. Don't worry, Uncle Du won't let you suffer a loss in the price. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully. She knew the origin of this jade statue. The best. According to her judgment, there should be more than one such jade statue. Ling Xiaotian wasn't joking this time and said, Ruofei, if you really have extra magic tools, you should consider old Du. This old man is very obsessed with feng shui metaphysics, the kind that can't move at the sight of magical artifacts. Xia Ruofei was very calm. He quickly organized his words and said, Uncle Du, I got this jade carving from my friend. I can help you ask, he said. All right. Du Qinghong quickly said. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me find out. Tell your friend to consider me first. I'll definitely make sure he's satisfied with the price. Du Qinghong actually knew that the friend Xia Ruofei was talking about might not even exist. However, he had lived for more than half of his life and still had some EQ. He saw through it but did not say it out loud. In short, he just had to make his attitude clear. If Xia Ruofei really had extra spiritual artifacts, he would naturally remember what Du Qinghong had said today. Of course, Du Qinghong didn't have much hope. Magical weapons weren't like cabbages. It was already a miracle to have one. Could it be mass-produced? What he did not know was that Xia Ruofei could actually mass-produce them. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, no problem. I'll definitely pass on Uncle Du's words to. Xia Ruofei did not expect that a jade carving with formation patterns could be sold for such a high price. However, he did not let money get to his head. He knew that this was a very niche market. Although there were many fortune tellers on the streets, most of them were swindlers and real metahumans. When compared to the population of the country, they were definitely a very niche market. Moreover, the rarer an item was, the more expensive it would be. If he casually took out 8 to 10 magic tools, it would be strange if the price could go up. Besides, Xia Ruofei also judged that the reason Du Qinghong was so eager to buy it at such a high price was not only because of the formation patterns, but also because of the materials and workmanship of this jade carving. If he had used other jadeite or jade to carve the formation, the quality might not be so high. Therefore, he needed to come down and carefully think about whether to sell it or how to sell it. Of course, he couldn't make a definite decision. Now, Ling Xiaotian said, Old Du, Ruofei, let's come over and have a chat while we make tea. That's right. Ruofei, you mentioned that you wanted to discuss the winery with me. Let's sit down and talk. Du Qinghong saw that Ling Xiaotian wanted to talk business with Xia Ruofei, so he said tactfully, Old Ling, I won't join in the fun. It's almost time, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, let's stay for dinner. Ruofei and I were just chatting, we didn't talk about any trade secrets. No, I should go back now. Du Qinghong waved his hand. Then, he said to Xia Ruofei, Xiao Xia, don't forget what I asked you to do. If there's any news, no matter if it's day or night, no matter how far it is, please inform me at once. Du Qinghong took out a name card and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took the name card politely and passed his own to Du Qinghong. This business card was made by the company for Xia Ruofei. He was now a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of millions. Furthermore, Paradise Corporation's business was booming and its reputation was becoming more prominent. As the chairman of the company, it would be too low if he did not have a business card. Du Qinghong carefully kept Xia Ruofei's business card and left. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to the coffee table in the guest area and sat down. Ling Qingxue very naturally began to boil water and make tea, willingly doing the service work. Ling Xiaotian leaned back on the sofa and asked with a smile, Ruofei, what do you want to discuss with me? Xia Ruofei smiled. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I'm more efficient in processing new wines now. So, I'm thinking about expanding the production scale. What's there to consider? We have to expand it. Ling Xiaotian said happily, do you know how popular the white wine produced by our winery is? It's completely in a state of supply falling short of demand. Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Xiaotian would definitely agree. However, as his elder and partner, Xia Ruofei naturally had to ask for his opinion to show his respect. Is it okay for the winery to expand its production? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course. Ling Xiaotian said, it's because you've been controlling the production at your side, so the production has not been fully developed. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little stunned. So I'm the one who's lacking in our winery's development, Ling Xiaotian laughed and asked, Ruofei, it's a good thing to expand the production capacity. What scale do you think is appropriate? It'll mainly depend on your production capabilities. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, let's increase it gradually. I hope that we can double the final production in a few months. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, no problem. Ling Xiaotian said happily, I'll inform the winery in a while and get them to come up with a concrete plan. Then, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but say, the guys at the winery will be overjoyed to hear this news. Ha 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 ha. Ling Qingxue had finished brewing the tea and served a cup each to Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian. She then asked with concern, Ruofei, can you handle doubling the production capacity? Xia Ruofei smiled. It's not a problem. I've never fought a battle that I'm not confident in. To Xia Ruofei, the so-called post-production was just putting the wine into the space and using the environment with rich spiritual qi and the power of the time formation to quickly complete the transformation of the wine. In the past, the production rate was controlled at a relatively low rate mainly because of the limitations of space. Now that he was able to construct an independent small space at will, it was equivalent to achieving a leap from a two-dimensional space to a three-dimensional space. The space utilization rate had increased by several times, so it was naturally easy for him to handle twice the amount of drunken Eight Immortals wine. Ling Qingxue had a blind trust in Xia Ruofei, so she did not say anything else. The three of them chatted as they made tea. They talked about their recent situation and soon talked about the clubhouse project in Beijing. Ling Xiaotian attached great importance to this collaboration with Xia Ruofei. It was related to the early Launch of the national strategy of the Ling G.F. and B Group. It was an important step to enter the capital city. Xia Ruofei also gave Ling Xiaotian a calming pill. Although he would not be the one to carry out the project, he could still play a leading role in it. With him as the major shareholder, Ling Xiaotian did not have to worry about any problems with the cooperation with those rich playboys. As they were talking about this, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. He couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Ling, you're really getting what you want. We were just chatting. Song Ruofei called, probably to talk about our project, logo. Xia Ruofei answered the call and laughed. Young Master Song, how come you're so free today? On the other end of the phone, Song Ruofei snorted and said, if I didn't make the call, you wouldn't have to care about the things here, would you? You're the major shareholder. Do we owe you something after all this running? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're all brothers. There's no need to be so formal. Beijing is your territory, unlike me, who is unfamiliar with this place. Shouldn't you do more? That's true, but you should at least put on an act. Even if it's just a call to show some concern. Song Ruofei said unhappily, you're good. It's as if this never happened. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay. I'm in the wrong, alright? Speak. Why are you looking for me this time? Of course it's about the club. Song Ruofei said, Brother Zhao and I have basically confirmed the target of the land. The shooting of that land will start soon. Brother Zhao asked you to come and give us some advice. Xia Ruofei said, casually, you guys can decide on this. I'm a blood amateur, I don't know anything about it. You have to come even if you don't understand. Song Ruofei said angrily, didn't you buy a big Sahiyuan in Luhai Alley? If you don't come back to stay, you're going to go moldy. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you don't have to worry about this. I have Wu Chang to help take care of it. If you're moldy, my courtyard house won't be moldy either. Fuck. You're deliberately angering me, right? Song Ruofei wailed, are you coming or not? Give me a word. Xia Ruofei felt that he had teased her enough, so he said lazily, all right. I'll arrange some work in the next 2 days, then I'll come to Beijing. Sigh. I've just returned from a business trip for more than 10 days. And now I have to travel again. What a tiring life. Song Ruofei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You've thrown all these things to us. I'm living like a god on the 3 mountains. How can you say this? Before Xia Ruofei could finish, Song Ruofei hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei laughed and put away his phone. He then said to Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue, Song Ruofei is furious. He said that I'm not involved. They've basically decided on the location of the club. They'll start shooting on that land in a few days. They want me to go to Beijing too. When Ling Qingxue heard this, she felt a little disappointed. Xia Ruofei had just returned from a trip of more than 10 days. The two of them had not even properly expressed their feelings of parting. They were going to Beijing soon. However, she was also a strong woman, so she knew that men should put their career first, so she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and said, I'd be angry too. Why do you have a share in the money making, but when it's time to work, you're the hands-off boss? Since they want you to go, you should go and take a look. Ling Xiaotian also said, that's right, Ruofei. This is a big deal, and you've invested so much money. It's only right for you to go and check it out. In reality, Ling Xiaotian was still envious of Xia Ruofei. He wondered what kind of status Song Rui had. Ordinary people would not be able to talk to him at all, but Xia Ruofei could laugh and curse so casually. This showed that the two of them were very close. It was also because of this that Ling Xiaotian was full of confidence in the group's prospects of entering the capital. The three of them chatted in Ling Xiaotian's office for a while. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, Ling Xiaotian smiled and stood up. Ruofei, I have a lunch appointment with a friend this afternoon, so I won't be accompanying you. You can have dinner with Qing Xue. Or we can go home and cook together. I won't be going back at noon. I'll come to work directly after I'm done with the business. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiaotian packed his things and left his office. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a smile that was not a smile. Ling Qingxue naturally knew that her father was just making space for the two of them. She could feel the flirtatious look in Xia Ruofei's eyes and could not help but pinch Xia Ruofei's arm. Xia Ruofei laughed heartily. He put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder and lowered his head to kiss her. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue naturally did not want to disappoint Ling Xiaotian. The two of them drove straight back to the Ling family's Jiangbin villa. After having lunch at home, Ling Qingxue gave the housekeeper a break with a slightly red face. When Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were the only ones left in the villa, the two of them could not hold it in any longer and kissed each other tightly. After a long time, Xia Ruofei carried Ling Qingxue by the waist and strode upstairs. He pushed open the door to Ling Qingxue's room. For a time, the room was filled with the feeling of spring. The rain had just stopped. Ling Qingxue snuggled up to Xia Ruofei and said softly, Ruofei, you've just returned, but you're leaving so soon. Xia Ruofei caressed Ling Qingxue's soft hair. As he asked gently, wife, you can't bear to? Ling Qingxue nodded her head and said, we live in the same city, but we've been apart more than together. Xia Ruofei sighed and said, it's mainly because we're both too busy. Each with our own business. But the next step is to move our company's headquarters to the city, so we should have more opportunities to meet. Logo. Hearing this, Ling Qingxue's dejected mood eased a little. She raised her head and asked, really? When are you moving? Xia Ruofei replied, it should be soon. The interior decoration is basically completed. The next step is to carry out an environmental inspection. If there are no problems, we should start moving. I won't care about the specific things here, the people below will arrange it. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, it's good to move out. Although the environment at the farm is pleasant, it's too far away. It's good to go there for a vacation once in a while, but it's a little inconvenient to live there for a long time. Yup. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the company's business needs this as well. As the company expands, we can't always set the company's headquarters on a farm. This is related to our corporate image. Then, Xia Ruofei added, by the way, I might need to buy a house in the city. It's best if it's a detached villa. Help me look for information in this area when you have time. It'll be even better if there's a suitable villa in your neighborhood. We can live closer. Ling Qingxue's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard that. She began to imagine the scene of the two of them living in the same villa community. Don't worry. She nodded. Leave the matter of finding a house to me. You can go to the capital without worry. The matter over there is more important. Xia Ruofei lowered his head and kissed Ling Qingshua's tender red lips. He smiled and said, "Wife, you're my strong backing." Glib tongue, Ling Qingxue pouted and glanced at Xia Ruofei. She immediately felt that Xia Ruofei's hands under the blanket were getting naughty again and couldn't help but exclaim. Soon, a symphony of birds and phoenixes began to play in the warm room. When Xia Ruofei left the Ling family villa, it was already past 8 in the evening. In the afternoon, the two of them fooled around in Ling Qingshua's boudoir. It was only when it was almost 5:30 that the two of them got up and took a couple's bath. Then, they changed and went downstairs. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiaotian was about to get off work and return home, he might have accidentally fired a gun in the bathroom. While Ling Qingxue felt the warmth and sweetness, she couldn't help but feel that she couldn't take it anymore. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more aggressive in that aspect, and Ling Qingxue felt more and more powerless. After the two of them went downstairs, they deliberately sat in the courtyard and chatted for a while. Very soon, Ling Xiaotian returned home. Although the two of them were neatly dressed and looked respectful to each other, Ling Xiaotian, as someone who had been through this, could guess what they had done in the afternoon from his daughter's blushing face and her teary eyes. While Ling Xiaotian felt an instinctive sourness in his heart, he also felt a burst of relief. Xia Ruofei was becoming more and more capable, and so was his business. Ling Xiaotian could not be any more satisfied with this son-in-law. The two of them were so loving, and he was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. Hence, he personally made dinner and asked Xia Ruofei to have a few drinks. After returning to the farm, Xia Ruofei had just finished washing up and was about to go to bed to browse the news and WeChat when he received a call from Song Wei. "Are you Ruofei? I didn't disturb your rest, did I?" Song Wei asked. "I haven't slept yet." Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, "What's the matter?" "I was going to look for you at the farm, but something came up at school. I have to go back to the capital early." "I have to leave tomorrow," Song Wei said, a little depressed. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's okay. There's no rush to cultivate. You can cultivate it when you're alone, but you must remember not to be impatient. Although the effect of cultivating the Taichu Heart Sutra is not obvious, it's better than nothing." "I know," Song Wei's voice still sounded a little disappointed. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I forgot to tell you that I'll be going to Beijing in the next 2 days. We can find time to cultivate." Song Wei was stunned for a moment before she asked in surprise, "Really?" "Yup. I have something to deal with over there. If I don't go over now, Song Ruofei is going to flip out at me." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "So, if you don't return to the capital earlier, we won't be able to get our time together. Isn't it perfect now?" "That's great." Song Wei cheered like a little girl. The disappointment from returning to school early was swept away. Then, she impatiently asked, "When are you going to the capital?" "In a day or two." Xia Ruofei said, "The exact time hasn't been decided yet. I have some work to arrange. I don't know how long I'll be back this time." The group of bad friends were all in the capital, so Xia Ruofei naturally could not be in a hurry. Furthermore, since he was in the capital, Xia Ruofei had to visit his elders like Elder Song and General Zhaoqing. In addition to that, Xia Ruofei reckoned that it would be impossible for him to return quickly. "Why don't we just take the same flight?" Song Wei suggested. I'll be taking a flight at around 4 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll be in Beijing for dinner. Xia Ruofei could hear the anticipation in Song Wei's voice. He thought for a while and said, "All right. I'll quickly arrange my work tomorrow morning. We'll meet directly at the airport at about 2:30 in the afternoon." "All right." Song Wei said happily, "I'll take care of the plane tickets. I'll help you book them." "All right. Thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said. The next day, Xia Ruofei came to the office early in the morning and gathered Feng Jing, Peng Hao, Xiao Chang, and the other company leaders for a small meeting. Feng Jing had already reported to Xia Ruofei about the work that had been done in the past few days. Today, he mainly told everyone that he would be going to the capital for a few days and arranged some important work in the near future. The most important task at hand was naturally the relocation of the headquarters. Xia Ruofei emphasized the safety of the office environment again. He would rather delay the relocation than let the employees take drugs in the building. When Feng Jing heard that Xia Ruofei had just returned and was about to leave, she felt a little resentful. However, in the presence of so many people, she still paid attention to protecting Xia Ruofei's authority as the chairman and did not show any displeasure. However, as soon as the meeting ended, Feng Jing immediately went to Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was going to scold him, so he quickly explained to her before she could speak. When she heard that Xia Ruofei was going to the capital to work on a project with Song Ruwei and the others, Feng Jing's unhappiness disappeared immediately. Xia Ruofei chatted with Feng Jing for a while more before leaving the complex in a hurry. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei's back and sighed. She mumbled to herself, "I really owe you in my past life, President Feng. What are you talking about?" A voice came from behind Feng Rao, giving her a fright. She turned around while caressing her chest. When she saw Dong Yun standing there in a professional suit, she could not help but ask, "Assistant Dong, didn't you go to the pharmaceutical factory for research? Why did you come back so early?" "Oh, there's just one last bit of work left. I finished the research this morning." Dong Yin smiled and said, "I will form a research report as soon as possible. I hope it will be of help to the company." "It'll definitely help." Feng Jing said, "You're an expert in this field. With you personally taking the pulse, our company will definitely improve our administrative efficiency and formal management by a large margin." "President Feng, you're too kind." Dong Yun smiled. "I'll go back to my office then." "All right, you can go back to your work." "Thank you for your hard work." Feng Jing nodded politely. Dong Yun looked at Feng Jing and then glanced at Xia Ruofei, who was walking through the square in front of the building towards the villa. She seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Jing did not notice Dong Yun's expression. After Dong Yun returned to her office, she immediately took out her phone, found Xia Ruofei on WeChat, and sent him a voice message. Logo. Hearing this, Ling Qingshua's dejected mood eased a little. She raised her head and asked, "Really? When are you moving?" Xia Ruofei replied, "It should be soon. The interior decoration is basically completed. The next step is to carry out an environmental inspection. If there are no problems, we should start moving. I won't care about the specific things here, the people below will arrange it." Ling Qingxua nodded and said, "It's good to move out. Although the environment at the farm is pleasant, it's too far away. It's good to go there for a vacation once in a while, but it's a little inconvenient to live there for a long time." "Yup. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the company's business needs this. As well. As the company expands, we can't always set the company's headquarters on a farm. This is related to our corporate image. Then, Xia Ruofei added, by the way, I might need to buy a house in the city. It's best if it's a detached villa. Help me look for information in this area when you have time. It'll be even better if there's a suitable villa in your neighborhood. We can live closer. Ling Qingshua's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard that. She began to imagine the scene of the two of them living in the same villa community. Don't worry. She nodded. Leave the matter of finding a house to me. You can go to the capital without worry. The matter over there is more important. Xia Ruofei lowered his head and kissed Ling Qingshua's tender red lips. He smiled and said, wife, you're my strong backing. Glib tongue. Ling Qingxue pouted and glanced at Xia Ruofei. She immediately felt that Xia Ruofei's hands under the blanket were getting naughty again and couldn't help but exclaim. Soon, a symphony of birds and phoenixes began to play in the warm room. When Xia Ruofei left the Ling family villa, it was already past 8 in the evening. In the afternoon, the two of them fooled around in Ling Qingshua's boudoir. It was only when it was almost 5:30 that the two of them got up and took a couple's bath. Then, they changed and went downstairs. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiaotian was about to get off work and return home, he might have accidentally fired a gun in the bathroom. While Ling Qingxue felt the warmth and sweetness, she couldn't help but feel that she couldn't take it anymore. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more aggressive in that aspect, and Ling Qingxue felt more and more powerless. After the two of them went downstairs, they deliberately sat in the courtyard and chatted for a while. Very soon, Ling Xiaotian returned home. Although the two of them were neatly dressed and looked respectful to each other, Ling Xiaotian, as someone who had been through this, could guess what they had done in the afternoon from his daughter's blushing face and her teary eyes. While Ling Xiaotian felt an instinctive sourness in his heart, he also felt a burst of relief. Xia Ruofei was becoming more and more capable, and so was his business. Ling Xiaotian could not be any more satisfied with this son-in-law. The two of them were so loving, and he was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. Hence, he personally made dinner and asked Xia Ruofei to have a few drinks. After returning to the farm, Xia Ruofei had just finished washing up and was about to go to bed to browse the news and WeChat when he received a call from Song Wei. Are you Fei? I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Song Wei asked. I haven't slept yet. Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, what's the matter? I was going to look for you at the farm, but something came up at school. I have to go back to the capital early. I have to leave tomorrow, Song Wei said, a little depressed. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's okay. There's no rush to cultivate. You can cultivate it when you're alone, but you must remember not to be impatient. Although the effect of cultivating the Taichu Heart Sutra is not obvious, it's better than nothing. I know, Song Wei's voice still sounded a little disappointed. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I forgot to tell you that I'll be going to Beijing in the next 2 days. We can find time to cultivate. Song Wei was stunned for a moment before she asked in surprise, really? Yup. I have something to deal with over there. If I don't go over now, Song Ruofei is going to flip out at me. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, so, if you don't return to the capital earlier, we won't be able to get our time together. Isn't it perfect now? That's great. Song Wei cheered like a little girl. The disappointment from returning to school early was swept away. Then, she impatiently asked, when? Are you going to the capital? In a day or two. Xia Ruofei said, the exact time hasn't been decided yet. I have some work to arrange. I don't know how long I'll be back this time. The group of bad friends were all in the capital, so Xia Ruofei naturally could not be in a hurry. Furthermore, since he was in the capital, Xia Ruofei had to visit his elders, like Elder Song and General Zhaoqing. In addition to that, Xia Ruofei reckoned that it would be impossible for him to return quickly. Why don't we just take the same flight? Song Wei suggested. I'll be taking a flight at around 4 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll be in Beijing for dinner. Xia Ruofei could hear the anticipation in Song Wei's voice. He thought for a while and said, all right. I'll quickly arrange my work tomorrow morning. We'll meet directly at the airport at about 2:30 in the afternoon. All right. Song Wei said happily, I'll take care of the plane tickets. I'll help you book them. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Xia Ruofei said. The next day, Xia Ruofei came to the office early in the morning and gathered Feng Jing, Peng Hao, Xiao Chang, and the other company leaders for a small meeting. Feng Jing had already reported to Xia Ruofei about the work that had been done in the past few days. Today, he mainly told everyone that he would be going to the capital for a few days and arranged some important work in the near future. The most important task at hand was naturally the relocation of the headquarters. Xia Ruofei emphasized the safety of the office environment again. He would rather delay the relocation than let the employees take drugs in the building. When Feng Jing heard that Xia Ruofei had just returned and was about to leave, she felt a little resentful. However, in the presence of so many people, she still paid attention to protecting Xia Ruofei's authority as the chairman, and did not show any displeasure. However, as soon as the meeting ended, Feng Jing immediately went to Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was going to scold him, so he quickly explained to her before she could speak. When she heard that Xia Ruofei was going to the capital to work on a project with Song Ruofei and the others, Feng Jing's unhappiness disappeared immediately. Xia Ruofei chatted with Feng Jing for a while more before leaving the complex in a hurry. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei's back and sighed. She mumbled to herself, I really owe you in my past life, President Feng, what are you talking about? A voice came from behind Feng Rao, giving her a fright. She turned around while caressing her chest. When she saw Dong Yun standing there in a professional suit, she could not help but ask, Assistant Dong, didn't you go to the pharmaceutical factory for research? Why did you come back so early? Oh, there's just one last bit of work left. I finished the research this morning. Dong Yun smiled and said, I will form a research report as soon as possible. I hope it will be of help to the company. It'll definitely help. Feng Jing said, you're an expert in this field. With you personally taking the pulse, our company will definitely improve our administrative efficiency and formal management by a large margin. President Feng, you're too kind. Dong Yun smiled. I'll go back to my office then. All right, you can go back to your work. Thank you for your hard work, Feng Jing nodded politely. Dong Yun looked at Feng Jing and then glanced at Xia Ruofei, who was walking through the square in front of the building towards the villa. She seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Jing did not notice Dong Yun's expression. After Dong Yun returned to her office, she immediately took out her phone, found Xia Ruofei on WeChat, and sent him a voice message. Chapter 1609, Careful Consideration. 1. Before Xia Ruofei reached the small villa, he heard a WeChat notification from his phone. He took it out and saw that it was from Feng Jing. He was surprised that she had sent him a message just a minute or two ago. He had just left the room, but she had already sent him a message. Was there an emergency? Xia Ruofei clicked on the voice message with some speculation. Feng Jing's voice came from the phone. Ruofei, if you don't do anything, the company's executive director is going to be fired. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He immediately exited the WeChat interface and used his phone to call Feng Jing. Boss Feng, what's the situation? Xia Ruofei asked as soon as the call connected. Dong Yan's research at the pharmaceutical factory has already ended, Feng Jing said. Even though she's a little tempted, if you don't take the initiative, she'll probably leave after the research report is out. It's not like she's not wanted by anyone. Who knows how many companies are offering her an olive branch? Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and said, so urgent. I'm going to the capital soon, then come over now. Feng Jing said, you have to step in for this kind of thing. The others don't have enough power. You have to be sincere, don't you? All right then. Xia Ruofei said helplessly. So he turned around and walked back. And soon returned to the comprehensive office building. Xia Ruofei stood at the door of Feng Jing's office and gently knocked on the door. Feng Rao looked up at Xia Ruofei and smiled. Dong Yun is in the office, next door. You can go there by yourself. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, the problem is, what should I tell her? She asked to stay, but I rejected her. Times have changed. Feng Jing smiled and said, you didn't want to force her to stay back then, and Dong Yun didn't really want to stay. But from what I can see, she's probably a little moved. If you bring it up, it'll be different. I'll try, Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Feng Jing, who was sitting behind her desk, clenched her fists and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Good luck. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He walked towards the office next door that was specially cleared for Dong Yun. The office door was tightly shut. Xia Ruofei knocked on the door lightly and heard Dong Yun's cold voice. Please enter. Xia Ruofei pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Dong Yun typing furiously on the keyboard in front of the computer. Her attention was completely focused on the computer screen. She did not even raise her head as she said, please wait a moment, I'll finish this part. Xia Ruofei smiled as he stood still, looking at Dong Yun, who was extremely focused on her work. From a certain perspective, Dong Yun and Feng Jing were the same type of people. They both had strong professional skills and a strong sense of business. They were both strong women that ordinary men would be afraid of. However, there were some differences between Dong Yun and Feng Jing. Feng Jing was more easy-going and had a gentle attitude towards her subordinates, while Dong Yun was a little cold. Perhaps it was because she had been working in an international company for many years, but she was more business. Like most of the time, Xia Ruofei waited for more than 3 minutes. Dong Yun finally finished typing the part that she had said. She pushed the keyboard lightly and raised her head. When she saw that it was Xia Ruofei who was waiting at the door, she couldn't help but stand up and blushed. President Xia, I didn't know you were here. Why didn't you say anything? I didn't want to disturb you when I saw how focused you were on your work. Xia Ruofei laughed. I'm sorry, Dong Yun said. I'm like this when I'm working. I'm sorry for being negligent just now. I'm fine, I'm fine. Xia Ruofei laughed as he walked straight to the chair in front of Dong Yun's desk and sat down. He asked, Miss Dong, how are you feeling in Paradise Corporation? Are you used to it? It's good. Everyone is very supportive of my work. Dong Yun nodded. Then, how does Miss Dong feel about our Paradise Corporation? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Dong Yun's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xia Ruofei and chose her words carefully before saying, in short, President Xia has a very good team. In addition, the company's business structure is generally very healthy and full of vitality, and the future development potential should be very great. Of course, I have a different view on management. I'll elaborate on the details in the research report, so I won't say much here. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, It's been hard on you these days, Miss Dong. Then, he asked, without changing his expression, Miss Dong, I wonder, what are your plans for the next step? I'll probably rest for a few days after this research, Dong Yun said with a faint smile. After that, I'll probably continue looking for a job. After saying that, Dong Yun shrugged and said, although I've been working abroad for many years, I didn't save up much money. I spent all my money on traveling. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei wanted to say something but stopped. However, he remembered Feng Jing's words and said, Miss Dong, on behalf of Paradise Corporation, I once again invite you to take up the position of the company's administrative director. Xia Ruofei quickly explained, of course, this is just a one-sided invitation from the company. The specific decision is still up to you. I also hope that no matter what decision you make, you will follow your heart. In short, this is a simple job invitation, so don't confuse it with other things. Although Xia Ruofei had tactfully expressed that he wasn't forcing her to do anything, he still couldn't help but feel embarrassed after he finished speaking. When Dong Yun had offered to join Paradise Corporation last year, he had rejected her with a straight face. He didn't want Dong Yun to mix this matter with the element of repaying her kindness. Now, it had only been less than a month, and he came to invite Dong Yun to join again. He was more or less suspected of going back on his word. Xia Ruofei also thought that Feng Jing had given him a big problem. Seeing that Xia Ruofei, a big boss, was acting like a child who had done something wrong, Dong Yun could not help but laugh. She held back her laughter and said, Thank you for your appreciation, President Xia. This is not a small matter. I can't give you an answer right away, but I will seriously consider it. Xia Ruofei felt relieved and quickly said, All right. Miss Dong, then I won't hold you up from your work. I'll be going to Beijing for a business trip for a few days in the afternoon. If you've made a decision, you can communicate it to CEO Feng immediately. Whether you choose our Paradise Corporation or not, I'm very grateful for your work for our company during this period of time. You're too kind, President Xia, Dong Yun said with a smile. She walked Xia Ruofei to the office door and turned back to continue her work. As Xia Ruofei was leaving, he was trying to figure out Dong Yun's feelings. Even though he did not reject her immediately, Dong Yun did not sound like she had a strong desire to stay. Could Feng Jing have made a mistake? Chairman. When Xia Ruofei returned to her senses, she realized that she had unknowingly walked to the door of Feng Jing's office. Feng Jing was waving her hand in front of her. Feng Rao asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" "I've called you several times." Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing, how is it?" Feng Jing pouted at Dong Yan's office and asked. Xia Ruofei was a little confused. "I did tell her," he said. "But she didn't say anything. She said she would consider it." "I see," Feng Jing asked, then. "What do you think of her attitude? Is there any chance of her staying?" Xia Ruofei said, "I can't say for sure. I don't feel like I'm that determined to stay. Anyway, I've done what I can. Dong Yun is a very opinionated person. Let her decide for herself." "All right." Feng Jing was a little disappointed. She did have high hopes for Dong Yun and felt that she was the most suitable candidate for the executive director position. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Ran, I've completed my mission. No matter if it's successful or not, you can't blame me anymore." "I can't be bothered to blame you. The company is yours anyway." Feng Jing pouted and glanced at Xia Ruofei. "If you really can't do it, you can continue to look for a headhunting company." Let's see what Dong Yan's decision is." Xia Ruofei said, "Sister Che, I'll leave the company to you. I have to go back and pack my luggage." Go on, go on." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Lingyun drove the company's Mercedes-Benz to Xia Ruofei's small villa. He quickly took Xia Ruofei's small suitcase and put it in the trunk, then quickly went over to open the door for Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei had told Yi Lingyun several times that such a small matter could be handled by a veteran, Yi Lingyun did not listen. Every time Xia Ruofei was sent to the airport, he would personally drive. The Mercedes-Benz drove smoothly on the airport highway. Xia Ruofei sat with his eyes closed to rest. Just then, his phone vibrated. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and took a look at his phone. It was Feng Jing. He thought to himself, could there be something wrong again? "Hello, Sister Che." Xia Ruofei answered the call. "You liar." Feng Rao laughed and scolded him. Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, "What's going on? When have I ever lied to you?" "Didn't you say this morning that Dong Yan's intention to stay wasn't very strong?" Feng Jing said unhappily. "When I arrived at the office just now, she came to look for me and said that she's willing to stay in our company as the executive director. I've already arranged for someone to handle the formal employment procedures for her." Xia Ruofei was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he asked in confusion, "No way? When I looked for her this morning, she said it herself. She said that this is not a small matter and that we have to consider it carefully. Before making a decision, I asked her the same question." Feng Jing giggled and said, "She said that she's been thinking about it for more than an hour and finally decided to accept your invitation to join our Paradise Corporation." Xia Ruofei was speechless. After a while, he said, "All right." He was indeed being cautious. No matter what, this was a good thing. "Sister Ran, please ask the canteen to prepare a few more dishes tonight. Please invite Dong Yun to a banquet on my behalf and welcome her to our company. Don't worry. I've already made the arrangements." Feng Jing said, "You can go to Beijing with peace of mind. Haha, now there's another female general who's not inferior to men under my command. This is like adding wings to a tiger." Xia Ruofei replied happily, "Of course I'm more at ease." Feng Rao was also in a good mood. She joked, "Remember to bring us gifts when you come back. Otherwise, be Careful that we don't collectively quit next time. Yes, sir. Xia Ruofei laughed and hung up the phone. He looked up and saw that the car had already driven out of the airport expressway. He could already see the terminal. In the distance, Yi Lingyun stopped the car in front of the departure hall. Xia Ruofei said, "All right, you don't have to get out of the car. This is a temporary parking area, just open the trunk. My luggage isn't heavy. I can carry it in myself." Soon, Xia Ruofei moved the small suitcase out of the car, waved at Yi Lingyun through the window, and dragged the suitcase into the hall. It was exactly 2:30 a.m. Ruofei, this way. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the main hall, he saw Song Wei waving at him happily. At the same time, Xia Ruofei's expression froze. He saw Song Qiming standing beside Song Wei and smiling at him. Xia Ruofei hastened his steps and came in front of the two of them. "Hello, Uncle Song." Song Qiming smiled at Xia Ruofei gently and said, "Xiao Xia, I'm going to visit an industrial park in Chongping County this afternoon, so I came to the airport to send Wei Wei off. I heard that you're also going to the capital for business and that you're on the same flight as Wei Wei, so I'm much more at ease. You have to help me take care of my girl on the way." "Don't worry, Uncle Song," Xia Ruofei quickly said. Song Wei pouted and said, "Dad, I'm not a child anymore, I don't need anyone to take care of me." Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei and blushed. Song Qiming laughed and said, "No matter what, the two of us can look out for each other. It's almost time, you guys can go through the security check directly." Song Qiming's secretary, Guangji Chao, walked over with 2 boarding passes. He nodded at Xia Ruofei and said respectfully, "Secretary, I've changed my boarding pass." Xia Ruofei and Guangji were old acquaintances. They had interacted a lot. Back then, Song Qiming had just taken office and Guangji Chao was a new secretary. It was like walking on thin ice. Now, it seemed that Guangji Chao was much more experienced and more confident. "Give it to them." Song Qiming nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Chao." Xia Ruofei smiled as he took his boarding pass. "I should," Guangji Chao said with a smile. Then, he took over Xia Ruofei and Song Wei's luggage. Song Wei only had a small bag with her. She was back at school, so she probably had a lot of stuff. Guangji Chao must have checked it in for her. The two of them passed the security check smoothly. They waved at Song Qiming, who was outside the prohibited line, and turned around to walk toward the VIP lounge. The two of them were in first class. Song Wei refunded her original economy class ticket and booked 2 new tickets. A few days ago in Ruizhou, Song Wei had earned 300,000 to 400,000 yuan from stone gambling under Xia Ruofei's guidance. Naturally, she did not lack the money for the plane ticket. Besides, Song Wei was overjoyed to be able to go to Beijing with Xia Ruofei. What was 2 first-class tickets to her? More than 2 hours later, the vacant plane they were on landed smoothly in the capital city, where night had just fallen. After the plane stabilized in the parking space in front of the terminal, the door opened quickly. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei walked into the terminal along the covered bridge. The temperature in the plane was comfortable. After getting off the plane, Song Wei felt the chill. However, she had put her thick coat in the check-in suitcase. The temperature in Beijing was much colder than in Sanshan. The clothes she wore in Sanshan were very thin in Beijing. Song Wei couldn't help but shrink her body. At this moment, Xia Ruofei took the coat from his hand and put it on Song Wei. Song Wei suddenly felt a burst of warmth. She turned around and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Her watery eyes were filled with joy. "Thank you," Song Wei said sweetly. "Just put it on. Don't catch a cold," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "N." Song Wei nodded her head. Then she stopped, put her gloves in her sleeves, and put on her coat before continuing to walk with her simple luggage. Xia Ruofei's clothes were naturally very loose on Song Wei, but it also gave her a different kind of charm. They took the escalator to the first floor. Xia Ruofei accompanied Song Wei to the luggage wheel in the lobby, to get her checked in luggage. Then, he helped her to move her luggage onto a small cart and walked out of the airport departure hall. "Are you Ruofei?" "Wei Wei." The two voices rang out at the same time. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were stunned. They stopped in their tracks and looked towards the source of the voice. They were dumbfounded. Originally, Xia Ruofei had only informed Wu Chang to pick them up. However, not only Wu Chang was standing at the exit, but Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruofei, and Zhui Yi were also there. In addition, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, Wei Jun Qianqian, and the other scoundrels who had agreed to cooperate to set up the club had all arrived at the airport. It was Song Ruofei and Zhui Yi who had made that sound. "What's the situation?" Xia Ruofei mumbled. Song Ruofei walked up to him and punched Xia Ruofei's shoulder lightly. He smiled and said, "What are you waiting for? Can't you see that we've come to welcome you in such a grand manner? Aren't you touched? Aren't you guys making a big scene?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "I'm a little overwhelmed by your favor." "Hey. How did you know that I was on this flight?" Xia Ruofei continued. Song Ruofei replied lazily, "Isn't that simple? If you want to go back to the capital, don't you need to let Wu Chang pick you up?" "Brother Zhao, why don't you ask Wu Chang? He wouldn't dare to hide anything from the old platoon leader, would he?" At the side, Wu Chang's face was full of embarrassment. He was also a little uneasy in his heart, afraid that his boss would be unhappy because of this. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not blame Wu Chang for such a small matter. He smiled and nodded his head, then walked over to greet everyone. Zhui Yi's gaze was meaningful. She looked at Song Wei and then at Xia Ruofei before saying, "Wei Wei, your clothes look like," only then did Song Wei realize that she was still wearing Xia Ruofei's clothes. She immediately blushed. After Zhui Yi's reminder, everyone's eyes were on her. She couldn't take them off now either. It seemed like she was trying to hide something, but she felt uncomfortable wearing them. She didn't know how awkward it was. Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, "Who knew it would be so cold in the capital? When I got off the plane, I saw that Song Wei was already shivering from the cold. Of course, I had to show off my style." "How gentlemanly." Zhui Yi giggled and gave Xia Ruofei a big thumbs up. However, from her expression, it was obvious that she did not believe him so easily. Seeing this, Song Ruofei laughed and said, "It's so cold out here, so stop talking. Get in the car first. We've prepared a lot of food at the courtyard in Luhai Lane to welcome you." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "Why do I feel like something is wrong? I seem to be the owner of the courtyard house. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Yongjun and the others burst into laughter. Song Ruofei said casually, "There's no point in saying that. Who are we brothers with? Besides, I'm only using your venue. We were the ones who bought it. Zhao Yongjun also laughed and said, Ruofei, don't mind these details. We brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a good drink today. All right. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. A group of people surrounded Xia Ruofei as they walked to the parking lot. Zhao Yongjun and the others drove 3 cars. Song Ruwei and Zhui Yi were in one car. So Zhui Yi naturally pulled Song Wei along with her. Although Song Wei really wanted to sit in the same car as Xia Ruofei, she was too embarrassed to show it. After all, Zhui Yi was her 4-year classmate and best friend. If she were to sit in the same car as Xia Ruofei at this time, wouldn't it be even more abnormal? Xia Ruofei got into the Land Rover that he had bought for the capital. 4 cars drove out of Beijing Airport in a single file and headed toward the Luhai Lane courtyard house in the city center. When they were about to arrive, Xia Ruofei realized that the car was not heading for Luhai Lane, but the road behind the house. He came back to his senses and said with a smile, I haven't come back to take a look at the Sihiyuan after it was renovated. Back then, Xia Ruofei had decided to open a door in the backyard and use the empty rooms to transform into 2 garages. Now that the car was driving on this road, it was natural to go to the backyard. Wu Chang focused on driving as he said, Boss, even I feel that it's a bit hot to receive such a high salary. You rarely come to Beijing a few times a year, and I usually have nothing to do. Who said that? Xia Ruofei said, you have to manage and maintain such a big house. Isn't that your job? It's just doing some cleaning and trimming the flowers and plants. This job is really too easy, Wu Chang smiled bitterly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if you're too free, then find something to do. It's fine to read more books. If you learn from the security guards at Capital University, you might even be able to get an undergraduate or graduate degree. Please spare me. Wu Chang quickly said. I feel dizzy, just by looking at books, ha ha ha. As the two of them chatted, the car had already driven to the back wall of the courtyard. Xia Ruofei saw that there was a wide back door. There was no threshold either. Instead, it was made into a slope for vehicles to enter and exit. Wu Chang picked up the remote control on the center console and pressed it gently. The electric door slowly opened to the sides, and the car drove in directly. The cars behind them also entered. There were only 2 garages, but the backyard was quite spacious, so it was not a problem to place a few cars in the open air. Everyone got out of their cars. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and Zhui Yi had already been here when Xia Ruofei bought the house, but it was the first time for Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and Song Wei. The moment Ho Liang and the others alighted from the car, they were stunned by the spacious and luxurious courtyard house. They couldn't wait to take a look. Xia Ruofei also wanted to see how the changes he had requested were going, so he gladly agreed and led everyone to the courtyard at the back to look around the Sihiyuan. When everyone saw the 3-story courtyard house and saw the luxury of the Bale mansion, they were all envious, especially when they saw that the courtyard house actually had a 2-story spacious basement. It's good to be rich, Ho Liang said. Emotionally, this is the most central area of Beijing. How many people can't even afford a house as big as a pigeon cage, and you're actually sitting in a large courtyard with 3 entrances? There's no justice in this world. Su Zixian also echoed, there's actually a 2-story basement, and it's actually a basement with proper procedures. There's a VIP theater in the house. Heavens! Why can't I have such a good thing? Even if there's such a good opportunity, you still need to have the money to buy it. Xia Ruofei had spent more than 100 million on this house. Do you have that much money? Su Zixin suddenly became dejected, saying, I really don't have any. Wei Jun was the younger brother of this group of people. At this time, he also joined in and said, poverty has limited our imagination. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, brothers, stop sighing. We're going to do something big this time. In the future, everyone will be able to live in such a large courtyard. Brother Zhao. Xia Ruofei teased, why does it sound like you're taking us to a robbery? Song Rui interjected, how is robbing enough? Each of them can own a courtyard house. It's more like robbing a bank. Ha ha ha, after everyone had finished their tour, they gathered at the central courtyard. The entire central courtyard was the living space of the master, and dinner was also served here. As soon as Wu Chang came back, he went into the kitchen and got busy. He had been living independently all these years and his cooking skills were not bad. Moreover, many of the things that Song Rui and the others bought were cooked food. They could be eaten after heating them up slightly. It was not difficult for Wu Chang. Very quickly, the dishes were served. As the host, Xia Ruofei was the first to pick up the glass. The glass was filled with drunken eight immortals white wine. Now that drunken eight immortals had made a name for himself in the northern region, more and more people had fallen in love with the rising star of the white wine industry. In fact, drunken eight immortals did not spend much on advertising. The main issue was production capacity constraints, so it was useless, no matter how big the advertisements were. Basically, drunken eight immortals only spread the news by word of mouth and some online recommendation posts, but it still took the whole country by storm. This also very vividly interpreted the saying, the dense fragrance of wine is not afraid of the depths of the alley. Xia Ruofei held his cup and smiled. Thank you, brothers, and student Shui. I'm overwhelmed by the fact that you've personally come to pick me up. Today, regardless of whether you're driving or not, have a few drinks. Don't leave tonight, there are plenty of rooms here, just pick one you like. I seriously agree. Ho Liang said, let us experience the life of Lord Bale. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this will be your home from now on. You can stay for as long as you want, no need to be polite with me. Come, let's finish this cup first. For friendship, cheers. For friendship. Fuck. They were all young people, and their tempers were similar. In addition, they hadn't seen each other for a while, so the atmosphere at dinner was naturally very lively. Xia Ruofei also observed that Song Rui was very enthusiastic about Shui. However, from their expressions and some subtle movements, Song Rui should not have succeeded. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This kid was really stupid. After dinner, Shui ranted about how she had not had a bedroom meeting with Song Wei in a long time. She wanted to reminisce about their university days and insisted on staying in the same room as Song Wei. He could tell that Song Wei was not too willing, but it was not convenient for her to say it out loud. She was still hoping to find an opportunity to cultivate with Xia Ruofei. If she were to stay in the same room as Shui, even the idea of cultivating in secret would be dashed. Xia Ruofei gave Song Wei a look to calm her down. Then, he asked Wu Chang to bring the two of them to choose a room. Every room in the courtyard house was equipped with bedsheets, blankets, and toiletries, so they could be moved in directly. Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others sat under the grape trellis in the middle of the courtyard, making tea and chatting. "Brother Zhao, tell me about the land," Xia Ruofei asked. Zhao Yongjun nodded and smiled. Before the new year, Xia Ruofei, Liangzi, and I inspected quite a few places. In the end, everyone agreed that there was a piece of land that was quite good. He paused for a moment, took a sip of tea, and continued, "This town is located in the Pingchang district on the outskirts of Beijing. It's surrounded by mountains and rivers, with pleasant scenery. Most importantly, it has rich hot spring resources, which is very suitable for us to build a special club." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. The hot spring in Little Tang Town was famous for its popularity. There were many resorts and hotels there. He thought for a moment and asked, "It sounds pretty good. Big brother Zhao, let's find time to go there tomorrow and have a look. Even if you didn't ask, I would have brought you there to check." Zhao Yongjun laughed, "You're the major shareholder. Aren't our shares about the same?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "But since I'm here, I'd better go and take a look. Otherwise, people will say that I'm not putting in effort." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Rui. This guy had been indignant on the phone yesterday. But now that Xia Ruofei was here, he had become a taciturn person. He was drinking tea by himself and did not respond to Xia Ruofei's words. "By the way, brother Zhao, how big is this piece of land?" Xia Ruofei asked. "About 15 mu. Zhao Yongjun replied. "Moreover, the land next to it is also idle. If we manage it well in the future, we can buy it together for expansion." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but calculate in his heart. Then, he said, "So big? Will our budget be insufficient? The land price in the capital is not cheap. 2 months ago, a 91,000 square meter land was auctioned in Xiaotang. The final price was about 2.9 billion. The land we're interested in this time should be around the same price. There won't be too much left and..." "Right," Xia Ruofei quickly calculated in his heart and said, "Brother Zhao just said that the land you're interested in is about 15 mu, right? That's about 10,000 square meters, so it would cost about 320 million to get the land. This is definitely overspending." Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and Lu Jian looked at each other and laughed. Xia Ruofei was even more confused. "What are you guys laughing at? Don't tell me you've pulled in more partners to expand the scale of your investment?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and explained, "Ruofei, you might not know much about real estate. It's no wonder. Different professions are worlds apart. I'll explain it to you briefly. After a piece of land is bought, the local government will not ask for the full payment immediately. Usually, they will pay a part of the down payment, and the rest will be paid after a certain time limit." Lu Jian added, "The policy has been tightened. Generally, 20% of the bidding base price is required as the auction deposit, and then 50% of the down payment is paid within a month. The rest is to negotiate with the local government and pay in full within a certain period." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Then we have enough money for the time being, but I don't think it'll take too long, right? Moreover, this is only the money for the land. We still need to invest a lot of money in the follow-up construction. We're still stretched thin." Song Rui couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain and said, "Brother, have you forgotten that there are banks in this world? If we can get the land, we should quickly take out a loan. With land as collateral, a loan of 1 or 200 million yuan would be child's play. With this sum of money, we can start the construction." "That's right." Ho Liang also smiled and said, "Brother Xia, after the down payment is made, the remaining local governments won't pursue the matter too much. Us brothers have some face, so it's not a problem to set a time limit of 1 or 2 years. In addition, if the bank had the land as collateral, the loan problem would not be too big. The starting capital for the construction would be enough. And there's also a settlement cycle for the construction costs, so these can be turned around." Xia Ruofei sighed. "I've learned something new. I didn't know that capital could be used like this." Song Rui pouted and said, "It's your company that's weird, okay? Which company didn't have debts now? If I don't owe the bank a few hundred million, I'll be too embarrassed to say that I own a company." Xia Ruofei asked, "The payment period and bank loan that you mentioned, are there any violations? Also, isn't it a little bad to owe the project payments?" Su Zishuan smiled and said, "Ruofei, these are the rules of the industry, it's not against the rules. This includes the construction payments. The settlement cycle may be long or short, but the payment will definitely not be so quick. I'm not a loaner, I'm just following the industry trends. This is not a big deal. Those who do real estate development only pay a down payment for the land, and then immediately mortgage the land for a loan. After the whole process, the construction site will still be full of weeds. We can start to sell the houses, and start to recover the funds in advance." Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. Isn't this getting empty-handed? There's such an operation?" Song Rui said in disdain, "You're just being ignorant. If a real estate company didn't do this, how could it expand so quickly? So, once the real estate market is bad, those small real estate companies will face a wave of bankruptcy. The reason is very simple. Because the houses can't be sold, the capital chain will soon break." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Okay. As long as you think there's no problem, it's fine. Anyway, my principle is very simple. Making money is secondary. Don't let this kind of thing affect the career of your family elders. Don't you worry about that," Zhao Yongjun said. "Compared to some black-hearted real estate developers, we're even purer than little white rabbits." Lu Jian and the others burst into laughter. Everyone chatted about the club for a while and felt a little sleepy. They had drunk a lot tonight, so Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to lead them to their respective rooms. Xia Ruofei also went to the largest and most luxurious master bedroom in the second courtyard. The room was very clean, even spotless. All the items were placed meticulously. It was obvious that the maintenance was done very carefully. This was not the effect of a sudden cleaning. Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied with Wu Chang's work. He took out the spiritual crystals, sat on the bed, and practiced the great Tao Sutra for a while. Then, he went to the bathroom of the master bedroom to take a shower and enjoy the jacuzzi. He changed into a new set of pure cotton home clothes, fell on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, when Xia Ruofei and the others woke up, Wu Chang had already bought a sumptuous breakfast from outside. There were Beijing's special soy milk and fried dough sticks, as well as steamed buns and deep fried dough sticks. Zhao Yongjun and a few others who grew up in Beijing were drinking soy milk with a pan and eating it with relish. Xia Ruofei had tried the taste of soybean milk once out of curiosity. From then on, he kept a respectful distance from this kind of specialty food that was similar to sour and rancid taste. So, he did not touch it today either. He dipped the youtiao in soybean milk and had a good meal. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and asked, "Song Wei, are you going back to school today?" "Yeah." Song Wei nodded. "There's something I have to deal with at school." Xia Ruofei could tell that Qian was a little disappointed. Last night should have been the best opportunity for Qian to cultivate together. Who would have thought that so many people would stay over at Xia Ruofei's courtyard house? Furthermore, Zhuyi insisted on having a bedroom meeting with her. In the end, Qian could only give up. "I'll let Wuchang drive you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you," Song Wei said. Zhuyi suggested, "Wei, why don't you come to my house first? You can also stay at my place. I just rented a 2-bedroom apartment and I'm looking for someone to share it with." Before Song Wei could say anything, Song Ruofei immediately said, "It's not safe to rent together. Wouldn't it be more comfortable for you to live alone?" Zhuyi shot a glance at Song Ruofei and said, "You're a typical why don't you eat meat paste. Do you know how expensive the rent in the capital is? If I don't find someone to share the rent, I'll be working for the landlord, then it's best to find a girl to share the house with," Song Ruofei said with an embarrassed smile. "And she has to be single or without a boyfriend. Otherwise, it's too inconvenient to live with a man." Then, Song Ruofei looked at Song Wei and his eyes lit up. "Why don't you just share a room with Song Wei? Aren't you two best friends? And we know each other so well that we don't even need to break in when living together. I'm going to live on campus this semester." Song Wei quickly waved her hand. "There are a lot of things to do at school, and I often have to do field internships, so it's not convenient to rent a house." Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei mischievously and said with a smile, "Actually, I think it's not a bad idea to share a room with the opposite sex. A boy can take care of a girl, and it's more secure." Song Ruofei was about to go crazy. He glared at Xia Ruofei with murderous eyes. Xia Ruofei was just teasing Song Ruofei on purpose. He did not expect Zhuyi to look thoughtful after hearing that. She said, "That sounds pretty good. If you can find a reliable guy to share the house with," Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Zhuyi, I was just joking. We have to be careful when renting a house with the opposite sex. Safety is the most important." Song Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You were the one who urged Yi to find someone of the opposite sex to share a room, and you were the one who persuaded her not to. You're a good person both inside and out." Xia Ruofei saw that Zhuyi seemed to have understood his thoughts and could not help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, "I can't take the blame for this." His mind quickly turned and he said, "You're considering co-renting mainly because of the burden of the rent, right?" "Of course," Zhuyi said. "Who wouldn't want to live alone if they had the ability? Wouldn't that be so comfortable? I still want to own a big sehiyuan like you." "Who asked me to not have money?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "You're still young. Your future is full of possibilities." When he said this, he even looked at Song Ruofei meaningfully. He urged her to stay in the courtyard house if Zhuyi really got together with Song Ruofei and got past the Song family. The Song family's old house was much bigger than Xia Ruofei's courtyard house and had more history. Xia Ruofei continued, actually, Song Ruofei had a suggestion yesterday. We are working together to build a clubhouse. The clubhouse might be built in a Chinese style. Aren't you a cultural relic major? Song Ruofei hopes to hire you as a consultant, mainly to help us check on the renovation style and not make it look ridiculous. Of course, we will pay you for this job. Song Ruofei was confused. When did his brother ever make such a suggestion? However, he wasn't a fool. He immediately came back to his senses and quickly said, yes, yes, yes. This is what you're good at, and it can also bring you some extra income, so you won't be unable to afford the rent. Shui asked hesitantly, will I be able to do it? You've invested so much. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, just remove the MO. You have to have confidence in yourself. That's right. Song Ruofei also encouraged him. How can you belittle yourself? You're a top student at Capital University. How many people could get into Capital University every year? You're an expert in this field. Then I'll try, Shui said hesitantly. Good. Then it's a deal. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we have to get the land first. After we successfully bid for the land, we will start the overall design work soon. We will need your help then. As for the remuneration, Song Ruofei will discuss it with you later. All right then. Shui smiled and said, thank you for trusting me. Zhao Yongjun and the others laughed as they watched. Who here wasn't a smart person? They knew that Xia Ruofei had given him the position of an advisor to help Song Ruofei. Since they were working on a project worth hundreds of millions, they naturally wouldn't mind paying an extra person's salary. Moreover, this person was Song Ruofei's sweetheart, so they wouldn't have any objections. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Song Ruofei. He was the one who recommended you. Shui patted Song Ruofei's shoulder and said, brother. Interesting. I'll treat you to a meal later. Song Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, Xia Ruofei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. After all the hard work, Shui still treated Song Ruofei as her best friend. Song Wei, who was at the side, was also trying to hold back her laughter. Her best friend was really a little slow when it came to matters between men and women. She also said in her heart, I should find an opportunity to help Uncle Ruofei. He really looked pitiful. Song Wei then thought about herself. She seemed to be in a worse situation than Song Ruofei. At least he could still see the hope of working hard, but she could only carefully hide this secret and could not see any hope at all. Xia Ruofei did not notice Song Wei's dejection. He called Wu Chang over and asked him to drive Song Wei back to school. Shui also suggested that they leave together, so Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to send the two of them to their destination. After the two beauties left, Song Ruofei immediately said to Xia Ruofei, brother. That's interesting. You can't blame me for causing trouble just now, right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. That's a different matter. Song Ruofei said, if he had really accepted your weird suggestion just now, I wouldn't have let you off. Zhao Yongjun and the others couldn't help but laugh. After a round of laughter, Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, let's go to the scene in Xiaotang town in the morning. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. I'll take your car. There were 3 cars left. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei got into Zhao Yongjun's car, while Lu Jian and Su Zixuan got into the other two cars. The group went straight to Xiaotang town in Pingcheng district. It was the rush hour in the capital, and the car encountered a traffic jam as soon as it left the alley. No matter how much power these rich playboys had, they had no choice but to move forward slowly in the traffic. After finally passing through the congested road and reaching the relatively loose ring road, Zhao Yongjun sped up a little. After more than an hour of driving, the group finally arrived at their destination. They were still in a barren land. Xia Ruofei got out of the car and stretched. He took a deep breath and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Even though it was a little remote. But at least the air here is much better than in the city. Zhao Yongjun pointed at the barren land and said, "There's a hot spring resort less than 3 kilometers west of this location, and there's a large outdoor amusement park in the south. If we develop this place according to the development speed of Little Tang Town, it will soon be connected with those places. Moreover, every inch of land in the city center is worth its weight in gold. The air, environment, and so on are getting worse and worse. The rich people come to the suburbs for leisure. It's only an hour's drive from the city center to here. This location is still very good." Xia Ruofei nodded and pointed to a small lake in the distance. "Big brother Zhao. Where does this land stretch to? Is that lake within the area?" Zhao Yongjun smiled. "The boundary of this plot is on the lakeside. Of course, if we develop it into a high-end club, we can use the lake." Song Ruwei said, "I've already thought about it. We'll build a few holiday villas by the lake. We can build a mini golf course on the hillside. The main building of the club will be in front. It'll be convenient to come from the main road." Xia Ruofei laughed. "It sounds good. If we can get this land, we won't lose anything just from the increase in value of the land." "Yup," Zhao Yongjun said, "the profits of the real estate industry these few years are really high. Although we're not in the real estate industry, the value of these dozens of acres of land can indeed increase by a lot. This location is really good." Song Ruwei also said, "By the way, the northern part of the land hasn't been developed yet. It's estimated that it will be sold in the next 2 years. If we manage it well, we can buy the land there and connect it with the clubhouse. Then we can add more entertainment facilities. It's even quite good to build a racing track." This kid still couldn't forget about the racetrack. And it wasn't just Song Ruwei. Even Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, and the others were eager to give it a try. This group of young masters still liked those passionate activities. Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the rest got into the car again and walked around the plot of land. When there were no roads in some places, Xia Ruofei would get out of the car and walk over to check. After looking around, Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied. This place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, pleasant scenery, and a quiet environment. It was indeed very suitable to build a high-end club. Just as everyone was about to get into the car and leave, a Night 15 off-road vehicle drove over from a distance. The Night 15 was an impressive off-road vehicle with a very small audience. There were only a few of them in the country. Xia Ruofei happened to have one, so he couldn't help but take a second look. Xia Ruofei didn't notice that Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others' expressions changed when they saw the car. The car reached Xia Ruofei's group in no time. However, it did not stop immediately. Instead, it sped past them at a high speed. Then, it slammed on the brakes, bringing up a cloud of dust. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but frown, and Song Rui's eyes also showed a trace of anger. After the car stopped, Xia Ruofei saw a young man with shiny hair and wearing an exquisite, custom-made suit jump out of the back seat. The doors of the driver's seat and the passenger's seat opened quickly. Two brawny men in black suits were 2 steps behind the young man, one on the left and one on the right. When the young man saw Song Rui and the others, he showed a faint smile from afar and said, "I was wondering who it was." "It's young Master Song." There was a hint of cynicism in his tone, and then his gaze fell on Zhao Yongjun. "Yo! Brother Zhao is here too. What a coincidence today." Looking at his behavior, he seemed to have a bit of respect for Zhao Yongjun, but he didn't care much about Song Rui. As for Xia Ruofei, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, and the others, they were completely ignored by him. Song Rui snorted coldly and said, "Lu you're really arrogant. Can't you see that we're here? Who are you trying to intimidate with all this dust?" Xia Ruofei was not familiar with the rich men in the capital. His social circle was only limited to Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui's friends. However, the capital was so big, and there were countless big and small noble families. Xia Ruofei naturally could not know everyone. At the very least, he had no impression of this young man, who Song Rui called Lu. Su Zixuan seemed to see it. He came over and said in a low voice, "Ruofei, this guy is Lu Haofan. He's from the Lu family and is ranked second in the family." "Which old Lu family?" Xia Ruofei was confused. "It's that old Lu's family," Su Zixuan said in a riddle. Then, he moved closer to Xia Ruofei's ear and said a name. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that the old man's name was like thunder to his ears. No wonder Lu Haofan was so confident in front of Song Rui. It turned out that the one in his family was on par with Elder Song. Even in the capital, where there were many powerful people, he was definitely one of the top nouveau riche. "Sure enough, Su Zixuan whispered, the Lu family and the Song family are on par in terms of strength. They're both top-tier rich families in the capital. Song Rui and Lu have never gotten along since they were young. It can be said that the two of them grew up fighting." Xia Ruofei nodded in understanding. He naturally would not get involved in this kind of thing and would just watch the show from the side. After hearing Song Rui's words, Lu Haofan laughed and said, "Song Rui, I really didn't recognize you. Who knew that I would meet the famous young Master Song in the capital in the wilderness?" Song Rui was furious. How could he not see that Lu Haofan did it on purpose just now? But before he could speak, Zhao Yongjun waved his hand to stop him. "Haofan," Zhao Yongjun asked, "why are you in the mood today? Coming to this God-forsaken place?" Lu Haofan smiled and said, "I heard that there's a good piece of land here, so I came to take a look." "Why? Brother Zhao is also interested?" Zhao Yongjun's eyes narrowed, then he laughed and said, "We're planning to work together on something. This piece of land is indeed within our scope of inspection." "Oh? It seems that great minds think alike." Lu Haofan smiled faintly and said, "But I advise Brother Zhao to make other plans as soon as possible." Song Rui couldn't help but say coldly, "What do you mean by that? Who are you showing off to?" Lu Haofan shrugged and said, "I'm just telling the truth. Originally, this piece of land wasn't that important to me, but now I've decided that no matter what price I have to pay, I'm going to get it." Even if I have to leave it here to grow grass after buying it, it doesn't matter. Lu are you trying to argue with me? Song Rui gritted his teeth. Shallow. How can you be so emotional when it comes to business? Lu Haofan said lazily, Song Rui, it seems like you haven't made any progress. After being in Xiongnan province for so many years. Fuck, you're big, Song Rui. Zhao Yongjun didn't wait for Song Rui to finish his cursing and stopped him with a frown. Then Zhao Yongjun looked at Lu Haofan and said, Haofan, it's indeed useful for us to buy this piece of land. We're all friends who grew up together. There's no need to make things so awkward, is there? Big brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. Lu Haofan said with a smile. If you want to blame someone, blame Song Rui. Or you can kick Song Rui out and I might consider it. Xia Ruofei watched from the side and couldn't help but be speechless. This was a business worth hundreds of millions, and these young masters were using it as a dispute over personal feelings? Isn't this too much of a joke? Don't push your luck, Lu Song Rui said coldly. Zhao Yongjun waved his hand to stop Song Rui. He looked at Lu Haofan and said, if that's the case, then let's all rely on our own abilities. Haofan, take your time, we still have something to do. So we'll be leaving first. Take care, big brother Zhao. Lu Haofan waved his hand. He did not even look at Song Rui. Zhao Yongjun pulled the cursing Song Rui into the car, and then everyone got into the car separately. His originally good mood was instantly destroyed. Since they wanted to discuss the next step of the plan, Su Zixuan and Lu Jian got into Zhao Yongjun's car. The three of them squeezed into the back seat with Song Rui, and Xia Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat. As for the other two cars, they were driven by Ho Liang and Wei Jun, following behind Zhao Yongjun's car. After the car started, Song Rui was still cursing, fuck this son of a bitch Lu he's just like a ghost that won't leave. Zhao Yongjun gave Su Zixuan a look, and Su Zixuan immediately took out his phone and started to ask for information. The car came out from the simple road. When it turned back to the main road, Lu Haofan's Night 15 off-road vehicle could be seen from the other side. Xia Ruofei looked in that direction almost subconsciously. He couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, Brother Zhao, stop the car. Zhao Yongjun quickly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. Ho Liang and Wei Jun didn't expect Zhao Yongjun to suddenly stop, so they had to brake and almost rear-ended him. What's wrong, Ruofei? Zhao Yongjun asked. Song Rui also said, Ruofei, you're not thinking of helping your bro beat up Lu are you? We shouldn't be too rash. House Lu isn't just any noble house, Xia Ruofei was focused on the land they had just inspected. After hearing Song Rui's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, can you not feel so good about yourself? Xia Ruofei got out of the car and looked in Lu Haofan's direction. It was his first time looking at the plot of land from this angle. Xia Ruofei calculated quickly and silently. At the same time, he verified some things in his mind and finally came to a conclusion. He took a deep look at the Night 15 and then turned around to get on the carriage. Are you Fei, what's the situation? Zhao Yongjun asked. It's nothing. We'll talk about it later, Xia Ruofei smiled. I hate it when you keep me in suspense, Song Rui said with dissatisfaction. You won't understand even if I tell you, Xia Ruofei retorted sarcastically. I'll keep you in suspense to avoid a blow. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Su Zixian, who had been quietly talking on the phone in the back seat, finally hung up the phone. And his expression became a little ugly. Zhao Yongjun saw Su Zixuan's expression through the rearview mirror and frowned slightly, asking, Xianzi, how is it? Brother Zhao, Song Ruofei, the situation doesn't look good. Su Zixuan said with a bitter face. What's wrong? Song Ruofei asked. I've heard that Lu Haofan might be collaborating with Tang Real Estate this time. And he's determined to get this land. Su Zixuan said. Song Ruofei and Lu Jian gasped at the same time and their expressions turned even worse. Tang Real Estate could be said to be the star real estate company in the whole of China. It had real estate in almost every big and medium-sized city in the country, and could be said to be rich and overbearing. If they were really interested in the 15-acre land and were willing to pay a premium price, his side had no chance of winning. In addition, Lu Haofan's financial resources were much stronger than Song Ruofei's. This wasn't because Lu Haofan was capable, but mainly because he had a super money-making brother named Lu Rufan. He was less than 30 years old, but he managed the extraordinary group to have 10 billion yuan in assets. Lu Rufan especially doted on his younger brother, Lu Haofan, and would generally not refuse Lu Haofan's requests. If Lu Haofan got involved with the extraordinary group and joined forces with the Tang Real Estate, it would be very difficult for others to get a share of this land. Zhao Yongjun was still relatively calm. He asked, You've inquired clearly? Did Lu Haofan really want to cooperate with Tang Real Estate? There's no problem with the source of the information, right? Could it be a smokescreen deliberately released by Lu Haofan to make some people retreat? Big brother Zhao, the source is absolutely reliable. Su Zixian said. I'm afraid he really did ride on the coattails of the Tang Real Estate Company. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became a little dull, and everyone's mood was down. It wasn't easy for them to find such a place that met their requirements in all aspects, but it was very likely that someone else would take advantage of them. This feeling was really unpleasant. No one spoke in the car. In the silence, only the sound of the engine could be heard faintly through the soundproof window. After a long time, Lu Jian said hesitantly, Brother Zhao, young Master Ruofei, brother Xia, why don't we inspect the other plots? There's no need to fight to the death with Lu Haofan. No. No. Two voices were heard almost at the same time. It was Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei is my brother. How could he cower before the battle? Regardless of the extraordinary group or the Tang group, they would always pursue profit, right? I don't believe they'll spend 1 billion or 2 billion to compete with us. Wouldn't they be fools? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Aren't you overthinking things, kid? I'm not opposing and avoiding the sharp edge for you. Zhao Yongjun was driving quietly and didn't say anything immediately. Song Ruofei's objection and avoidance were within his expectations. Song Ruofei had never been on good terms with Lu Haofan since they were young. It could be said that the two of them had been fighting since they were young. Although Song Ruofei followed his father to Xiongnan province later on, the enmity between the two of them would not be offset because of that. Now that Song Ruofei had returned to the capital, if he kept his distance when he saw Lu Haofan, he would lose all his face. Wasn't face the most important thing for rich people like them? However, Zhao Yongjun didn't expect Xia Ruofei to object to the selection of the site. In Zhao Yongjun's impression, Xia Ruofei was still a steady person. Was the plot of land really suitable, or was there some other reason? Zhao Yongjun wouldn't say anything before he was clear. The reason why he had such a high reputation among the rich playboys in the capital for so many years, other than being forthright and righteous, was also because he was meticulous in his work. Otherwise, with his father Zhao Cheng's status, he would not have been able to win the respect of Song Ruwei. Even an arrogant person like Lu Haofan would not dare to be too presumptuous in front of him. Lu Jian and Su Zixuan looked at each other with a bitter smile. They didn't know how to refute Jian Jia after hearing Song Ruwei's words. In fact, they couldn't go against Song Ruwei's thoughts too much. Otherwise, Song Ruwei might really fall out with them. Finally, Xia Ruofei cleared his throat and said, "Brothers, let me ask first, what is the bidding model for this plot of land?" Su Zixuan immediately said, "This has basically been decided. The model of land bidding is already very mature. After the preliminary qualification review, we've already done all these. The base price of this bid is 250 million. According to the latest regulations, the bid security is set at 125 million. We've already transferred the money to the special account set up by the Pingchong district government a few days ago." Su Zixuan paused and continued, "The final bidding is set for the day after tomorrow. Only the shortlisted companies can participate. Of course, we naturally have no problem." When he said this, Su Zixuan couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. Song Ruwei rolled his eyes and said, "Little Xian, let's see what you can do. We didn't even notice that Luer was colluding with Tang Real Estate. If Luer didn't come to see us today, would we have to wait until the day after tomorrow to find out about the bidding?" Su Zixuan was a little embarrassed. He had been the one handling these specific matters, and it was really his dereliction of duty. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Song Ruwei, let's not talk about this. Zixuan, continue." Su Zixuan looked at Xia Ruofei gratefully and continued, "The final bidding is to raise the bidding sign on the spot. According to the bidding documents we have, each raise of the bidding sign is no less than 1 million. In the end, unless there are special circumstances, the highest bidder basically wins. Basically, there won't be any special circumstances," Lu Jian added. "As far as I know, the land auctions in Beijing don't have a circuit breaker mechanism." The so-called circuit breaker mechanism meant that the government would set a maximum price. If the bidding process was too intense and exceeded this price, the land transfer would be terminated, and all the bids would be void. The original intention of this system was to encourage developers to take land rationally, hoping to have the effect of suppressing real estate prices. After all, the higher the land transfer fee, the more money the developers would make, and the cost would naturally be transferred to the buyers. The price of flour had increased, so naturally, bread had become more expensive. However, this system had always been criticized by public opinion, because the essence of the rise in real estate prices was still the strong demand. This was related to the consumption views of the people. Developers were also willing to pay high prices, because they predicted that the real estate prices would rise to their psychological expectations. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. Without this circuit breaker, it was very likely that the final price would be much higher than the bidding base price. He pondered for a moment and said, "Brothers, this is what I think. No matter how rich this Lu Haofan or Tang Real Estate is, and no matter if we can get this land in the end, we can't lose in terms of momentum. Xia Ruofei's words were what Song Ruwei was thinking. He immediately said, "Well said. Ruofei, I've known you for so long, and this is the only sentence you've said that truly touches my heart. It makes so much sense." Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruwei and said, "This is what I'm thinking. Since we've already paid the bid deposit, we'll go there the day after tomorrow. It'll be best if we can get the land within our expectations, but if we can't let Lu Haofan take the land away so easily. Let's increase the price a few times. Even if we have to give up in the end, we have to make them pay." Song Ruwei laughed out loud and said, "I'm not convinced by the wall, but you, little Jian, listen to this. This is what a man should do. It's so embarrassing to retreat when you hear Luer's name." Lu Jian and Su Zixuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They thought to themselves, who did we offend? We're clearly the most rational, how did it become a disgrace? They couldn't help but look at Zhao Yongjun. Zhao Yongjun had been driving the whole time and didn't say anything. He said calmly, "What Ruofei said is not without reason. We're all respected people, even if we lose, we have to lose in a grand way. There's just one thing. Once the price exceeds our expectations, and we continue to raise the price for Lu Haofan, we have to control it. Don't end up with this piece of land in our hands." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I agree with Big Brother Zhao's opinion. Let's first discuss a warning value. Once you exceed this warning value, you should stop while you're ahead." Zhao Yongjun pondered for a moment and said, "We estimate that the final price of this piece of land will be around 320 to 330 million. However, Lu Haofan and Tang Real Estate are more aggressive, so I estimate that they will increase the price within 400 million. I also think so, as long as it doesn't exceed 400 million, it's basically safe," Su Zixuan said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zhao," he asked, "what was your price in mind?" Zhao Yongjun chuckled in embarrassment. "We didn't estimate the difficulty at the beginning, so we set a psychological price of less than 350 million. Of course, my judgment was that we could basically get it with 330 million, but now it seems," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "since that's the case, let's play with their hearts. Just set it at 400 million. As long as it doesn't exceed 400 million, we'll follow to the end. If we really spend it all on our hands, it'll only be an extra 50 million in expenses, we can still afford it." Su Zixuan and Lu Jian secretly smiled bitterly, thinking that you guys can afford it with your wealth, but we can too. This was especially true for Ho Liang and Wei Jun. After all, if they really used 400 million to get it, even if they could do certain things within the rules and delay the payment, a capital increase was inevitable. By then, they might not be able to come up with the money. Some of the money in Yingluo's account was paid by Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun. Xia Ruofei seemed to have seen through Su Zixuan and the others' thoughts. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I'm the one who suggested this, I'll pay for the 50 million if it really ends up in my hands. When the club starts to make a profit, you can return it to me at a certain rate." Since Xia Ruofei had already said this, Su Zixuan and Lu Jian naturally wouldn't disagree. As for Ho Liang and Wei Jun, who weren't in the car, they were both their underlings, so they had no choice but to agree. However, Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei were loyal. They said that if there was a problem, they would bear the extra part of the money. Just like Xia Ruofei, they would each pay 1/3 of the money. The bidding strategy was decided just like that. No one knew that Xia Ruofei's radical suggestion was not just because he wanted to avenge Song Rui. He had taken a casual glance before he left in the car and discovered that there was something special about this land. Based on his discovery, even if he really bought it for 400 million, he would definitely not lose out. Of course, if Lu Haofan were to bid for it at a higher price, Xia Ruofei would not care about Jianjia. He was already confident that the land would be theirs in the end. This round trip took almost the entire morning. After some discussion, they decided to go to Xia Ruofei's courtyard house for lunch. Hence, Xia Ruofei called Wu Chang in the car and asked him to make arrangements in advance. The car returned to the courtyard in Luhai Lane. Zhao Yongjun told Ho Liang and Wei Jun about what they had discussed in the car. When they heard that the brothers had already made their decision and that Xia Ruofei and the others would pay for it even if they had to spend more money, Ho Liang and Wei Jun naturally had no objections. The group of them had lunch together in Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. After making an appointment to attend the land bidding together the day after tomorrow, they went their separate ways. Xia Ruofei returned to the second courtyard alone and prepared to rest for a while. He had just laid down on the bed when he received a call from Song Wei. Ruofei, is it convenient on your side now? Song Wei asked. I wanted to come and look for you. Xia Ruofei understood. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't have much to do in the afternoon, but I need to go out at night. Where are you? Do you want me to get Wu Chang to pick you up? Xia Ruofei knew that Song Wei wanted to cultivate with him. In fact, he wanted to help Song Wei solve the hidden danger of the peach blossom miasma as soon as possible. However, since he was in the capital, he had to visit the elders. General Zhaoqing and Tian Huilan were not in a hurry. But Elder Song could not be delayed. After all, Song Rui knew that he had come to the capital. It was reasonable for him to visit Elder Song immediately. Hence, Xia Ruofei had already contacted Elder Song's secretary, manager Lu, before lunch. Elder Song was very happy to know that Xia Ruofei was going to visit him. He immediately invited Xia Ruofei to the Song family's old house for dinner. I'm at school right now. I just finished some stuff this morning and I'm free in the afternoon. Ruofei, I can take a taxi here. You don't have to. Send someone to pick me up, Song Wei said. I'll let Wu Chang pick you up. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, wait for me at the east gate of the school in about 20 minutes. It's decided then. With that, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei Sihiyuan and Capital University were located in the downtown area of the capital city. From here, they had to take the West 2nd Ring Road and then the North 5th Ring Road. The whole journey was only 13 or 14 kilometers. As long as there was no particularly heavy traffic, they would definitely be able to reach within half an hour. Xia Ruofei gave Wu Chang a call and asked him to drive to Capital University to pick up Song Wei. He also gave Wu Chang her phone number. Since Song Wei was coming, Xia Ruofei did not rest. He got up and went to the courtyard. He sat down at the stone table under the grape trellis and began to boil water to make tea, enjoying the leisure time of the afternoon. After about an hour, Wu Chang led Song Wei to the second courtyard. Boss, Miss Song is here, Wu Chang said as he bowed slightly. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Song Wei. He then said to Wu Chang, you've worked hard, go back to your room and rest. I'll take care of this side myself. Wu Chang was also very tactful and immediately said, okay, boss. If there's anything you need, just call me. Wu Chang was also expressing to Xia Ruofei that if there was nothing important, he would definitely not come to the courtyard to disturb them. After all, this was his boss's private living space, and he was serving a beauty like Song Wei. In fact, even if Xia Ruofei had not come to the capital, Wu Chang had always followed the rules. He had insisted on staying in the relatively small room in the backyard even though it was such a big yard. Besides cleaning up, he had never come to the second yard even when Xia Ruofei was not at home. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Wu Chang left, he waved to Song Wei and said, do you want to come over and have some tea? Let's hurry up and cultivate. Song Wei said. After all, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, hurry, no. I knew you'd say that every time. Song Wei said coyly. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and said, sure. You even know how to answer first. We're running out of time, aren't we? Song Wei stomped her feet and said, it's already past 9 o'clock, and you still have to go out at night to do things. We don't have much time left. Let's hurry up and get down to business. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with what he said, but why did it sound so ambiguous? Song Wei also realized that her words were ambiguous. Her face became slightly hot and she said, don't get the wrong idea. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, no, no. Absolutely not. Come on. Since you're in a hurry to cultivate, let's enter the house. Xia Ruofei put down his teacup and walked into the spacious master bedroom. Song Wei chuckled and followed behind Xia Ruofei. After the two entered the room, Xia Ruofei locked the door. Although she knew that Xia Ruofei was doing it for safety, Song Wei could not help but blush and her heart beat faster. Xia Ruofei didn't think too much about it. After he entered the house, he put his hand into his bag with Song Wei on his back. In fact, he took out array flags from the space and set up the time array. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to step into the array, he saw Song Wei still standing there. He couldn't help but laugh and said, why are you in a daze? Go in. Weren't you in a hurry just now? Who's in a hurry? Song Wei blushed and asked. After she finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei seductively and stepped into the array. Xia Ruofei laughed and followed her into the time formation. The time inside and outside the formation was 90 times faster than the outside. If he stayed outside for one more second, Song Wei would have to wait for one more minute. Looking outside from the formation, it was as if time had frozen. The second hand on the wall clock moved every minute. Through the glass window, he could see the birds in the courtyard flying across the sky at an extremely slow speed. The fallen leaves seemed to be fixed in the air by an invisible hand. Although she had entered the time array many times, Song Wei still couldn't help but be dazed by this miraculous scene. Let's start, Xia Ruofei said. Song Wei came back to her senses and nodded, all right. Then, she took out the spiritual crystal from her pocket, sat cross-legged, and placed it on her lap. Xia Ruofei sat down at the same time and placed the spiritual crystals on the table. The two of them looked at each other and reached out their hands in unison, their palms touching. Cultivation knew no time. Although Xia Ruofei and Song Wei's cultivations were very low, once they started to cultivate, they would forget the passage of time. More than 3 hours had passed in the outside world, but the two of them had actually been cultivating for more than 10 days. Of course, their cultivation had not reached the level of not eating, drinking, or sleeping for more than 10 days, so they did stop to eat and rest in between. But even so, the total amount of time they had spent cultivating was at least 7 or 8 days. Even though she was mentally exhausted, Song Wei's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Through this cultivation, she had taken a solid step towards Qi Disciple Level 3. Her spiritual power had also improved unconsciously during the cultivation. At this time, although she could not completely eliminate the peach blossom miasma, she could already effectively suppress the stubborn poison. With the help of Xia Ruofei's array, the effect of the peach blossom miasma on her was very small. Moreover, during the process of cultivation, the intimacy of their souls became more obvious. When the frequency of their souls was almost in sync, both of them seemed to be able to feel the call from the depths of their souls, and there was an illusion that the two souls would merge into one in the next moment. To be honest, the feeling of soul resonance was wonderful. Even Xia Ruofei could not help but reminisce about it, let alone Song Wei, who had placed her heart on Xia Ruofei. When she finished her cultivation, Song Wei's face was still red. She did not even dare to look in Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei felt a little uncomfortable too, but he had better self-control than Song Wei. He managed to calm himself down after taking a few deep breaths. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Song Wei, "It's almost time. Let's end our cultivation here. I'm going to visit Elder Song tonight, so it's not good to be late." "Oh," Song Wei quickly replied. "Then let's go. I'm going back to school too." "Why don't you just stay here?" Xia Ruofei asked. Xia Ruofei immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm saying that there are quite a lot of rooms here, so it'll be more convenient for us to cultivate if you stay here." Song Wei's face was slightly warm. She was quite tempted by Xia Ruofei's suggestion. But in the end, she still shook her head and said, "I'm going back to school. I'll come over again when you have time. You're not at home at night, and I'm quite uncomfortable here alone." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's fine. Let's go. I'll send you back to school first. I'll take a taxi back. Don't delay your trip to the Chief's." Song Wei said. "It can't be delayed." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Basically, it's on the way." Song Wei nodded and said, "All right then." Xia Ruofei asked Song Wei to wait in the courtyard for a while. He tidied up his things in the room and called Wu Chang to ask him to prepare the car. Then, he took a small bag and walked out of the room. When the two of them arrived at the backyard, Wu Chang had already driven the Land Rover out of the garage and turned on the heater. He stood next to the Land Rover and asked respectfully when he saw Xia Ruofei, "Where are we going, boss?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'll drive by myself today. Wu Chang, I won't be back for dinner. You can settle it yourself. Don't worry about me." Wu Chang also knew that he shouldn't ask too much about things that he shouldn't. He immediately replied, "Okay, boss." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei got into the car and left the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. It wasn't yet the evening peak hour in Beijing, so although the roads weren't smooth, they weren't particularly congested. After about half an hour, the car Arrived at the east gate of Capital University. Xia Ruofei stopped the car at the temporary parking area at the school gate. Song Wei opened the car door and got off. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wait for my call. I'll call you when I'm free." N. Song Wei smiled at Xia Ruofei gratefully. "There's no need to be too anxious. The progress of my cultivation is very smooth." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll probably be staying in the capital for a few more days this time. I'll try to help you break through to Qi Disciple Level 3. I know." Song Wei smiled and said, "Hurry up and go. Don't delay the important matters." Xia Ruofei waved at Song Wei and turned on the left turn signal. He started the car and left the Capital University. At around 6 o'clock, the traffic started to get worse. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had already driven out of the urban area center and was approaching the Song family's old house in the western suburbs of the capital. At the foot of the lush green hill, there were already guards on high alert. Xia Ruofei had made a call on the way here, so Manager Liu had already sent Elder Song's personal guard, Chen Gang, to wait at the outermost sentry post. When he saw Xia Ruofei's Land Rover from afar, Chen Gang immediately said a few words to the sentry at the gate and then jogged towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei obediently stopped the car in front of the yellow warning line. Chen Gang ran over and said to Xia Ruofei, "Hello, Mr. Xia." As he spoke, he pulled open the door to the passenger seat and sat in the car. A sentry quickly walked over, and Chen Gang said, "The visitor registration is done. You just need to show them your ID for them to check." Xia Ruofei nodded, rolled down the window, and passed his driver's license to the driver. Even though Elder Song's personal guard came to welcome them, the sentinel still checked the documents meticulously. At the same time, he also checked the car to prevent other people or dangerous items from being brought in. It could be seen how tight the security was. After the inspection, the sentry waved at the sentry tower, and the bar in front of the gate slowly rose. Xia Ruofei took back his driver's license and nodded at the saluted guard. Then, he started the car and drove into the elegant courtyard. Although it was called a large courtyard, it actually occupied the entire mountain top. Each household was separated by a large distance, forming individual courtyards. Xia Ruofei had been here once during Elder Song's birthday. With his memory and the Special Forces' sensitivity to directions and landmarks, he did not need Chen Gang's directions this time. He drove to Elder Song's house with ease. Manager Liu was waiting for him at the entrance of the mansion, hidden by the trees. Xia Ruofei quickly backed the car into the parking space, got out of the car, and walked over. "Manager Liu, you're killing a junior." Xia Ruofei extended his hand from afar and said, "How can I trouble you to welcome me personally?" Although Manager Liu was only Elder Song's staff, his rank was on par with Tian Huilan's. In other places, he was definitely a high-ranking official. Furthermore, he was Elder Song's most trusted secret. Xia Ruofei was also very respectful of him. Manager Liu laughed heartily and said, "You little Xia." His mouth was getting sweeter and sweeter. "It's not in vain that the bureau chief nags about you all the time." Xia Ruofei said, "Then I'm even more terrified. What right do I have?" "Ha ha ha." Manager Liu said, "To be honest, you're the first one among the younger generation who can make the chief look so favorably upon you. Hurry up and go in. The chief is waiting for you." "All right." Xia Ruofei said, "Oh right." He took out a gift box of jaded skin cream from his bag and handed it to manager Lu. It's just a small token of my appreciation, you can give it to Auntie. Manager Lu was stunned. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to have prepared a gift for him. The jade cream was now very famous. Even if manager Lu, a man, didn't care about it, his wife often talked about it. She had long become a loyal fan of the jade cream. Moreover, this was a product of Xia Ruofei's company. Manager Lu had spent some time to understand what Chief Wanwan was concerned about, so he naturally had to know the situation. Therefore, Manager Lu recognized it at a glance. It was the high-end series of jaded skin cream, jaded bone ice skin, which was priced at 3,888 yuan per box. Of course, this was only the public price. In fact, it was very difficult to get this series because there were only a few of them on sale. Moreover, the price from the scalpers had never been less than 5,000 yuan a box. The value of this gift wasn't great to Manager Lu, but the sincerity was rare. Manager Lu thought for a moment and said with a smile, Ruofei, I'll take it. I'll thank you on behalf of your auntie. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Hi. They were all products from their own company and were not worth much. By the way, if you're done, give me a call and I'll have someone send it to you. No need, no need. Manager Lu smiled and said, if my wife needs it, she will go online to buy it. Why do you need to buy it online when you're using it on your own people? Xia Ruofei did not allow any room for discussion. It's decided. Then, if you don't agree, I'll send you 2 boxes every month. Manager Lu couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, You little Xia. Alright, alright. I'll give you a call when my wife runs out of them, but don't send her the Jade Skin series. The basic version is enough for her. No problem. Xia Ruofei said readily. The two of them chatted as they walked through the courtyard and arrived at the backyard where Elder Song lived. The weather in the capital was still relatively cold. The backyard, which had been planted with a lot of vegetables, now seemed a little desolate. The vegetable fields were all bare. Under Manager Lu's lead, Xia Ruofei walked through the courtyard and saw Elder Song drinking tea in the central room. After seeing Xia Ruofei, Elder Song immediately showed a kind smile. He waved and said, Ruofei is here. Come over and sit. Hello, Grandpa Song. Xia Ruofei walked over and bowed to Elder Song respectfully. The old man in front of him could be said to be confiding in him, almost treating him as a junior of his own family. Although Xia Ruofei didn't want to rely on Elder Song for his own personal gain, he still respected this legendary general from the bottom of his heart. Good, good, good. Sit down, Elder Song said with a smile. Xia Ruofei sat down on the chair beside Elder Song. He looked at Elder Song across the coffee table and asked, Chief, how's your health? Very good. Elder Song laughed heartily and said, if it wasn't for the organization's restrictions, I would have let a few of my doctors take a break. Ruofei, Manager Lu said with a smile, the bureau chief's body has been in good shape recently, and his mental state is getting better day by day. His old buddies can't help but come to his house to ask for advice on health, maintenance recipes. Elder Song couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei didn't need to ask. He could tell that Elder Song was in good health. He was much better than the last time he came to visit. There was no doubt that this was the work of the spirit gathering Jade Guanyin. Being bathed in spiritual qi all day long, it would be strange if Elder Song's body was not well. Based on the current situation, as long as he trained hard and was supplemented by the nutrient solution provided by Xia Ruofei, Elder Song could live for another 20 to 30 years without a problem. Moreover, this was not the kind of life that relied on the hospital's instruments and drugs to prolong life. It was a very good quality of life. In old age, Elder Song's value to the entire Song family went without saying. It could be said that as long as old Song was alive and well, the Song family would get better and better, and no one would dare to covet it. From this point of view, Xia Ruofei's contribution to the Song family was huge. It was no wonder that not only did Elder Song favor him, but even his children were grateful to Xia Ruofei and were very friendly. Elder Song also looked at Xia Ruofei carefully and said with relief, "Not bad, not bad. It looks like you're in good shape too. Young people should also take care of their health. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Song. I'll be careful," Xia Ruofei said respectfully. Eccentric Song smiled and nodded. After chatting for a while, he suddenly asked, "By the way, I heard that you went to Xiongnan province with the Qiming family's girl some time ago?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Elder Song to ask this question. To be more precise, Xia Ruofei did not expect Elder Song to be such a gossiper. Furthermore, there was only one possibility for Elder Song to have heard of this news. It was his eldest son, Song Jingping, who had informed him of this. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was speechless. One of you is a well-respected leader of the older generation, and the other is a political star and a high-ranking official. Even if it's a conversation between father and son, shouldn't it be about national affairs? What was there to talk about this kind of gossip between the younger generation? However, Xia Ruofei was only dazed for a moment. Elder Song was still waiting for his answer with a smile. Naturally, he could not be too impolite. So Xia Ruofei quickly organized his words in his mind and said, "Grandpa Song, I did go to Xiongnan province with Song Wei after Chinese New Year, but it wasn't what you guys think. There's nothing between me and Song Wei." Elder Song laughed and pointed at Xia Ruofei. I didn't say anything about you and Song Wei. If you explain so quickly, it will only make things worse." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Elder Song smiled and said, "Are you au fait? If this was in the early years, it wouldn't be strange for a young man like you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The policy doesn't allow it now, but you're not married yet, are you?" Xia Ruofei was a little shocked. He did not know what Elder Song meant by that. Before Xia Ruofei could reply, Elder Song said with a smile, "It's fine for young men and women to admire each other, but you can't play with a girl's feelings. Especially Song Wei. She's Qiming's precious daughter. If something were to happen, even I wouldn't be able to persuade Qiming," Xia Ruofei quickly said. "Don't worry. Why would I play with Song Wei's feelings? No. Grandpa Song, you're trying to beat around the bush. There's nothing between Song Wei and me, we're not even together. It doesn't matter if you're together or not. I'm just giving you a reminder. Old people can't help but nag a little." "I understand, Grandpa Song. I will remember your words," Xia Ruofei said seriously. Xia Ruofei was not an ungrateful person. He knew that Elder Song was really thinking for him. And to be honest, from Elder Song's words just now, he was actually very tolerant in this aspect. He even indulged in Luo, and even said that he had multiple wives. Elder Song had experienced that era. Of course, Elder Song had nothing to say to Xia Ruofei. Elder Song's grandchildren were not around him. Even those in the capital were in awe of him. They would not come if they could. Song Ruwei was one such example. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was able to remain calm in front of him. He was not as cautious as Song Ruwei and the others. This was rare among the younger generation, so Elder Song naturally liked him. I don't think it's teaching, just chatting, replied eccentric Song with a chuckle. Xia Ruofei chatted with Elder Song for a while, before manager Lu came over and said, "Chief, dinner is ready." "Is it? All right." Elder Song stood up and said, "Then let's go eat first." Although Elder Song was already in his 30s, he still walked with a majestic gait. He led the way, followed by Xia Ruofei and manager Lu. Manager Lu looked enviously at the overly young man sitting beside him and having dinner with the bureau chief. This was not an honor that everyone had. Only Song Ruwei, the son of the Song family's first wife, and others had such treatment. Of course, Song Ruwei didn't think that it was an honor. Elder Song's presence made him feel like he was losing his appetite. Elder Song's mood was obviously much better when he heard that Xia Ruofei would be coming today. He even specially asked the staff to add a few more dishes for dinner. To manager Lu, this was a huge favor. The group of people came to the dining room set up in the back wing. The staff had already served the prepared food on the table. Come, sit anywhere you like." Elder Song chuckled and said, "Xiao Lu, you sit down and eat too." "Thank you, Chief," Manager Lu said with a smile. As an employee of Elder Song, it was common for him to eat at the same table as the chief. He couldn't just sit with Elder Song and Xia Ruofei while he, a minister, waited on them, right? After Elder Song sat down, Xia Ruofei and Manager Lu took their seats on either side of him. Elder Song turned to the waiter and said, "Xiao Qi, go and open the bottle of drunken 8 immortals that Ruofei gave me last time. I want to drink 2 cups today." "Yes, Chief," Xiao Qi said and quickly went to prepare the white wine. Elder Song laughed. "Ruofei is really capable. Let's not talk about other things, just this white wine that your company is operating really suits my taste. Grandpa Song, if you like it, I'll send you some more later." Xia Ruofei smiled. No need. I don't like wine." Elder Song waved his hand and said, "I'm happy that you're here today, so I only drank a few glasses. I usually follow the doctor's advice and hardly drink. This Xiao Lu can be my witness. The bureau chief is very self-disciplined in this regard." Manager Lu quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "In fact, it's good for the elderly to drink in moderation. It's good for the body. It's to relax the channels and blood circulation. Of course, white wine is strong, but red wine is still the most suitable for you. Drinking a small glass every day will definitely be good for your body. Then I'll drink some wine in the future," Elder Song said with a smile. The words of a young divine doctor, like you are still very authoritative. With your imperial sword, the healthcare workers will have no reason to object. Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. This meant that the old man was a good drinker. He held back his laughter and said, "Grandpa Song, I bought 2 wineries in Australia and planted a new batch of grapes. It should be about time for the harvest. When This batch of wine is ready, I'll send you a few boxes. You can keep them and drink them slowly. Good, good, good. Elder Song said, you've given me good stuff. That Australian red wine shouldn't be too bad either. You're overpraising, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The staff quickly opened the lid of the drunken eight immortals wine. Upon smelling the rich aroma of the wine, eccentric Song couldn't help but sniffle and say, hurry up and pour us some. Xiaoqi quickly poured wine for Elder Song. When it was Xia Ruofei's turn, he waved his hand and took the bottle of wine. He poured wine for Manager Liu and then poured himself a glass. Let's welcome Ruofei to the capital with the first glass of wine. Elder Song raised his glass and said, you have to come to the capital often in the future. I heard that you bought a house in Luhai Lane. Then come over and stay for a while. You can also talk to this old man, although Elder Song was of high status. His children were either sent out to become officials or had their own homes in the capital. As for his grandchildren, they rarely came to visit unless it was during the New Year or his birthday. Therefore, from this perspective, he was actually a lonely old man. Xia Ruofei held his wine glass and said, definitely. As long as you don't find me annoying. I'm so happy to have someone to chat and play chess with me. Elder Song laughed, why would I find you annoying? Come, 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 cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their heads and finished their first glass of wine. In one gulp. Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and poured wine for Elder Song and Manager Liu. Elder Song didn't stop him. He just laughed and tapped the table. Have a taste of my chef's cooking. Elder Song said, it said that this roast duck is on par with the roast duck from the cheaper restaurants. I don't know if Xiao Lin is just bragging, haha, he usually ate light food, but since Xia Ruofei was here today, Elder Song was considerate of Xia Ruofei's taste and even asked the kitchen to add a few meat dishes, including authentic Beijing roasted duck. Manager Liu chuckled. I heard that Chef Kobayashi used to work at the discount store. He doesn't have many opportunities to show off his roast duck skills. The chief eats very lightly. Is that so? Xia Ruofei said, then I'll have to try it. With that, he picked up a lotus leaf pancake, then picked up a roast duck, dipped it in the sweet flour sauce, picked up a scallion strip, and did the same. Finally, he rolled up the lotus leaf pancake, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a big bite. There was a hint of sweetness in the fresh aroma. Moreover, the roast duck of Bienni Square was roasted in a low oven. Compared to Quanjud's roast duck that was hung in an oven, the roast duck made with this method was more tender and fresh. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up after tasting it and said, it's so delicious. Haha. Elder Song laughed, pleased. Xiao Liu, go back and praise Chef Xiao Lin, his skills have been recognized by Miracle Dr. Xia. Xia Ruofei was teased by Elder Song, but he was not embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and said, every profession has its own specialty. No matter how amazing a miracle doctor is, he can't compete with a chef in cooking. That's right. Elder Song said with a smile. Everyone chatted as they ate. Although they didn't drink much, the atmosphere was very harmonious. By the way, I heard that you're going to start a business with Xia Ruofei, Elder Song asked. Xia Ruofei picked up a wet towel to wipe his mouth and said, yes, not only Song Ruofei, but also Zhao Yongjun, brother Zhao Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, and the others. They're all good friends, and everyone just wants to do business together. When Xia Ruofei mentioned those names. Manager Lu whispered into Elder Song's ear about their background. After all, other than Zhao Yongjun, the rest of Elder Song had never heard of their names, and there was no way they could be associated with their parents. After Elder Song heard this, he nodded slightly. It's encouraging to do some business, but remember not to use the name of the older generation to do evil things. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, don't worry about that. We are doing business openly. We have never thought of taking any shortcuts. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei with a half smile and asked, even if you run into the younger generation of the Lu family? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but criticize in his heart, your grasp of the situation is too detailed. He even knew about this. In fact, this matter involved Elder Song's grandson, Song Ruofei, and his favorite young man, Xia Ruofei. That was why he paid more attention and specifically asked Manager Lu to find out the situation. From this, one could see how important Xia Ruofei was to Elder Song. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei did not plan to play any tricks, so he had a clear conscience. Therefore, he replied without hesitation, of course. We register our company and apply for bidding through the proper procedures. No matter who our opponent is, we won't do anything crooked. In fact, everyone had a tacit understanding on this matter. Whether it was Lu Haofan's side or Xia Ruofei's side, everyone's strength could be said to be on par. If they really tried to pull strings to do illegal operations, neither of them would be in a good position. Of course, I trust you, Elder Song said with a smile. However, he was a little unsure about Song Ruofei and the others. Since you're working together, you have the responsibility to remind them, not just about the land, but also in the future. If they really abuse their power for personal gain, you'll be the one getting punished. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, please don't worry. I'll definitely fulfill my responsibility. Grandpa Song, to be honest, I don't lack money right now. Even if Brother Zhao or Song Ruofei wanted to make use of the power of the family elders, to make a profit, I would definitely not agree. I'm relieved to hear that, Elder Song said, pleased. Xia Ruofei has never made me worry, but he's improved a lot after you became friends. Manager Lu also smiled and said, Chief, you're marked by your proximity to Vermilion. If Comrade Ruofei is so outstanding, it's only natural that he would influence and infect the friends around him. That makes sense. Elder Song smiled and said, come. Let me toast to Ruofei. I'm thanking you for helping me discipline that grandson of mine who keeps making me worry, Xia Ruofei quickly replied, I don't dare. I'll toast you. He raised his glass and clinked it with Elder Song's. In fact, Xia Ruofei had urged Song Ruofei to pursue Zhuyi with a trace of guilt. It was obvious that he had fallen for her. Strictly speaking, this was not in line with the Song family's interests. Not only did Xia Ruofei not stop him, but he had also helped him a lot, both openly and secretly. I wonder if Elder Song will blame me when he finds out about this, Xia Ruofei thought uneasily. After the meal, Elder Song brought Xia Ruofei back to the central room in the backyard. The staff had already set up the tea set and prepared the tea leaves and spring water. The tea leaves were the top grade de Hong Pao that Xia Ruofei had given him. The water was specially boiled from Mount Yuchuan and was the most suitable for making tea. Xia Ruofei naturally took on the task of making tea. He skillfully cleaned the tea set and poured in the tea leaves. His movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, full of a pleasing Beauty. After a while, the fragrant tea was divided into several small teacups. Xia Ruofei placed the teacup in front of Elder Song and smiled. Grandpa Song, try my cooking. Elder Song and Manager Lu both picked up their teacups and took a sip. Elder Song praised, not bad, not bad. It seems that Ruofei's tea-making skills have improved a lot. Xia Ruofei smiled. The way of tea is about life. I'm just showing off my skills in front of an expert. With that, Xia Ruofei also picked up the teacup and took a sip. The unique fragrance of De Hong Pao assailed his nose, and the tea left a rich aftertaste in his mouth. The tea that Xia Ruofei gave to Elder Song was of course the best quality. The tea leaves used were all directly cut from the branch of the mother tree, De Hong Pao. They could be considered the second generation of the mother tree, De Hong Pao, and their basic characteristics of asexual reproduction could be said to have been completely preserved. In addition, these tea leaves were personally made by Xia Qing, so the quality was much higher than the De Hong Pao sold by the Peach Garden Company on the internet. Of course, even the Peach Garden De Hong Pao sold in bulk could definitely be regarded as the top quality tea. Those tea leaves that cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan per 500 grams could not be compared to the Peach Garden De Hong Pao at all. Ruofei, you're too humble. Elder Song laughed and said, I'm making tea by myself, but it feels like it lacks a bit of artistic conception. It seems that I'm still an ordinary person after all. Grandpa Song, that's the feeling of your country. Xia Ruofei said, a merchant like me is a normal person. Although Elder Song had retired many years ago, as a leader, as long as he didn't enter the Eight Treasures Mountain, how could he be completely away from politics? Elder Song still maintained the habit of reading newspapers and documents every day. He was also very concerned about the state affairs. You child, Elder Song laughed heartily, it's no longer the era where merchants are inferior to others. Xia Ruofei chatted with Elder Song and Manager Lu for a while before he remembered that he had not taken out his gift. Grandpa Song, I brought you a small gift. Please wait a moment. Xia Ruofei walked to the side and took out a black jade bell from his bag. He walked straight to Elder Song. Before he came to the capital, Xia Ruofei had already decided to give Elder Song a jade statue. Although this spiritual weapon was worth more than 100 million yuan in Du Qinghong's eyes, Xia Ruofei was not stingy with it. In his eyes, this highly respected legendary general was not only a kind elder, but also his absolute idol when he first started the army. The main reason was that the statue of Guan Yu seemed to have a strong Jianghu aura, but Zhong Kuei was a famous door god in traditional culture, so it was appropriate to give it to Elder Song. Xia Ruofei passed the jade carving to Elder Song and smiled. I got a rare black jade by chance some time ago, so I carved a few trinkets for it. I'll give you this jade carving of a bell. Eccentric Song naturally knew what was good for him. When he saw the jade carving of the bell tripod, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of brilliance. Although he didn't know that this magic tool was worth more than 100 million yuan, the rarity of the jade, its material, and the lifelike carving made it seem like the jade was worth at least 10 million yuan. Besides, the spirit gathering jade guanyin that Xia Ruofei had given him had many uses. How could this Zhongyuan jade statue be just an ordinary statue? If it had other functions, its value would be even more difficult to estimate. Ruofei, you're asking me to make a mistake. Grandmaster Song said with a bitter smile. This gift is a little too Expensive. In the past, Elder Song accepted everything that Xia Ruofei gave him, be it tea leaves, wine, or the valuable spirit, gathering jade guanine. He did not treat Xia Ruofei as an outsider. He just treated it as a token of respect from a junior. However, Elder Song still hesitated today. This was because this jade statue was clearly more valuable than the spirit, gathering jade guanine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "How could I let you make a mistake? Besides, I'm not asking you to do anything for me. You've already retired, so this has nothing to do with the organization's discipline, right?" Strictly speaking, Xia Ruofei's words were a bit of an excuse. Even if Elder Song had retired, how could his influence be underestimated? Moreover, he was not related to Elder Song by blood. The saying that a junior was filial to his elders was not convincing, even if the truth was so. Elder Song looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei didn't avoid his gaze. He looked at him calmly. Xia Ruofei's eyes were very clear, without any utilitarian color. Even under Elder Song's power, he was calm and composed. As the saying goes, selfless at the bottom of the heart, the world is wide. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei for more than 10 seconds before he smiled. "Are you au fait? What if I don't accept this jade carving?" Elder Song asked, with interest. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, "Then I'll take it back. I can't force you if you don't like my gift." Eccentric. Song couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you were going to say you were going to smash it." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Grandpa Song, are you doubting my intelligence? This jade statue is very valuable, why would I be against money?" Xia Ruofei's casual reply made Elder Song even happier. He pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, "You're an honest child. Then, are you going to accept it or not?" Xia Ruofei asked. Eccentric Song didn't hesitate this time and nodded. "Collect. How can I push away such a good opportunity? I don't feel any pressure accepting the gift you gave me." Elder Song was right. Although he had personally told Xia Ruofei to take care of him, Xia Ruofei had always been cautious and had never used his name to benefit himself. He was very assured of Xia Ruofei's character. Even in front of manager Liu, Elder Song accepted the precious gift. He touched the jade carving with great interest and asked with a smile, "Tell me, this jade carving should have some other uses, right?" Xia Ruofei said, "This. How should I put it? You can think of it as a blessed item. If you place it at home, ordinary demons and evil spirits won't be able to cause trouble, and it can ensure the safety of the house." Manager Liu couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He thought that this was a little too idealistic. The spirit gathering jade guanine from before could feel the changes in its aura as long as it was close to Eccentric Song. It made one feel very comfortable. However, this jade statue of the Zhongyuan was actually able to ward off evil. It could not be seen nor touched. However, Eccentric Song didn't doubt it. Instead, his eyes lit up and he asked, "So this is a magic tool?" This time, it was Xia Ruofei's turn to be surprised. He did not expect Elder Song to know about magical weapons. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, Elder Song's position before his retirement was quite prominent. He knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Naturally, he knew that the metaphysics of feng shui wasn't just feudal superstition. He might even know some of the masters in that circle. It was not strange for him to know about magic tools. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. Yes. However, the benefits of the jade guanine from before are even more obvious. In order to avoid conflicts in aura, you can wear the jade guanine with you and leave this jade zhong kuwei carving at home. The Song family's house was very old. The Song family had lived in it for decades. Moreover, Elder Song was not the first owner of the house. It was later assigned to him by the organization. This kind of old house with a long history might have some unclean things. This jade zhong kuwei carving could be used to guard the house. An ordinary person might be worried about the safety of the jade statue, but Elder Song's place was impregnable. The security inside and outside was quite tight, so there was no possibility of theft. All right, Elder Song nodded, "We'll do as you say, and place it in my central room." After saying that, eccentric Song played with the jade statue for a while. Ever since Elder Song had placed the bell ring jade statue in the central room of the rear courtyard, the old estate seemed to have gradually begun to undergo some subtle changes. In the past, Elder Song did not feel anything. After all, he had been through a brutal war and climbed out of a pile of dead bodies. The murderous aura he had was enough to keep most of the evils away. However, all the staff in the old mansion, including manager Lu, felt that the mansion was a little eerie at night. Sometimes, some people would even hear some strange sounds. Ever since the jade statue of the bell was placed in the house, everyone felt that the night seemed to be less cold and a little warmer. The gloomy feeling also disappeared without a trace, as if the atmosphere of the entire house had changed. Of course, this was all a story for later. That night, Elder Song and Xia Ruofei talked for a long time. In the end, he decided to let Xia Ruofei stay at the old mansion. Since it was an order from the elder, Xia Ruofei naturally did not dare to refuse. He stayed the night in the guest room of the Song family's old house. The next day, he had breakfast with Elder Song before he got up and left. Elder Song had instructed manager Lu to prepare many gifts for Xia Ruofei. Now that Xia Ruofei's own company produced wine and tea leaves that were comparable to Elder Song's, Elder Song's gifts for Xia Ruofei included some tonics and special desserts instead of wine and tea. Of course, Elder Song knew that Xia Ruofei smoked, so he had a lot of special cigarettes. There were 2 boxes with 20 packs. Even manager Lu was envious. Elder Song had been allocated this amount for almost a year. Now that he had stopped smoking, he gave all of it to Xia Ruofei. Manager Lu knew that when Song Rui came back last weekend, he had carefully asked Elder Song for a few packets, but he had been rejected without any hesitation. However, when he gave it to Xia Ruofei, he gave it by the box. How can my grandson bear this? Manager Lu thought to himself, amused. After Xia Ruofei drove back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane, he gave Song Wei a call. When Song Wei found out that Xia Ruofei was free today, she immediately put down a research project and rushed to the courtyard house. The two of them used the time formation to cultivate for more than 10 days. They didn't stop cultivating until it was almost noon in the outside world. After this round of cultivation, Song Wei's cultivation had improved by a large margin. She was one step closer to Qi Disciple level 3. Xia Ruofei estimated that after 2 or 3 more rounds of cultivation, she should be able to touch the bottleneck of the breakthrough. When the two of them practiced the absolute beginning scripture together, they could advance very quickly. It was not inferior to the Great Tao Sutra that Xia Ruofei was cultivating. Xia Ruofei's own cultivation had also improved in the process of practicing the absolute beginning scripture. However, it was not as obvious as Song Wei's. After all, the progress in the early stages of cultivation was definitely faster. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim at the magic of this technique. Of course, the advantages and disadvantages of the absolute beginning Heart Sutra were very obvious. The main limitation was that two people had to cultivate it together. In the long run, it was obviously not as good as the Great Tao Sutra. The Great Way of the Tao pointed directly to the source of cultivation and could allow Xia Ruofei to cultivate to a very high realm. In comparison, the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra did not have such a strong after effect. After all, they were two cultivation techniques of completely different levels. After Xia Ruofei had lunch with Song Wei in the courtyard house, he persuaded her to go back to school. Song Wei herself wanted to continue cultivating in the afternoon. However, Xia Ruofei considered that if he cultivated too quickly, his foundation would be unstable. Moreover, he had to participate in the bidding for that land tomorrow. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others had already discussed with Xia Ruofei that they would come to the courtyard house in the afternoon and set off from there the next day. Xia Ruofei didn't know when Zhao Yongjun and the others would arrive, but if they saw Song Wei in his house, it wouldn't be good. In the end, Song Wei accepted Xia Ruofei as the reason. With a trace of disappointment and longing, she got into Wu Chang's car and left the Sihiyuan. It turned out that Xia Ruofei's decision was correct. Zhao Yongjun and the others arrived at Sihiyuan at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Wu Chang, who had sent Song Wei back to school, had not returned yet. If Song Wei had stayed behind to continue her cultivation, she would have been caught red-handed. Although it was unlikely to expose the time formation and her cultivation, Song Wei was Song Qiming's precious daughter. It would be bad if she stayed with Xia Ruofei alone. Zhao Yongjun and his man drove a Mercedes-Benz over. Zhao Yongjun got out of the car and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, why are you the one who opened the door? What about Wu Chang?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I asked him to go out and do something." "Brother Zhao, didn't you say you would come in the evening? How come you're here so early?" Before Zhao Yongjun could say anything, Song Ruwei said, "Hey, we drank some wine in the afternoon and didn't have anywhere to go in the afternoon, so we came here to find a place to sleep." Xia Ruofei was speechless. Did he treat this place as a hotel? He took a look and it was true. Other than Wei Jun, who was driving, the smell of alcohol on the others was very strong. It seemed that they had drunk a lot in the afternoon. "Fine. You're welcome," Xia Ruofei smiled. "You can choose your own room." "Hold on!" Song Ruwei shouted, "There's still something." Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at the slightly drunk Song Ruwei. He smiled and asked, "They're all drunk cats. What else can happen?" "You went to my grandfather's place yesterday, right?" asked Song Ruwei. "I heard that he even stayed at the old mansion for a night?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Yeah." "What's wrong?" Song Ruwei's eyes lit up. And he said, "The old man must have given you a lot of good things, right? Everyone should have a share of the words of your fellow apprentices, so we can share them." Xia Ruofei was speechless. What kind of person was this? Elder Song was his own grandfather, and he didn't dare to ask for it himself. Instead, he came here to seek help. Zhao Yongjun laughed, "Ruofei, Song Ruwei is only this good, you guys don't want to share? Song Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, my old man has a lot of stock. Zhao Yongjun chuckled, of course. Why wouldn't he? However, Ruofei was such a loyal person, how could he eat it all for himself? That's why we don't have to say anything. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, Brother Zhao, since you've already said it, I won't be stingy with some dry food. Just wait. With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and walked into his master bedroom. After a while, he came out with something. He knew very well that Song Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were definitely not interested in those tonics and desserts. The only thing that they could lower their pride to ask for was nothing more than a special supply of cigarettes. This was something that money couldn't buy, and in a sense, it was a symbol of status. Xia Ruofei walked to the courtyard and placed the special cigarettes on the stone table. He said, come and get it yourself. I don't have any more than that. When Song Ruofei saw this, he immediately pounced on it like a cat that had smelled fish. However, he was too embarrassed to take more, so he grabbed one and held it in his hand. Zhao Yongjun, Su Zixin, Lu Jian, and the others didn't stand on ceremony with Xia Ruofei. They went up and grabbed one each, smiling and thanking him. Only Wei Jun seemed to be unable to let go. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Xia, I don't need it. I don't usually smoke. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Song Ruofei grabbed the remaining cigarette in his hand and said, Little Wei, how can you take back something you've given away? Since you don't want it, then just give it to me. Zhao Yongjun and the others were dumbfounded. Could you be any more shameless? At the same time, she regretted not being as fast as Song Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's reaction wasn't slow either. He directly snatched the cigarette from Song Ruofei's hand and stuffed it into Wei Jun's arms. He said, we agreed on one for each of you. If you don't smoke, you can take it back to your father. Or it'll be useful when you engage in social activities. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei and said, Young Master Song, I despise you. Song Ruofei rolled his eyes gloomily. However, he didn't dare to talk back to Xia Ruofei, who was 2 years younger than him. He just shrugged and didn't say anything. Wei Jun seemed a little uneasy. He did not dare to reject Xia Ruofei's gift, but he was also afraid that he would offend Song Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun chuckled. Wei, this is for you. Just keep it. We all have a share. Then. Thank you, Brother Xia. Wei Jun said. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, You're welcome. I saw that everyone drank quite a bit at noon. Find your own room to sleep. Song Ruofei couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei's bedroom and said, Ruofei, it looks like the Lord Master gave quite a lot, right? Why don't you stop dreaming? Xia Ruofei said unhappily, No matter how much the old man gives me, it's still mine. Don't push your luck, I was just saying. Song Ruofei muttered, Look at how petty you are. After that, Song Ruofei strolled to the first courtyard to find a room to sleep in. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't treat themselves as outsiders. They greeted Xia Ruofei and went to find their own rooms. At night, no one went out to look for food. They let Wei Jun and Wu Chang go out together and bought some food and wine. Then, they ate dinner together in the courtyard house. Even though everyone was fully rejuvenated after an afternoon's rest, they did not drink as much as they wanted that night, as they had to participate in the bidding tomorrow. They shared a bottle of drunken 8 immortals and drank a few glasses before stopping. At night, Zhao Yongjun and the others stayed over at Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. The next morning, after having breakfast at home, they drove out to participate in the bidding. The Mercedes-Benz could not fit so many people, so Xia Ruofei drove his Land Rover off-road. Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruofei got into his car as well. The two cars left the courtyard house one after another. The bid for the land would be held in the hot spring resort in Little Tang Town, which was not far from the land. On weekdays, Beijing Road could only be described with one word, and that was congested. Although Xia Ruofei and the rest had left early on purpose, the traffic was still so bad that they felt like they were going to die. It took them an hour and a half to reach the Imperial Hot Springs Resort in Little Tang Town. Fortunately, today's event started at 10 in the morning, so they wouldn't miss the bidding because of traffic. The venue was set up in the second-floor conference hall of the resort's main building, and the car could drive directly to the parking lot downstairs. Every company that passed the preliminaries and participated in the bidding had 5 seats. Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruofei, Lu Jian, and Su Zixuan went in, while Ho Liang and Wei Jun went to the hot spring. The resort's environment was quite good, and the air in the suburbs was very fresh. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. They had just come from the foggy downtown of Beijing. As soon as they got out of the car and took a deep breath, they suddenly felt relaxed and happy. Xia Ruofei and the others took the invitation and walked into the building. There was an eye-catching sign in the hall. They went up the side stairs and saw the obvious sign at the entrance of the conference hall. Xia Ruofei and the others walked over. Immediately, a staff member came over to check the invitation. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the staff member said politely, "Please come over and sign it." "Big brother Zhao, you go." Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at the check counter not far away. In order to set up this club, they set up a new company called Heng Ruofei, and Zhao Yongjun was the legal person of the company. It was only natural that Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei had the most shares in the company. Xia Ruofei couldn't be in the capital city all year round, so Zhao Yongjun took the role. Zhao Yongjun smiled and nodded, "Sure. Then wait here for a moment." After that, he went to check in under the guidance of the staff. At this moment, a frivolous voice came from behind Xia Ruofei and the others. "Song Ruofei, you really came to join in the fun. You're quite persistent." Song Ruofei's expression turned ugly. He was too familiar with this annoying voice. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Lu Haofan. You're such a busybody." Song Ruofei said coldly, "When did you have the right to tell me what to do?" Lu Haofan smiled nonchalantly and said, "I wouldn't dare to give you any advice, young Master Song. I'm just giving you a little advice on the account that we're familiar with each other. I, Lu Haofan, have already taken a fancy to this piece of land. If you want to get it, you'd better inspect other places as soon as possible, so as not to drag things out and delay your own matters." Song Ruofei snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry too much. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Zhou Tianyu, the Senior Vice President of Tang Real Estate. He's also my partner in this project," Lu Haofan said, pouting. In fact, Song Ruofei and the others had long known that Lu Haofan had joined hands with Tang Real Estate this time, and was determined to get this land. However, seeing that it was true and that Tang Real Estate had sent A senior vice president to the scene in person, everyone's face became a bit solemn. Zhou Tianyu was a chubby, middle-aged man who looked like Maitreya. Although Tang Real Estate was cooperating with Lu Haofan this time, he also didn't want to offend a top young master like Song Ruofei. Hence, the moment Lu Haofan said that, Zhou Tianyu walked up with a smile and politely handed over his business card, saying, "Young Master Song, please take care of me." Song Ruofei took the business card and put it in his pocket. He said lightly, "Chief Zhou, you're being too serious. With Luer's care, aren't you going to do whatever you want in Beijing? You don't need me to take care of you, do you?" "You're too kind," Zhou Tianyu said with a smile. "Young Master Song and young Master Lu are both young talents. I hope that we will have the opportunity to work with young Master Song in the future. Although we are here to get this land, I think that business is business. We can't hurt our relationship." Lu Haofan furrowed his brows, but he didn't say anything. Firstly, he was a businessman who paid attention to amicability to make money. There was no reason for him to offend a top-notch rich man like Song Ruofei. Secondly, the project still relied on the financial resources of the Tang Real Estate Company. Lu Haofan was not a brainless hothead. Naturally, he could not turn hostile just because Zhou Tianyu softened his stance after speaking to Song Ruofei. "Then let's do it based on our own abilities," Song Ruofei said lightly. "That's right. That's right," Zhou Tianyu quickly said. Then, he took out his name card and gave one to Xia Ruofei and the others. He was very enthusiastic. At this moment, Zhao Yongjun had already finished signing and walked over. "Brother Zhao is here too," Lu Haofan said with a fake smile. Zhao Yongjun smiled. "Haofan, it looks like neither of us wants to back down. Let's fight then." "That's what I was thinking," Lu Haofan said. Then, he glanced at Song Ruofei with a hint of provocation and said, "Young Master Song, I hope you don't admit defeat too early. Otherwise, how boring would that be?" With that, Lu Haofan walked into the conference hall. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Xia Ruofei, Lu Jian, or Suzy Xuan in the eye. In his eyes, only Song Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun could barely be on equal footing with him. Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself that this young Master Lu was a little dumb. Why did he anger him now? What if they casually raise the price for you? Wouldn't you be spending money for no reason? However, Zhou Tianyu naturally didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction to Lu Haofan. He could only smile apologetically at Xia Ruofei, Song Ruofei, and the rest, then quickly followed. Zhou Tianyu didn't know that regardless of whether Lu Haofan angered Song Ruofei and the others, they had already made up their minds not to let Lu Haofan take over the land so easily. Song Ruofei snorted coldly and said, "I just can't stand this girl's attitude. If he didn't have the support of Tang Real Estate, would I be afraid of him in terms of financial resources?" Xia Ruofei almost burst out laughing. Besides, they've joined forces with Tang Real Estate, but you can't afford it yourself. This company was founded by us. Xia Ruofei knew that Song Ruofei was upset, so he didn't bother to tease him. He just smiled and said, "Let's go in too." Very quickly, Xia Ruofei and the rest found the seats that the organizers had arranged for them. Coincidentally, the seats were right next to Lu Haofan's and Tang Real Estate's. In fact, the organizers were well aware of the origins of these two groups of people. It was inappropriate for them to stay in either group as they would offend people. Therefore, they simply arranged for them to stay in the first row, with the middle seats occupying half of the seats. Song Ruofei snorted and sat in the seat furthest away from Lu Haofan and the others. Zhao Yongjun walked over and smiled and nodded at them, then sat down beside Zhou Tianyu. Xia Ruofei and the other two took their seats. One by one. Xia Ruofei took the seat in the middle of the five. Lu Haofan couldn't help but take another look at Xia Ruofei. He felt that Xia Ruofei looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. If he could not remember, he could not be bothered to think about Ying Luo. Anyway, in his eyes, other than a few people from the big families, the rest were all nobodies. Tang real estate was indeed famous. In a short while, several groups of people came to greet Zhou Tianyu. Zhao Yongjun's connections were also very wide. He would nod to people from time to time, and sometimes people would come over to chat with him. Soon, the bidding for the land began. This time, only that piece of land was given up as a whole. The Land and Resources Bureau of the Pingchong District Government was responsible for the specific auction. Although the land wasn't very big, the Land and Resources Bureau had hired a professional auctioneer. After the simple opening remarks, the auctioneer went straight to the point and said enthusiastically, "Next, we will officially start the auction of land No. CP 0806010023. The base price of the land is 250 million, and each raise of the sign will increase the price by no less than 1 million. Everyone can start bidding. 251 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a real estate company immediately raised their sign. This starting price was not considered high, so everyone was very active in the bidding at the beginning. Their signs were also raised one after another. The price quickly reached 270 million. Neither Xia Ruofei's side nor Lu Haofan's side made a bid because they knew that it was still too early to make a bid. But very quickly, Lu Haofan seemed to be a little impatient with the increase of 2 million. He turned his head and whispered a few words to Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu nodded slightly. Then, Zhou Tianyu casually picked up the sign in front of him and raised it up high, shouting, 300 million. The heated atmosphere suddenly stagnated, and the auctioneer finally found a chance to interrupt. He enthusiastically shouted, Tang Real Estate offers 300 million. The price of this land has already broken through the 300 million mark. Song Ruofei couldn't help but feel disgusted. Wasn't it just 300 million? It's as if the bid was a shocking price, and the price wasn't even at its peak, okay? In fact, he was just unhappy that Lu Haofan was in the limelight. Young Master Song was unhappy. He pulled Su Zixuan, who was beside him, and exchanged seats with him. He sat next to Xia Ruofei. Then, Song Ruofei nudged Xia Ruofei with his arm and said, let's not just sit here and watch kill off his limelight. Everyone had already discussed it before they came in. Xia Ruofei would be in charge of raising the sign for today's auction. This was also suggested by Zhao Yongjun. Firstly, Xia Ruofei was the major shareholder. Secondly, they were worried that Song Ruofei would state an outrageous price in a moment of passion. It was better for Xia Ruofei to hold the sign more steadily. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, what's the hurry? It was still too early to reach that price. So many real estate companies have their eyes on this piece of meat, they won't surrender so quickly. In fact, even if Xia Ruofei and his team did not compete with Lu Haofan today, he would not have been able to get the land so easily. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer pieces of land. In the capital, the natural and cultural environment of Xiaotang town was good. There were also natural hot spring resources. The land here was of high quality. One could tell from the companies that came to participate in today's auction. Only those who passed the preliminaries and had 125 million as a deposit could participate in today's auction. However, there were at least 20 to 30 companies in this conference hall, many of which were real estate companies with good strength. As expected, after Zhou Tianyu bid, he only maintained a short silence. The moment Xia Ruofei finished speaking, someone immediately bid 305 million. Perhaps they were stimulated by Tang Real Estate's one-time increase of 30 million. But this time, they didn't increase the price by 1 million, but directly increased it by 5 million. Lu Haofan's mouth twitched and he took the sign from Zhou Tianyu's hand. After he raised it, he said calmly, 310 million. Fuck. Song Ruwei couldn't help but shout, are you going to bid or not? If you're not, then give me your tag. Zhao Yongjun glanced at Song Ruwei and said, Xiao Ruwei, don't be impatient. Zhao Yongjun still had a lot of prestige. Song Ruwei only muttered a few words and then stopped. Lu Haofan's side displayed a strong determination, and some small companies that didn't have much hope in the first place gradually withdrew from the competition. However, this price was far from the peak. In fact, in terms of the surrounding land price, this price was still very cheap. Zhao Yongjun and the others had also analyzed it before. If it could be sold for 320 million, it was a relatively good price. Therefore, some of the more capable companies naturally did not give up. Immediately, another company increased the price by 3 million, reaching 313 million. Lu Haofan looked at the companies that were still eager to make a move and simply raised his sign again, shouting, we'll bid 330 million. This time, most companies were completely out of business. It was not that they could not afford the price, but the price premium was already quite high. Now that the real estate policy had begun to tighten, it was impossible to buy land and build it for a few years before developing it again like in the past. If the price increased any further, the cost of buying land would be too high. The auctioneer was still enthusiastically encouraging everyone's emotions on the stage. However, Lu Haofan's bid made most people back out. For a while, no one made another bid. Song Ruwei said anxiously, Ruofei, it's our turn. Otherwise, that guy would have taken this land. Xia Ruofei took the card and said, stay calm. It's not like the hammer will fall immediately. Then, Xia Ruofei raised his board and said indifferently, 340 million. Forget it, 4. Doesn't sound good. How about 350 million? As soon as Xia Ruofei's bid came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was in a heated discussion and looked at Xia Ruofei curiously. There were signs on the table in front of them, but the name Hingruwei Company was too unfamiliar. They had never heard of it before. Who's that? Fierce person? I've never heard of this company. He must have an extraordinary background. Can't you see that his seat is so central? 350 million. That's crazy. Is this land worth that much? Song Ruwei suddenly felt elated and couldn't help but glance at Lu Haofan. Lu Haofan obviously did not expect Xia Ruofei's bidding strategy to be so aggressive. He knew that Song Ruwei and the others would definitely raise the price, but he did not expect Xia Ruofei to increase the price by 20 million in one go. Hence, Lu Haofan was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Lu Haofan, who had been in the limelight just now, was now dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt more refreshed than drinking ice water on a hot summer day. He couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hafan heard Xia Ruofei's mocking laughter and came back to his senses. He frowned and glanced at Xia Ruofei. He was a little confused about Xia Ruofei's approach. He was even more confused about why Zhao Yongjun and Xia Ruofei did not bid. And Xia Ruofei was the one leading the bidding. However, Xia Ruofei's sarcasm made Lu Hafan not think so much. He had always been proud and arrogant, so how could he accept such a cowardly attitude? Therefore, after Lu Hafan came back to his senses, he raised his sign without thinking. However, when he was bidding, he hesitated for a moment. He was not sure how much he should bid because from Xia Ruofei's bid, his strategy was very aggressive. If he bid too low, he would not be able to suppress it. But if he bid too high, he would be at a disadvantage and spend a lot more money if the other party did not want it. Lu Hafan's hesitation caused the auctioneer to misunderstand. Raising the sign and not bidding was the default minimum bid, so the auctioneer immediately said, "The Tang Corporation bids 351 million. Lu Hafan glared at the auctioneer and said loudly, "Who told you I'd add $1 million? I haven't even announced my price yet. What are you blindly bidding for? You don't know the rules." "I'm sorry," the auctioneer said awkwardly. "I saw that you didn't bid, so I thought, just now, the bids were all in the millions or tens of millions." Now, they were adding 1 million. Even Lu Hafan felt embarrassed. So, he didn't wait for the auctioneer to finish and rudely interrupted him, saying, "Don't think too much, it's quite clear. I'll bid 360 million. Okay, the auctioneer smiled wryly, thinking that these rich young men were really hard to please. However, he didn't dare to delay and quickly said, "Tang Real Estate bids 360 million. After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Xia Ruofei's side. The price had already exceeded the actual value of the land. The other companies had basically withdrawn from the competition. Whether this land could be sold at a new high would depend on whether Xia Ruofei and the others were willing to increase the price. Xia Ruofei didn't let him down. He picked up the sign without much consideration and said, 7 is not very auspicious, so Hengruwei Corporation offers 380 million. Lu Hafan was fuming with anger. Another one-time bid of 20 million. When he compared himself to the hesitation and lack of confidence when he made the bid, it was as if he was just trying to set off Xia Ruofei and the others. How could Lu Hafan not be angry? "Who are you?" Lu Hafan glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Can you afford to bid so recklessly?" Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Hafan as if he was an idiot and said, "Since I dared to bid this price, I naturally have the money to pay. Otherwise, I'm not going to waste my 100 million in cash." If the bid was called and the deal was not carried out, the bid deposit could not be refunded, and the bid would be won at the second highest price, so it was meaningless to bid randomly. Lu Hafan had asked a very stupid question. He had questioned Xia Ruofei on a whim and regretted it immediately after he said it. Now, he felt as if there was a dagger on his back and everyone was looking at him with ridicule. Lu Hafan was a little angry. From embarrassment, he turned to Zhao Yongjun and said, "Brother Zhao, who the hell is this guy? So arrogant. Do you even know the rules?" Lu Hafan thought that Xia Ruofei was a professional manager hired by Zhao Yongjun and the others. He didn't expect that the tactful and kind Zhao Yongjun's face would sink. Zhao Yongjun said coldly, Haofan, watch your attitude. You don't have the right to teach my friend a lesson. Lu Haofan was stunned. He looked at Xia Ruofei deeply, then said to Zhao Yongjun, Brother Zhao, your friend looks unfamiliar. Could it be that he has some great background? You don't have to worry about that. Zhao Yongjun said coldly, as your big brother, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Don't think that you're the only one who's number one in the capital. Don't forget that. There's always someone better. No matter how impressive Lu Haofan was, he was just a third-generation nouveau riche. Old Lu's family was indeed prominent, but that was old Lu's family, not Lu Haofan. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was able to drink and chat with Elder Song. He was a member of the younger generation who was deeply appreciated by Elder Song. In terms of ability, he was even better than Lu Haofan. What right did Lu or have to look down on Xia Ruofei? Lu Haofan's heart trembled. His mind was spinning quickly, trying to recall who Xia Ruofei was. At this moment, Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Brother Zhao, don't talk so much nonsense with him. Since no one wants to raise the price, let's get ready to pay for the land. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at the auctioneer on the stage and asked, It seems like no one else is bidding. Can we drop the hammer now? Everyone's time is precious, so let's not waste it. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, Lu Haofan stood up as if his tail had been stepped on. He said loudly, Who said no one is bidding? Lu Haofan's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He looked a little ferocious. Zhou Tianyu saw that the situation wasn't good, so he quickly pulled Lu Haofan's sleeve and said in a low voice, Young Master Lu, calm down. The price had been raised to 380 million, and there was no longer any profit to be made from this land. The most important thing in doing business was to make money with harmony. There was no need to waste money on a momentary dispute. Zhou Tianyu also didn't expect the price of the land to be so high. He was still full of confidence before he came. The evaluation team of Tang Real Estate had come to the same conclusion as Zhao Yongjun and the others, thinking that 320 million would be enough. Even if he met Xia Ruofei and the others, he predicted that there would be a fight. Zhou Tianyu only estimated that 350 million would be enough. However, before he could even react, the price had already soared to 380 million. Which was really unexpected. Hence, Zhou Tianyu hoped that Lu Haofan would give up on the land. However, how could Lu Haofan, who was already so angry that his heart had been attacked, listen to any advice? He shook off Zhou Tianyu's hand and said coldly, Director Zhou, before we came, your director Su said that the final decision for this auction is on my side. Zhou Tianyu said with a bitter face, Yes, but young Master Lu, this price is too high. It's not wise to continue to follow up. Lu Haofan's face darkened and he said, Zhou Tianyu, it's not your turn to teach me. If your great Tang doesn't want to cooperate, you can withdraw now. Then, Lu Haofan ignored Zhou Tianyu and raised his board, shouting, We bid 390 million. On Xia Ruofei's side, Song Rui's face was filled with joy. It was just as they had predicted. Lu Haofan was too rash and didn't think too much. Although he couldn't get the land, he had scammed Lu Haofan of tens of millions of yuan. Song Rui was very happy. But what Song Rui didn't expect was that as soon as Lu Haofan finished speaking, Xia Ruofei raised his board without hesitation and said calmly, 400 million. Many people gasped. Even Zhao Yongjun was surprised. He turned to look at Xia Ruofei in shock. This price made Zhao Yongjin's heart jump. He thought that Xia Ruofei would stop bidding, but he didn't expect Xia Ruofei to continue raising the price. If Lu Haofan gave up now, it would be equivalent to them losing the bid. Although they were preparing to develop it into a club, not real estate. The extra tens of millions of land cost would make the follow-up funds difficult to make ends meet. Moreover, it might take a lot of time to earn back the tens of millions of capital. The other representatives of the real estate companies, who had been reduced to onlookers, were even more dumbfounded. Since when did Little Tang Town become so short on land? At the same time, they were also secretly complaining about how Qingqing's land auctions were like. The price this time was so high that it might set a benchmark effect. In the future, the price of land in similar areas would also become higher. Even Song Ruofei felt a little uneasy. He thought to himself, isn't this too big of a gamble? What if Lu that fool, suddenly awakened and stopped following? The facts proved that Song Ruofei and Zhao Yongjin were overthinking. How could the hot-blooded Lu Haofan think so much at this time? Seeing that Xia Ruofei was still raising the price, his first reaction was to raise his sign and shout, 410 million. This was the kind of aura he wanted, to let his opponent feel his determination. Now, they were all increasing the price by 10 million. The minimum increase of 1 million had long since become useless. Zhou Tianyu sat at the side with a bitter smile. When he heard Lu Haofan's outrageous bid, he couldn't help but cover his face. After Lu Haofan made his bid, he immediately glared at Xia Ruofei provocatively. Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and Song Ruofei looked at each other. He smiled and threw the sign on the table in front of him, then said lightly, young Master Lu is indeed bold. 410 million for such a piece of land, he was really rich. We're not playing anymore. Lu Haofan was stunned. Only then did he realize that the price had unknowingly increased by tens of millions, and his final bid was actually 410 million. Moreover, the other party had actually given up on the game so easily. How could he not understand now? Xia Ruofei was obviously raising the price on purpose to make him spend more money. Song Ruofei finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed while clapping and said, wonderful. It was simply too exciting. I really didn't expect this piece of land to be so valuable. Lu General Manager Zhou, congratulations. I hope you can make a fortune on this land and earn a lot of money. Ha ha ha, Lu Haofan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhou Tianyu could only smile bitterly and ask what else he could say. One should not be afraid of a god-like opponent, but of a pig-like teammate. Xia Ruofei waved his hand at the auctioneer and said, I'm not following, you can announce the result now. Only then did the auctioneer come back to his senses. He asked a few more times if anyone wanted to increase the price. This was just a procedure. Only a fool would continue to increase the price. If Lu Haofan had been calm enough, he would have retreated when Xia Ruofei bid 400 million. As such, the final result was without any suspense. The auctioneer quickly announced that the winning company was Datang Real Estate, and the final price was 410 million HXB. There was a burst of applause, but the applause sounded a little harsh to Lu Haofan, as if he had become a fool. His hatred for Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei grew stronger. In contrast, Song Ruofei was beaming with joy. Those who didn't know better would have thought that he was the one who won the bid and not Lu Haofan. Song Ruofei felt that his anger had been vented. especially when he saw Lu Haofan's constipated expression after he won the bid. Song Ruwei felt even more comfortable, as if he had drunk iced sour plum soup in the hot summer. When they were leaving the stage, Lu Haofan walked to Xia Ruofei and the others. Song Ruwei frowned and stood in front of Xia Ruofei. He said in an unfriendly tone, "Lu what are you doing? Stay away from Ruofei." Zhao Yongjun didn't say anything, but he immediately stood beside Xia Ruofei. His body language was very clear. Lu Haofan pouted, looked at Song Ruwei, and said, "Song Ruwei, do you think I'm as brainless as you? Don't worry, I just want to get to know this hero. Don't be so weird." Song Ruwei said, "If I were you, I'd support you as far as I can. I'll just be your spendthrift." Lu Haofan pouted and said, "Look at you." It was as if he had won against the entire world. "It's just a few million more. I have money. I don't care." "Yes, you, young Master Lu, are rich," Song Ruwei said with a smile. "You can still hear the sound of tens of millions of yuan being thrown into the water. Hitting on this. What else can you do other than make your stupid reputation a little better? Ha ha ha, childish." Lu Haofan sneered and ignored Song Ruwei. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Friend, you've gone a little too far today. Maybe you were used by Song Ruwei, but I'll remember you. Don't worry, the capital is not big, and we'll have to move around. Haofan, you have to be more magnanimous. Are you a sore loser?" Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but frown when he saw Lu Haofan threatening Xia Ruofei so arrogantly. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at Zhao Yongjun. Then, he looked at Lu Haofan and said, "I agree with you. The world will change. That's right, I believe we'll meet again soon. Then let's wait and see." Lu Haofan snorted and glared at Xia Ruofei coldly. Then, he left with a flick of his sleeves. "What the hell?" Song Ruwei looked at Lu Haofan's back unhappily and spat. Zhao Yongjun smiled bitterly at Xia Ruofei. "Ruofei, we've gone a little too far today. We've really offended Lu Haofan. There's no need to, brother Zhao, I don't like what you're saying." Song Ruwei said, "Your position is obviously wrong. What's wrong with Lu? Didn't he just rely on his good grandfather? What ability did he have? Could it be that no one else could bid for the land that he had his eyes on? I think Ruofei did a great job today." Zhao Yongjun looked at Song Ruwei helplessly and said, "Xiao Ruwei, I didn't say that we can't offend Lu. It's just that there's no need to. Actually, it's enough. Now that things have come to this, you've made yourself an enemy. So what?" Song Ruwei straightened his neck and said, "Do we have to be afraid of him?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, all right, don't just stand there. Let's talk as we walk." Zhao Yongjun looked deeply at Xia Ruofei, and the group walked out. Very quickly, they met up with Ho Liang and Wei Jun and went straight to the parking lot. On the way, Su Zixuan and Lu Jian, who were basically just spectators, told Ho Liang and Wei Jun about what had happened at the auction. When the two of them heard that such an interesting story had happened, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful that they had missed such a good show. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei with admiration as he fought with the second young master of the Lu family. There weren't many people in the capital who dared to do this. After everyone got their cars, Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei sat in Xia Ruofei's Land Rover as usual, while the other four sat in the Mercedes-Benz. The two cars left the hot spring resort one after the other and headed towards the city. On the way, Zhao Yongjun sighed, looks like I'll have to inspect the other plots of land as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei, are there any other places in the suburbs that have been given up recently? Zixuan and Lu Jian were the ones running around for the details. You'll have to ask them, Song Ruofei said. Even though they felt good about setting Lu Haofan up, the objective reality was that they had no fate with this piece of land. They would have to re-evaluate the location of the clubhouse, which would be a bunch of troublesome things. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but feel a little down. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who was driving, suddenly said, Brother Zhao, there's no need to inspect the other lands yet. Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He turned to Xia Ruofei and asked, Are you Fei, could it be that there's still a turning point in this matter? Zhao Yongjun was very sensitive. He felt that Xia Ruofei didn't just want to cheat Lu Haofan, especially when Xia Ruofei bid 380 million. Zhao Yongjun could feel that Xia Ruofei really wanted to buy the land at that price. Of course, the latter bid of 400 million was purely to make a fool out of Lu Haofan. Lu Haofan didn't disappoint them. In a moment of rashness, he added another 10 million without thinking. But Zhao Yongjun couldn't understand why Xia Ruofei was willing to pay a price that was obviously higher than the market price for the land. Even when Lu Haofan paid a heavy price to get the land, Xia Ruofei was still calm and seemed to have a plan. Zhao Yongjun really couldn't think of any other way to turn things around. Song Ruofei, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but lean forward when he heard this. He held the back of the front seat with both hands and said, What other chance can there be? Don't tell me that the blockhead Luer is willing to give up his land to us? Even if he's willing to give it up, I don't want it. Just how high was the price? Whoever wants it is a fool. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Let's not talk about this for now. I want to know what Lu Haofan and Tang Real Estate are planning to do with this land. Song Ruofei said, I know about this. I've already inquired about it. Lu Haofan wants to cooperate with Tang Real Estate to develop a high-end real estate project that mainly focuses on hot springs. I think it's called the Intelligent Community or something. He said that he wants to introduce some smart homes and the like. Anyway, it's just a gimmick. The main focus of this project is to play side by side and stack. Naturally, the customers are the middle class who want to improve their quality of life. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, now that the cost of acquiring the land has increased by nearly 100 million, do you think it's possible for them to build this land and wait for the property prices to rise before developing it? That's possible. Song Ruofei said, Luer definitely won't be easily taken advantage of. Zhao Yongjun shook his head and said, it's impossible to do it so blatantly. The current policy is rather tight and does not allow developers to hoard land to cover up the stock. However, there are still loopholes in the policy. I think Lu Haofan will think of a way to delay the development plan, for example? Xia Ruofei asked, what's his usual method? The simplest way is to build some simple buildings on this land, Zhao Yongjun said. With a smile. At least it's considered work. Of course, the government also has requirements for the completion time, so it won't be so easy to do. There are still some other operations, Xia Ruofei nodded. So, you're saying that even if Lu Haofan and Tang Real Estate want to hoard land, they have to start work first? Definitely. Zhao Yongjun nodded. I guess they will organize workers to enter the site as soon as possible to smooth out the site, and it's hard to say how they will delay it later. Anyway, with Lu Haofan's network and the fact that Tang Real Estate is also an experienced agent in this field, they will definitely be able to do it. Well, Xia Ruofei smiled. That's good. Song Ruofei, give Wei Jun a call. Let's go to the scene to take a look. The land is already someone else's, Song Ruofei muttered. What's there to see? However, Song Ruofei was only talking. He would still listen to Xia Ruofei's words, so he took out his phone and called Wei Jun as he complained. The hot spring resort wasn't far from the land, so it didn't take long for the two cars to arrive next to it. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and jumped out. He first stood at a distance and observed for a while, then walked in. After looking at a few points, Xia Ruofei got into the car and drove to another place. He then got out of the car and continued to observe. Xia Ruofei did not say a word throughout the entire process. Song Ruofei finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you Ruofei? What are you looking at?" "This is just a wasteland, what is there to see here?" Xia Ruofei calculated in his heart and then smiled. "Alright, look carefully. Let's go back." Can you not keep me in suspense?" Song Ruofei said. Song Ruofei knew that Xia Ruofei must have come with a purpose, but he couldn't figure out what was so special about this land. The more Xia Ruofei didn't say, the more anxious he became. His heart was like a cat's paw. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You won't understand even if I tell you. But I already know what to do. Just wait and see. Maybe Lu Haofan will ask us to take over the land soon." Song Ruofei's face was full of disbelief. He pouted and said, "How is that possible? Lu'er would still admit defeat? Besides, even if he begs us, we can't accept him. I'm not a fool." Xia Ruofei laughed. "By that time, the transfer price can't be 410 million. Maybe we can haggle a little. We might be able to get it at 300 million. What?" Song Ruofei's eyes widened as if he had just heard a fantasy story. "Are you Ruofei? Are you still sleeping? Or is he having a fever?" Song Ruofei said as he reached for Xia Ruofei's forehead. Xia Ruofei slapped Song Ruofei's hand away and said, "Believe it or not, but don't inspect other lands for the time being. I think this land is quite good." Zhao Yongjun was more mature. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he did not say it out loud like Song Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun's impression of Xia Ruofei was that he wasn't the type to brag. Even though this matter sounded unbelievable, there must be a reason behind it, and it was a reason that he didn't understand. So, Zhao Yongjun pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you Ruofei? Are you confident?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm confident, but I can't be 100% sure. The main thing is that I don't know Lu Haofan very well. I don't know how he does things. Lu Haofan's actions are indeed arrogant, but he's not a brainless person," said Zhao Yongjun. "In fact, he doesn't have that much financial resources, which is why he joined hands with Tang Real Estate to do this project. If there is really an accident that may lead to the complete failure of the project, I think he will still choose to cut the meat to cut the loss." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look at Zhao Yongjun and said, "It seems that brother Zhao has noticed something?" Zhao Yongjun smiled bitterly, "You kept me guessing. How could I have seen anything? However, since you've said so, I believe you must have a way to make Lu Haofan have No choice, but to give up the land, and your method is related to the land itself. Xia Ruofei nodded. The general direction is correct. There are some things here that you guys have not come into contact with and don't understand. I won't explain in detail. Let's go back first. I still have to make some preparations in the next 2 days. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, all right. We'll be under your command for the next 2 days. Song Ruofei also said excitedly, if we can make Lu obediently give us this land at a low price, it's not a big deal even if we have to work a little harder. Haha. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and said, don't get carried away, kid. Also, don't provoke Lu Haofan. Or he'll lose his temper. He'll rather lose 400 million just to keep this land. We'll be dumbfounded then. I know, Song Ruofei said casually. The group got back into the car and drove straight to the capital. After returning to the courtyard in Luhai Lane, Xia Ruofei gathered everyone in the second courtyard and sat around the stone table under the grape trellis. Brother Zhao, I need your help to prepare some things in the next 2 days. Xia Ruofei said. Zhao Yongjun replied readily, just tell me what you need. As long as it's not something particularly rare, we can definitely prepare it for you if we all move out together. Xia Ruofei smiled. It shouldn't be rare. It's just that it might be a little complicated. You say it. Zhao Yongjun took out a pen and paper from his bag. I'll write it down in case I make a mistake. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, first, we need to prepare 9 pieces of locust tree. Each piece is about 15 centimeters in diameter and no less than 50 centimeters in length. We need to take the center part. Also, the locust tree must be 36 years old. No more or less. As Xia Ruofei explained, Zhao Yongjun nodded his head and quickly recorded it down. Although this condition was a bit harsh, locust trees were not that kind of rare species. It could be said that they were very common. As long as he put in some effort, it was not difficult to find all of them. Ruofei, why must it be a 36-year one? Song Ruofei asked, curiously. Xia Ruofei thought, how would I know why? That was what the Arraydao records said. He glanced at Song Ruofei and said with a smile, you're just a kid. Why are there so many whys? Tisk. Song Ruofei was so angry that he gave Xia Ruofei the middle finger and then walked to the side to smoke. I've noted all of this down, Zhao Yongjun said, chuckling. What else do I need to prepare? Xia Ruofei said, the other thing is to prepare 9 round mirrors. They are also about 15 centimeters in diameter and 81 copper coins. It's best if they are 5 emperor coins. Small 5 emperor coins will do. This should not be difficult. The 5 emperor coins were divided into big 5 emperor coins and small 5 emperor coins. Big 5 emperor coins referred to Qing Banliang, Han Wuzhu, Tang Dynasty's Kaiyuan, Tongbao, Song Dynasty Tongbao, and Ming Dynasty's Yongle Tongbao. Small 5 emperor coins were made by the 5 most prosperous emperors of the Qing dynasty, Xuanji Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing Zuanzhi during their reign. Zhao Yongjun was an expert in antiques, so he naturally knew about the 5 emperor coins. He nodded and said, no problem. This could be done within a day. Are you au fait? Do you need to prepare anything? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, the last thing is to prepare 63 grandson nails and some yellow joss papers. These should be easy to buy in the market. However, they must be of good quality. The so-called descendant nail was actually a coffin nail, which meant that it could make children and grandchildren prosperous. Although crematoriums were now practiced in most areas and coffins were rarely used, it was still used in the feng shui industry, so it could still be bought in religious goods stores. The yellow joss paper was even more common and easy to find. Zhao Yongjun nodded as he recorded, Ruofei, I'm getting more and more interested. It's another yellow joss paper for your descendants, and a Chinese pagoda tree mirror. It seems like you're preparing to do a ritual. I really didn't know, Song Ruwei said with a smile. Ruofei, you know how to cook? Xia Ruofei said, I really don't know how to do it, but it should be similar. In any case, you should get the things ready as soon as possible. It's best if we can get there before Lu Haofan's people enter. Zhao Yongjun capped his pen and carefully folded the paper that Xia Ruofei needed and put it in his pocket. Then he said, Don't worry. I'll definitely be able to get everything ready in 2 days. Xia Ruofei nodded. Brother Zhao, you have to do this in secret. If you really can't do it, you can do it elsewhere. It's best if you don't leave any traces. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhao Yongjun laughed. After a round trip to Xiaotang town in the morning, it was almost lunchtime, so Xia Ruofei asked everyone to stay at the courtyard house for a meal. After the meal, Zhao Yongjun and the others all said their goodbyes and left to prepare the items Xia Ruofei needed. Xia Ruofei was not idle either. After he sent Wu Cheng back to his room to rest, he took out a piece of jade from his spatial space to check on his harvest in Ruwei province. Other than the extremely rare black jade, he had also obtained 4 pieces of jade of rather good quality. This time, he took out one of the ice-type jade, which was of relatively average quality. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out a carving knife from the space. He looked at the jade for a while, then cut a small piece decisively and put the rest of the jade back into his space. Next, Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and meditated for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he picked up the carving knife and started to carve on the jade without hesitation. The jade pieces fell down and the ice-type jade quickly formed an embryonic form in Xia Ruofei's hands. When Xia Ruofei was carving jade, he did not use many different tools of different sizes and shapes like a traditional carving master. With the help of his spiritual power and the help of his true energy, the carving knife became extremely sharp. He often only needed this one tool to complete most of the work. Only when the carving knife was difficult to operate would they replace it with a smaller tool. It was because he didn't need to change tools frequently, and his overall grasp of the shape needed to be carved was better than most carving masters, so his work efficiency was very high. After a while, the ice-type jade had turned into a lifelike tiger in Xia Ruofei's hands. The tiger didn't look particularly strong. It was even a little skinny. But its aura was quite fierce. Its eyes looked as if they were going to devour everything. It had a kind of brave aura that made people think of a hungry tiger pouncing on its food at first glance. Without a doubt, this was a tiger that descended the mountain. There was a saying that mountain tigers were very hungry and came down to hunt for food. In comparison, they were much fiercer than mountain tigers that were returning to their nests. After Xia Ruofei was done carving the mountain tiger, he kept the carving knife into the medium and sat in the courtyard to make tea and rest, recuperating. After resting for about an hour, Xia Ruofei felt that he had recovered all his spiritual energy. He was in a good condition. So, he picked up the jade tiger that he had placed on the stone table. Xia Ruofei reached out and touched the jade sculpture, feeling every vein and muscle line. Then, he closed his eyes like an old monk in meditation. In fact, he had simulated the required array pattern in his mind. After a long while, Xia Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confidence. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his finger and gently drew a line on the surface of the tiger jade carving. A ray of light that was almost invisible to the naked eye entered the jade statue. Xia Ruofei didn't stop. His fingers were moving quickly on the surface of the jade statue. If someone with good eyesight was here, they would see that Xia Ruofei's fingers did not actually touch the jade statue. They were just drawing at a position very close to the surface of the jade statue. However, there were rays of light that kept entering the jade statue. If Songwei was here, she would be able to see that the light had formed mysterious lines inside the jade carving and then gathered together. Only those with a certain level of spiritual power could see such a phenomenon. Ordinary people would not be able to see any changes in the jade carving. Xia Ruofei finished the last stroke of the array pattern in one go. Then, the jade carving of the tiger seemed to flash for a moment, before quickly returning to silence. The jade statue was still the same, but its aura was completely different, especially the tiger's eyes, which were like deep lakes. If one looked at the eyes, one would have the illusion that all of one's mind was being sucked into the jade statue. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check the array runes inside the jade carving and finally smiled in satisfaction. He carefully placed the jade carving into the spirit map space, then raised his head slightly to look at the sky and muttered to himself, "Young Master Liu, and Tang real estate. I hope the gift I prepared for you will satisfy you." The things that Xia Ruofei asked Zhao Yongjun to prepare, as well as the jade carving of the downhill tiger that he had personally carved, were all preparations for the formation. He wanted to give Lu Haofan and the Tang Real Estate Company a huge surprise. In fact, Xia Ruofei was so confident when he was bidding that he was not even worried that the 400 million bid would fall into his hands. All his confidence came from that one look he took when he went to inspect the land. The other day, everyone was talking about Lu Haofan in the car, and Xia Ruofei inadvertently glanced at Lu Haofan in the distance. It was because of this glance that Xia Ruofei made a shocking discovery. Many things in the world were like this. Xia Ruofei had walked around the plot of land for a few rounds, but did not find anything. However, after looking at it from a different angle, he immediately noticed the extraordinariness of the land. At that time, Xia Ruofei was surprised to find that this piece of land had actually formed a very rare natural array. The reason why natural formations were rare was that the opportunity to form them was very rare. Not only was it related to the trend of the entire terrain, the direction of the mountains, the flow of the water, and many other factors, but it also needed to echo with the trend of the earth veins. All kinds of elements were indispensable. It was no wonder that Xia Ruofei did not even think of a natural formation. After all, the conditions for a natural formation were too harsh. At that time, the angle from which he looked at Lu Haofan happened to be higher, and the other angle was just right. Not only did he have a panoramic view of the entire plot of land, but he also happened to see the small lake at the edge of the plot of land under the sun. At that moment, a natural formation, the nine-spinning universe formation, appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei could not believe it because the 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation was considered rare even among natural formations. The conditions for its formation were extremely harsh. After he got out of the car, he made another careful comparison and finally confirmed that the scope of this plot of land really formed the prototype of a natural 9 turns universe formation. At that time, Xia Ruofei really felt like he had found a treasure. Because this array was too rare, if they could get this land, the benefits would be obvious. Of course. From that moment on, Xia Ruofei had quickly formulated a whole set of strategies, including what to do if Lu Haofan did not care about fighting to the death during the auction, or what to do if Lu Haofan suddenly stopped in the middle of the bidding process. If it was the second situation, Xia Ruofei would welcome it with open arms. With the existence of the 9 turns universe formation, the value of this piece of land would definitely be more than 320 million. That was why he had bid 400 million. If he could get this piece of land with this price, Xia Ruofei would definitely be able to accept it. In fact, this was the bottom line that Xia Ruofei had set for himself. If Lu Haofan continued to compete after reaching this price, he would give up decisively and execute the second plan. All of this was within Xia Ruofei's calculations. All of his calculations were based on the rare characteristics of the 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation. To be more precise, the 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation was still in its early stages. It had not been fully formed yet. If it was a perfect formation, Xia Ruofei would not have any room to operate it. In order for the 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation to operate, some external force was needed to activate it, just like a catalyst in a chemical reaction. The special characteristic of the 9 revolutions heaven and earth formation was that different catalysts could produce different effects. One positive and one negative, one yin and one yang, they were completely two extremes. If Xia Ruofei and the others got this piece of land, he would definitely change the formation in a good direction, which was to activate the yang formation. The yang formation of the 9 turns universe formation had obvious benefits. Simply put, one might not be aware of it, but one's body and mind would be very happy. Unconsciously, one would be infected by positive emotions, which would also have considerable benefits to one's health. Staying in the array would make people feel happy from the inside out. Under the long-term subtle influence, the physical condition would slowly be adjusted. Combined with the hot spring resources there, it could be said that it was the most suitable place to build a club. It was no exaggeration to say that if one lived in this formation for a long time, their body would get better and better, their resistance would become stronger, and they might even become immune to all diseases. Of course, the benefits of an array to cultivators were not limited to this. The effect of cultivating inside the array was much better than outside the array. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei was determined to get this land. On the other hand, if the catalyst was changed and the formation was activated under the yin formation, it would produce a completely different effect. All kinds of negative emotions would come one after another, and the body's health would deteriorate. It might even cause hallucinations, nightmares, and so on. Xia Ruofei had asked Zhao Yongjun and the others to prepare these things, including the jade carving of the mountain tiger that he had personally carved, to activate the formation in the form of a yin formation. As long as this step was successful, the next step would naturally be very simple. For the next 2 days, Zhao Yongjun and the others went out of town to collect materials. During this time, Xia Ruofei called Song Wei over again. The two of them hid in the bedroom in the second courtyard and cultivated again. Song Wei's cultivation progress was very fast. After nearly 20 days of cultivation, within the time formation, she could already feel the bottleneck of Qi disciple level 2. Of course, it would still take some time for her to reach this bottleneck and break through it. But this speed was already enough to shock Xia Ruofei. In order to prevent her foundation from being unstable, Xia Ruofei repeatedly told Song Wei not to be anxious. At the same time, he decided to reduce the frequency of his training. Hence, he did not let Song Wei come over the next day. That evening, Xia Ruofei received a call from Zhao Yongjun and the others when he was about to go for a walk in Hohai after dinner. Hence, Xia Ruofei gave up on going out and returned to the courtyard of the third entrance. Soon, a Mercedes, Benz, and a Grand Cherokee drove in from the side door of the backyard. Zhao Yongjun and his team got out of the car, looking travel-worn. Zhao Yongjun laughed the moment he got out of the car. "Are you Ruofei? I'm glad I didn't fail you. You've already collected everything you wanted. Come and see if you meet your requirements." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard. I'm very confident in Brother Zhao's work. You'd better check it." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "If the product doesn't meet the standard and affects your big plan, then we'll have committed a huge sin." After Zhao Yongjun finished speaking, he went to the back of the car and opened the back door. Xia Ruofei saw that the third row of seats in the business car had been flattened. The back half of the car was used to store things. Chinese scholar trees, mirrors, 5 emperor coins, yellow joss papers, and other things filled up the wide space. Xia Ruofei finally understood why Wei Jun and Ho Liang had driven another SUV here today, but the car was too full. "I'm worried that we don't have enough," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "so I prepared double the amount you asked for." "Brother Zhao, you're so attentive," Xia Ruofei said as he started to check the supplies. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. There's no problem at all." Song Ruwei was very excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Then our mission is complete. It's time for you to perform." "Are you Ruofei? When are we taking action?" "I think it's better to hurry. If not, we'll go tomorrow?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Why tomorrow? I think tonight is a good time. The moon is dark and the wind is strong. It's a good time to do things." "Tonight?" Song Ruwei was stunned. "Aren't you a little too anxious?" "Actually, we can still make it in time if we go tomorrow." Xia Ruofei was both angry and amused. He said, "Do you think this is a prayer for rain? Picking a time? Besides, my young master Song, you better know what we are going to do. Could he just run over in broad daylight?" "Of course, I'll go secretly at night." Song Ruwei came to his senses and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he said excitedly, "Good evening. It's so exciting just thinking about it." "Ha ha ha ha," Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other helplessly, and both of them smiled bitterly. This was a land worth hundreds of millions. And it was a matter of whether their club could be successfully settled in Little Tang Town in the future. This young master actually thought that he was looking for excitement. Xia Ruofei cleared his throat and said, "I've seen the weather forecast. The clouds are thicker today, so the moon shouldn't be out. Let's make it tonight. After dinner, we'll rest for a while and wait until the second half of the night to act." "All right," Zhao Yongjun said, "we'll follow your orders." "Ruofei, is there anything else you need to prepare?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, I prepared everything. I just need to bring a few more shovels. I'll ask Wu Chang to prepare them. You guys don't have to worry about it, Xia Ruofei added. By the way, don't go there at night. First, it's easy to be exposed if the target is too big. Second, there's no need for so many people. Most of the work tonight would be physical work, and these young masters would not be of much help. Hence, according to Xia Ruofei's plan, it would be best if he brought Wu Chang along. However, if that was the case, they would definitely not do it. Sure enough, Song Ruwei said, I don't care about other people. I'm definitely going. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, how about this? Big brother Zhao and Song Ruwei will accompany me, and Wu Chang will drive. The four of us will drive the Mercedes-Benz, so we can bring our things along. Since Song Ruwei wanted to go, Xia Ruofei couldn't let Zhao Yongjun stay, so he suggested this. Zhao Yongjun thought about it and said, I think it's fine, let's do it this way. Lu Jian, you guys can go back to your homes after dinner. Remember, this matter must be kept a secret. You can't reveal a single bit. Otherwise, if Lu goes crazy, everyone will be in trouble. Since the big boss had already decided, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, and Wei Jun naturally didn't dare to have any objections, and quickly nodded in agreement. Hence, Xia Ruofei called Wu Chang over and asked him to buy some food and wine for everyone's dinner. At the same time, he asked him to prepare a few shovels. After dinner, Lu Jian and the others said goodbye to Xia Ruofei and left the courtyard in the big cleaver. Xia Ruofei asked Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and Wu Chang to go back to their rooms to rest. They wanted to recharge their energy in the first half of the night and get ready to kill their way to Xiaotang town in the second half of the night. However, looking at Song Ruwei's excited face, it was probably hard for him to fall asleep. Xia Ruofei didn't care if Song Ruwei had enough rest. Anyway, this kid used to party every night. It was normal for him to stay up all night. It was fine if he didn't sleep for one night. He pushed Song Ruwei out of the room and told him to find a room to take care of him. Then, he locked the door and took a shower. He laid on the bed feeling refreshed and fell asleep in a short while. This was also a skill that he had trained in the Special Combat Commando unit. No matter how bad the environment was, when he wanted to sleep, he would touch the pillow. It was a taboo for special combat soldiers to be so excited that they couldn't sleep because of such a small matter. This was because they couldn't guarantee that they would always be energetic. Being able to sleep was also a great ability. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes at around 11:30 p.m. He rubbed his eyes, went to the bathroom to wash his face, put on his coat, and walked out of the room. As soon as Xia Ruofei stepped out, he saw Song Ruwei pacing back and forth in the courtyard in a thick coat. As soon as Song Ruwei saw Xia Ruofei, he said, Kid, you really can sleep. I thought you were going to sleep until tomorrow morning. Xia Ruofei said, Don't worry. I won't delay anything. I don't even need an alarm. I can wake up whenever I want. If you're bragging, then, Song Ruwei muttered. Where's brother Zhao and Wu Chang? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. They went to the backyard to prepare the car and supplies. They told me to wait for you here. Song Ruwei said. You're the one who's the most patient, Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, Don't tell me you haven't slept at all? Song Ruwei blushed and said, You're meddling too much. Alright, Alright, don't dawdle, let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be daybreak soon. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He casually slung his backpack over his shoulder and brought Song Ruwei to the backyard. Wu Chang had already loaded everything into the car. He had especially woken up earlier and turned on the heater after starting the car. Hence, when Xia Ruofei got into the car, he felt that the car was warm. Xia Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat and said to Wu Chang as he fastened his seat belt, "Let's go." "Okay, boss." "Yes," Wu Chang replied calmly. He started the car and drove out from the side door of the backyard. After turning into the road behind, the electric door behind him slowly closed automatically. Song Ruwei and Zhao Yongjin sat in 2 seats in the middle row, and Zhao Yongjin's seat was behind the driver's seat. Xia Ruofei turned to Zhao Yongjin and asked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, how was your rest?" "I'm fine," Zhao Yongjin said with a smile, "but Xia Ruofei keeps causing some trouble next door, so I can't really sleep." Xia Ruofei's eyes widened. He turned around and asked Song Ruwei, "Did you have an intimate encounter with 5th young lady in my room?" "Go to hell." Song Ruwei flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Do I need 5th young lady? I can hook my finger and countless beautiful women will throw themselves into my arms, okay?" Xia Ruofei chuckled, "Yes, yes. But I just can't get Shui. Then I've also seen countless women in the past, okay?" Song Ruwei's face froze, and he said unhappily, "You can't handle Shui." Xia Ruofei was calm. "Can you not mention Shui?" Song Ruwei was angry and anxious. "Sure." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "You said it yourself. Don't ever mention Shui in front of me again." Song Ruwei had been repeatedly defeated in his pursuit of Shui. He often called Xia Ruofei to complain, ask for advice, or ask Xia Ruofei to ask Song Wei for help. In short, Xia Ruofei's ears were getting calluses. Song Ruwei smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore, tisk." Xia Ruofei raised his hand in disdain and turned around. Along the way, Wu Chang drove the car quietly and smoothly according to the navigation route that he had set before departure. In the second half of the night, the roads in the capital were naturally smooth. Even Zhao Yongjin sighed, saying that it had been a long time since he had seen an empty road. It was for this reason that the 1-hour drive during the day was cut in half, and they arrived at the place in about 40 minutes. It was still a piece of barren land, and Lu Haofan and Tang Real Estate had just bought it 2 days ago. Naturally, there was no one to guard the place, because there was nothing to guard. There was nothing here, and no one could steal an entire piece of land, right? Although this place was far from the main road and there would be almost no people or cars passing by in the middle of the night, Xia Ruofei was still very cautious. He instructed Wu Chang to drive the car to a place with higher grass to hide. This way, even if someone passed by here, it would be almost impossible to notice the car in such poor visibility. The 4 of them alighted from the car, and Xia Ruofei directed everyone to unload the supplies from the car. Song Ruwei asked, "Ruofei, what are we going to do next? When do we start?" Xia Ruofei said unhappily, "What method? I'm not a Taoist priest." Then, Xia Ruofei quickly assigned the tasks. "Brother Zhao, you and Song Ruwei will stay here to guard the supplies. Wu Chang will go with me to work. You guys stay hidden. Other than the few of us, who else would come to this godforsaken place in the middle of the night?" Song Ruwei muttered. "There's no harm in being careful." Zhao Yongjun said. Ruofei, don't worry about us. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. I'll leave you a walkie-talkie, so we can contact each other if anything happens. All right. Xia Ruofei nodded at Zhao Yongjun and said, Wu Chang. Grab the shovel and follow me. Okay, boss. Yes, Wu Chang replied. He found 2 shovels from the pile of supplies and quickly followed Xia Ruofei. It was a dark and windy night, and there was basically no moonlight. Although it wasn't so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers, the visibility was very low. However, Xia Ruofei had already explored the place and had the advantage of his mental strength. The darkness did not affect him at all. He led the way with ease, and Wu Chang followed closely behind him. Xia Ruofei stopped after walking for about 50 meters. He looked around and used his mental power to check again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he took a shovel from Wu Chang and drew a circle on the ground. Wu Chang, dig a pit here. It's a cylindrical shape with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a depth of 60 centimeters. Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang in a concise manner. Yes, boss. Wu Chang replied. He rubbed his hands, picked up the shovel, and began to work. They had all received training in the army to dig fodders' pits, so this was naturally a piece of cake for him. Xia Ruofei picked up another shovel and said, I'll go to the next location. Contact me through the walkie-talkie after you're done. Understood. Wu Chang replied without even lifting his head as he dug. He did not know why Xia Ruofei had come here, but since it was his boss's order, he would do his best. Furthermore, he had to keep his mouth shut after he left. Otherwise, how could he live up to the high salary his boss had given him? Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time. He carried his shovel and walked in another direction. A few minutes later, he arrived at the next location. After confirming the exact location, he began to work. This was a simple task for Xia Ruofei. He didn't even need to use his true energy. His digging speed was even faster than Wu Chang's. After a short while, a perfect round hole appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. At this time, Wu Chang's voice came from the walkie-talkie, Boss, I'm done here. Xia Ruofei picked up the walkie-talkie and said, head towards the northwest, I'll come over to meet you. Understood. Xia Ruofei picked up the shovel and walked over to help Wu Chang. Just like that, after about an hour, Xia Ruofei and Wu Chang had dug out 9 holes in 9 different directions. Among them, Xia Ruofei had 5 and Wu Chang had 4. And this was under the circumstance that he had to lead the way for Wu Chang and point out the excavation site. It was clear that his efficiency was much faster than Wu Chang's. After that, Xia Ruofei brought Wu Chang back to where they parked their car. When he got to the back of the car, Xia Ruofei was elated. Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun must have been bored waiting, so they had arranged the supplies neatly. Even the spikes were erected like soldiers being inspected. The 5 emperor coins were also arranged in a straight line. You're finally back, Song Rui said as soon as he saw Xia Ruofei. If you had delayed any longer, I would have gone back to the car and taken a nap, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Who asked you to stay up all night? You're sleepy now? You deserve it. I'm not sleepy. Song Rui said, isn't this too boring? I say, Ruofei, can't we be more efficient? Xia Ruofei said, all right. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to finish it even by dawn, not to mention an hour I'm letting you rest, but you're still complaining. Then you should work. More later. No problem. Song Ruofei said, the thought of making Luer feel uncomfortable makes me full of energy. You said it yourself. Xia Ruofei said, don't say you're tired later. With that, Xia Ruofei walked over and picked out 9 Chinese scholar trees. He measured them carefully, took out a military dagger, and trimmed them before putting them aside. Then, he went over and picked out another 63 children's nails. He carried them in a bag and came to the locust tree. Xia Ruofei used his finger to measure the locust tree. After finding a spot, he picked up a nail and pressed it on the spot, gently exerting force. Xia Ruofei had used some of his true energy. He did not want to look for a hammer in the car in the middle of the night. Besides, if he really wanted to hit a nail, the sound would travel far in the silent night. It was much more convenient to use genuine qi. The locust tree wood was like tofu. Xia Ruofei pressed it lightly and the nail easily pierced into the wood. Xia Ruofei's movements were very fast. He quickly measured with his finger and found the next position. He grabbed a nail and pressed it in. In a short while, he had already nailed 7 descendant nails onto the locust tree. Zhao Yongjun and the other 2 saw this scene under the faint flashlight. They were all stunned. Song Ruofei couldn't help but pick up a nail and point it at a locust tree. Then, he followed suit and pressed it down. Ah! In the quiet night, Song Ruofei's scream spread far and wide. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun glared at him at the same time. Song Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. He had used almost all his strength in this boring attempt just now, and he had pressed it with the position of his palm. Fortunately, the contact area of the head of the nail was larger than that of an ordinary nail, otherwise, his palm would definitely have been pierced. Even so, Song Ruofei felt pain in his palm, so he couldn't help but scream. Can't you be more careful? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but reprimand him in a low voice. Is this the time to play? Song Ruofei said awkwardly, I'm sorry, my mistake. I thought this wood was soft because you looked so relaxed. I just wanted to try. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly. Zhao Yongjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was also very curious. Ruofei, you're quite strong. Are all the special forces this powerful? Xia Ruofei smiled and said nothing. Wu Chong said, old platoon leader, I can't do it either. The boss is very powerful. Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and work. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he glared at Song Ruofei and said, don't try anything funny again. I understand. Song Ruofei quickly said. Xia Ruofei then picked up another locust tree and used the same method to find the position and nail in. In a short while, he had dealt with 9 pieces of locust wood and nailed 7 nail seeds into each piece of wood in the corresponding position. Next, Xia Ruofei checked the batch of mirrors. Again, he picked out the 9 that he was most satisfied with and placed them aside. Finally, he picked up a piece of yellow paper and quickly drew his fingers on the surface of the paper. He finished dealing with a piece of paper in a dozen seconds. Xia Ruofei did the same thing and processed the 81 yellow joss papers. He folded them neatly and placed them together with the mirror he had picked out. Ready! Xia Ruofei clapped his hands and said, time to work. Wu Chong, do you still remember the positions of the 9 holes? He asked. Wu Chong. I can remember. Wu Chang replied without hesitation. Although the environment was very dark, recognizing directions and remembering locations were the basic skills of a qualified soldier. Wu Chang had not fallen behind in this area. Very good. Take these locust trees, mirrors, and yellow joss papers. After you find the round hole, first place 9 yellow joss papers at the bottom, and then place the locust trees vertically inside. The side I marked is facing up. Xia Ruofei said, then, turn the mirror face up and place it on top of the pagoda tree. Finally, fill it up with soil. Do you understand? Wu Chang quickly memorized it and nodded, no problem. Remember to clean up the traces after filling in the soil. Xia Ruofei reminded him, this shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? No big deal. Wu Chang grinned and said, I guarantee that even you won't be able to leave a mark. All right. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said to Zhao Yongjun, Brother Zhao, can you go with Wu Chang and help him move his things and act as a helper? There were a lot of locust trees, mirrors, and yellow joss papers. Wu Chang could barely carry them all in one trip. I'll follow the organization's arrangements. Zhao Yongjun laughed. Wu Chang, the old platoon leader, will listen to your command. Wu Chang was a little embarrassed and quickly said, Old platoon leader, don't make me laugh. I don't dare to command you. Song Ruofei asked impatiently, Ruofei, what should I do then? Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei and said, Don't worry, I'll leave the most important task to you. You just need to follow me in a while. Understood. Song Ruofei said excitedly. Wu Chang and Zhao Yongjun moved their things and set off. Xia Ruofei also went to the car and picked up his backpack. He picked up a shovel and said to Song Ruofei, let's go. Song Ruofei followed behind Xia Ruofei in high spirits and soon disappeared into the darkness. Xia Ruofei did not have a flashlight, but the darkness did not seem to affect him. He skillfully avoided the potholes and obstacles and moved forward quickly. Song Ruofei, who was following behind, was in a difficult situation. He wanted to slow down, but he was worried that he couldn't keep up. Fortunately, he still had a small flashlight in his hand. With the weak light, he could at least see his feet. Xia Ruofei walked with Song Ruofei for about 800 to 900 meters. Song Ruofei was so tired that he was gasping for breath. The two of them went straight to the lakeside at the edge of the land. Xia Ruofei stopped. Song Ruofei panted as he complained, Are you Ruofei, can't you walk a little slower? I'm so tired, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Weren't you worried that there wouldn't be enough time? Didn't I delay you earlier? You're too narrow-minded. Song Ruofei was so angry that he cried out, You're purely taking revenge. Xia Ruofei couldn't be bothered with him. He placed his backpack on the ground and said, Hurry up and catch your breath, then start working. Song Ruofei immediately perked up and said, I can do it now. Speak. What kind of task are you giving me? Xia Ruofei handed the shovel to Song Ruofei and said, Dig a hole. Ah? Song Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Just this? I'm afraid you can't do it. Xia Ruofei said with a look of disdain. Don't underestimate me. Song Ruofei snatched the shovel and said, Speak. How to dig? Even if you haven't eaten pork. You've seen a pig run. Wasn't it just digging a hole? What's so difficult about that? Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and drew a circle on the ground with his feet. Dig down from this position. It doesn't need to Be very deep, 40 to 50 centimeters will be enough. Just wait and see. Xia Ruofei said. With that, he picked up the shovel and dug hard at the spot that Xia Ruofei had marked. The ground beside the lake was wet and soft. After Xia Ruofei used all his strength, the end of the shovel was almost completely buried in the soil. He looked at Xia Ruofei proudly and tried to lift the shovel with all his might. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He had used too much force just now and could not lift the soil up no matter what. Xia Ruofei tried to hold back his laughter. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei had never done farm work before. He only knew how to use brute force. The angle of the shovel was too straight and it did not go too deep. On top of that, he did not use much strength. That was why he was in such a sorry state. Come, I'll show you, Xia Ruofei said. He pulled Xia Ruofei aside and gently dug up a shovel of soil and threw it aside. Then, he said while digging, look carefully. The angle isn't so straight. It's slightly slanted, and don't use brute force. You can step down with your feet to assist, and then gently lift it up. Won't you get up? Xia Ruofei saw that Xia Ruofei had dug up the soil so easily and snatched the shovel back. After a few attempts, Xia Ruofei finally found the trick. Although his efficiency was much lower than Xia Ruofei's, he was still very proud. Did you see? This brother still has some talent for working. Xia Ruofei didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, so he smiled and said, good luck then. Let's complete the mission as soon as possible. All right, Xia Ruofei replied. Although Xia Ruofei's standard of work was average, the task was indeed not very large. In addition, he was very motivated, so after more than half an hour of hard work, a hole with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters and a depth of 40 to 50 centimeters was dug. How is it, Ruofei? Xia Ruofei asked, panting. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, it's all right. Let's rest for a while. Xia Ruofei sat on the ground next to him. He had been holding back his energy just now. Now that he was done, he felt that his arms were sore and weak, and at the same time, he felt waves of fatigue. Xia Ruofei rubbed his arm and asked, are you Ruofei, what do we do next? Xia Ruofei took out the mountain tiger jade carving from his backpack and placed it in the hole that Xia Ruofei had dug earlier. He carefully corrected its position. When he heard Xia Ruofei's words, he replied without looking up, wait. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He moved closer to Xia Ruofei and looked at the downhill tiger jade carving curiously. He could not help but ask, the important mission you're talking about, don't tell me it's digging a hole? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, otherwise? What the, Xia Ruofei said, what kind of important mission is this? But I think it's already very difficult for you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Don't look down on me. Xia Ruofei said, I don't do much work, but I'm good at learning. What kind of important mission is digging a pit? Are you Ruofei? If there's any more difficult work, you can let me do it. Xia Ruofei's brain quickly calculated all the coordinates and finally decided on the position of the downhill tiger jade statue. Are you sure? He looked up at Xia Ruofei and asked. Of course. Xia Ruofei puffed up his chest and said, don't underestimate me. I'm an amateur at physical work, but I'm smart. All right. Xia Ruofei laughed evilly to himself. Then I'll arrange for you to complete the most important part of tonight's event. This is related to Whether we can complete the entire array or not. You must not drop the ball. Song Rui's spirit was lifted. When he heard this, he stood up from the ground and puffed out his chest. Don't worry. This bro never drops the ball at critical moments. Go ahead. What do you want me to do? Don't worry. We can only start after Wu Chang and Brother Zhao have finished their work. Xia Ruofei said. You'll know in a while. You're keeping me in suspense, Song Rui muttered. Xia Ruofei ignored him. He picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, Wu Chang, how's the situation on your side? Soon, Wu Chang's calm voice came from the walkie-talkie, boss, everything's going well. We're still short of 4 seats. Received. Xia Ruofei said, report to me after you're done. Understood. Xia Ruofei put the walkie-talkie in his pocket and sat on the ground. Let's rest for a while. Come and have a cigarette. Wu Chang and the rest still need some time. Xia Ruofei and Song Rui sat by the lake, smoking and chatting. They waited for about 40 to 50 minutes before Wu Chang's voice finally came from the walkie-talkie, boss, it's all done. What's our next step? Xia Ruofei picked up the walkie-talkie and said, now, go back to the car with Brother Zhao. Report to me immediately when you arrive. All right. Xia Ruofei kept the walkie-talkie and patted Song Rui. Get up. Get ready to work. Song Rui's spirit was lifted. He quickly stood up from the ground and asked, speak. What should he do? I can't wait. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'll teach you what to do after Brother Zhao and Wu Chang leave. It's not too late for you to regret now. Are you sure? You don't need me to do it personally? Song Rui waved his hand and said, stop dawdling. Just tell me what to do. All right. Xia Ruofei chuckled. The two of them stood by the pothole and waited for a few minutes. Wu Chang then reported that they had already retreated to the car. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately said to Song Rui, who was already impatient, all right, it's your turn. Do you see that jade statue? I saw it. Song Rui nodded. Go over now and turn the jade statue 2 circles clockwise, then 3 circles counterclockwise. Finally, press it down hard. Xia Ruofei said, remember, don't mess up the order. During the whole process, the jade statue cannot leave the ground. Do you understand? Seeing Xia Ruofei's serious expression, Song Rui put away his nonchalant thoughts and said seriously, remember, 2 circles clockwise. 3 circles counterclockwise, press down hard. You can't leave the ground during the whole process. Did I repeat it wrong? Very accurate. Xia Ruofei patted Song Rui's shoulder and said, go ahead. This is the most crucial part of tonight's event. And it will directly determine the success or failure of our operation. It's all up to you now. All right. Song Rui rubbed his hands and walked to the pothole and squatted down. He did not notice that Xia Ruofei, who was behind him, had a mischievous smile on his face. As Xia Ruofei had emphasized the importance of the jade, Song Rui did not dare to be negligent. He held the jade carving very carefully and started to turn it. Slowly. 1, 2. Song Rui counted silently in his heart. After turning 2 rounds in a clockwise direction, he turned 3 rounds in a counterclockwise direction. Although it was a very simple action, perhaps it was due to psychological factors, Song Rui actually felt very heavy. After he finished turning, he could not help but look up at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei gave an encouraging smile and said, "Continue." Song Rui nodded heavily and looked down at the mountain tiger. Jade statue. Then, he placed his hand on the top of the jade statue, gritted his teeth, and pressed down. Hard. The moment Song Rui pressed down on the jade carving, he suddenly felt a chill coming from the jade carving and couldn't help but shiver. Next to the Mercedes, Benz, Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang had already packed up the remaining supplies and put them in the car. The two of them were smoking and chatting beside the car. When they talked about their past in the army, the two of them also sighed with emotion. When Song Rui pressed down on the mountain tiger jade carving by the lake, Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang both felt something at the same time and couldn't help but look in the direction of the lake. Zhao Yongjun subconsciously gathered his clothes and said, "Why do I suddenly feel so cold?" Wu Chang's body had always been strong, but at this moment, he also shuddered. The cold didn't seem to be just a physical feeling, but a chill from the heart. Moreover, the two of them could clearly feel that this piece of land seemed to have become somewhat different. Although they couldn't tell what was different, it made them feel very uncomfortable. Originally, although this piece of land was barren, it did not give off such a gloomy feeling. Zhao Yongjun hesitantly listened and asked, "Wu Chang, do you feel anything different? Isn't it too quiet?" It was already very quiet in the middle of the night, but after that moment, Zhao Yongjun clearly felt that the silence made him panic. Wu Chang listened carefully and said, "Old platoon leader, it seems like the chirping of the insects has disappeared. Were there any insects chirping just now?" Zhao Yongjun was a little uncertain. There shouldn't be any insects in this season. Right? There are. Yes. Wu Chang said with certainty, "I must have heard the chirping of insects earlier, but now, it's dead silent." On the battlefield, the sudden disappearance of the chirping of insects or the sudden flight of the night birds was something to be careful of. It could mean that some danger was approaching. Therefore, Wu Chang was also very sensitive in this aspect. In comparison, Zhao Yongjun, who had been in the army with the mentality of muddling through his days and had transferred to another job after a few years, was much slower. After Zhao Yongjun heard Wu Chang's words, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He said, "Changzi, how about we wait in the car? It's pretty cold here, old platoon leader, why don't you get in the car and warm yourself up for a while?" Wu Chang said, "I'll be on guard here." The boss had not returned yet, so Wu Chang naturally would not sit in the car and wait. That would be too insensible. Zhao Yongjun hesitated and said, "I'll go with you." Damn it, if I wasn't afraid of being exposed, I really want to start a fire to roast it. By the way, can you use the walkie-talkie to ask Xia Ruofei how he's doing? This old platoon leader, why don't we just wait? Wu Chang hesitated. What if boss is busy? I'm afraid I'll disturb him. Since Xia Ruofei did not contact Wu Chang, he could not ask. Otherwise, he would be suspected of urging him. After all, he was not Zhao Yongjun. His relationship with Xia Ruofei was that of a boss and subordinate. Zhao Yongjun wanted to ask through the walkie-talkie, but after hearing Wu Chang's words, he could only helplessly say, "All right. Then let's wait." In fact, the 9 points that Wu Chang and Zhao Yongjun had set up were equivalent to the foundation of the formation, and the position where the downhill tiger jade statue was located was where the formation eye of the 9 rotation formation was. Of course, this was the formation eye of the Yin formation. In the future, if Xia Ruofei wanted to change the situation and change it to a Yang formation, the position of The formation I would change again. After Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang set up the array base, they left far away. When they reached the place where they parked the car, they could still feel the cold. One could only imagine what kind of terrifying scene Xia Ruofei, who was at the core of the formation and had personally pressed the jade statue to activate the formation, would face the moment the formation was activated. The eye of the array was the core of the entire array, and it was the second half of the night, the time when the yin qi was the strongest. In fact, the moment Xia Ruofei pressed down on the jade carving, it was as if he had been frozen. Even his eyes were fixed and his body was completely stiff. At first, he felt a bone-chilling cold rush into his body, and then a terrifying scene appeared in front of him. In his eyes, the world had turned blood red. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. One by one, ferocious devils pounced on him. Xia Ruofei screamed subconsciously, but he found that he couldn't make a sound at all. And his body seemed to be out of his control. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the terrifying demons approached him with a sinister smile. Some of these demons had blood in their eyes and pale faces. Some of them had their eyes gouged out, leaving only 2 black holes. Some of them were gnawing on their limbs as they walked, some had hemp ropes around their necks, and their tongues were stretched out. In fact, Xia Ruofei didn't know that these were the scariest images in his subconscious. Some of them were made up in horror novels, and some were directly from horror movies he had seen. Because at this moment, his mind was completely out of control. All of this seemed extremely real to him, and he would never have thought that it was all an illusion. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to give up all hope, a hand suddenly pulled him. Then, a warm current flowed into his body, and he suddenly felt that he had regained his ability to move. Xia Ruofei hurriedly rolled and crawled away, trying to escape, but Xia Ruofei held him back. In the midst of the panic, Xia Ruofei shouted, "Ruofei, run! Quickly run! There are so many ghosts." Xia Ruofei covered Xia Ruofei's mouth and said, "Stop screaming. Look carefully, where is the ghost?" The core area of the formation was filled with the most yin qi. However, it had no effect on Xia Ruofei, and he could not lose his mind. Moreover, after Xia Ruofei transferred some vital energy to Xia Ruofei, the cold feeling disappeared. He did not dare to look back, but Xia Ruofei turned him around forcefully. Xia Ruofei screamed and covered his eyes. Xia Ruofei laughed and pulled his hand away. "Open your eyes. Aren't you not afraid of anything? A mere illusion can scare you like this?" Perhaps Xia Ruofei's genuine qi had expelled the coldness in his body, or perhaps Xia Ruofei's presence had given him some psychological comfort. Xia Ruofei finally gathered his courage and opened his eyes. There was nothing in front of him, only the quiet lake and the majestic mountain tiger jade statue in the pit. The hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, and violent ghosts had all disappeared. Xia Ruofei rubbed his eyes and said with a lingering fear, "Are you Ruofei, where are the ghosts?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What ghost? It's all because of psychological factors. Look carefully, there's nothing at all, right?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but gather his clothes and said, "What the hell is this thing? It was too strange. Are you Ruofei? It's pretty cold here. Let's hurry back." "Return to what?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'm not done yet. If we don't fill up this hole, won't we be discovered by people tomorrow morning?" "Oh," Xia Ruofei said. "Go. Since there's a beginning, there's an end to it. Hurry up and Fill up the hole, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui immediately waved his hands and said, I'm not going. I won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death. If you want to fill it in, you can fill it in, look at your guts, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui was really scared out of his wits. Even if Xia Ruofei laughed at him, he was determined not to take a step closer to the jade statue. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly. He picked up the shovel and walked towards the hole. Seeing Xia Ruofei leave, Song Rui couldn't help but shiver and said, Hey! Are you Ruofei? Don't leave me behind. I'm here. I'm scared. Then come with me, Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Hearing this, Song Rui immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Then you might as well walk back on your own and look for Brother Zhao and Wu Chang, Xia Ruofei said. That's even more unacceptable. Song Rui was on the verge of tears. It was so dark the entire way. You can't do this, you can't do that, Xia Ruofei said. What should we do? You can just stay there. I'll get it done soon. Besides, it's not far away. Song Rui thought about it and felt that this was the only way. He could only say in a trembling voice, then hurry up. I know. Xia Ruofei waved his hand without looking back and continued to move forward with the shovel. In fact, they were only 5 or 6 meters away from the hole. However, as soon as Xia Ruofei left, Song Rui still felt a sense of fear as if a ferocious ghost would jump out of the darkness at any time. People showed all kinds of emotions when they were afraid. Song Rui kept talking to Xia Ruofei as if he could boost his courage. Xia Ruofei responded to Song Rui as he filled the soil. He also thought that he had really scared Song Rui tonight. It seemed that he would have to comfort him with spiritual power later, otherwise, it might really leave a psychological shadow. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had filled up the hole. Then, he carefully found some weeds and the surface of the soil to disguise himself. He had cleaned up all the traces of digging. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had finished the last bit of work, Song Rui felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly called out. The two of them returned to the place where they had parked their car. Wu Chang and Zhao Yongjun were jogging around the car, rubbing their hands as they ran. Seeing Xia Ruofei return, Zhao Yongjun quickly asked, Are you Ruofei? How is it? Was it successful? Why did I hear something just now? Song Rui's scream was so shrill that even Zhao Yongjun and the others could hear it from far away. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night and they were in the wilderness. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. Song Rui blushed and interrupted, Let's talk in the car. It's pretty cold here. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Yongjun immediately echoed, Get in the car. Get in the car. What the hell, I'm wearing thick clothes today. Why did the weather suddenly become so cold? Song Rui couldn't bear to hear the word ghost now. He couldn't help but tremble after hearing Zhao Yongjun's words. He looked back in the direction of the lake with lingering fear. There seemed to be a devil's evil smile in the thick darkness. He quickly turned his head and opened the door with trembling hands. He was the first to get in. Xia Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat and immediately ordered Wu Chang to start the engine. When the water temperature rose a little, he would immediately turn on the heater. As he fastened his seat belt, he turned around and asked with a smile, Brother Zhao, why didn't you Wait in the car. It's so cold outside, one must be loyal to others. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, you guys are freezing outside. How can I hide in the car to keep warm? Brothers should face difficulties together. Hey. There's no need for that, Xia Ruofei said. By the way, is everything going well on your side? Zhao Yongjun asked. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Rui with a faint smile and said, of course it's going well. Otherwise, why would you guys feel the temperature suddenly drop? Zhao Yongjun was surprised and couldn't help but ask, you're saying the sudden drop in temperature was caused by people from your side? Song Rui couldn't help but secretly complain, so what if I'm a little colder? What this bro has experienced is what's called unforgettable. Although he was secretly scolding Xia Ruofei for not being loyal and deliberately not telling him these things in advance, he could not help but admire Xia Ruofei. Only by personally experiencing that terrifying scene could one truly feel the power and wonder of this formation. Song Rui couldn't believe that a few pieces of locust wood, a few coffin nails, a mirror, and yellow joss papers, which were common items in daily life, could achieve such a powerful effect. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the purpose of this formation is not just to lower the temperature. It will bring a lot of negative effects. Let's just wait and see. Something interesting will happen on Lu Haofan's land soon. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but shiver and asked in a low voice, are you au fait, you're saying that dirty thing will appear? Xia Ruofei smiled. Strictly speaking, no. But the effect is similar. Song Rui had the deepest experience. He immediately realized that Lu Haofan's men and even Lu Haofan himself were about to experience the same terrifying scene. Without the help of Xia Ruofei, they would probably be scared out of their wits. It was even possible for people with a weaker mental state to be scared to death. Thinking of this, Song Rui's mood finally improved. Zhao Yongjun was also very excited. If that's the case, then Lu Haofan and the others would be in trouble. Who would dare to buy a haunted piece of land after it's developed into a real estate? What if they block the news? Song Rui couldn't help but ask worriedly. The news can't be sealed. Xia Ruofei said, as long as this formation exists, all kinds of haunted things will happen. It's impossible to carry out the construction normally. Zhao Yongjun also smiled and said, Xia Ruofei, why did you suddenly become so stupid? If Lu Haofan can block the news, can't we help him publicize it? You don't need me to teach you such a simple thing, do you? Song Rui realized that he had asked an idiotic question. He smiled awkwardly and said, yup. Didn't that person from Ho Liang's family control his throat? Wasn't it easy to find some online media and self-media to build up momentum for Lure? Ha ha ha. Zhao Yongjun was still relatively calm. He thought for a while and asked, Ruofei, what I'm worried about now is, after this negative news spreads, even if we get the land from Lu Haofan at a low price as we wish, these haunted rumors will also have a negative impact on our club's operations. And after what you've done to this piece of land, even I feel that it's a little scary. If we use it to build a club, will it? Xia Ruofei laughed, Brother Zhao, don't you worry. Since I can activate the formation, I can naturally dispel it. As for the negative effects you mentioned, facts speak louder than words. They're nothing to be worried about. What Xia Ruofei didn't say was that not only could he dissolve the formation, but he could also turn the Yin formation into a Yang formation. The entire plot of land would be covered in a natural formation. By then, not only would there be no negative effects, but it would also make those who were trapped in the formation feel inexplicably happy, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. At that time, people would subconsciously want to visit the club again, and it would be difficult for the club's business to not be good. Of course, if they stayed in the club for a long time, it would be good for their health. For cultivators like Xia Ruofei, it was even easier to cultivate in the array. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't need to explain it. He could just use the facts to explain. Zhao Yongjun trusted Xia Ruofei a lot and was no longer worried. Everyone talked about the strange situation when the formation was activated. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but be amazed. He couldn't help but ask Song Ruofei what it felt like to be inside the formation. Song Ruofei couldn't help but shiver. He didn't want to continue this topic. Zhao Yongjun thought it was strange, but Song Ruofei refused to say. Xia Ruofei just laughed and changed the topic, so he didn't ask further. It was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Zhao Yongjun got out of the car and yawned, I'm going to catch up on sleep. Ruofei, don't make me eat breakfast. I'm going to sleep until noon. All right. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Zhao, Wu Chang, you guys should go and rest. Song Ruofei, come with me, I need to talk to you about something. Song Ruofei was already in a dilemma. He was really scared out of his wits. Even if they were in Xia Ruofei's courtyard house, he did not dare to stay in a room alone. But he couldn't say who he was going to stay in the same room with. There were so many rooms here, how comfortable would it be for one person to live in one room? If Song Ruofei were to make such a request, people might even suspect that he had a sexual orientation problem. Therefore, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Ruofei was more than happy to do so, and quickly nodded in agreement. After sending Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang back to their rooms, Xia Ruofei brought Song Ruofei to the second courtyard. He didn't enter the house directly, but looked at Song Ruofei with a smile and said, I didn't think this through. I didn't expect that the moment the array was activated, there would be such a powerful mental attack. If I knew this would happen, I would have done it myself. Xia Ruofei did not lie. He had only wanted to tease Song Ruofei. He did not expect to play with Dafa, which left a huge psychological shadow in Song Ruofei's heart. Of course, this also had to do with Song Ruofei's poor physique. If it was Wu Chang or even Zhao Yongjun, they might not be so unbearable. Song Ruofei said dejectedly, you're so bad. Every time I close my eyes, I'll see those terrifying scenes. I don't even dare to sleep alone. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's not that serious. It'll be fine after a while. Wasn't it the same when they watched horror movies when they were young? At most, I'll be afraid for a few days. And I'll be fine slowly, I hope so. Song Ruofei said dejectedly. Song Ruofei. Xia Ruofei suddenly called out. Song Ruofei raised his head subconsciously and said, ah? When his eyes met Xia Ruofei's, he suddenly lost his focus. It was as if Xia Ruofei's eyes had turned into a deep lake. His mind was trapped in it and he could not break free. Then, Song Ruofei seemed to have lost his self-consciousness and just stood there blankly. Xia Ruofei continued to use his spiritual power, and his voice seemed to have a trace of magic. Everything you saw tonight was an illusion. It was just your inner demon. Now, your inner demon has been eliminated, all eliminated. Song Ruofei nodded unconsciously and said mechanically, the inner demon has been destroyed. This was a relatively simple application of mental power. It could implant such an obsession in the depths of Song Rui's consciousness and eliminate the mental trauma to the maximum extent. In fact, this was very similar to hypnosis, but after using mental power, the effect was many times better than most hypnosis. Xia Ruofei kept instilling positive emotions into Song Rui. Finally, he snapped his fingers in front of Song Rui and shouted, "Wake up!" Xia Ruofei's voice had a strong penetrating power. Song Rui's body trembled slightly, and his eyes quickly regained their clarity. He couldn't remember what had happened in the past 1 or 2 minutes. He didn't even realize that he had been deeply hypnotized. Therefore, Song Rui's consciousness was still stuck. Before he entered the deep hypnosis state, he asked, "Are you Ruofei? Why did you call me?" "Oh, it's nothing," Xia Ruofei said. "I just wanted to remind you that you must keep today's matter a secret. Don't accidentally leak it out. Don't worry. I can still distinguish the severity of this," Song Rui said. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "That's good. You've been tired for the middle of the night, so you should quickly find a room to rest. Let's all sleep in tomorrow." "All right," Song Rui said casually. Then, he started to regret his decision. He would rather chat with Xia Ruofei until dawn than stay in a room alone. However, he soon realized that he wasn't as afraid as before. Although what had happened in the array was still vivid in his mind, he didn't feel the chill he had just felt. It was as if this matter had happened a long time ago. People who had watched horror movies should have experience. If they were timid, they would feel scared at night after watching it for a day or two. They would always feel that there was a ghost quietly watching them from the bed or outside the window. Even the slightest movement or shadow would make them suspicious, and they couldn't help but think of the plot in the movie. However, as time passed, this feeling of fear would gradually fade. Perhaps the plot of the horror film was still fresh in his memory, but he would no longer feel that kind of fear. Song Rui's current state was like this. He shook his head in puzzlement and tried to walk towards the first courtyard. This was the old courtyard house. In addition, it was the darkest time before dawn. Walking in the courtyard would definitely make one feel uncomfortable. However, Song Rui found that he was not so afraid anymore. He was still in disbelief when he walked to his room under the light of the street lamp, pushed the door open, and sat down by the bed. Song Rui wasn't stupid. He knew that this change must have something to do with Xia Ruofei calling him out. However, he couldn't figure out why he suddenly became so bold after a few minutes of meaningless conversation with Xia Ruofei. Fortunately, Song Rui was a big-hearted person. Since he couldn't understand, he might as well not think about it. He quickly washed up and fell asleep. He slept all the way until late in the afternoon. After he woke up, Song Rui felt refreshed. The nightmare he was worried about before going to bed did not happen at all. Only then did he believe that he seemed to have gotten rid of that huge psychological shadow. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei had nothing to do. Zhao Yongjun and the others were keeping an eye on Lu Haofan's situation, so he didn't have to worry at all. In fact, he had already done everything he could. All he could do now was wait. Hence, Xia Ruofei contacted Song Wei again and cultivated with her in the courtyard house twice. Because she ate the heart-concentrating grass, Song Wei's cultivation talent seemed to have improved greatly. especially when she was cultivating the absolute beginning heart sutra. This talent was even more obvious. This was because the absolute beginning heart sutra itself required the assistance of mental power. The ultimate state was that the soul frequencies of the two cultivators were completely synchronized. After 2 rounds of cultivation, Songwei's cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of Qi disciple level 2. She could clearly feel the bottleneck to the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. Just like the last time, Xia Ruofei did not rush to help Songwei break through. He continued to cultivate step by step to make her foundation as solid as possible. However, Xia Ruofei estimated that even if she did not deliberately break through, the next time they trained together, or at most the next time, Songwei should be able to enter the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. In this way, they were one step closer to completely eliminating the peach blossom miasma. Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing both judged that when Songwei's cultivation reached the peak of Qi disciple level 3, or even better, when she broke through to Qi disciple level 4, she would be able to safely solve the hidden danger of the peach blossom miasma. Songwei's homework this semester was heavy. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not want to rush things and cause her foundation to be unstable. Hence, the two of them were not in a hurry to start their next cultivation. After the 2nd round of training, Xia Ruofei had just asked Wu Chang to send Songwei back to school when he received a call from Zhao Yongjun. Ruofei, Tang Real Estate is ready to enter the market, Zhao Yongjun said. Is that so? Xia Ruofei was surprised. They're pretty fast. From what I know, Lu Haofan and the Tang Real Estate Company are really planning to hoard land. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, this time, they don't even want to level the site. They're just going to build some simple buildings. That's great. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Zhao, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on that land. If anything happens, we have to promote it for young Master Lu at once. No problem. Zhao Yongjun laughed. We're good at this. Qin Dazhuang was sitting in a minibus, holding a quilt tightly in his hand. There was a big melting bag at his feet, which contained his luggage. There was bean paste made by his mother, a few pairs of handmade cloth shoes, and a large bag of clothes. It was his first time in Beijing, and he was very curious about everything in this super big city, even though he had never really been to the downtown area of Beijing. Qin Dazhuang was a young farmer from the Sichuan province. This time, he came to Beijing to seek shelter with his distant uncle. His uncle had gone out to work more than 10 years ago and was now a small contractor. He heard that he had made a lot of money. The last time he came home, he drove a Buick SUV that was said to cost more than 300,000 yuan. After graduating from high school, Qin Dazhuang had been doing nothing at home. He used his connections to find his uncle, Xinghua, and said a lot of good things to him. Only then did Xinghua agree to take him to work in Beijing with him, working in Xinghua's construction team. As soon as Qin Dazhuang arrived in Beijing, Xinghua gathered everyone together and said that he would be transferred to a new construction site to work. Naturally, he also brought Qin Dazhuang. The old minibus, which had obviously exceeded the standard of the emission limit, drove for more than 40 minutes and finally arrived next to the Imperial Hot Spring Resort in Xiaotang town. This was the land that Lu Haofan and the Tang Real Estate had bought for a sky-high price of 410 million. As soon as Xinghua got out of the car, he asked the workers to unload their luggage, and then prepared to pick up the truck. Soon, a truck would arrive. which would contain some of their daily necessities and materials for the temporary housing. The first thing the workers did was naturally to build mobile houses to solve their living problems. Chen Dazhuang got out of the car with the big guy, holding the quilt and looking around. "Dazhuang, stop daydreaming," Xinghua shouted. "Hurry up and put the things here. Then, follow me to take a look at the venue." "Woof. It's coming," Chen Dazhuang quickly responded. He handed his luggage to another fellow townsman, then jogged to catch up with Xinghua. Xinghua was looking for a place to build a mobile house, so he went straight inside with Chen Dazhuang. As soon as the two of them walked into the range of the array, Chen Dazhuang felt uncomfortable all over. It was bright and sunny, but he felt a burst of cold. Could it be that he was not acclimatized to the environment? Chen Dazhuang saw that Xinghua did not have any abnormalities and could not help but mutter in his heart. In the end, Xinghua found a place near the lake. He planned to direct the truck to unload the things here in a while and then build a mobile house to make it close to the water source, so that it would be more convenient for everyone to live. Of course, he didn't know that they were close to the water source, but also very close to the array that Xia Ruofei had set up. The workers living here were destined to have many stories. After a while, the truck that was transporting the goods arrived at the construction site. Xinghua quickly directed the truck to drive over, and then asked everyone to help unload the truck. There were professional workers to build mobile houses, and Chen Dazhuang and the others were at most just assistants. In just half a day, a 2-story mobile house was completed. In addition to living space, there were toilets, kitchen lights, and living facilities. The living rooms were also equipped with heating and air conditioning. 2 gasoline generators, 1 main and 1 auxiliary, were also installed. The workers had long been used to such a life, and everyone quickly moved their luggage into their rooms and began to make their beds. After a busy period, the sky gradually darkened. The lights in the mobile temporary house were also turned on. The 2 female workers who were responsible for cooking also began to work in the kitchen. The workers who had been tired for a long time were not idle while waiting for dinner. They all gathered in the room and played cards. Chen Dazhuang wasn't very familiar with everyone. The only uncle he knew, Xinghua, was busy arranging various things, so he had nothing to do alone. He simply left the noisy room and prepared to walk around the lake. When he got to the first floor, Chen Dazhuang felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, so he rushed upstairs to grab some toilet paper and trotted to the simple toilet about 10 meters away from the mobile house. Chen Dazhuang unbuckled his belt, opened the door of the toilet, and went in. Just as he was about to squat down, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing, and he could not help but shiver. Then, he inadvertently glanced at the squat toilet, and suddenly lost his soul. Chen Dazhuang saw a pale face peeking out of the dark hole in the squat pit. After looking into Chen Dazhuang's eyes, the face grinned at him, showing an extremely horrifying smile. Chen Dazhuang's hair stood up all of a sudden. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he let out a hysterical scream. He then pushed open the toilet door and fled. However, Chen Dazhuang had forgotten that he had already pulled his pants down to his ankles. In addition, his legs had long gone soft after being shocked, so he took a step forward and fell directly to the ground. Chen Dazhuang didn't bother to wipe the blood from his injured lips. He desperately crawled away from the toilet, screaming as he crawled. The workers upstairs quickly heard the commotion and ran out one after another, As soon as the few women at the construction site came out, they saw Chen Dazhuang's hairy legs and 2 white buttocks. They couldn't help but cover their eyes. However, there were still people who peeked through the gaps between their fingers, muttering in their hearts, he didn't expect that this silly big guy would be so dark, but his other side was quite white. The workers quickly ran downstairs and asked Chen Dazhuang what had happened. Chen Dazhuang was so scared that he trembled all over. He couldn't even speak properly. He pointed to the toilet weakly and said in a trembling voice, "Gigi, there's a ghost in the toilet." Xinhua also heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Dazhuang, what nonsense are you spouting?" I'm not talking nonsense." Chen Dazhuang stammered. "There really is a ghost in the toilet." A pale woman's face, Xinhua didn't believe it at all. He walked over and pushed open the door of the toilet. Chen Dazhuang screamed in fear and covered his eyes. Xinhua looked around and said angrily, "What ghost?" "Dazhuang, don't scare yourself." To be honest, Chen Dazhuang's words made the workers a little nervous. However, the more people there were, the more courageous they became. So, everyone also went over and looked around the toilet, but they didn't find anything. Chen Dazhuang was like an ostrich. He buried his head in his chest and refused to look up. Xinhua frowned and said, "Dazhuang, put on your pants first." "Like what?" Chen Dazhuang realized his embarrassment. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and said, "Uncle, I'm really not lying to you. In the toilet, I really saw enough." Xinhua said sternly, "Dazhuang, if you continue to talk nonsense, you can leave this place." Xinhua had been working at construction sites for more than 10 years, and he knew that such things could not be spoken carelessly. Once the news of the haunted land spread, the house might not be able to be sold in the future. This was a big taboo for the boss. Xinhua also wanted to scare Chen Dazhuang, but he didn't expect Chen Dazhuang to immediately say, "Uncle, I don't want to work here anymore, let me go. I'll leave now." Xinhua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that Chen Dazhuang didn't look like he was lying, but was really scared out of his wits. Xinhua couldn't help but look back at the toilet. Although there was still nothing in the toilet, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he quickly regained his senses and chided, "Nonsense. Where could they find a car to go back to? If you don't want to work here anymore, I'll send you off tomorrow morning." "But, don't say but s." Xinhua said, "There are so many of us living together, and the yang qi is so strong. What's there to be afraid of? Then all right." Chen Dazhuang said after he recovered, "Uncle, I really don't want to work here anymore. Help me find another construction site tomorrow." Ever since Chen Dazhuang entered the construction site, he felt uncomfortable. He didn't think it was an illusion when he saw such a terrifying face in the toilet. It was too real. He didn't want to stay in the construction site any longer. Xinhua waved his hand impatiently and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Then, he said to the workers, "Disperse. Disperse. What was there to see? Hurry up and prepare for dinner." The workers also knew that this silly man was a relative of the foreman, so they didn't say much. However, they couldn't help but mock Chen Dazhuang for being so timid like a woman. After dinner, the workers went back to their rooms to take a stroll in the wilderness. There was no Wi-Fi or any other entertainment. And they had heavy physical work to do the next day, so everyone went to bed early. Chen Dazhuang was like a frosted eggplant. He had not said a word since dinner. After dinner, he quickly hid in his room. The conditions at the construction site were simple. Everyone slept on the shared bed, but there was an advantage. There were many people, which gave Chen Dazhuang a sense of security. Soon, there was the sound of snoring in the room, but Chen Dazhuang was not sleepy at all. When he closed his eyes, he could see the pale face and the creepy smile. He hid under the blanket and didn't dare to stick his head out, afraid that he would see that human face again from the window. Chen Dazhuang stayed up all night. He was so anxious to pee that his bladder almost burst. He didn't dare to get up until the sky was bright. He got up with everyone and rushed downstairs to solve the emergency problem. Of course, Chen Dazhuang didn't dare to go to the toilet again. He didn't dare to run far. He didn't care that there were women in the construction site. He went around to the back of the mobile house to release water. Then, he went to find Xinghua. No matter how Xinghua tried to persuade him, he was determined to leave the construction site. In the end, Xinghua could only helplessly let him leave with the truck that delivered the supplies. After all, he was a relative, and Xinghua couldn't just ignore him. He could only introduce him to a job with another foreman. Since they were all doing rough work at the construction site, it wasn't hard to find such a job. Looking at Chen Dazhuang, who had only stayed with them for half a day, carrying a large bag of luggage and leaving the construction site, the other workers didn't feel that it was too common for people to come and go at the construction site. They were just making a living outside. Chen Dazhuang left, but what happened yesterday was like a thorn in Xinghua's heart. He could only secretly pray that similar things would not happen again. However, what he was afraid of happened. Over the next 2 days, all sorts of strange things happened one after another. Either the equipment suddenly broke down, or the workers were injured for no reason. There were even a few workers who had the same food as everyone else, but they couldn't stop vomiting and having diarrhea. This kind of opening wasn't smooth, and everyone's heart was covered with a shadow. Then, the haunted incident happened again. This time, it was a female worker who saw the ghost when she came out to relieve herself. At night, it was still the same toilet. After she finished, she stood up and lifted her pants. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder gently. The female worker subconsciously looked back, but she didn't see anything. Then, she felt a chill run down her spine. This simple single-person toilet was only 1 or 2 square meters in total. It was a completely enclosed space, and there was a wall behind her. How could someone stand behind her and pat her on the shoulder? The female worker shrieked in fear, pushed open the toilet door, and fled. The news of the haunted construction site spread, and everyone thought of the first day they arrived, the big, silly man who was so scared that he didn't even have time to pull up his pants. Xinghua heard the news and rushed over. After hearing everyone's retelling, his expression became extremely ugly. He knew that this news could no longer be kept a secret. He had to report to the higher-ups as soon as possible. In fact, the progress of the construction had been seriously affected in the past 2 days. There would always be this and that. In short, all kinds of things were not going smoothly. Now that another haunted incident had occurred, the workers had also begun to retreat. They could not work at all if this continued. Xinghua quickly reported what had happened to the manager of Tang Real Estate, who was in charge of the site. After the manager heard it, he didn't dare to delay and quickly reported it to Zhou Tianyu, the vice president of Tang Real Estate. Although this project was small, it was developed by Lu Haofan's shell company and Tang Real Estate. Therefore, Tang Real Estate attached great importance to it and directly appointed Senior Vice President Zhou Tianyu to be in charge. Under normal circumstances, such a small project of a few $100 million naturally didn't need Zhou Tianyu's level of management to personally ask. After Zhou Tianyu listened to the project manager's report in his luxurious and spacious office, he felt like he had been fucked. This project was really not going well. First, when they were bidding for the land, their competitors deliberately raised the price. Lu Haofan, who had lost his mind, decided to bid nearly 100 million yuan higher than the market price for the land. After that, they still had to think of ways to hoard land and try to develop it as late as possible. However, it seemed that the progress was not very smooth. There were many steps that required Lu Haofan to personally coordinate, which made Lu Haofan quite dissatisfied. It had only been a few days, but the construction site had been haunted one after another. If this news were to spread, who would buy the villas that they had developed? Zhou Tianyu frowned and said, "Lil Wu, you believe such groundless accusations? It's one thing for the workers to be ignorant, but why are you also joining in the fun?" The project manager, Little Wu, complained in his heart. He quickly explained, "Director Zhou, the foreman below made a solemn vow and made it sound like it was real. Moreover, this happened more than once. I think there might really be something fishy." Zhou Tianyu scoffed coldly, "Nonsense. Could it be that someone was playing tricks? You should investigate it first. The company is paying you a high salary, not for you to sit in the air conditioning in the office all day." "Yes, yes, yes, Manager," Wu quickly replied. "General Manager Zhou, I'll go to the site to investigate immediately." Go," Zhou Tianyu said. After Manager Wu left, Zhou Tianyu's stern face gradually revealed a trace of worry. It wasn't that Zhou Tianyu didn't believe in ghosts and gods. On the contrary, these businessmen believed in strange powers and gods. Whenever they started work, laid the foundation, capped the roof, and so on, they would put up offerings to invite ghosts and gods to dinner. Some even had to do rituals. Zhou Tianyu asked Little Wu to verify the situation, but he still had a trace of hope in his heart. However, this glimmer of hope was quickly shattered. Xiao Wu, who had personally gone to the construction site to investigate the situation, only used one night to run back to the company in a sorry state. This was because Manager Wu had also personally experienced a terrifying haunted incident. After receiving Zhou Tianyu's instructions, Manager Wu didn't dare to delay. He drove to the construction site in Xiaotang town that day to find Xing Hua to understand the situation in detail. Although Xing Hua and the workers made a promise, Manager Wu didn't believe it easily, so he decided to stay at the construction site for a night to see what was behind this. Manager Wu naturally didn't want to share the stinky shared bed with the workers, so Xing Hua had specially vacated a single room for him. In the middle of the night, Manager Wu was woken up by the urge to pee. He opened his eyes in a daze and fumbled to get out of bed to go to the toilet. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pale face looking down at him from a very close distance. Manager Wu was so scared that he lost all his sleepiness. He was quite bold, so he summoned up his courage and said, "Who is it? Don't try to play tricks on me." The pale face gave him a strange smile, and then gradually moved away from him. Only then did Manager Wu see a man in white standing in front of his bed with disheveled hair. It was this man who had bent down and almost stuck his face to Manager Wu's. The man in white didn't do anything to Manager Wu. He just turned around and walked out. However, Manager Wu could clearly see that the man in white didn't have legs. He just floated out. The man in white didn't walk towards the door, but went through the wall and disappeared. Manager Wu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He trembled and fumbled around the bed, trying to open it. However, just as he reached out, he felt a cold hand. This hand had no temperature at all, as if it was the hand of a dead person who had just come out of a freezer. No matter how bold Manager Wu was, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown after experiencing such a series of events. He let out a shrill scream, which was particularly terrifying in the quiet night. After a while, Xinhua and the workers rushed over and turned on the light. They saw Manager Wu sitting at the head of the bed, covered with a quilt, and trembling. Xinhua pulled Manager Wu's blanket away. Manager Wu was so frightened that he screamed, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I'm begging you, don't come over!" When Zhou Tianyu saw Manager Wu again, he was also shocked. Only one night had passed, and Manager Wu's face was pale and bloodless. His hair was messy and his eyes were deep. He looked like an otaku who had stayed up all night playing games without taking a shower or washing his hair. "Little Wu, what's the situation?" Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but ask. "How did you end up like this?" Manager Wu was still in a daze. He said in horror, "General Manager Zhou, that piece of land is really haunted. I met one last night. And it's not just one ghost." When Zhou Tianyu heard that, his heart skipped a beat and he knew that things were going to be troublesome.